the esteemed master of metaphysics, Cheng Zhenbao, found herself in a state of bewilderment. While she could accept the notion of failing her tribulation, being transported into a tale of hardship and becoming a mere newborn was entirely beyond comprehension. To make matters worse, this family was destined to be mere cannon fodder, facing the grim prospect of perishing from thirst and exposure on their journey. Fortunately, heaven showed some mercy. The entire family could hear her thoughts. Guided by their instinct to seek benefit and avoid harm, they managed to reach their destination safely. Yet, inexplicably, the family had taken on a rather superstitious demeanor. Matriarch Cheng declared, "I do not bow to heaven or earth, but only to our beloved Cheng Zhenbao." Cheng proclaimed, "I do not believe in fate or destiny, only in my daughter." Chapter 1. The Master of Metaphysics Reborn in a Tale of Hardship. Shuyan, this little girl has been burning with fever for an entire day and night. According to Aunt Wang, we might as well abandon her. It would be more painful to watch her die in our arms. Abandon her? What could they possibly discard? Cheng Zhenbao, intrigued, opened her eyes to discern the situation. Before her was a face, gaunt and weary, wrapped in a headscarf, the eyes stained with tears. This child was born after 8 months of pregnancy. How could I bear to part with her? Mother, I cannot abandon Zhenbao. The woman wept softly, clutching the infant tightly as she looked at Matriarch Cheng. What sin have we committed? Matriarch Cheng wiped her own tears in their family lineage. Only Cheng Zhenbao had been born. Regrettably, the child was premature and frail, and after a day of travel, she had succumbed to a high fever. Becoming ill on this journey could be fatal. The infant in her arms seemed on the verge of tears. Shuyan? Zhenbao? Were these not the names of characters from the very novel she had read? What transgression had she committed? The venerable master of metaphysics had failed her tribulation and found herself within a story she had once perused. Most alarmingly, she was now a newborn, scarcely a month old. The original occupant had perished from fever. Now, it was her turn to endure this torment. Seeing her daughter so quiet and still, Shuyan's heart ached even more. "Darling, I will never abandon you." Matriarch Cheng, distressed by the sight, knew there was no water without it. Not only Cheng Zhenbao, but the entire village would perish. Seeing her daughter-in-law in such despair, Matriarch Cheng bit her lip and resolved to keep the child. Wang Xiufen, cease your instigation. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. Leave at once. Matriarch Cheng dismissed her. The woman who had urged Shu Yun to abandon the child departed, grumbling, casting a lingering glance at Cheng Zhenbao. What a pity. Mother, Baobao's fever has subsided. Shu Yun touched her daughter's forehead and was astonished to find the fever had indeed broken. Matriarch Cheng was overjoyed, taking Cheng Zhenbao into her arms and confirming the good news. Thank goodness we did not abandon our precious child otherwise. It would have benefited that wicked Wang Zufen's family. In these times, mere survival was challenged. Years of drought rendered food and water scarce. An infant was a tempting target indeed. Cheng Zhenbao's eyes sparkled like grapes. Fortunately, she had been reborn into the Cheng family, which had long been devoid of daughters, only siring sons. Having finally welcomed Cheng Zhenbao, she was cherished like a precious gem. Regrettably, in the narrative, this family found themselves on a path of desperation, unable to locate water, ultimately succumbing to thirst. Look, Shuyan, doesn't our daughter resemble me? A fuzzy head popped into view. Startled, Cheng Zhenbao let out a wail. Eldest son, tidy your hair, you frightened Bao. Come here, let grandma hold you. Cheng Zhenbao was cradled anew in Matriarch Cheng's embrace, her face alight with joy, the creases of her smile deepening. Listen to how robust Baobao's cries are clearly. My choice of name was excellent. She is destined for a life of comfort. Matriarch Cheng beamed with pride. Suddenly, a soft, childlike voice echoed in her ears. Comfort? Our family's fate is tragic. In just 2 days, we shall perish from thirst and be baked dry. Matriarch Cheng's hand trembled as she glanced around. Where had that voice come from? Chapter 2. The Prophetic Granddaughter. The second son had ventured out to hunt, while the third and fourth sought water, and the eldest tended to his wife. There was no one else nearby. Matriarch Cheng pondered, her murky eyes fixated on the infant in her arms. Could it be that her beloved granddaughter was speaking? Eldest son Cheng Shan handed a water pouch to Matriarch Cheng. Water can be found to the east. Wang Zufen's family is searching to the west, where there is a source. However, their relationship with our Cheng family is poor, and they would never share it with us. In the original plot, Wang Zufin's family discovered the water source and leveraged it to establish a grand reputation before everyone. Yet, the Wang family, being at odds with the Chengs, withheld this information, leading to the Cheng family's grim demise. This time, both Matriarch Cheng and Cheng Shan overheard the revelation. Mother Cheng Shan swallowed hard, incredulous. Did he really just hear his precious Zhenbao speak? Silence. Matriarch Cheng chuckled softly. I told you my Bao is blessed. The fortunate Cheng Zhenbao, puffing bubbles, rolled her eyes and fell asleep. Being but an infant, her frail body grew weary after uttering just a few words. Matriarch Cheng held Cheng Zhenbao tightly, pulling Cheng Shan closer to whisper a few words in his ear. Understood, mother, I shall go at once. Under the cover of night, Cheng Shan, carrying several large water pouches, stealthily made his way westward. As dawn broke, the slumbering Cheng Zhenbao awakened, her stomach growling, and she began to cry. Her biological mother, Shu Yun, unfastened her clothing to nurse her. Cheng Zhenbao gazed at her mother with exasperation, catching a whiff of sweat. It was not that her mother lacked cleanliness, the entire village was in flight, and bathing was a luxury. Merely managing to drink a sip of water felt like a blessing. Driven by instinct, Cheng Zhenbao reluctantly began to nurse. Unfortunately, Shu Yun, weakened, could not provide enough milk, and after a lengthy effort, Cheng Zhenbao remained unsatisfied, crying out in desperation. Mother, this is what I hunted today, to nourish you and my sister. Do not let Bao go hungry. The second son, Cheng Shui, tossed a wild rabbit onto the ground and lowered his bow. He smiled at Cheng Zhenbao, his parched lips cracking into a grin. Shu Yun declined no offers. Handing Cheng Zhenbao to Matriarch Cheng, she set about preparing the rabbit. Before long, noticing Cheng Shan was absent, Cheng Shui inquired, but Matriarch Cheng was too preoccupied with her granddaughter to utter a word. Finally, as dawn approached, Mother, I found it. Cheng Shan's eyes sparkled in the dim cave. What did you find? Eldest son, why do you appear to have gained weight? Cheng Shui was perplexed, playfully slapping Cheng Shan's belly, which made a clanking sound. Wait, I found water. Cheng Shan grinned, unfastening his garment to reveal 4 bulging water pouches. The Cheng family rejoiced. Having quenched their thirst, Shu Yun's milk returned, allowing her to nourish the nearly fainting Cheng Zhenbao as they gathered together in conversation. Cheng Zhenbao nestled comfortably in Shu Yun's embrace, reveling in the gossip. Now that we have water, why not set out as a family? Dragging along the whole village will only lead to starvation. Chapter 3. Tomatoes? Surely not wolf peaches. Shanghai had long desired to escape the village. With dozens of people moving at a snail's pace, it felt as though they were merely awaiting their demise. This matriarch Cheng frowned, somewhat tempted. Let's go, and we shall await the chaos of the refugees, only to be captured and devoured, leaving not a bone to spare. Cheng Zhenbao, with eyes resembling tiny grapes, stared intently at Shanghai. Her third uncle was indeed a complex man, though his intentions were fundamentally good. The entire Cheng family, including Cheng Hai, was taken aback by the sudden sound, gazing blankly at Cheng Zhenbao, who was preoccupied with playing with her fingers. Grandmother Cheng had already tasted the sweetness of her granddaughter's predictions. In a fleeting moment, she decisively stated, "Where do you think you're going? We cannot leave." Her demand was immediate. Cheng Hai had objections but dared not defy his mother, grumbling quietly. Cheng Shan and the second and fourth brothers naturally had no dissenting opinions. As dawn broke, Grandmother Cheng instructed Cheng Shan to keep 2 water bags for themselves, distributing the rest to the village chief. With dozens of people, their water supplies had nearly run out, and these 2 bags alleviated their pressing need. The village chief was immensely grateful. Strange indeed, none of us could find water, yet your Cheng family did. Surely, you haven't been hoarding it? Having previously urged Xiao Shuyan to discard her child, Wang Xiufan began to speak with a sarcastic tone. Her husband had searched all night without success, and had even lost some provisions in the process. If you can't find it yourself, how can you blame others? Cheng Shan retorted, displeased. This woman seemed to do nothing but gossip in front of his wife. Wang Xiaofan was about to explode when the village chief waved his hand, interrupting, "Let's keep our voices down. The sun is up, we must hurry along." Cheng Shan rallied the villagers to set off. Cheng Shan, uninterested in further disputes, called upon the villagers to rise and continue their journey. They traveled from dawn until dusk, finally arriving at the foot of a mountain where the village chief suggested they rest for the night. Everyone was hungry, and after settling their belongings, they sat down in silence, too famished to speak. "Mother, I still have half a steam bun, please eat," Xiao Shuyan offered, pulling out a bun that had hardened like stone. "Why would I take it?" "You eat it yourself," Grandmother Cheng replied, coughing violently as she pressed her hand to her chest. Xiao Shuyun insisted, pushing the bun towards her, and her attempts were met with a look of exasperation from the infant Cheng Zhenbao, who silently observed the exchange. "This bun has mold on it, can it be eaten? We could see tomatoes over the hillside, but I suppose you think they're poisonous and wouldn't dare touch them." Based on their pace and the surrounding environment, it seemed they had reached the place mentioned in the books where tomatoes grew. Unfortunately, in the original story, no one recognized tomatoes, believing them to be toxic, thus nobody dared to harvest them. Such a waste. Cheng Zhenbao felt a headache coming on. Alas, being but a mere infant, she could not go and pick them herself. The thought of the sweet and sour tomatoes made her smack her lips, nearly drooling, entirely oblivious to the expressions of Xiao Shuyun and Grandmother Cheng. "Mother, hold Zhenbao, I will step out for a moment," Xiao Shuyun said, handing Cheng Zhenbao to Grandmother Cheng before taking a basket and heading to the back mountain. The village women began foraging for food, while the men went hunting, searching for wild vegetables to stave off hunger. Climbing the slope was a strenuous task, and her initial smile quickly faded. Could it be that the tomatoes her child spoke of were actually wolf peaches? Chapter 4. Are you out of your mind? Eating wolf peaches. These fruits were vividly colored, and although they once grew in the village, no one dared to eat them, as it was said they could be deadly. Just as Xiao Shuyun contemplated leaving, she reconsidered. With no food, death was inevitable. Taking a deep breath, she collected the wolf peaches from behind the slope. Wang Xiaofan was the first to notice the wolf peaches in Xiao Shuyun's basket, exclaiming in shock. Her outcry drew the attention of those nearby, and whispers circulated about whether Xiao Shuyun had lost her mind, fearing she might poison them all. Cheng Shan was equally alarmed. "Shuyun, you foolish girl, wolf peaches are not to be eaten." He attempted to snatch the basket from her, but she held it tightly. She believed in her child, certain that they would not harm anyone. "They are edible," Xiao Shuyun declared with unwavering conviction, though internally she felt apprehensive. Her child was a beacon of fortune. Having found water, she was not afraid of a single wolf peach. As she took a bite, the villagers stood in stunned silence, unable to utter a word. This is it, Xiao Shuyun has truly lost her mind. Wang Xiaofan relished the drama. However, after a short while, Xiao Shuyun, instead of feeling ill, savored the taste, smacking her lips with delight. Can they be eaten?" Cheng Shan was dumbfounded. "Fool! Hurry, share them with mother and the brothers." With newfound confidence, Xiao Shuyun scolded her husband, urging him to distribute the wolf peaches to those in the cave. Cheng Shan beamed with happiness as he took the basket up the slope. Seeing Xiao Shuyun's conviction, the entire campsite grew lively. Wang Xiaofan was the first to grab a basket, sneaking off towards the slope. "Wang Xiaofan, where are you off to in such a hurry? Don't pick them all clean." Someone hollered, and others began to follow. Wang Xiaofan quickened her pace, but upon reaching the slope, she found it utterly barren. Xiao Shuyun had picked every last wolf peach. The Cheng family enjoyed their wolf peaches and even fed Cheng Zhenbao some tomato juice. "It seems mother has quite the eye for quality. She is indeed my mother," Cheng Zhenbao thought contentedly, eagerly licking the juice. Xiao Shuyun smiled shyly, holding Cheng Zhenbao even closer. Just as the atmosphere turned warm, Wang Xiaofan's voice pierced through. "Xiao Shuyun, your family has picked all the wolf peaches. What are we to eat?" Her tone was clearly inciting discontent among the villagers towards the Cheng family, hoping to seize the remaining wolf peaches. "This Wang Xiaofan is too much." Cheng Feng fumed. Even the usually simple Cheng Shan remained silent, frowning as he sat cross-legged on the ground, pretending not to hear. Outside, Wang Xiaofan continued to shout, accompanied by the wails of hungry children, creating a cacophony. Cheng Zhenbao blinked her eyes, gazing at the cave's entrance. "Ah, This journey of fleeing is truly arduous. So many have perished, and without food, it won't be long before we all starve. The Cheng brothers sat at a distance, oblivious to Cheng Zhenbao's thoughts. However, Xiao Shuyun and grandmother Cheng heard her. Being from the same village, they encountered each other often, and grandmother Cheng felt an unsettling discomfort. Eldest son, what if? Grandmother Cheng tentatively suggested. Xiao Shuyun hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded, letting Shan take some out to share. She called her husband over, reserving some for themselves while instructing him to distribute the remaining wolf peaches. Only then did the villagers quiet down, though they still hesitated to eat. Chapter 5. The plague can be deadly. Village chief, eat up, Cheng Shan urged. We've consumed them without issue. The villagers exchanged glances, and seeing the Cheng family was indeed unharmed, their own hunger compelled them. They gritted their teeth and began to eat the wolf peaches. With the wolf peaches in their bellies, the villagers could finally rest without hunger gnawing at them. As dawn broke again, they continued their journey. Cheng Zhenbao was nestled in Xiao Shuyun's arms, clutching a wolf peach. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of a putrid scent, causing her little face to scrunch up in disgust. The path was littered with bodies, flies buzzing around. The corpses were emaciated, all having succumbed to starvation. Xiao Shuyun, fearing for Cheng Zhenbao's reaction, held her tightly, soothing, "Don't be afraid. Dear mother is here." Just then a child of 7 or 8 years old, clutching his stomach, suddenly vomited. After a struggle, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. "Huji? Huji?" His mother cried desperately, tears streaming down her face. Before the village chief could assess the situation, another person began to retch. Reluctantly, the village chief had no choice but to call everyone to set up camp nearby. Upon careful counting, it was apparent that 4 or 5 individuals were afflicted with vomiting and diarrhea. The contents expelled were a shocking blend of red and white, accompanied by a most pungent odor. "Isn't this the wolf peach we consumed last night?" Wang Xiufan exclaimed, her voice rising in alarm. "I told you that this wolf peach is not to be eaten. This is dire, we might lose our lives." The villagers, already burdened with worry, turned their anxious gazes towards the Cheng family after Wang Xiufan's outburst. "Xiao Shuyun, what treachery do you harbor?" The mother of Huzi fumed. "If it weren't for the wolf peaches you provided, my son wouldn't be in this state." "Village chief, we cannot allow the Cheng family to remain in our midst. Their hearts are as black as coal." Some even suggested expelling the Cheng family from their ranks. The village chief found himself in a quandary. While he felt gratitude for the water the Cheng family had provided, he could not ignore the rising tide of public outrage. He approached old Madame Cheng, saying, "Cheng family, you must address this issue. We're leaving." Before the village chief could finish, Cheng Shan stepped forward in indignation. Without hesitation, he gathered his brothers and began to pack their belongings, ignoring the villagers' continued insults behind them. Fuming, Cheng Shui could barely make it a mile before he dropped his burden in frustration. "I said we should have left earlier. Now look, we're being maligned." Cheng Shan hung his head in silence, and, after a long pause, murmured, "Why is it that our family eats the same thing and suffers no ill effects, while they do? Of course, foolish father, they didn't merely consume tomatoes and suffer a stomach upset, but rather they have been infected with a disease." Unlike Cheng Zhenbao, who was well protected, the other children had to travel on their own, and they could easily stumble upon corpses, exposing themselves to the risk of contagion. Cheng Zhenbao sighed, aware that this disease could indeed prove fatal. "Never mind, let us find them a way out," as an act of kindness. Having spent several days in this narrative, Cheng Zhenbao felt she had nearly recuperated. She focused her energy and began to cast divination. A path to salvation lies to the southwest. All eyes turned towards the southwest, where a mountain stood, its slopes overgrown with wild grass. "There are honeysuckles and forsythias. If we gather them and brew a potion for the children, it may yet save them." Cheng Zhenbao stifled a yawn, her energy completely depleted. Her head drooped, and she succumbed to slumber. It seemed that this small frame could hardly withstand the exertion of her abilities. Cheng Shan trembled with concern, while the other Cheng brothers remained silent. A disease like this was indeed a harbinger of death. Chapter 6. Are there really wolf packs? Cheng Shui proposed. Cheng Shan felt a twinge of compassion. He was frustrated with the villagers for their indiscriminate judgments. Yet he also felt pity for the innocent children. Furthermore, what if they encountered refugees while traveling? After careful consideration, Cheng Zhenbao silently took a machete and set off to gather herbs. The other three brothers, seeing this, helplessly followed along, while Cheng Zhenbao continued to mutter, his pace unyielding. The village chief, I told you the Cheng family has a heart of darkness. Even in such dire times, they still go hunting, spat Wang Xiaofan disdainfully. The village chief, squatting on the ground and smoking, found her incessant chatter irritating. They've left, so quiet down. Wang Xiaofan, taken aback by the reprimand, stammered incoherently before seeking her husband. Before long, someone shouted that Cheng Zhenbao had returned, and the entire camp buzzed with excitement. The men, including the village chief, stood up. Cheng Zhenbao, what are you doing? The village chief asked, trembling with fear. Cheng Zhenbao, expressionless, tossed down a basket from his back, spilling out a heap of herbs. Tiger and the others contracted a disease. If they drink these herbs for a few days, they will recover. With that, Cheng Zhenbao departed with his brothers, leaving the villagers in a daze. Don't believe him. The Cheng family is malevolent, Wang Xiaofan declared, hands on her hips, rolling her eyes. No one dared to pick up the herbs scattered on the ground. Except for Tiger's mother, who, disregarding everything, collected them. I can't worry about that. Tiger's face has turned pale. As night fell, the Cheng family was about to rest when the village chief arrived. However, this time, he was not there to argue. I truly apologize, he said with a smile. Speaking to old lady Cheng, Tiger has taken a medicine, and his high fever has subsided. Following him were several family members of villagers who had recently fallen ill, each with their heads bowed. We misjudged you. The Cheng family bore no grudge. Only Cheng Zhenbao looked eagerly into the darkness. In less than an hour, a migrating pack of wolves will arrive. Oh, it's been ages since I had meat. Cheng Zhenbao drooled with anticipation. Although they could not eat just yet, the thought alone was tantalizing. In the original text, this pack of wolves had claimed many lives, causing significant loss to the villagers. The Cheng family, undoubtedly, did not miss such crucial news. Cheng Shui took up his bow and instructed old lady Cheng and Xiao Shuyan, mother, sister-in-law, you should rest in the cave. After ensuring the safety of his family, Cheng Shui went out to instruct the other women in the camp to care for the children, while he led the men of the village into the mountains. Cheng Shui, are you certain there will be a wolf pack? A man setting traps looked up, skeptical. Rest assured, Cheng Shui replied without lifting his head, continuing to arrange traps on the ground. Fortunately, before their escape, they had brought along animal traps. Otherwise, they would indeed struggle against the wolves. Chapter 7. 6 wolves, all killed. The mountains were on high alert. Meanwhile, the women in the camp could not sleep. These were hard times. The beasts were either dead or scattered, making hunting nearly impossible. They spent the night awake, worrying about their men at home. Who could have guessed? As dawn approached, what? Really? Old lady Cheng joyfully emerged from a cave, and indeed, there lay several wolf corpses on the ground, still warm with blood. Some villagers had minor injuries, but compared to these prey, their wounds were insignificant. That day, the camp finally filled with the aroma of meat, and Cheng Zhenbao received a wolfskin mattress. I saw some footprints while hunting in the western mountains. They don't belong to us. I fear some refugees have taken note of us, Cheng Shui said anxiously to his family. It seems we cannot stay here any longer. After finally enjoying a few days of peace, the Cheng family fell silent upon hearing Cheng Shui's words. On the road of escape, encountering refugees was terrifying. Not only could they lose their food, but they could also face violence, even risking their lives. Perhaps they are just passing through? Old lady Cheng still found it hard to believe they could be so unfortunate. They're not just passing through. My uncle's speculation was not unfounded. Refugees have indeed taken notice of us. If we do not relocate promptly, a confrontation could lead to death or injury. And if wounds are not treated properly, they could fester and lead to death, Cheng Zhenbao lamented. The good days were truly fleeting. At this, old lady Cheng completely wilted, her head bowed in despair and sighs. The Cheng brothers did not press further. After a discussion, they called the village chief to clarify the situation. Upon hearing that refugees had set their sights on them, the village chief did not hesitate to agree to the relocation. Knowing they'd been targeted by refugees left the villagers in a state of fear. Reluctant to leave, they had no choice. The remaining meat, to facilitate transport, was divided among the families. The Cheng family, being the most involved in hunting, naturally received the largest share. Some villagers felt uneasy about this, especially Wang Xiaofan, who incessantly complained until the village chief reprimanded her, at which point she fell silent, displeased. That night, after packing their belongings, the villagers continued their journey. Fearing the refugees would catch up, they dared not rest at all. Only Cheng Zhenbao was comfortable, her skin no longer wrinkled but plump and smooth like a small bun. Seeing her this way, the weary Cheng family felt rejuvenated. Others, however, were not so fortunate. "I can't go on." Finally, someone began to voice their discontent, sitting down and rubbing their aching knees. "What refugees? How many could they possibly have? Our village has dozens of people. Are we afraid we can't fight them off?" Someone else chimed in. "I say, the Cheng family just wants to hoard more meat and is trying to scare us." After some back and forth, they managed to persuade everyone to keep moving forward. The Cheng family pretended not to hear them, keeping whatever they could for self-defense, just in case. After walking for an hour and a half, they finally arrived at the foot of a mountain. Chapter 8. Treasures in the Bandit Den. Village Chief, there are people ahead. "Let's go see." The village chief put away his pipe, hiding in the shadows to observe. After a while, he recognized the leader. "Isn't that a villager from Qinghe village?" Old Lu. Once neighbors, the village chief stepped out without hiding any longer and called the villagers forward. "Old Su, it's you." Lu, the village chief, was startled and instinctively grabbed a nearby stick. After recognizing the faces of the newcomers, he got up from the ground. One of his eyes was bruised, as if he had been beaten. "What happened to you all?" The village chief asked with concern, seeing the villagers lying on the ground, pale and battered. They looked utterly miserable. Each had bruised faces, and their belongings were nearly depleted. Had they not carried bundles while fleeing, one might have thought they had run out empty-handed. The neighboring village chief sighed heavily, unable to contain his anger, and cursed profusely. What else could it be? Those refugees stole our things and injured our people. Now look, the wounds are infected, and they're burning with fever. There really are refugees. At this, the entire village fell silent. No one dared to speak ill of the Cheng family. Some were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by both physical and mental anguish, bursting into tears. The atmosphere was heavy. Men sighed, and women wiped their tears, creating a truly dismal scene. When will this life come to an end? Old Lady Cheng also wept bitterly. Xiao Shuyan held Cheng Zhenbao, wiping her tears, heartbroken that her daughter had to suffer. Only Cheng Zhenbao continued to play with her fingers. "Don't cry, mother. If we go west for another 10 miles and pass through an arched stone, there's a bandit den in the deep mountains where we can hide from the refugees." Cheng Zhenbao had a vivid memory of this location. As the narrative unfolds, it speaks of a place referred to as paradise. For a group of villagers, devoid of water and sustenance, plagued by illness, and beset by marauding refugees, could it not be deemed a paradise? At this revelation, Xiao Shuyun ceased her tears. She summoned her husband and whispered a few words in his ear. Cheng Shan, elated, promptly conveyed the good news to the village chief. The chief, skeptical, inquired Shan Zi, "How do you know there is a bandit lair in the mountains?" Cheng Shan's face flushed crimson, stammering, "I heard about it before." Fortunately, the chief did not press further. This news alleviated their immediate distress. Together with the chief of the neighboring village, they rallied the villagers, informing them of a place ahead where they could rest and evade the refugees. The villagers, initially exhausted, summoned their last reserves of strength to rise and continue onward. However, as they progressed, fatigue mounted. Some began to doubt whether the chief had deceived them. Yet, upon observing the Cheng family moving forward in silence, they gritted their teeth and followed suit. Finally, when all were thoroughly exhausted, they beheld an arched stone gateway. "There it is." Cheng Shan sighed in relief, overjoyed that his family had found refuge. Passing through the archway, they discovered a modest encampment. It was small, constructed of wood, but sufficient for shelter and rest. Outside, several large stones provided concealment. Without approaching, one would hardly notice it. The villagers, exhilarated, felt their weariness dissipate, each seeking a spot to rest. Some stumbled upon a cooking area, along with some hunting spoils left behind, and their excitement escalated. Xiao Shuyun, wishing to find a comfortable place for Cheng Zhenbao to rest, noticed the little one gazing intently at a particular spot, occasionally kicking her legs as if to signal something. Mother, over there, over there. Cheng Zhenbao seemed to cry out in her heart. Chapter 9. The fragrance of roasted sweet potatoes. Cheng Zhenbao's heart resonated with joy. Following her gaze, Xiao Shuyan spotted several grass vines emerging from the ground. They appeared to be mere weeds, yet since her child was so animated, they must be something worthwhile. Embracing her daughter, she approached, tugging at the vines, but they would not budge. She then called for Cheng Shan to assist. Without question, he seized a hoe and struck forcefully, unearthing several clumps of earth. What is this? As the clumps were struck, their true form emerged, objects the size of fists. Cheng Shan had never seen such a thing before and continued to dig, discovering an abundance. Daddy, these are sweet potatoes. They will fill our bellies. Cheng Zhenbao exclaimed, her eyes narrowing into slits of delight. With these provisions, they need not worry about food scarcity. Sweet potatoes, indeed, could stave off hunger for an entire day. Cheng Shan, unfamiliar with sweet potatoes, trusted his daughter's words. He rallied his brothers to excavate the muddy ground, ultimately unearthing 5 baskets full of sweet potatoes. Elder brother, how do we eat these? Cheng Shui frowned, clutching a clod of dirt and grimacing as he took a bite, tasting the soil. Of course, we roast them buried beneath the charcoal. Roasted sweet potatoes are delicious. After a long day of travel, the Cheng family was already famished. Hearing Cheng Zhenbao's thoughts, they swallowed in unison. Cheng Shan led the way, tossing the sweet potatoes onto the charcoal fire. The other villagers looked on in confusion, hesitant to approach. Soon enough, Cheng Shan removed the sweet potatoes, peeling them to reveal their enticing aroma. The villagers, upon realizing it was food, quickly gathered around, imitating Cheng Shan in roasting sweet potatoes. The Cheng family did not mind the villagers' eagerness. They were all in this together, bound by shared circumstances. With a place to rest and an abundance of sweet potatoes, the villagers finally found respite, enjoying a peaceful night's sleep. In the following days, life became remarkably carefree, with no fear of refugee pursuit and ample food. Some villagers began to contemplate settling down. The village chief entertained similar thoughts and decided to consult the Cheng brothers, for throughout their journey, it was the Cheng family that had guided them. When the chief arrived, Cheng Zhenbao had just awakened, appearing somewhat listless with her head drooped low, devoid of smile. Why aren't you smiling, dear? Give Grandpa village chief a smile, Xiao Shuyan coaxed. Yet Cheng Zhenbao pouted. The chief chuckled, refraining from pressing her further, and turned to speak with Cheng Shan. Shanzi, the villagers wish to settle here. What do you think? Settle? Cheng Shan, savoring a roasted sweet potato, felt a stirring in his heart. With his mother's health improving, food plentiful, and his wife and children by his side, he relished this comfort and did not wish to leave. Before he could voice his thoughts, he heard his daughter's inner voice. Chapter 10. Wang Xiaofan has run back. Cheng Zhenbao was beset with worry. She had anticipated that the mountain bandits would return. Cheng Shan's body stiffened, cold sweat trickling down his back. Even Xiao Shuyan, usually cheerful, turned pale. Bandits. They are not something we can handle, she lamented. What's wrong? Can we stay? The chief asked, puzzled. Absolutely not. Cheng Shan vehemently shook his head. Village chief, we must leave at once. What? His sudden change in demeanor bewildered the village chief. It's comfortable here, Shanzi. Are you out of your mind? Cheng Shan began packing their belongings. Seeing his earnestness, the chief's expression changed. He hurriedly stood up. Cheng, I will gather the others. He rushed to assemble the remaining villagers. You all must pack your things. We are leaving. The villagers, initially thinking it was a jest, chuckled and gathered, some still clutching roasted sweet potatoes. But when they heard the chief's words, they were taken aback. What? We are leaving now? Village chief, it's so nice here. No sun or rain, and we have food. I refuse to leave. Yes, you go if you want, but I want tea. Wang Xiaofan protested vehemently, having grown plump from indulging in sweet potatoes. It's too comfortable here. If you want to leave, go ahead, but the Wang family is staying. She took another bite of her sweet potato and, noticing the Cheng family packing, began to speak sarcastically. Isn't it the Cheng family that wants to leave? Village chief, are you too trusting of them? They say leave and just leave. They are strong, and we cannot keep up. Encouraged by Wang Xiaofan, the impressionable villagers began to question the chief's regard for the Cheng family. Could it be that the Cheng family, seeing us enjoying their sweet potatoes, wishes to deceive us into leaving? Cheng Shui, infuriated, brandished a knife and glared at the instigator, Wang Xiufen. If you don't want to leave, no one will stop you. We are leaving. If we don't go now, we will be waiting to die here. Who are you scaring? If you want to leave, go ahead. We're not going, Wang Xiufen retorted defiantly. The atmosphere grew tense. Cheng Shan, equally vexed, decided not to engage further and address the chief. I have made my warning clear. Whether you leave or not is your choice. We shall depart. Cheng Shan hoisted his bundle, loading up the elderly Cheng and Cheng Baozhu on the cart, and set off with his wife, children, and brother, leaving the encampment. Wang Xiufen was left dumbfounded. Village chief, should we not leave as well? She timidly inquired with a nervous smile. The village chief was on the verge of losing his temper with her. However, out of respect for the village, he had to suppress his anger and make a decision. Leave now. Those who do not wish to depart may stay behind, but they must bear the consequences. Upon witnessing the chief's genuine fury, no one dared to speak. One by one, they took their belongings and departed from the village. Big brother, they have all left. The villagers lowered their heads voluntarily, and Cheng Shan chose not to pursue the matter further. Chapter 11. To rescue or not to rescue one idiot. Cheng Shui couldn't help but mutter under his breath. The villagers exchanged glances, for the chief had never really expected their cooperation. He stood firm before the Cheng family, squeezing the cured meat sent by the Wang family in his sleeve. Though Wang Xiufen was selfish, she was indeed part of their village. Cheng Tai had hesitated, feeling a twinge of compassion. Dashin, perhaps we should, but before the words could leave his lips, he was interrupted by a small voice. Cheng Zhenbao nestled in Xiao Shuyun's embrace, her round, black pearl-like eyes betraying her impatience. Mother, big brother, and the village chief, this is no trifling matter. Those are real bandits we are dealing with. We stand no chance against them. Cheng Hai furrowed his brow and murmured in agreement. Were it not for your Cheng family seeking out the bandit lair, how could our Xiufen have encountered such misfortune? Now that you are well fed, you wish to leave? There shall be no such good fortune. The Wang family glared at the chief, their eyes brimming with menace. Having accepted his family's cured meat, they could not expect to distance themselves from the consequences. With a clenched jaw, the chief seized Cheng Hai's hand. While his words held a degree of truth, they were all villagers at the end of the day. I am here to discuss things with you. No one can openly refuse to help. In that moment, both the Cheng family and the chief fell into a heavy silence. In this grave and somber atmosphere, Cheng Zhenbao pouted her small lips. Dealing with such incompetent companions is truly exasperating. But saving a life is worth more than constructing a 7-tiered pagoda. It's a chance to accumulate virtue. On the way into the mountains, there is a stone forest. If we can move those stones to form a formation, we can trap the returning bandits within it. The formation that Cheng Zhenbao spoke of was quite simple. Anyone with a basic understanding of the 8 trigrams could easily arrange it. Cheng Shan and Cheng Shui, lost in thought and conflict, exchanged a glance upon hearing her innocent voice. Rather than remain in a state of indecision, it would be prudent to follow Xiao Bao's suggestion and give it a try. After all, their smooth journey thus far had been thanks to her predictions. Village chief, do not rush. Since they are from our village, we must certainly rescue them, Cheng Shan declared. My brothers and I will give it a try. Village chief, you and the others must remain cautious here. Mother, Shui and you too. Cheng Tai sighed and patted Cheng Shan's shoulder, offering a few words of concern. She could only resentfully think that she would never again involve herself with the Wang family. Meanwhile, the surrounding villagers could not contain their murmurs. Indeed, Wang Xiufen is already 20 and still unmarried. This is a golden opportunity. We must not ruin her chances. Ha! Rather than let those bandits take advantage. Big brother can certainly indulge her. Hearing their words, Cheng Zhenbao was not surprised. Such was human nature. However, as a practitioner of metaphysics, she did not mind allowing the Cheng family to accumulate more merit. Chapter 12. A snake in the stone forest. The Cheng brothers bore grim expressions. Their Wang family's daughter ran off without anyone to find her. She deserves to remain unmarried. The stone forest that Cheng Zhenbao referred to was not large, but the stones were substantial. Cheng Hai cursed under his breath, while Cheng Shan's countenance darkened. Just as he was about to speak, distant footsteps echoed through the air. Stop! Cheng Shan listened intently and confirmed that a group was indeed approaching their location. The timing was precisely as foretold by Cheng Zhenbao. Fortunately, the formation was already in place, and the brothers quickly concealed themselves. Before long, a band of men came into view, their waists adorned with tiger skins. Their expressions fierce and intimidating. Cheng Shan and his brothers felt a surge of tension as they observed the bandits from their vantage point. Moments later, they realized the bandits were indeed ensnared by the formation and could not escape. Little Bao truly is a reincarnated celestial being. It's remarkable. Cheng Shui exclaimed in awe. Cheng Shan chuckled, saying, "All right, while those bandits are still disoriented, let's hasten to rescue them." Meanwhile, in the camp, the Cheng family was equally anxious. Xiao Shuyun, holding Cheng Zhenbao, was sweating with worry. There's truly no need to fret. This time, we shall encounter no peril. Cheng Zhenbao yawned, thinking quietly to herself. Her tender voice calmed the hearts of Cheng Tai and Xiao Shuyun, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Cheng Zhenbao, cradled in Xiao Shuyun's arms, moved forward immediately. She examined the Cheng brothers' predicament, noting their disheveled state. Their clothes were dirty, and Cheng Feng limped slightly. Wang Xiufen, carried by Cheng Shan, had a gash on her head and had lost consciousness. "Is everyone all right?" The village chief inquired with concern. "We're fine, but my fourth brother twisted his ankle while we were being chased. By the way, we should get the village doctor to check on Wang Xiufen," Cheng Shan said as he set the woman down, wiping the sweat from his brow. When we arrived, she had already hurt her head. She must have been trying to stand on a stool to reach some remaining grain when she slipped and fell. The chief looked at Wang Xiufen with exasperation, feeling that she had brought this upon herself and now burdened others with the need to rescue her. Darkness gradually descended, enveloping the land in night. The Cheng family gathered together, sorting through their remaining belongings, taking a moment to rest. Having just awakened, Cheng Zhenbao stretched in Xiao Shuyun's embrace. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the night, drawing the attention of everyone in the camp. Villagers gathered, inquiring about the commotion. There's a snake. Many snakes. A few men who had just been relieving themselves nearby were frozen in terror, their faces pale. "Where's the snake?" Cheng Shan scanned the surroundings. He had barely finished speaking when his gaze locked onto a triangular head. A vibrant green snake slithered swiftly from the underbrush, hissing as it flicked its tongue. Chapter 13. Sebastian the green snake coiled its body and lunged towards Xiao Shuyun, who was standing with the child. "Watch out!" Cheng Dama's heart raced, and she shouted urgently. Xiao Shuyun turned just in time to see the snake leaping towards her. Even if she wanted to evade it, her reflexes failed her. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on Cheng Zhenbao and screamed. Fortunately, Cheng Shui acted swiftly, seizing the snake by its neck and forcefully slamming it to the ground, striking it multiple times with a stone until it lay still. The surrounding villagers were still shaken. The venom of the Qingzhu Biao was no trivial matter. Had it not been for Cheng Hai's quick action, Xiao Shuyun might have lost her life. Cheng Shan hurried to comfort his frightened wife and child. Furthermore, there are plenty more in that thicket. There's also a lot in this thicket they had not noticed during the day. But a massive snake den was nestled near the campsite. "Is little Bao all right?" Was she scared? Cheng Zhenbao had indeed been startled, her clear eyes now brimming with tears as she began to sob. She was not afraid of the snake itself, but rather frightened by Xiao Shuyun's shriek, especially since she was still just a small infant, unable to control her own instincts. Xiao Shuyun and the Cheng family rushed to comfort her, taking turns to soothe her cries. The area was indeed teeming with Qingzhu Biao, even climbing the trees. Upon hearing this, Cheng Tai panicked. What are we to do? If a man encounters a snake, he might manage to evade it. However, women and children may not be so fortunate. Cheng Zhenbao, after considerable effort, managed to steady her emotions and surveyed her surroundings. This place is steeped in malevolent energy, with damp and low-lying ground, which explains the presence of a snake den. Regrettably, as they are all refugees, none of them possesses realgar. But there is mugwort nearby, which can be burned to repel snakes. Although the scent is rather overwhelming, its efficacy in driving away snakes is commendable. Cheng Zhenbao's gaze lingered on the mugwort in the distance. Xiao Shuyun hummed a gentle tune, rhythmically patting Cheng Zhenbao's back. Though she had only recently awakened, fatigue soon enveloped her, and she closed her eyes in slumber. Noticing her daughter had already fallen asleep in her arms, Xiao Shuyun raised her head to exchange a glance with her husband, who immediately grasped her unspoken intent. Although the drought in these mountains is not as severe, it is still somewhat better than below. Thus the mugwort appears as if it has been deliberately dried. Igniting this herb can indeed drive snakes away. Concerned for the villagers' safety, Cheng Shan was unreserved in his actions. The Cheng family had overheard Cheng Zhenbao's thoughts and now rallied together to assist. The flames consumed the somewhat withered mugwort, releasing a pungent aroma that wafted through the air. Many villagers, unaccustomed to the stench, covered their mouths and noses, retreating in dismay. Yuanzi, what are you doing? Stop burning that. The smoke must be toxic. Numerous villagers began to cough violently from inhaling the fumes, retreating while casting disapproving glances at the Cheng family. The acrid odor was alarming. What if it turned out to be poisonous? The village chief, also choking, felt conflicted. They had relied on the Cheng family in the past, which had improved their lives, and besides, their own family was present. Surely, they wouldn't gamble with their lives. Yuanzi, can burning this herb really repel snakes? The village chief forced a smile, affirming several times before instructing his own family to imitate the Chengs and begin burning mugwort. The pungent aroma intensified, and some villagers, seeing even the village chief partaking, shamelessly approached the Cheng family for some mugwort to burn. However, a portion of the villagers remained at a distance, including the Wang family, covering their mouths and noses. This is untrustworthy. The smell is unbearable. We might suffocate before the snakes are driven away. Besides, I've never heard of any herb that can repel snakes when burned. What if the Cheng family is merely fabricating this? Spoke Wang Xiufin's sister-in-law, her tone sharp and resentful. I share your sentiments. I see those snakes hiding in the grass. We should simply keep our distance from the grass and branches. As they spoke, these villagers had already moved to the other side of the camp, distancing themselves from those burning the mugwort. The Cheng family showed no inclination to persuade them otherwise, continuing their task. After all, it was their first attempt at using mugwort to repel snakes, and they could not guarantee success. In the camp, the villagers had gathered in family units around a central fire. As night fell, the horizon gradually brightened with the first light of dawn. The scent of mugwort permeated the air, and a tranquil silence enveloped the camp as everyone succumbed to sleep. Xiao Shuyun, in a daze, fed the softly whimpering Cheng Zhenbao, preparing to close her eyes for a brief rest, when a sudden shout nearby startled her awake. Help! A snake has bitten my mother. My grandson too. The cries jolted the remaining villagers awake, instinctively checking themselves and their families for any signs of snake bites. After confirming they were unharmed, they relaxed and moved towards the source of the distress. The Cheng family also stirred, with Cheng Shan helping the elderly matriarch to her feet. The dawn light was just beginning to break, and someone had lit the campfire, illuminating the surroundings. The individuals bitten by snakes were those who had resisted the mugwort's pungent odor the previous day. At that moment, the wails of the Wang family matriarch were the loudest. Oh, my poor grandson! How could this beast harm him? Wang Yang lay on the ground, his face an unnatural shade of red, contorted in pain, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Heavens, how his arm has swollen! Cheng Feng exclaimed upon seeing the bite mark. Aside from Wang Yang, there were others around exhibiting similar symptoms, some even convulsing severely. In an instant, cries filled the air. The village chief was at his wit's end. Yesterday, you refused to burn the mugwort, and now look what has happened. What use is lamenting now? How are we to know that dry grass could indeed repel snakes? Are we to simply watch as people perish? The families of the bitten were distraught. The poor child is still so small, lamented the elderly matriarch of the Cheng family. Empathizing. If it were a member of the Cheng family who had been bitten today, they too would be in agony. Bamboo leaf green is not a highly venomous snake. Quick action can still save lives. Most of the bitten were children and the elderly, and Cheng Zhenbao felt a pang of compassion. Yet, as a mere infant, she was powerless to assist. In the original tale, the villagers were helpless against the snake bites, ultimately resigning themselves to despair. How can we possibly save them? Xiao Shuyun murmured softly. Rather than wasting time lamenting, we should quickly find a cloth to wrap the bites, then heat a small knife over the fire to sterilize it, and mark a cross over the bite to release some of the venom. Cheng Zhenbao paused, her small hands deftly pinching a few times as she gazed westward. After speaking, perhaps from the exhaustion of her earlier divination, the familiar wave of fatigue washed over Cheng Zhenbao once more, and she stifled a yawn. Xiao Shuyan, feeling a twinge of sympathy, gently patted her back and carried her to a quiet spot to coax her back to sleep. Cheng Shui exchanged a glance with Cheng Feng before darting towards the west. Cheng Shan and Cheng Feng whispered to the village chief, planning to assist the bitten individuals as Cheng Zhenbao had suggested. By the time they had tended to the wounded, it was nearly noon. Following Cheng Zhenbao's instructions, the condition of the bitten individuals gradually stabilized, and they began to regain consciousness. Thank you so much. Had I known, my family would have joined in burning the herbs yesterday. One villager approached Cheng Shan to express gratitude. Cheng Shan responded with a humble smile, offering words of comfort. Oh, now that you know burning the herbs is effective, why didn't you remind us when you saw us not doing it? Wang Xiaofan, awakening from her stupor, interjected with a sarcastic tone, clearly displeased. Who are you calling an ungrateful wolf? Wang Xiaofan immediately adopted a confrontational stance. Do not think that just because you guessed correctly a few times, we will follow you blindly. The village chief is still here. The village chief cast a warning glance at Wang Xiaofan. I say, you've had enough. If it weren't for Yuanzi and his brothers risking their lives to save you yesterday, would you even be here to shout? Furthermore, it was your own refusal to burn the herbs due to your belief they were toxic. It is not as if others didn't inform you of the remedy. Now that you've been bitten, do you still have the audacity to question them? The usually gentle village chief spoke sternly. Having long repaid the debt of that piece of preserved meat, and would now show no favoritism towards the Wang family. Wang Xiaofan felt humiliated as she was chastised in front of everyone, but found herself at a loss for words in response. Due to the injuries sustained, the planned journey was delayed by several days, and once most of the injured had recovered, the group set off once more. Before departing, Cheng Hai brought along a substantial amount of mugwort and medicinal herbs. Fortunately, these items took up little space and could be easily stowed in the cart. Chapter 16. When rain falls for too long, it becomes a flood. It was noon once again, and the group paused to rest. The Cheng family was merrily teasing Cheng Zhenbao, while villagers gathered in small clusters, engaging in idle chatter. Have you noticed how gloomy the sky has been these past couple of days? It seems poised to rain. Indeed, it appeared that way. Could it be that heaven, unable to bear the sight of our plight, is finally sending rain? Cheng Hai glanced upwards at the overcast sky and nodded in agreement. Yes, it has been years of drought. We plead with the heavens for some rain. This is not a good omen. Prolonged rainfall can lead to flooding, and we cannot foresee how many lives may be lost. Cheng Zhenbao suddenly recalled that after years of drought, flooding often followed. The original text indicated that those who perished from starvation due to drought outnumbered those who drowned in floods by more than half. What? The Cheng family members, hearing Cheng Zhenbao's unvoiced thoughts, exchanged worried glances, their expressions turning anxious. As the eldest son, Cheng Shan felt the weight of responsibility more acutely and immediately considered standing up. Cheng Laodai grasped his arm, urging in a hushed tone, do not act impulsively. We must take precautions, but now is not the time to share this with everyone. We should wait for an appropriate moment to speak with the village chief. Cheng Shan pondered and realized the wisdom in her words. The journey continued, and after observing the relentless rain for half a month, he understood that the time had come. You speak of flooding? Surely not. The village chief looked astonished upon hearing Cheng Shan's words. Cheng Shan's demeanor was serious, devoid of jest. The recent rains had intensified, continuing for weeks without any sign of abating. If this continued, what else could it be but flooding? Initially, when the rain began, everyone rejoiced, and the village chief thought it would be a good time to find a safe place to rest. However, upon hearing Cheng Shan's concerns, his heart filled with unease. What do you suggest we do, Shanzi? The village chief's tone conveyed a desire for counsel. Cheng Shan hesitated momentarily before sharing the conclusion reached after consulting his family. If flooding occurs, the low-lying areas will be the most perilous. Then we shall ascend to higher ground? Cheng Shan nodded, explaining that there was a tall mountain 100 miles to the right, elevated yet not perilous. Let us ascend the mountain first and make further plans. Moreover, the mountain was rich in resources, and survival on tree bark for a short period would not lead to starvation. Cheng Zhenbao had learned of the mountain's location from the original text. The village chief hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to proceed up the mountain. Shanzi is correct. The mountain is abundant in resources, and we shall not starve in the short term. Let us ascend and assess the situation. Should flooding not occur, we can descend later. After reaching a consensus, the village chief promptly gathered the villagers to inform them of the change in route. Why are we changing our path to ascend mountain? Are we not heading towards the capital? Indeed, what's the point of going uphill? We are not monkeys. Moreover, with the recent rain, the mountain path would surely be muddy. We men can manage, but how can women and children traverse such terrain? As the village chief's words fell, they were met with a chorus of skepticism from the villagers. Any attempt to defend the decision was met with silence, leaving him to sigh in resignation. The Cheng family watched the villagers argue amongst themselves, feeling a sense of helplessness. The unrelenting rain would inevitably lead to disaster. How could they remain in the valley? This was for everyone's safety. Cheng Hai interjected. Chapter 17. The decision to ascend the mountain. He had hoped his words would garner support, but to his dismay, the villagers seemed unconvinced and retorted sharply. I wondered why the sudden change in route. Wang Xiufan crossed her arms, casting a disdainful glance towards the Cheng family. Her voice, sharper than most, drew attention from the crowd. Although your family has made a few waves recently, we are all merely ordinary folk, not deities. Why should rain fall at your behest or floods arise because you say so? Wang Xiufan's tone was intentionally drawn out, laced with sarcasm. After years of little rain, it's only natural for it to rain more now, isn't it? Right, everyone? Her words prompted a few to chime in. Exactly. Could it be that your family has insider information, and you're using this to distance yourself from us? Such behavior is unacceptable. We are all from the same village. Wang Xiufan's every word was laced with mockery, igniting the tension. Cheng Feng, with his hands clasped behind him, pointed a finger at Wang Xiufan, his face flushed with indignation. In the face of the Cheng brothers' anger, Wang Xiufan recoiled slightly but defiantly retorted, I haven't said anything wrong. Why are you so agitated? Silence. Cheng Laotai, known for his patience, struck his cane against the ground, his voice firm. Wang Xiufan was about to protest further when the village chief interjected. Enough of this clamor. This is unbecoming. I have made the decision. If any family disagrees, they may leave. Those willing to follow me will set out tomorrow towards the nameless mountain 100 miles away. The village chief, weary of the bickering, made a decisive pronouncement. Although the villagers were discontent, they murmured their grievances before reluctantly settling down. The village chief held authority, and they all understood that straying from the group would lead to peril. Wang Xiufan, having received several warning glares from the village chief, begrudgingly retreated behind her family. The Cheng family sighed at the villagers' discontent. If not for their little treasure, it was uncertain whether the villagers would remain united. Human nature is inherently selfish. Even without ulterior motives, one cannot prevent others from harboring doubts. After several days of travel, the group finally reached the base of the nameless mountain. The rain had intensified, making the path increasingly treacherous, much to the villagers' displeasure. Observing the downpour, the village chief's unease grew. Let us rest for an hour before we begin our ascent. Shanzi, you and your brothers are strong. Please ensure the formation is orderly during the climb. If any elders struggle, kindly assist them. The village chief addressed the Cheng family. Though the village consisted of only a few dozen people, there were many women and children, and with the muddy paths, the village chief could not manage alone. Cheng Shan and his brothers, who had been amusing Cheng Zhenbao, nodded in agreement with a smile. Do not worry. We shall do our utmost, Cheng Shan replied cheerfully. Chapter 18. It turns out they were deceived, however. Cheng Shan's smile, seen by Wang Xiufan and her family, was interpreted as arrogance. How the little man revels in his triumph. Wang Xiufan spat disdainfully. Her family had also ventured out to search for water, albeit arriving a step behind the Cheng family. Lying comfortably, Cheng Zhenbao sensed the tension and turned to see Wang Xiufan's dissatisfied expression, wrinkling her nose in disapproval. The Wang family harbored excessive self-interest and a desire for face, which would inevitably lead to adverse consequences over time. The ascent was arduous. Before taking a single step, their feet sank into the mud, slick and unstable, requiring constant vigilance to maintain balance. After half a day, the group barely reached the mid-mountain area. The village chief, feeling fatigued, decided to temporarily halt for rest. Yet their resting place was far from ideal. While it offered some shelter from the rain, it was riddled with mud puddles. And standing there, their feet sank into the muck, let alone finding a place to sit. Although they were no longer in drought, they were fleeing disaster. And with the continuous rain, their clothes remained perpetually damp. Wang Xiufan glared at the mud splatters on her garments, filled with resentment. It is entirely the fault of the Cheng family. Had they not insisted on ascending the mountain, she would not find herself in such a predicament. Wang Xiufan muttered a few curses, glancing at those around her wringing out their clothes, and an idea formed in her mind. Not far off, Xiao Shuyun was using a handkerchief to wipe the beads of water from Cheng Shan's face. Throughout the journey, the Cheng brothers had labored diligently to assist the elderly and children, with some of the less mobile seniors being carried by the brothers in turns. See, Hai, we are all from the same village, so let us not overthink this. Cheng Laotu discerned the thoughts swirling in Cheng Hai's mind. Beside him, Cheng Zhenbao, nestled in the arms of Cheng Laotai, was tapping her fingers, casting a glance at Cheng Hai. If she guessed correctly, her third uncle had been contemplating how to request some form of remuneration from those they had assisted earlier. Cheng Hai, realizing his clever scheme had been uncovered, scratched his head and smiled. I was merely thinking. After all, I do not wish for you all to go hungry. Cheng Hai was indeed slightly more cunning than the others, yet his heart was pure, lacking any ill intentions. As the Cheng family conversed, several villagers approached. Shan, we are not here to trouble you, one began. We all know that the village chief decided to ascend the mountain after heeding your words. Cheng Shan was somewhat perplexed, listening as they continued. Look at the state we are in from this climb. Do you not think you should take some responsibility? Indeed, you cannot focus solely on your own family. Instead of remaining comfortably in the capital, you dragged us up this mountain. Another added, there is scarcely a place to sit here. Are we truly destined to live like wild folk on this mountain? Their words dripped with resentment. In a matter of moments, Cheng Zhenbao understood their intent. She shifted in Cheng Laotai's embrace and glanced at Wang Xiufan, who was watching them from a distance, her heart already enlightened. So they had been led astray by Wang Xiufan. Despite her infantile form, Cheng Zhenbao's mind was astute, and she huffed softly in her heart. Chapter 19. The slap of reality came swiftly. Cheng Zhenbao gently closed her eyes, her fingers moving slightly, having devised a plan. In half an incense stick's time, the rain will cease, and there is a vast cave on the mountain that can accommodate everyone comfortably, devoid of danger. Upon hearing this, Cheng Shan's worries dissipated, and he reassured the villagers. Cheng Feng stood up, hands behind his back, adopting a scholarly demeanor as he spoke eloquently. Seeing the Cheng family's unwavering confidence, the villagers temporarily retreated. The anticipated quarrel did not ensue, leaving Wang Xiufan somewhat disappointed. However, she quickly crossed her arms and sneered. This barren mountain is nothing but grass and dirt. Once they see there's nowhere to shelter from the rain, the Cheng family will have offended everyone in the village. Wang Xiufan was smug, not expecting the slap of reality to arrive so swiftly. When she finally beheld the expansive cave before her, her countenance darkened. Finally, a place to escape the rain. This cave is immense. The villagers flocked into the cave, their faces clouded with worry for days, finally brightening with smiles. The cave not only sheltered them from the wind and rain, but was also remarkably spacious, capable of accommodating dozens more. The ground was level, and the lighting was quite decent. This place is splendid, the village chief declared after surveying the surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. Let us each establish a section to rest. The Cheng family sprang into action. Cheng Laotai held on to Cheng Zhenbao, while the others began organizing and moving their belongings. Cheng Zhenbao was quite pleased with the cave. It boasted several hundred square feet, promising privacy once they fashioned a screen from wood. The villagers settled into the cave, their spirits lifted now that they were spared from traveling and sleeping in the elements. Cheng Zhenbao smiled softly, her heart finally at ease. At last, we have found temporary stability. Along the way, we encountered plenty of mushrooms, wild vegetables, and fruits. And there are even chestnuts on the trees, so there is no immediate concern for food. She gently pinched Cheng Zhenbao's fair cheek, exclaiming, Little Bao is truly a blessing. Cheng Shan and Cheng Shui rose. Cheng Laotai and Cheng Laotu nodded cheerfully, urging them to be cautious on the treacherous mountain path. Father, Mother, do not worry, Cheng Shan replied, turning to leave. He spoke without lowering his voice, and those nearby naturally overheard. realizing he was going out to forage. They quickly followed in the footsteps of the Cheng brothers. After so many sweet potatoes, it's time for a change of flavor, Cheng Feng expressed joyfully. Cheng Zhenbao shared the sentiment. After all, they were scavenging, and the food was hardly delectable. Although Xiao Shuyan had milk, it was limited, so occasionally the Cheng family would feed her a bit of roasted and mashed sweet potato. Although she yearned for something tasty initially, even the most delectable food becomes tiresome if consumed in excess. Moreover, Xiao Shuyan required a balanced diet for sufficient milk production. Chapter 20. The thieving rat. Rarely did they get to enjoy a hearty meal in a warm, secure location. As darkness enveloped the sky, the Cheng family tidied up and fell asleep atop the dry straw. The surroundings were silent, and having slept much during the day, Cheng Zhenbao found herself bored, idly picking at her fingers while mentally reciting metaphysical mantras, attempting to lull herself to sleep. Just as she was on the verge of success, she suddenly heard rustling sounds nearby. Straining to listen, she discerned hushed voices. Instantly alert, Cheng Zhenbao's round eyes turned toward the area where supplies were kept. Faint silhouettes coming into view. Who goes there? Cheng Zhenbao remained silent, stealthily observing the movements of the figures. If memory served, that spot was where Xiao Shuyan had carefully arranged the remaining provisions. Were they here to steal? Understanding the situation, Cheng Zhenbao pouted and began to kick her legs. Cheng Shui, in a dream, felt someone gently patting his back. It was a light touch but quite pleasant. However, who would be patting his back at such an hour? Instantly alert, he awoke to see several sneaky figures not far away. Who are you? Cheng Shui called out sternly, disregarding everything else as he leapt toward the shadows. Having hunted daily, Cheng Shui was agile, quickly subduing the intruders under the moonlight. The commotion roused the rest of the Cheng family. Cheng Shan immediately lit a nearby torch, and the intruders, pinned down by Cheng Shui, exchanged bewildered glances. Tian Lair, what brings you to our place at this hour? Cheng Shan inquired, puzzled. Gang Hai. Noticing the scattered chestnuts around Tian Lair and his companions, darkened his expression. So, you lot, while everyone else was out searching for food, you lazy ones remained behind. I thought you had provisions, but it seems you had already plotted to come here as thieves. Before the Exodus, Tian Lair and his companions were infamous for their laziness in the village, preferring drinking and gambling. After leaving the village, they only stirred when the village chief called upon them. Tian Lair and his companions, scolded and struggling against Cheng Shui's hold, straightened their clothes and spoke languidly. Well, you have so much food stored. We are all from the same village. What harm is there in sharing a bit with us? You're hardly going to run out. Their reasoning was flawed, yet audacious. Even though they were caught in the act of theft, Tian Lair and his companions acted as if nothing were amiss. Due to your family's proposal to ascend the mountain, we find ourselves utterly exhausted, unable to take another step. Regardless of the circumstances, you should bear some responsibility. The audacity of the Cheng family left everyone speechless, a true affront to propriety. Taking without asking is akin to theft. Even if you are too weary to walk, it does not mean you cannot speak. Surely, you could have asked to borrow. It seems you are merely attempting to justify your thievery. Cheng Feng interjected, hands clasped behind his back. Cheng Zhenbao silently marveled at her uncle's unwavering scholarly demeanor, regardless of the situation. What theft is this? These items rightfully belong to our Cheng family. If you're unaware, we must take matters into our own hands. Tiao Er scoffed in disdain. Chapter 21. Remaining is a hidden danger. Put down the items. Cheng Shui commanded sharply. The commotion drew the attention of groggy villagers, including the village head, who approached to inquire about the situation. After clarifying the events, the village head's face darkened with anger. He pointed an accusatory finger at Tiao Er and his companions, scolding. You are truly incorrigible, engaging in disgraceful acts in broad daylight, shamelessly coveting the possessions of others. Were it not for the guidance of the Cheng family, do you think you would have made it this far? Witnessing the village head's fury, several relatives of Tiao Er stepped forward to apologize. Our eldest has overstepped, but considering it is his first offense, we implore you, Cheng family, to show leniency. Let this be a plea from the Zhang family. Indeed, times are tough for everyone. They added, Old Lady Cheng, please have compassion and do not pursue this matter further. As the village head was about to respond, Tiao Er's wife emerged from the crowd. accompanied by Old Lady Tiao. Village head, your words are rather excessive. The pair helped Tiao ere to his feet, their expressions defiant. My son is already frail, and yet your Cheng family insists on dragging us up this mountain. He is utterly exhausted. How can he possibly search for food? Old Lady Cheng leaned on her cane, eyes filled with dissatisfaction and reproach. Cheng Zhenbao nearly laughed aloud. Truly, the upbringing of a family reflects in its children. Old Lady Tiao nearly uttered that he is still but a child. Knowing your Cheng family has recently gained prominence, we are all villagers. Should we not support one another? You are fully aware that my family has several mouths to feed, yet you pretend not to notice. I have refrained from blaming you, which should suffice. She gestured toward her legs. I can barely walk as it is, yet I must accompany you up this mountain. Indeed, experience speaks volumes, and even Wang Xiufen would concede defeat to such shamelessness. The other families, hearing Old Lady Tiao's words, quickly aligned themselves with her sentiments. The ruckus made it seem as though the Cheng family were the true offenders. In the original text, these indolent individuals relied on such moral coercion to extort food from the other villagers. Ultimately, when the village could no longer spare sustenance, these ruffians disclosed the villagers' whereabouts to the refugees to acquire food. Ah, indeed, not everyone possesses such audacity. If Tiao err and his ilk remain in the village, their behavior will only grow more brazen. Today it is theft, tomorrow it may escalate to open robbery and even violence. With the limited food available, how can we afford to nourish such ungrateful vermin? The surrounding clamor grew louder, and Cheng Shan frowned deeply. Having lived in the village for decades, he understood Tiao Er's style well. Such lazy individuals would not stop at mere theft. They pose a significant future threat. While Tiao Er's family continued their lamentations, Cheng Shan disregarded them and pulled the village head aside. Village head, if this matter is not handled properly, I fear others in the village may follow suit. Chapter 22. Order must be maintained. The village head's expression darkened as he sighed. You speak wisely. How do you propose we handle this? Beating them would serve no purpose. Yet, as village head, I cannot simply expel them. Cheng Shan appeared conflicted. After a moment, he sighed again. Let them leave. I understand you wish to keep everyone in our village, but if they remain, who knows whom they might rob next? What shall we do when no one is willing to venture out for food? The consequences could be dire. Cheng Shan's words plunged the village head into deep contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he sighed heavily. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Order must be maintained, and sometimes we must deter undesirable thoughts before they take root. In the village head's word held the utmost authority. Tiao Er and his family had anticipated that a few scoldings would suffice, only to be shocked when they were expelled from the village. The village head took out the village registry and crossed out Tiao Er's family's names one by one. Reluctantly, Tiao Er and his kin were escorted away, their protests echoing painfully in the ears of those remaining. The villagers expressed mixed feelings about the outcome, but none were dissatisfied, for no one wished for thieves to infiltrate their homes. Cheng Zhenbao felt quite content with the resolution. Tiao Er's family carried a burden of misfortune. Associating with such people would only invite calamity. What you sow is what you reap. The cycle of cause and effect is inescapable. The following morning, after a rare and restful night's sleep, everyone awoke refreshed. The Cheng family rose early, having already enjoyed breakfast and gathered together. Cheng Zhenbao, lazily seated on Cheng Shan's lap, played with a branch. Cheng Shan and the others nodded in agreement. Even without your prompting, we had already resolved to do so. That's good, remarked Xiao Shuyan. This place is rather pleasant. Residing atop this mountain, we are less likely to be found by refugees or bandits. The mountains offer sustenance in the form of fruits, making this life a paradise compared to our previous hardships. Many in the village shared her sentiments. Days passed, and the villagers gradually adapted to life on the mountain. With the Cheng brothers leading the way, the village men would venture out during the day to forage for food, while the women remained in the cave to tend to domestic matters. Cheng Zhenbao observed Xiao Shuyan skillfully weaving a basket from bamboo strips and marveled at the dexterity of ancient women. In just a few days, the previously cold cave became lively with the presence of people. Old Lady Cheng, cradling Cheng Zhenbao, chatted amiably with others while mending garments. Nearby, Old Lady Wang ambled over, hands behind her back. Old Lady Cheng, your little girl seems to have gained quite a bit of weight. It appears your Shuyun has been nourishing her well. Her milk must be abundant. Chapter 23. Old Lady Cheng's fierce retort. Who are you calling a little girl? How rude. Cheng Zhenbao pouted in displeasure. Old Lady Cheng, perceptive to the condescending tone in Old Lady Wang's voice, furrowed her brow, her expression darkening. We see each other often. Your words imply that our Cheng family has been pilfering food behind everyone's back. Old Lady Wang huffed, offering no retort. She settled herself, her gaze sweeping over Cheng Zhenbao's face, her smile laced with disdain. In these trying times, it seems only your Cheng family still cherishes this little girl. Old Lady Wang's tone grew increasingly acerbic, her gaze at Cheng Zhenbao dripping with contempt, completely oblivious to Old Lady Cheng's deepening frown. Regarding her feudal mindset, Cheng Zhenbao rolled her eyes, choosing not to engage. Suddenly, Old Lady Cheng let out a cold laugh, set down the clothes in her hands, and spoke in a chilling tone. Have you managed your own household affairs, you old hag? Why come here to gossip? Wang Old Lady was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for the sharp rebuke from someone as usually mild-mannered as Old Lady Cheng. Her words continued, even in these trying times. It does not matter whether Xiao Bao is a boy or a girl. Since she has arrived in our Cheng family, she is one of us. Your words are laced with disdain for women. Have you been belittled at home, leading you to assume everyone else shares your lowly view? I wonder if your son Wang Yang will ever find a wife. Wang Old Lady, overwhelmed by the barrage of insults, could hardly muster a retort. Cheng Zhenbao looked up at her grandmother, her heart bursting with admiration. Well said, she thought. For so long, she had seen her grandmother as kind and gentle, but now she realized how piercing her words could be when provoked. Indeed, Old Lady Cheng was renowned in the village for her good temper. She was not only gentle, but also kind-hearted. However, Cheng Zhenbao was the apple of her eye, cherished deeply, and she would not allow outsiders to speak ill of her. What are you getting so worked up about? I was just saying a few words. Wang Old Lady exclaimed, hopping in frustration and cursing under her breath. Old Lady Cheng shot her a frosty glare. Get out. Just leave. It was no wonder that Wang Xiaofan was so sharp-toned. Like mother, like daughter. With a role model like you, who would dare marry your daughter or have her as a daughter-in-law? What are you glaring at me for? Did I say anything wrong? Don't you understand the reputation your family holds in this village? Old Lady Cheng glared as she continued her tirade, leaving Wang Old Lady speechless, who could only mutter a few curses before storming off. Grandmother is so impressive. That felt like a breath of fresh air. Cheng Zhenbao's eyes sparkled as she looked at her grandmother. The previously sullen expression on Old Lady Cheng's face transformed into a warm smile upon receiving such praise from her beloved granddaughter. Chapter 24. Off to hunt. Old Lady Cheng did not dwell on the argument with Wang Old Lady, but instead inquired whether Cheng Shan and the others had sustained any injuries and if the journey had gone smoothly. The four Cheng brothers were assigned various tasks. The eldest, Cheng Shan, was responsible for locating drinkable water and assessing whether the surrounding land could be cultivated. The second, Cheng Shui, agile and nimble, was tasked with gathering wild fruits and chestnuts from trees. The third, Cheng Hai, and the fourth, Cheng Feng, were to forage for wild vegetables and check for useful herbs. The day's haul was quite satisfactory, as Xiao Shuyun collected the gathered items and placed them into their respective baskets for storage, then went to prepare a meal for the family. The adults engaged in conversation, while Cheng Zhenbao's gaze lingered on the baskets filled with food. According to the narrative, following the flood, food became exceedingly scarce. During droughts, people could survive on tree bark and wild vegetables, but with the flood, everything was washed away. It was clear that preparations were necessary. The next day, while the sky was still dim, Cheng Shan and the others prepared to set out. Old Lady Cheng, holding Cheng Zhenbao in her arms, offered her usual words of caution. Cheng Zhenbao, with a little pout, began to cry. In the past, she had always been the most obedient child, rarely crying, so her outburst drew everyone's attention. Take me with you. I know where the most food is, she silently murmured while pushing Xiao Shuyun. Xiao Shuyun, taken aback, turned to Old Lady Cheng, who was initially reluctant. These rough men rarely held children. What if something happened to her precious granddaughter? Xiao Shuyun softly coaxed, but Cheng Zhenbao was adamant about accompanying them. Nothing will happen. Let me go. Then let the little one come along, Cheng Shui suggested. Among the brothers, he was the most agile and thoughtful. In the end, Old Lady Cheng and Xiao Shuyun nodded in agreement. Having not left the cave for quite some time, Cheng Zhenbao observed her surroundings, breathing in the fresh air. Her gaze fixated on the rustling bushes in the distance. She had calculated that there were wild rabbits and pheasants on this mountain, but these creatures were notoriously cunning. Cheng Shui had mentioned that even as he approached, they had slipped away like eels. Ultimately, he had to give up. It had been quite some time since they had eaten meat, and now, the mere thought of it made Cheng Shui's stomach grumble. Cheng Zhenbao was determined to join them for the sake of the wild game. We should go to the water source. Humans need water, and animals surely do too. The chances of catching prey near the water would be higher. Cheng Shui paused, struck by her reasoning. Yes, how had he not thought of that? Animals would be least vigilant when drinking water. He berated himself for his foolishness. Without delay, he hurriedly carried Cheng Zhenbao to the discovered water source. Sure enough, he spotted several rabbits drinking. Cheng Shui's eyes lit up, ready to charge forward. However, before he could move, a voice stopped him. Wait, you can't go now. These rabbits are quick to react. Cheng Shui instinctively halted. If only we could set up the previous trap, we would catch them easily, Cheng Zhenbao thought to herself. Cheng Shui's eyes brightened. He had witnessed the effectiveness of that trap before. Those bandits had wandered aimlessly inside for ages without escaping. Without further ado, he bent down to gather stones to set up the trap. Cheng Zhenbao's eyes gleamed with excitement. Move that stone a bit to the side, and place the stone across from it in the center. Cheng Zhenbao refined the trap, enhancing its effectiveness. Cheng Shui, quick to grasp the idea, laid out some food as bait outside the trap, digging a deep pit inside. Once the animals fell in, they would have no chance of climbing out. After a considerable amount of work, everything was finally ready. With the trap and bait set, it would be pointless for Cheng Shui to remain there. So he took the opportunity to gather some wild vegetables and fruits nearby. By evening, he called out, "Elder brother, come help me." The trap proved effective. In just an afternoon, he had caught 2 wild chickens, 1 rabbit, and a medium-sized wild boar. Cheng Hai rushed over. His eyes brightening at the sight of the game, Cheng Shui was dragging behind him, though he soon furrowed his brow, surveying the area. As expected, everyone's gaze was fixed on them, a mix of envy and dissatisfaction in their eyes, leading to murmurs among them. Cheng Hai sensed the tension and sighed, hastily helping to transport the goods back to his home. Seeing the plentiful harvest, the Cheng family beamed with joy, while Cheng Hai continued to sigh. Cheng Zhenbao smiled, recognizing her third uncle's perceptiveness. Today's harvest is splendid, but given that we all see each other in the village, if we indulge ourselves, it might stir up quite a bit of gossip. Moreover, it would be a pity if all this food went to waste. A prolonged absence of meat, relying solely on vegetables and fruits, would ultimately lead to nutritional deficiencies and illness. Distributing the pork to them could be seen as a humanitarian act. The Cheng family, initially immersed in joy, fell into contemplation upon hearing these words. In the current circumstances, indulging in solitary consumption was indeed unfeasible. Let us keep 2 chickens and a rabbit. The matriarch Cheng instructed. Eldest, go fetch the village head and gather everyone. We shall divide the wild boar. Cheng Shan immediately complied, lifting the curtain to exit. Moments later, he and Cheng Shui worked together to place the wild boar onto a newly crafted table. After the village head offered a few complimentary remarks about the Cheng family, the villagers formed a line to receive their share of the meat. At the back of the queue, Wang Xiufan and Old Wang strained their necks to peer forward. Despite the historically strained relations between the Cheng and Wang families, they were determined to claim their share of the meat. The 2 women intended to push forward, but out of respect, they could only mutter complaints about the unfairness of it all, lamenting that good fortune always favored the Cheng family. Chapter 26. Dividing the meat after a long wait, it was finally their turn. Wang Xiufan rubbed her hands together, feeling a surge of excitement. My family is large. Please remember to give me a bit more. Old Wang's face beamed with delight. Cheng Hai wiped his hands and handed the last piece of meat to Old Wang. Upon receiving it, Wang Xiufan's brows furrowed in dissatisfaction. How is this all I get? I saw others taking away much larger pieces. Cheng Hai was displeased with her attitude, but responded, "This is all that's left. It's only slightly smaller." Slightly smaller? Are you blind? This is not merely a little less. Is your Cheng family doing this on purpose? Wang Xiufan's voice sharpened, drawing the attention of many. Before Cheng Hai could retort, she continued, "Oh, I see. Your Cheng family still holds a grudge over trivial matters from the past and is deliberately shortchanging us, right? You put on a facade of generosity while secretly engaging in these petty acts. Faced with the aggressive and unreasonable woman, Cheng Hai found himself at a loss for words. In the interest of fairness, he had ensured that the meat was divided into nearly equal portions, and indeed, only this small piece remained. Though he harbored no fondness for the Wang family, he had no intention of showing favoritism. After all, the entire boar had been distributed among the villagers, leaving nothing for his own family. The previously slumbering Cheng Zhenbao was awakened by the commotion. Upon seeing the Wang mother and daughter, she quickly deduced what had transpired. She pouted silently, feeling a sense of irony. The two women from the Wang family continued to hurl insults until the village head intervened to restore order. If you find it too small, then just set it down. Oomph. The Wang family will remember this. You, Cheng family, better not come seeking help from us in the future. Old Wang glared fiercely at the Cheng family before dragging Wang Xiaofan away toward their home. Cheng Zhenbao turned to watch their retreating figures, a sly smile creeping onto her face as her tiny hands moved playfully. While the Cheng family continued their conversation with the village head, a sudden scream pierced the air. All eyes turned toward the source of the sound. Oh dear! The once arrogant old Wang had fallen to the ground, her teeth striking a stone, resulting in the loss of 2 front teeth. Blood mingled with her teeth as she wailed in agony. Wang Xiaofan stood by, stunned, frantically helping her mother up while inwardly questioning how such a fall could happen on a smooth path devoid of any stones. Had they encountered a ghost? After rising, old Wang looked down at her feet, covering her injured mouth as she cursed the mountain path. Who did this? Which rascal harmed me? Although it was uncharitable, the Cheng family felt a sense of vindication at old Wang's misfortune. Cheng Zhenbao stretched her limbs and smiled contentedly at the sight of the Wang family's embarrassment. After such a long time here, she had finally regained a smidgen of her abilities. Yet, it seemed she had overestimated herself. An overwhelming fatigue washed over her senses, and her head drooped as she succumbed to sleep. Chapter 27. A fever having gained experience from their first hunt, Cheng Shui set out daily to lay traps for hunting. Cheng Zhenbao, however, refrained from accompanying him. One day, upon waking, she noticed that the warmth emanating from the arms of old Cheng felt unusually high. Being held felt akin to being nestled in a furnace. Observing old Cheng's flushed complexion and weary visage, she realized she has a fever. Glancing at Xiao Shuyan, who was busy with chores, she pouted and began to cry. Her cries quickly drew the attention of the Cheng family. Xiao Shuyan, being the most observant, noticed old Cheng's condition immediately. After taking her temperature, she gasped, "Mother is running a fever." What? Xiao Shuyan first handed Cheng Zhenbao to Cheng Shan and then assisted old Cheng to lie down. "Mother, do you feel unwell?" The brothers and old Cheng displayed worry on their faces. Old Cheng struggled to wave her hand, speaking with difficulty. "I feel dizzy. Is my time coming?" "Mother, do not speak such nonsense. You will live to 100. Cheng Zhenbao silently urged in her heart. "We must find a way to reduce her fever. If it doesn't subside, it could be dangerous." The Cheng family divided tasks and busied themselves, working tirelessly until the next day. Despite their various efforts, old Cheng's temperature remained elevated, and her consciousness began to fade. A typical fever would usually subside overnight, but old Cheng's condition left the family increasingly anxious. Although the cave was spacious, it was not without its limitations. Any incident was easily noticeable. Old Wang stood at her own curtain, observing the Cheng family's activities. After a while, she scoffed quietly to herself. "This is merely retribution for the Cheng family. Oh dear, Li Qin, that old Cheng has been feverish since yesterday afternoon and has not improved. Could it be a contagious disease?" Old Wang seized a passerby, feigning concern. Upon hearing this, Li Qin's heart raced, and after careful consideration, she deemed old Wang's words plausible. "Since your home is so close to the Cheng family, you must be cautious. Catching a contagious disease at this time could be fatal. And you, Zhang family." Li Qin retreated hurriedly, exchanging a few pleasantries before hastily departing. Li Qin was notorious in the village for being a gossip. Any news she heard would spread throughout the village in no time. Observing the other families near the Cheng residence hastily pulling up their curtains and leaving, old Wang watched as the area around the Cheng family became desolate. Meanwhile, the Cheng family remained focused solely on old Cheng, oblivious to the unfolding events. Inside the curtain, the expressions on the faces of the Cheng family were laden with worry. Cheng Zhenbao's small face tightened as her gaze grew serious, and she silently began to calculate. Chapter 28. Old Cheng's temperature drops. It seems this is no ordinary fever. If we venture deeper into the cave, we might find kudzu root. With kudzu root combined with the ginger we dug up a couple of days ago, boiling it into a concoction should likely bring down the fever. I'll think of a way. Cheng Shan resolutely turned to leave. However, the path deeper into the cave became increasingly treacherous, beset with muddy trails and rugged terrain. Indeed, that is it. Xiao Shuyun brewed a concoction of kudzu and ginger, carefully feeding it to old Madame Cheng, one spoonful at a time. At long last, the heavens rewarded her diligence. After a brief half-hour, the medicine took effect, and old Madame Cheng's fever subsided somewhat. The anxieties that had gripped the Cheng family finally eased. After administering the medicine 3 times, her temperature returned to normal, and her consciousness brightened considerably. When old Madame Cheng finally emerged from behind the curtain, she noticed the surrounding area was eerily empty. Many villagers, upon seeing her in good health alongside the rest of the Cheng family, gradually dismissed their doubts and approached to converse. Having lived in the village for decades, old Madame Cheng quickly discerned that old Madame Wang was the instigator behind the troubles. However, she chose not to dwell on it. It would be unseemly to create a scene in such close quarters, and besides, the spacious surroundings brought them some comfort. What was initially thought to be a minor episode with old Madame Cheng's fever unexpectedly escalated as more villagers began to exhibit symptoms of a cold. It began with one household, then another, and soon a significant portion of the village fell ill within just 2 days. Coughing and nasal discharge gave way to high fevers and lethargy, and the cave resonated with the sound of persistent coughs. The village chief, witnessing this, was consumed by worry. He recalled old Madame Cheng's sudden fever from a few days prior and reluctantly sought out the Cheng family. To his relief, the members of the Cheng family appeared robust, showing no signs of illness. Standing before Cheng Shan and Cheng Shui, the village chief, with a furrowed brow, inquired about the situation. "It's quite unfortunate. I twisted my leg while out yesterday," Cheng Shan replied apologetically. Cheng Shui waved his hand dismissively. "I have a general idea of where to go. I'll lead you." Hearing this, the village chief felt a wave of relief wash over him, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "We must not delay. Shall we depart at once?" The matter was urgent, and Cheng Shui nodded without hesitation. The village chief quickly assembled a group of healthy men from the village, and they set forth from the cave with great determination. Alas, may they return safely, old Madame Cheng sighed, listening to the chorus of coughs around her. As dusk fell, Cheng Shui and his party had yet to return, and old Madame Cheng's worry grew. Cheng Zhenbao's gaze drifted outside the cave, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. "Where's the doctor? Quickly, fetch the doctor." Chapter 29. Cheng Shui is injured upon entering, the village chief shouted in a panic. The Cheng family felt an unsettling tension as they approached to find Cheng Shui, bloodied and being carried, gently laid on the ground. "My son," old Madame Cheng gasped, her heart racing at the sight of Cheng Shui's condition, nearly causing her to collapse. Although Cheng Zhenbao was shielded from the sight by Xiao Shuyun, she still glimpsed the branch that had pierced Cheng Shui's leg and the various abrasions covering his body. Someone lost their grip on the vines while climbing, and in his attempt to save them, Cheng Shui slipped down the slope, the village chief explained. Guilt etched across his face as he looked from the Cheng family to the pale Cheng Shui on the ground. "How can there be so much blood? This is a dire situation." Old Madame Cheng sank to the ground, her eyes red yet devoid of tears. Blood flowed relentlessly from Cheng Shui's wound, and his body grew increasingly cold. "We had brought herbal medicine with us, but the wound was too severe and we dared not touch it," the village chief lamented. Cheng Zhenbao subtly tilted her head, observing Cheng Shui's condition. With a sigh, she thought, "If this bleeding continues, he may not survive. There must be hemostatic herbs in the mountains. I just hope we can find them." This was one of the reasons she had chosen to ascend the mountain. The abundance of herbs provided a measure of preparedness for emergencies. The Cheng family, unfamiliar with herbal remedies, immediately sought the village doctor. "I know herbs can stop bleeding, but this mountain is vast. Where can we find them in time? The village, Dr. fretted. Cheng Zhenbao began to consult her oracle. Proceed 2 miles southeast, and you'll find vervain beneath a tree. If you head northwest, you will encounter a small pond, and there are hemostatic herbs surrounding it. Upon hearing Cheng Zhenbao's guidance, Cheng Shan, filled with urgency, wasted no time in leading the doctor out of the cave. After what felt like an eternity, Cheng Shui's condition stabilized, allowing the Cheng family to breathe a sigh of relief. Cheng Zhenbao, too, felt a weight lift from her shoulders. If anything were to happen to Cheng Shui, chaos would surely ensue within the Cheng family. Mother, you should rest. We will keep watch over him, Cheng Shan urged, and old Madame Cheng, burdened with worry, finally retreated to rest while Cheng Shan and his brothers took turns monitoring Cheng Shui. The following day, Cheng Zhenbao idly sucked her fingers in Xiao Shuyun's embrace. Due to Cheng Shui's predicament, the Cheng family remained indoors. Suddenly, the curtain was lifted, and the village chief entered with a young man of modest age. The youth's eyes flickered with apprehension as he approached the still unconscious Cheng Shui, remaining silent. The village chief sighed, explaining, yesterday, Cheng Shui slipped down the cliff while trying to save my inept child. Today, I brought him to apologize on behalf of my family. Were it not for this foolish boy, Cheng Shui would not be in this state. Cheng Zhenbao was not surprised by the situation. Chapter 30. The village chief comes to express gratitude. The other members of the Cheng family exchange glances before old Madame Cheng rose to pat the young man's shoulder. Despite the worry etched on her face, she spoke kindly. He is still young, and he made his decision out of concern for everyone's safety. He cannot be blamed. Village chief, please do not feel indebted to our family. If my second son had not acted to save another, it would have contradicted the values I instilled in him. The rest of the Cheng family nodded in agreement, harboring no feelings of resentment. The village chief was overwhelmed with gratitude, his heart brimming with unspoken words. He had dedicated his life to his family, and this was his only son. Rest assured, old Madame Cheng, should your family ever require assistance, I will go to great lengths to help. Cheng Hai, upon hearing this, rolled his eyes, lost in his thoughts. Half a month later, Cheng Shui could finally stand with some effort, although the wound from the branch had yet to heal. During this time, the Cheng family's attention was focused solely on him, and now that he was improving, they were eager to return to their responsibilities. As for the village, thanks to Cheng Shui's guidance, the village chief and others successfully gathered the necessary herbs. Under the village doctor's care, the villagers who had been afflicted by the cold gradually regained their health. The men resumed their hunting duties, while the women gathered to gossip. It seems the second son of the Cheng family can finally stand. One remarked, do you think they intentionally saved that boy? Of course they did. I heard from my husband that more than one person fell while climbing that day. Why didn't Cheng Shui help anyone else? It's obvious he rushed to save that boy. What motive could there be? Isn't it obvious? That boy is the village chief's only child. Just think, after saving him, won't the village chief feel indebted to the Cheng family? Old Madame Cheng, on the verge of exiting the cave, overheard their conversation. She never anticipated that her family member, Cheng Shui, would suffer such injuries while attempting to save others. Instead of receiving gratitude, she found herself the subject of malicious gossip. Just moments ago, the most vocal critic received a sharp slap to the face. When she looked up, she was met with the furious visage of old Lady Cheng. After a brief moment of instinctual guilt, the woman defiantly retorted, "What have I said that is wrong? The situation is as it is. Does your Cheng family have the audacity to act, yet lack the courage to acknowledge it?" Enraged, old Lady Cheng struck the woman again. "You foolish woman, dare to slander my second son once more, and you shall see. The Cheng family has always been above reproach. We would never stoop to the deceitful acts you imply. Do you think everyone is as petty as your Lin family?" Lin, chastised publicly and slapped twice, felt utterly humiliated. Though old Lady Cheng was usually gentle when it came to her family, she displayed an unstoppable vigor, grappling fiercely with Lin. Onlookers were taken aback by the escalating confrontation and rushed to intervene. However, with one pulling hair and the other tugging at clothing, neither could be easily separated. As the commotion intensified, more villagers approached. Xiao Shuyun, who had been soothing Cheng Zhenbao to sleep, quickly grasped the situation and hurried to find the village head. Upon learning the details, the village head promptly intervened, separating old lady Cheng and Lin. Cheng Zhenbao's gaze fell upon old lady Cheng, whose hair had come undone and whose face and neck bore several scratches. In contrast, Lin appeared worse off, with one side of her face swollen. Knowing the villagers' propensity for gossip, Cheng Zhenbao surveyed the crowd and deduced the unfolding narrative. Good deeds often go unrewarded, and there are always those who relish in spreading rumors. What is happening here? The village head inquired, observing the furious expressions on both Lin and old lady Cheng. His stern gaze made those who had been conversing earlier feel uneasy, exchanging glances without daring to speak. Finally, old lady Cheng, with reddened eyes, recounted the dialogue that had just transpired. Village head, you have watched my children grow. Even if no one else had grasped the vine that day, my second son would have recklessly leapt to save others. Her voice trembled with emotion. Upon hearing this, the village head grew increasingly irate. He huffed dismissively. I see that you have all been living too comfortably lately. You have the leisure to engage in such slander. This is outright defamation. The crowd was taken aback by his outburst, some sheepishly chuckling. Yes, yes, we shall speak no more, attempted one villager to quell the situation, following the village head's lead. Cheng Zhenbao frowned, thinking, speak no more? How could that be? These people are truly like ungrateful wolves. Xiao Shuyun and old lady Cheng shared similar sentiments. Fortunately, the village head did not intend to let the matter lie. With a stern expression, he began addressing villagers individually. Lu family, when you ascended the mountain, was it not Cheng Shui who carried your elderly mother and your under 4-year-old child? Ma family, when you struggled to find food days ago, was it not Cheng Shui who shared wild fruits and vegetables with you? And you? The villagers exchanged glances, feeling increasingly embarrassed as the scrutiny of their peers weighed upon them. The village head surveyed the crowd, recalling that most villagers had recently succumbed to a cold. Yet the Cheng family had remained in good health. This indicated that, had it not been for their efforts to assist in gathering medicinal herbs, Cheng Shui would not have needed to accompany them. Do not lose sight of the facts. It is not the Cheng family that required these herbs, but rather you who needed their guidance to seek remedies for your ailments. And now, having recovered from your colds, you turn and slander them? He challenged them, demanding they reflect on the assistance they had received from the Cheng family along the way. The villagers felt the weight of his words, their shame palpable. Old lady Cheng, though initially fierce, began to feel exhausted as the adrenaline waned. The village head sighed heavily, emphasizing, on that day, Cheng Shui assisted many others. My Huizi was fortunate to be near him. If I hear of any family speaking ill behind closed doors again, I will invoke village law to deal with it. With the village head's declaration, the following days witnessed a notable decline in gossip throughout the village. Once Cheng Shui regained his health, a number of villagers came to express their gratitude at the Cheng family's door. Whether it was the village head's words that influenced them or a sudden awakening of conscience, it seemed that every day someone arrived bearing gifts. Most of the offerings were wild vegetables and fruits from the vicinity, as well as wild boar meat that had been previously set aside. Cheng urged, my husband was being idle and spoke thoughtlessly. Please do not take it to heart. Cheng Dama. Lin Yu, Lin's husband, presented a basket containing meat and wild fruits. This is merely a token of appreciation, nothing extravagant, so do not refuse it. Cheng urged reassured him, I have come to express my gratitude and to make amends. I have matters to attend to, so I will not linger, but I appreciate everything that has transpired. He swiftly departed, as if fearing the Cheng family would decline his offerings. Indeed, everyone has their struggles. We still have provisions, so perhaps we should not accept them. Old lady Cheng nodded in agreement. That is true. Although it has rained frequently, the weather remains quite warm. Better to consume them than let them spoil, Cheng Zhenbao concurred. This trend continued for several days, prompting Cheng Shui to suggest finding an opportunity to address the villagers, reassuring them that such gestures were unnecessary. The others nodded in agreement. Both Wang Xiufan and Old Lady Wang had been observing the recent events regarding the Cheng family. Their dissatisfaction with the Cheng family had reached its zenith as they witnessed the villagers bringing gifts. Old Lady Wang clenched her handkerchief. Her wrinkled face contorted with resentment as she glared in the direction of the Cheng family. Wang Xiufan felt equally aggrieved. Her family had gathered the most medicinal herbs. And if anyone deserved gratitude, it should have been the Wang family, not the Chengs. Noticing the clusters of villagers chatting nearby, old Lady Wang approached, keen to join the conversation. Today, as heavy rain had gathered the villagers together, engaging in lively discussions. When the topic turned to the recent illness, old Lady Wang's eyes narrowed as she recognized her opportunity. If I may say, the recent cold that swept through our village originated from the Cheng family. Wang Xiaofan eagerly chimed in. Exactly. Think about it. Was not old Lady Cheng the first to fall ill? She endured several days of high fever. Thus, her actions in seeking out medicinal herbs were justified, and the village head continues to support her family. It truly disheartens us. The two women continued their back and forth, only to realize the surrounding chatter had quieted, and the eyes of the villagers were fixed upon them, their expressions peculiar. Feeling unsettled under the scrutiny, old Lady Wang stammered. What? What is it? Humph. It would be prudent for both of you, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, to refrain from speaking too much. It is well known that the Wang family and the Cheng family have long been at odds. So it would be wise for you two to desist from sowing discord among us. Do you take us for fools? A man scoffed, bluntly exposing the ulterior motives of the two women from the Wang family. Indeed, even without mentioning the incident where Cheng heir suffered an injury while guiding us, our ability to sustain ourselves is entirely thanks to the Cheng brothers, who generously share their knowledge of where to find wild vegetables and fruits. Yes, the Wang family ought to be grateful. Regardless of past grievances, circumstances have changed. It is unwise to dwell on the past when the present demands attention. Your incessant complaints stem from jealousy over the resources we have received from the Cheng family, do they not? We are all members of the same village. Is it truly worthwhile to engage in such petty squabbles? The speaker showed no intention of sparing the Wang family any dignity. The two women had not anticipated that their attempt to incite discord would backfire so spectacularly, rendering them the center of ridicule. With their schemes laid bare and subjected to public scrutiny, they felt a burning shame wash over them, their pride utterly shattered. Suit yourselves, Wang Xiaofan retorted, at a loss for words, before pulling Cheng Laotai away briskly. In the days following this incident, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law of the Wang family were conspicuously absent from the villagers' sight. The heavy rains had persisted, drenching anyone foolish enough to venture outside. Fortunately, many families had stocked up on supplies, allowing most villagers to take refuge in the caves. Cheng Zhenbao recalled elements from the original narrative and decided to consult an oracle. It seems we must prepare to move once more, she declared abruptly, leaving the Cheng family taken aback. Why must they resume their journey when they were comfortably settled? The incessant rain has caused the river levels to rise, and the dam at the foot of the mountain has collapsed. Consequently, the number of refugees below will surge. They are not fools. When floodwaters rise, they will instinctively seek higher ground, she explained. To be precise, those refugees are already en route to us. They should arrive at the foot of the mountain within 5 days. The Cheng family members exchanged grave glances. Evacuating to higher ground was indeed the most prudent course of action in the face of rising waters. They realized that if they could think of this, so too could others. No, I observe that there are towns nearby, and the number of refugees will certainly be substantial. A larger crowd increases the risk of chaos. We must avoid crossing paths with them. Shanghai's mind raced. Resources in the mountains, though abundant, were only sufficient for their small group. If the refugees ascended the mountain, they would not only deplete their supplies, but also jeopardize their ability to live peacefully. It seemed that lingering here was no longer an option. Then we must ascend the mountain early, Cheng Laotai sighed. Initially, the plan had been to wait until the rainy season had fully passed before descending. But given the imminent arrival of refugees, they could no longer afford to remain. Cheng Shan and Cheng Feng promptly turned to inform the village chief of the situation. We must avoid a direct encounter with the refugees. I will instruct the villagers to gather their belongings immediately. The village chief was swift in his response, taking action without delay. Drawing from their prior experience of ascending the mountain, the villagers voiced little objection this time, grumbling only slightly as they began to pack their possessions in preparation for the journey. However, according to Cheng Zhenbao's calculations, the refugees would not reach the cave for another 5 days, during which the villagers needed to stockpile provisions. To evade an encounter with the refugees, the village chief decided to leave a day early. Yet, The incessant rain had rendered the descent even more treacherous than the ascent. The burdens they carried were heavier than when they had come, and the descent was inherently steeper. Along the way, several of the Cheng brothers stumbled, covered in mud and nursing minor injuries. Even Cheng Laodai and Cheng Lauren were not spared. Fortunately, their wounds were merely scrapes and not severe. They soon encountered a steep slope that impeded their progress. "This slope is far too steep," the village chief lamented, surveying the nearly vertical incline. The rain continued to fall lightly from the sky, and stones occasionally tumbled down the slope, disappearing into the abyss. Faced with this daunting sight, many villagers began to reconsider their resolve. With the recent continuous rain, the mountains have been plagued by mudslides. Paths that were once navigable have become perilous. Cheng Zhenbao sighed as she was securely carried on Cheng Shan's back, just as she contemplated a way to assist her family in overcoming this obstacle. She heard Xiao Xuyan speak first. "Dear, look at all that hemp grass over there." Cheng Hai, quick to react, brightened at the idea. "We can weave ropes from the hemp grass to lower our belongings down first. Then we can slide down one by one while holding onto the ropes." Cheng Zhenbao smiled with satisfaction at her uncle's ingenuity. Hemp grass is known for its resilience, and the women of the village possess exceptional weaving skills. This was indeed a brilliant solution. The village chief promptly directed the men to cut the grass while the women gathered to weave the ropes. It is said that when men and women work together, the labor becomes less burdensome. Within no time, a thick rope approximately 20 meters long was completed. One end of the rope was tied to a tree trunk as thick as a person's embrace, while the other dangled down the steep slope. Under the village chief's guidance, the villagers organized themselves by family unit to descend. One person would go down first to retrieve the bundles, followed by the others. The group managed to reach the foot of the mountain without incident. As their feet finally touched solid ground, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. The rain continued to fall sporadically, but they took a moment to rest at the base before resuming their journey. At this point, a few scattered refugees could be seen, seemingly waiting for the main group to arrive before making their ascent. Under the village chief's leadership, they skillfully circumvented the refugees and continued on their way. The Cheng family, being numerous and predominantly young and strong, were deliberately placed at the rear of the procession for protection. Cheng Shui, who often hunted in the wilderness, remained particularly attuned to his surroundings. Suddenly, he halted, his sharp gaze fixed on a distant corner. Noticing his stillness, the others inquired with curiosity, "What's the matter?" "There are followers trailing us," Cheng Shui replied, his brow furrowed. Upon hearing this, the Cheng family members immediately became alert. "It must be the refugees. Although we tried to avoid them, it seems someone has taken notice of us." Cheng Zhenbao mused silently. "Show yourselves," Cheng Shan bellowed with authority. As the hidden observers realized their cover was blown, they emerged from the underbrush. After a rustling of leaves, 3 gaunt figures stood before the Cheng family, 2 men and a woman, all appearing to be in their middle years and unmistakably related. "Do you have any food? Could you spare us a little?" The woman spoke first, her tone pitiful. Cheng Zhenbao, who had been resting on Xiao Xuyan's shoulder, lifted her head, her bright, clear eyes fixed on the trio. "Please, have compassion for us. We are a family of 3 who have not eaten for 3 days. We have survived solely on a bit of rainwater. We truly cannot endure any longer." The woman's husband chimed in, his expression one of despair. The woman began to weep softly, her gaze pleading as it met the Cheng family's. Cheng Laodai, known for her tender heart, felt a wave of pity upon seeing their tattered appearance. Before anyone from the Cheng family could respond, the woman suddenly collapsed, her color drained. Seeing this scene, the members of the Cheng family couldn't help but feel a twinge of compassion. However, Cheng Zhenbao's abrupt remark, "We cannot give them anything," left the family momentarily stunned and puzzled. It did not take long for them to grasp the reason behind her words. I wondered why these individuals bore an aura of darkness around their brows. It turns out they carry the weight of several lives on their shoulders. Just look at that dark energy. They must have caused the demise of many. Cheng Zhenbao exclaimed, her delicate face taut with concern. Upon hearing this, the family's sympathy vanished instantaneously, replaced by a profound sense of vigilance. To bear the burden of lives lost? They could not possibly be virtuous beings. There must be more than just these 3. They are merely the vanguard. Others are likely concealed within the grass nearby. Cheng Shui's resolve to confront them head-on dissipated with a single statement. "Please, have mercy, brothers and sisters." The man who had remained silent at the back spoke up, observing the expressions of the Cheng family with a cold gaze. Yet his menacing appearance made the Cheng family uneasy as they beheld his inverted triangular eyes. Old Cheng stepped forward, addressing the three with a gentle smile. "Kindly wait a moment. I shall confer with the village chief." The three exchanged glances and eventually nodded in agreement. "Very well, we appreciate your efforts." Under the watchful eye of old Cheng, Cheng Shan hurried to consult with the village chief about the matter. Upon hearing Cheng Shan's account, the village chief was struck with great alarm. The very situation he dreaded had come to pass. "What are you thinking, Shan?" Cheng Shan pondered for a moment before responding. "They are refugees, driven by hunger. We have some reserve grains. Perhaps we could share a portion with them to avert disaster. They are numerous and famished, and our village houses the elderly and children. It is best not to provoke them." Chapter 36. Distributing their grain with a sigh, the village chief nodded in agreement. There was little else to be done. Food could still be sought along the way, and it was better to endure a few hunger pangs than to risk losing lives. The two conferred and made their way to the back of the line. Meanwhile, in front of the Cheng family stood not the two men and one woman from before, but rather a group of over a dozen robust young men, brandishing hoes and sickles. Cheng Shan quickly approached his family, his voice laced with concern. "Are you all right?" Xiao Shuyun and old Cheng stood behind the three Cheng brothers, their faces pale. "We're fine. After you left, they suddenly called forth many others. Although this was anticipated, the village chief felt a pang of unease. Everyone, we are indeed starving after these past few days. Could you brothers and sisters spare some food for us?" The woman who had spoken earlier now appeared quite robust, her voice strong. Behind her, the armed individuals glared hungrily at the villagers, their eyes gleaming like famished wolves. The village chief had already informed the villagers of the current predicament. Hearing the woman's plea, he approached with a forced smile. "Indeed, times are tough for all of us. Since fate has brought us together, we shall do what we can. However, we too are fleeing from famine and possess little stored food, just some wild vegetables and fruits. Please, make do with that." The woman smiled, her high cheekbones lifting. However, Wang Xiaofan was dissatisfied with this approach. Her brow furrowed as she clutched her bundle of grain tightly. "I will not give." Her voice cut through the air, instantly diverting everyone's attention. "In these hard times, who among us is not suffering? If we give them our food, what will my family eat? Shall we survive on nothing but the wind?" Wang Xiaofan scowled fiercely, directing her ire at the village chief. His expression was a mix of disbelief and anger. Did she not see the weapons in the hands of the refugees? They were not merely seeking food. They were here to rob. "Wang Xiaofan, everyone else is giving. Why do you think your family is special?" She cursed loudly, stepping forward to confront the ravenous refugees. "What are you doing? Everyone is hungry, not just you. I see you all have hands and feet. Why don't you go find food yourselves? Why must you come to me begging?" As she shouted, Cheng Zhenbao looked at her with incredulity. Even if she were unaware of the lives these people carried, could she not see the weapons they wielded? The strong men of the village dared not speak, yet Wang Xiaofan, this foolish woman, had the audacity to insult them. In the next moment, the refugees with iron picks and sickles sprang into action. Before the villagers could react, Wang Xiaofan was seized from either side and thrust before the woman. Chapter 37. Wang Xiaofan is dead. It was then that Wang Xiaofan realized the gravity of the situation, her voice rising in a terrified plea for help. Once the bundle was in their possession, the armed men stepped back, spreading it out on the ground. The contents, wild vegetables, fruits, and a small piece of meat, were swiftly plundered. The faces of the raiders lit up with delight as they surveyed their spoils. The woman who had spoken earlier beamed with satisfaction. Indeed, they had found food and meat at that. With this, the refugees eyed the villagers with renewed fervor, their expressions brimming with excitement. As for Wang Xiaofan, she lay sprawled on the ground, bloodied and lifeless. Her gaze remained fixed on the stolen bundle, struggling to lift her hand and utter a sound before her head lolled to the side, her hand falling limply. Wang Xiaofan was dead, brutally slain by these frenzied refugees. This outcome served as a stark warning to the villagers, who stared in horror at her unblinking eyes. The Cheng family, too, was taken aback. They had underestimated these refugees, who dared to commit murder in broad daylight. Cheng Zhenbao remained relatively unfazed, having sensed the darkness surrounding these individuals from the start, realizing the danger of antagonizing the refugees. The Cheng family decided to surrender their food willingly and hurriedly departed with Cheng Zhenbao. The refugees did not impede their exit, for their intent had always been to secure food. Observing the Cheng family's actions, the village chief and other villagers followed suit, relinquishing their supplies and hastening away from this perilous place. As for Wang Xiaofan, old Wang, now in shock, did not even glance at her corpse as she hastily left. The villagers traveled several miles in silence before finally pausing to catch their breath, still shaken. These were no mere refugees, they were bandits. Someone recalled Wang Xiaofan's tragic fate, unable to suppress their curses. The village chief's expression darkened. They must avoid any future encounters with such dangers. This world is indeed harsh. A sudden exclamation broke the tension, drawing everyone's gaze. A man stumbled out from the underbrush, his trousers hastily pulled up. The women instinctively averted their eyes. The village chief approached, frowning. What has happened? The man, still trembling, managed to compose himself before speaking. I was just relieving myself when I turned and saw a dead body on the ground. I was so frightened that I cried out. The village chief frowned. You've seen many perish from hunger and disease on this journey. Do not be so alarmed next time. The villagers were still reeling from Wang Xiaofan's fate and could hardly bear further shocks. For a moment, there was a sense of discomfort. Since the onset of their flight from disaster, they had witnessed numerous corpses sprawled haphazardly along the roadside. The bodies exhibited grotesque postures. Some had recently succumbed, while others were already decomposing, with their foul odors wafting for miles. The frequency of encountering these remains had escalated alarmingly over the past few days. Yet, observing the villagers' grim expressions, the man chose to remain silent. Chapter 38. A scene of carnage, fearing the possibility of more refugees pursuing them. The group did not linger long at their current stop. As they pressed onward, Cheng Zhenbao noted an increasing number of corpses along the path. In essence, they traversed a road littered with the dead. Even in the wilderness, a faint, lingering stench pervaded the air. It was now late July or early August. Despite the persistent rain, the weather remained oppressively humid. Enduring such an environment was untenable. The heat coupled with rain created a breeding ground for bacteria and viruses. Prolonged exposure could easily lead to the outbreak of epidemics. How fortunate it would be to have masks. Wearing them and practicing good hygiene could significantly reduce the likelihood of illness. The Cheng family was taken aback by Cheng Zhenbao's thoughts. Though they were somewhat baffled by the concepts of bacteria and viruses, they understood the gravity of epidemics. Masks. Could they be akin to facial coverings? Cheng Shui's mind raced. He recalled his fortunate visit to the magistrate's office, where the coroner had donned a facial covering while examining corpses. The coroner had explained that without such coverings, the stench was unbearable, and the risk of contracting strange illnesses was high. Eldest brother, we should seek fabric to fashion some masks, he suggested, to which the matriarch of the Cheng family nodded in agreement. Regrettably, there was no non-woven fabric available. Had there been, it would have greatly enhanced their safety. The Cheng family was bewildered by the term non-woven fabric, as their only usable material was a small piece of cotton cloth. Seizing the moment while they rested, Xiao Shuyun and the matriarch began stitching. Cheng Zhenbao provided guidance, and although it was their first attempt at crafting masks, the two women quickly succeeded, drawing curious glances from the villagers who wondered why the masks were so snugly fitted. Sister Cheng, have you made these masks too small? They cover the nose and mouth so tightly. Won't that be uncomfortable? Asked a woman assisting Xiao Shuyun. Xiao Shuyun smiled mysteriously, explaining that such a fit would more effectively prevent the spread of disease, a notion inspired by her clever child. She even crafted a small mask tailored for Cheng Zhenbao. Though it felt a bit constricting, she was willing to endure it for the sake of health. With their makeshift masks, traversing through the throngs of corpses became less daunting for Cheng Zhenbao. As they continued their journey, Cheng Zhenbao and her family, along with the villagers, were unlikely to suffer from hunger. They even managed to gather some provisions along the way. However, their path inevitably crossed with many refugees. Unlike the villagers, these refugees were on the brink of starvation, their eyes gleaming with desperation as they gazed at the villagers. Yet, they did not resort to outright theft, as some had previously. Instead, They persistently begged for food. Despite their pleas, the refugees were as relentless as a stubborn adhesive, proving vexatious. The matriarch of the Cheng family, being soft-hearted, was unable to ignore the plight of the hungry children and elders, feeling compelled to share their scant supplies. Chapter 39. The Wang family's retaliation. Please, I beg you. My child has not eaten a proper meal in days. They're near collapse. Please, spare us some food. A man with a child in his arms blocked the path of the Cheng family. The matriarch, unable to bear the sight of suffering, sighed and turned away. Cheng Shan, filled with silent remorse, maintained a fierce demeanor, pushing the man aside. Enough. We are all refugees here. We have no food to spare. He exclaimed. How many times must we say it? Do not come to us again. We have nothing. Cheng Shui adopted a similarly menacing posture, slamming his iron pickaxe onto the ground with a resounding thud. Witnessing the Cheng brothers' hostile expressions, the refugees, who had initially approached, hesitated, wary of advancing further. However, only the Cheng family exhibited such a hardened attitude among the villagers. Not far off, Wang Jian, father of Wang Xiufan, observed the Cheng family's actions with keen interest. After a moment, he let out a cold laugh and shot Cheng Shan a malevolent glance. The Cheng family truly lived up to his daughter's description of being shameless. They had shown no hesitation in distributing food to the previous group of refugees, yet now exhibited no compassion for these desperate souls. I see that your family is intentionally trying to harm the Wang family. After reaping so many benefits from the village, are you not satisfied? Now, you're causing my daughter's demise. I will ensure you do not find peace. With this thought, Wang Jin called out, I have food. Instantly, a throng of refugees surrounded him, eager for assistance. True to his word, Wang Jian provided the refugees with wild vegetables and fruits, quickly depleting his stock. The refugees, invigorated by their good fortune, grew bolder and began to encircle the other villagers as well. Some villagers, frustrated by the incessant pleas, also surrendered their provisions. The Cheng family, having finally found a moment of peace, was once again besieged by refugees, unable to progress. Cheng Zhenbao glanced at Wang Jian, and upon seeing the unmistakable smugness on his face, her heart sank. Wang Jian was indeed Wang Xiufan's father. Both father and daughter shared a selfish disposition, showing no regard for others. They seemed oblivious to the fact that their food supplies were limited. Thanks to Wang Jian's selfless actions, the villagers, who had previously managed to continue their journey, were now entirely surrounded by the emboldened refugees, unable to take a single step forward. Cheng Zhenbao felt a headache coming on. As the afternoon wore on, the villagers had given everything they could spare, and only then did the noise around them begin to subside. That fool Wang Jian, Cheng Feng, momentarily losing his scholarly composure, muttered a curse under his breath. He is deliberately opposing us, likely believing that we are responsible for his daughter's fate. Cheng Zhenbao pouted. The previous group of refugees had been driven by desperation, willing to commit any act for survival. Yet, this current group comprised ordinary folk. At worst, they would cling to someone else's leg, refusing to let go until they received assistance. Brother, you should speak to the village chief. Continuing to give away our supplies is not sustainable. Cheng Shan reluctantly nodded and turned to find the village chief. The chief bore an expression of fatigue, indicating he had also been inundated by the refugees. We cannot continue like this, Cheng Shan urged. We have been fortunate to find some food now. But what about the future? Shall we too resort to begging like these refugees? The village chief sighed, understanding the gravity of the situation. We must adopt a firmer stance. Unless we encounter those who are aggressive, we cannot afford to distribute our food so freely. Do you believe these refugees will not return tomorrow? Perhaps to validate Cheng Shan's words, barely had dawn broken when the villagers were disturbed from their slumber by the very refugees they had fed the previous day. These refugees were even more brazen than before. Yesterday, they had merely blocked the path, but today they clung to the villagers, refusing to let go without receiving food. A villager attempted to offer assistance, only to be sternly reprimanded by the village chief. Listen well, no one in this village is permitted to distribute food to these refugees. Those who defy this order will be stripped of their village status and expelled. The chief's words were resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Furthermore, he, along with a few burly youths, intimidated the refugees, causing them to cower in submission. The Cheng family members adopted fierce expressions, effectively silencing the refugees. However, Wang Jian was far from pleased. He glared at the Cheng family's direction, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "It must be the Cheng family stirring trouble behind the scenes. If they wish to give, they should do so willingly. If they refuse, we are forbidden to help. Is that it? I believe the chief has truly lost his senses. Just yesterday, he had fervently assured the refugees that they had food, and today, the Cheng family was clearly making a mockery of him." The death of Wang Xiaofan remained a painful thorn in Wang Laotai's heart, causing her to snort in disdain. The Cheng family had grown increasingly arrogant. Yet, despite their dissatisfaction, the Wang family dared not openly defy the chief's words amidst the many prying eyes around them. On that day, shortly after noon, the villagers paused to rest after their meal. Suddenly, a group emerged from a nearby path, menacingly encircling the villagers. "You there, hand over your food." They wielded weapons, and the sight of them evoked memories of Wang Xiaofan's brutal demise, sending waves of anxiety through the crowd. Would they be forced to relinquish their provisions once more? The Cheng brothers positioned themselves protectively in front of Cheng Laotai and Xiao Shuyun, bracing for confrontation. They are merely putting on a show. They lack any real killing intent, Cheng Zhenbao observed silently. Regardless, the intruders were determined to seize what they could. After all, they were all refugees. None were wealthier than the others. To brazenly rob in broad daylight, they must have deemed the authorities powerless. "Listen, the officials frequent these roads, according to our laws. Robbery and theft are punishable by corporal punishment. I advise you to reconsider your actions." Cheng Shui's expression was cold and intimidating. The bandits exchanged wary glances upon hearing the mention of the authorities, clearly apprehensive. If life were not unbearable, would anyone resort to such measures? One refugee ventured, "That does not justify your intent to rob us." Chapter 41. A field of medicinal herbs. Cheng Shui's demeanor was unyielding, projecting an air of menace. The road often saw military personnel passing by, and according to the laws of the land, robbery and theft were met with severe consequences. Cheng Zhenbao had always found the legal statutes and books to be rather stringent. Observing that the intruders were merely ordinary citizens, she felt a pang of compassion and closed her eyes, contemplating their fate. The escape route lies to the southeast. Perhaps there is still hope. Despite recent flooding, the southeastern forests and fields often yielded edible grains. Cheng Shui subtly hinted at this, and the nearby refugees appeared somewhat calmed. After driving the refugees away, Cheng Zhenbao consulted her fortune. When she opened her eyes, they sparkled with excitement, her lips curving into an involuntary smile. "There is a field of medicinal herbs on the hillside behind this path, filled with precious plants. If we could take them, it would be fortuitous." Medicinal herbs were indeed essential for those fleeing disaster, and once they reached the city, these valuable herbs could be exchanged for practical goods. The Cheng brothers recognized this opportunity and immediately set off toward the herb field. The remaining villagers, understanding their intent, followed suit. They cautiously avoided areas populated with refugees and soon discovered the medicinal herb field described by Cheng Zhenbao. The field was expansive and, due to its elevation, had escaped the ravages of the flood. This time, Cheng Zhenbao accompanied them, and Xiao Shuyun carried her, moving about the field. Upon spotting particularly valuable herbs, she gestured excitedly. Xiao Shuyun quickly understood her meaning and joyfully called for the Cheng brothers to begin harvesting. The family worked in harmony, secretly gathering a bountiful harvest while the attention of others was diverted. The herb field proved plentiful, and while the Cheng family thrived, other villagers also returned with their share. The journey was long and tedious, yet the presence of Cheng Zhenbao brought joy to the Cheng family, their faces consistently adorned with smiles. However, this happiness was not shared by the Wang family. They could not fathom why such an insignificant child was so cherished by the Chengs, who treated her like a treasure. Wang Jian, filled with resentment toward the Cheng family since the previous incident, found their smiles painfully glaring. After hearing Wang Laotai's words, an idea struck him, and a wicked grin spread across his face. That night, the village chief selected an abandoned temple as their camp. Though the temple lay in disrepair, it was spacious and clean, allowing the weary travelers to rest comfortably. Cheng Zhenbao was awakened by a gnawing hunger. The surroundings were quiet, with no lights illuminating the darkness. She gazed up at the cobweb-covered beams, torn between the desire to wake the sleeping Xiao Shuyun and the embarrassment of disturbing her slumber. As she contemplated her empty stomach, she suddenly heard the faint rustling of movement, followed by the flicker of candlelight. Initially, she thought someone was merely rising for a midnight visit. But as the light drew nearer, the footsteps grew more deliberate. Cheng Zhenbao quickly became alert, turning over stealthily to glimpse the figure approaching. She recognized the gaunt silhouette of Wang Jian, who was creeping toward the Cheng family's direction, clutching a bundle of rope and a cloth. He moved with the stealth of a thief. Cheng Zhenbao, with her keen intuition, immediately deduced his intentions. When she first arrived in this world, Wang Xiaofan had encouraged Xiao Shuyun and Wang Lao Tai to sell her, even contacting a broker. Now that Wang Xiaofan was deceased, it seemed Wang Jian intended to carry on her legacy. Cheng Zhenbao scoffed inwardly. He was digging his own grave. Unbeknownst to Wang Jian, his plan had been uncovered, yet he continued to tread carefully, determined to thwart the Cheng family's wishes. He intended to sell the little girl to the broker tonight. As he drew closer, he successfully lifted Cheng Zhenbao into his arms. Exhausted from their journey, Xiao Shuyun remained oblivious to the presence beside her. Wang Jian, cradling her, felt a surge of triumph until he looked down and met the gaze of two bright, clear eyes. They were exceptionally luminous and innocent. Instinctively, he covered Cheng Zhenbao's mouth, adopting a fierce expression as if to say, "If you dare make a sound, I will end you." Disturbing the earth beneath the sovereign's feet. What a fool. Cheng Zhenbao thought, her eyes glimmering with mockery. Just as Wang Jian reveled in his success, he felt himself uncontrollably tumbling backward. It was as if his body had transformed into a rigid stone. The man was jolted awake from his dreams by Wang Jian's sudden impact. What on earth is this? His exclamation startled the Cheng family residing in the temple. After a flurry of rustling, the candelabras within the temple were ignited, and all eyes turned towards Wang Jian. At that moment, Wang Jian's face was ashen. He had intended to struggle to his feet, yet his body remained inexplicably stiff, rendering him immobile. Upon awakening, Xiao Shuyun immediately spotted Cheng Zhenbao nestled in Wang Jian's arms. With an anxious expression, she rushed forward. "Little treasure, are you all right?" The rest of the Cheng family, disregarding everything else, gathered around. The overweight man, pinned down by Wang Jian, abruptly shoved him aside, cursing, "Wang Jian, why are you holding someone else's child on top of me in the middle of the night?" The village head glanced at the hemp rope in Wang Jian's hands and then at Cheng Zhenbao, and in an instant, he comprehended the situation. His expression darkened immediately. Wang Jian was now in a panic. Not only had he been caught in the act of kidnapping a child, but he also felt as if he had encountered something supernatural. The Cheng family, realizing they had nearly lost their precious little one, became furious. "Wang Jian, you better explain yourself. Were you attempting to abduct our little treasure?" Chapter 43. The Wang family is expelled. "Oh, you scoundrel, get away." Old Lady Wang forcefully pushed Cheng Shan aside and hurried to assist Wang Jian, her face filled with concern. "What evidence do you have to claim my husband attempted to steal your child?" The Cheng family, infuriated, had yet to respond when some villagers, unable to bear the sight, began to mock. Your Wang Jian was holding someone else's child in the dead of night, with hemp rope and a gag in hand. What else could he be doing but trying to abduct the child? The villagers had witnessed the scene firsthand. Was there any doubt? Previously, when your daughter was still around, she often criticized Cheng Dajia for being unproductive and even claimed to have arranged a midwife for your family. Exactly. He was caught red-handed. What further argument could there be? Faced with the barrage of accusations from the crowd, Old Lady Wang placed her hands on her hips, wanting to retort, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Ultimately, she could only stubbornly declare, "No one has done anything wrong. My old man merely acted rashly. Besides, the child is still here, isn't she?" Xiao Shuyun laughed in anger. "What nonsense are you spouting? If it weren't for my little treasure's good fortune, who knows where she would have ended up in the hands of some midwife." The other villagers united in their disdain for the Wang family's actions. Even if there were grievances between the two families, the child was innocent. The Wang family, thoroughly scolded, could not lift their heads in shame. Finally, The village head stepped forward and announced the expulsion of the Wang family from the community. You may leave. From now on, you're no longer part of our village. We shall not harbor individuals with such malicious hearts. The Wang family pleaded desperately, even kneeling and bowing, but the village head remained resolute. Ultimately, they left dejectedly under the villagers' insistence. With the Wang family gone, Cheng Zhenbao felt an immense sense of satisfaction with this unexpected outcome and soon fell into a peaceful slumber after a hearty meal. Without the Wang family's constant troubles, the journey became far less tedious. After a fortnight of travel, the group finally arrived at Yang City. Upon catching sight of the city after a long absence, excitement surged within them. However, as they prepared to enter, they were halted by the guards at the city gate. Why can't we enter the city? The village head inquired, perplexed. The guard surveyed the group of villagers before shaking their heads firmly. The number of refugees within the city has already exceeded capacity. You cannot enter. That brief statement felt like a bucket of cold water, dousing the hopes of the villagers, leaving them stunned at the city gates. Village head, this cannot continue. We have traveled far. Even if we do not settle here, we must enter the city to purchase necessities. The others echoed in agreement. Yes, if this continues, we will be left without clothing. After much discussion, the guards reluctantly agreed to allow a few individuals into the city to procure essential items. The village head, with no other choice, selected several strong men to accompany him, suitable for carrying heavy goods. Cheng Zhenbao exerted all her efforts and ultimately succeeded in being cradled by Chang Shui as they entered the city together, as she was merely an infant. Her presence was inconsequential. Chapter 44. Encountering a murder, this marked Cheng Zhenbao's first venture into a city, and she curiously observed her surroundings. As described in the original text, the wide, clean streets were lined with ancient-style architecture. However, due to the ongoing calamities, the city was now filled with numerous refugees, lending a somber air. The Cheng brothers received their task from the village head, took their funds, and set out to find a shop to purchase their desired items. Yang City was quite expansive, leading the brothers to quickly lose their way. After wandering around, they found themselves in a desolate alley. Cheng Shan scratched his head, puzzled by the convoluted paths of Yang City, having inquired everywhere without locating a fabric shop. Cheng Shui, equally bemused, suggested that Aunt earlier mentioned trying a different alley. Let us see if this one works. Cheng Shan could only nod in resignation. Ahead, in the alley, several men clad in black surrounded an individual, swords drawn, cornering him. The trapped individual, barely of age, donned a robe adorned with cloud patterns. His handsome features were striking as he wielded a long spear to fend off his attackers. Despite his remarkable skill, he was ultimately outnumbered and sustained injuries. After a fierce struggle, he managed to slay his assailants but collapsed heavily onto the ground, unconscious. Blood pooled beneath him, a harrowing sight. Witnessing the scene, Cheng Shan and Cheng Shui emerged from their hiding place, astonished at the shocking assassination they had inadvertently stumbled upon. Unlike the brothers' astonishment, Cheng Zhenbao remained remarkably composed. Her concern lay in the audacity of such an assassination occurring in broad daylight, especially against someone of apparent wealth based on his attire. Her eyes darted around before she closed them, delving into divination. Moments later, Cheng Zhenbao opened her eyes, her thoughts crystallizing. This man possessed a noble countenance, his features indicative of a privileged life, and he exuded an aura of righteousness, clearly not a mere rogue. After pondering for a moment, she quietly expressed her thoughts. It would be a pity for such a righteous man to perish here. The Cheng brothers had been grappling with the dilemma of whether to intervene. But upon hearing Cheng Zhenbao's words, their hesitance dissipated and they resolved to act. Since their little fortune teller had spoken, there was no reason not to help. Cheng Shui, strong of build, hoisted the bloodied man onto his shoulder while still managing to securely cradle Cheng Zhenbao as they continued onward. Unable to enter the city, the villagers settled at an abandoned house outside the city walls. Due to their large number, the Cheng family occupied one courtyard. Cheng Shui burst into the courtyard with a bloodied individual, leaving the elder Cheng and the others in shock. Once the situation was explained, they hurried to summon a doctor. The physician quickly devised a treatment plan. Fortunately, the Cheng family had previously gathered a wealth of valuable medicinal herbs. Use them all. This man must not die. Chapter 45. A visitor arrives the following day, Cheng Zhenbao did not accompany the others as they ventured out. The young man's injuries were severe, and he had yet to regain consciousness after a night's rest. Taking advantage of the overcast weather in recent days, Xiao Shuyun and old lady Cheng hurriedly washed the family's clothes in the courtyard while also tidying themselves up, their faces covered in dust. Cheng Zhenbao perched on Xiao Shuyun's back, listening intently to their conversation, absorbing the village gossip. Suddenly, the courtyard door was forcefully pushed open, and 4 or 5 tall figures clad in black robes hurriedly entered. The unexpected intrusion unsettled both old lady Cheng and Xiao Shuyun. "Who are you?" Cheng Feng inquired, but the black-clad individuals chose to disregard his question. Their hawk-like eyes scanned the modest courtyard before one of them coldly inquired, "Where is my young master?" Upon hearing the term young master, the Cheng family understood their purpose and gestured towards the closed door. The leading figure said nothing further, turning to push the door open and enter the house, while the others approached the Cheng family to inquire about their basic situation. "They're not villains." Everyone remained calm. Cheng Zhenbao observed the faces of the black-clad individuals for a moment before finally speaking. Though these individuals bore the weight of lives lost, their demeanor radiated righteousness, suggesting they were not ill-intentioned. At that moment, Cheng Zhenbao began to speculate about the identity of the young man. Without further ado, it became evident that they had saved a significant personage. The black-clad figures did not ask many questions, merely seeking basic information. After clarifying their inquiries, they positioned themselves at a distance, refraining from further dialogue or unnecessary movements. Old Lady Cheng and the others exchanged glances, continuing with their tasks. Before long, the black-clad leader emerged from the house, supporting someone as they walked out. "Has he awakened?" Cheng Feng asked in surprise. However, he quickly received a warning glare from his older brother to remain silent. Cheng Zhenbao, with eyes as dark as black grapes, glanced over. The young man's complexion was pale, even his lips exhibiting an unnatural whiteness. His sharp, eagle-like gaze swept over the Cheng family, who instantly felt a wave of pressure. "Thank you all for saving my life," the young man expressed graciously, nodding to the Cheng family. They were taken aback and repeatedly waved their hands in denial. "It's nothing, nothing at all. Are you all refugees?" the young man asked. "What is your intended destination? Qingzhou City?" He nodded, then exchanged a knowing glance with his subordinate. The latter swiftly understood his intent, rummaging through his clothes to produce a beautifully crafted booklet, which he presented to the Cheng family. The booklet, though small, was exquisitely designed, adorned with golden threads, clearly of immense value. "This is a nameplate that represents my identity. Should you encounter difficulties upon reaching Qingzhou City, you may present this nameplate at the government office. And assistance will be provided," the young man stated plainly. His few words ignited a flurry of emotions within the Cheng family. Goodness, seeking help from the government. What sort of prominent individual was this young man? Should they accept the nameplate or not? Chapter 46. The nameplate offered by the young man, the Cheng family, filled with apprehension, hesitated, fearing potential troubles arising from this association. For a moment, no one dared to reach for the nameplate. After considerable contemplation, Cheng Zhenbao soon reached a decision. "I initially thought this person was merely a wealthy young master of some standing, but it appears he is of significant importance. This nameplate must be accepted. It is a valuable asset that may prove indispensable in the future. We have saved this noble's life, and this nameplate is his way of expressing gratitude. We should simply accept it." The Cheng family exchanged glances. Cheng Hai found Cheng Zhenbao's reasoning compelling and stepped forward, somewhat excitedly reaching for the nameplate. Thank you, thank you." In the face of the imposing young man, Cheng Hai instinctively wiped the perspiration from his palms. "It is my duty," the young man nodded, turning to depart with his subordinates. In the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace. Xiao Shuyun and old lady Cheng examined the gilded nameplate together, unable to hide their excitement. Cheng Zhenbao felt a renewed sense of confidence regarding their future. Meanwhile, just before exiting the city gates, they overheard the guards discussing matters ahead. "Alas, the number of refugees around here has been increasing lately. Indeed, I encounter several individuals daily who come to complain about their belongings being stolen by refugees. But to be honest, we can't do much. There's simply too many of them," one guard lamented. "Sigh, in these times, we can only hope for the best." The two guards quickly changed the subject. Upon hearing their conversation, the Cheng brothers' expressions darkened. If what the guard said was true, they needed to inform the villagers promptly to avoid being robbed of their possessions by refugees. Upon returning to the villagers' resting place, Cheng Shui and the village chief deliberated, deciding that taking the mountain path would provide greater safety. The villagers had no significant objections to reach their destination as soon as possible. They rested briefly before setting off again. Having learned of the refugee concentration areas in advance, they managed to navigate around them smoothly. However, the heavy rainfall in recent days had rendered the mountain paths treacherous. As they progressed, a rumbling noise echoed overhead, resembling something rolling down from above. Everyone assumed it was merely distant thunder, not giving it much thought. Cheng Zhenbao, awakened from her slumber, instinctively looked up. The sound originated from the mountain peak. While they were situated at the foot of the mountain, with continuous heavy rain, it was precisely the season for landslides. Cheng Zhenbao instantly realized the danger, her expression shifting to one of terror as she mentally shouted, "Run! It's a landslide!" Cheng Shan reacted first, shouting, "Danger! Run!" Before those nearby could comprehend the situation, they spotted several massive boulders tumbling down the mountain at alarming speed. Chapter 47. Encountering the landslide from such heights. Those enormous stones would undoubtedly spell death if they struck a person. Panic and screams erupted, and families scrambled to escape. The Cheng family was the closest to the mountain foot, and with the need to consider the elderly old lady Cheng and old man Cheng, they dashed away. However, the falling rocks approached with terrifying speed, leaving the Cheng family with little chance to evade. In a flash, Cheng Zhenbao's keen eyes spotted a large mud pit ahead. "Quick, jump into the mud pit and lie down." The pit was just a couple of steps away and, though not large, was deep enough to accommodate a few people. Without hesitation, the Cheng family followed Cheng Zhenbao's lead, leaping into the pit. As they did, the boulders hovered above them for a moment before continuing their descent. The ground trembled around them, each tremor resembling a countdown to death. Half an hour later, the Cheng family, having survived the ordeal, reunited with the villagers. They were a sight to behold, covered in mud, with Cheng Shan nursing multiple cuts that were bleeding. However, the other villagers fared no better. Everyone had fled in a chaotic scramble, caring little for their surroundings. Surviving amidst such falling rocks was a stroke of luck. Seeing that the Cheng family was safe, the village chief exhaled a sigh of relief. Everyone was still in shock, and they sought a flat, open area to rest. An hour later, they began to recover from the harrowing experience, gathering together to discuss what had transpired. The falling rocks were truly terrifying. Had we not fled quickly just moments ago, our family would have been crushed beneath them. Indeed, with the recent incessant rains, why must we take the mountain road? Now look at the situation. If it weren't for our good fortune, we might have lost many lives today. This was all due to the suggestion of the Cheng family, who claimed that refugees would block the roads to rob us. Taking the mountain path nearly cost us our lives. The villagers, shaken from their near brush with death, instinctively cast blame upon the Cheng family for initially proposing the mountain route. Elder Cheng, still recovering from her fright, was unable to respond to the mounting grievances. The village chief sighed and stepped forward, asserting that the Zai family acted out of goodwill by alerting us to the potential dangers posed by the refugees. Furthermore, did we forget how Wang Xiufan met her demise? Had we not taken the mountain path and encountered the refugees, we would have lost not only our belongings, but also our very lives. The rockfall was a natural disaster, not a man-made calamity. Who could have foreseen such a thing? Typically, the Cheng family is the first to find food, and we have benefited from their fortunes. So let us refrain from harsh words. With the village chief's intervention, the villagers found some sense in his reasoning, exchanging glances and falling silent. At that moment, most of them bore injuries, and with their hearts still unsettled, the village chief decided it prudent to rest in that open area for a few days. After satisfying her hunger, Cheng Zhenbao finally regained her composure. Chapter 48. Surviving the ordeal, she raised her gaze to the dimming, overcast sky and the distant murmurs of the villagers, letting out a silent sigh. Upon hearing this, Cheng Shui and Cheng Hai quickly gathered their tools and stood up. The fish they caught were substantial, each almost large enough to fill an embrace, sufficient to feed several families. Upon seeing the fish in their hands, the villagers' eyes brightened, and they instinctively swallowed. Cheng Shui, adhering to their earlier agreement, kept only a medium-sized fish for himself and distributed the rest among the villagers. Their gratitude was palpable, with fish now in their possession. The villagers' dissatisfaction towards the Cheng family dissipated, and their previously cold demeanor softened considerably. Cheng Shui smiled, but chose not to elaborate further. Continuing their journey, the group learned from their prior experience, opting to take a longer route rather than linger at the mountain's foot. As they traversed a grove, they heard commotion ahead. The village chief, wary of making hasty decisions, halted their progress. Cheng Shui and several robust men moved forward to investigate. Upon closer inspection, the source of the noise turned out to be merely a man hunting, armed with knives and swords, his face adorned with a bushy beard, exuding a rugged aura. However, he bore numerous injuries. The rain continued to fall steadily from the heavens, and the villagers, now accustomed to the weather, constructed makeshift shelters to cook their meals. Having gained considerable experience in treating wounds, Cheng Zhenbao took it upon herself to assist the injured merchant. With her guidance, the Cheng family utilized previously gathered herbs to concoct ointments for bruises and sprains, which proved timely. After tending to the wounds, Xiao Shuyun and Elder Cheng prepared a simple lunch. The meal was modest, but the young gentleman expressed his appreciation, exclaiming, "Thank you, sister-in-law. I am but a rough man. As long as there is food, I am content." During the meal, the Cheng family became better acquainted with Lu Mingji. "Are you and your companions headed to Qingzhou City as well? Could it be that you, Brother Lu, are also traveling there?" Cheng Shan inquired, surprised. "If that is the case, would you mind if I, Lu, accompany you on your journey?" Lu Mingji, known for his carefree nature, felt a sense of obligation to protect the Cheng family, who had shown him kindness. "Rest assured, I will take care of my own needs." Cheng Shui, having witnessed Lu Mingji's prowess before, understood the advantages of having him along, especially in the event of an encounter with refugees. Chapter 49. Capturing the Bear. Cheng Zhenbao recalled the book's description of this man as possessing both good character and impressive skills. With such a guardian, the Cheng family felt reassured on their journey. The agreement was swiftly reached. As Cheng Zhenbao's eyes wandered around, she suddenly remembered certain details from the book. These large footprints on the ground suggest that bears may inhabit this forest. What? Cheng Shan, closest to Cheng Zhenbao, expressed his astonishment. "What is it?" Lu Mingji, unable to hear Cheng Zhenbao's thoughts, looked puzzled. They indeed discovered a series of bear paw prints on the ground. Lu Mingji approached with a serious expression, indicating the need for caution. Cheng Hai pondered, "Brother Lu, can you handle a bear in combat?" Cheng Zhenbao sensed that her uncle was contemplating leveraging Lu Mingji's strength. If assistance was available, capturing a bear was not out of the question. "So, do you wish to catch a bear? I could give it a try, but I would need someone unafraid to help me." With the invitation laid out, Cheng Shui readily agreed to assist. Cheng Hai cheerfully joined in, already envisioning what they would do with the bear once caught. With so many villagers present, it would be wise to set a trap, Cheng Shan reasoned, and promptly set to work. By evening, the Cheng brothers, along with Lu Mingji, successfully located a bear and lured it into their trap. Lu Mingji, agile and adept, struck the bear with precise blows. In its pain, the bear pursued him. As it stepped into the trap, the Cheng brothers pulled the ropes, suspending the bear from a tree, which then fell heavily onto a bed of sharp thorns, where it struggled briefly before falling still. Lu Mingji, panting heavily, looked at the bear on the ground and burst into laughter. "What a thrill! I was fully prepared for a fight, but Brother Cheng, your trap was truly a time saver and effort saver." The Cheng brothers felt a surge of pride, especially since the trap was devised by their little treasure. After consulting Lu Mingji, they shared the bear meat with the villagers, leading to another hearty meal. This event further solidified the bond between the Cheng family and Lu Mingji, whose generous and chivalrous nature endeared him to Elder Cheng, who nearly adopted him as a son. With the formidable Lu Mingji escorting them, their journey progressed smoothly. After a long trek, they finally reached their destination, Qingzhou City. This marked the villagers' second sighting of a city since their flight. In contrast to Yang City, Qingzhou City was considerably more prosperous. A long queue formed before the majestic city gates, presumably filled with people arriving from elsewhere. The village chief and his party, filled with excitement, joined the line, hopeful for a future free from hardship. As they were refugees, they would need to register with the local authorities to secure their place in Qingzhou City. Chapter 50. Arrival at Qingzhou City. As soon as the village chief voiced his intentions, he was promptly met with rejection. The reasons for rejection mirror those of Yang City. There are already numerous refugees who have sought refuge here, and the city is currently overcrowded, unable to accept any more. The hopes of the village chief and his companions were once again extinguished, leaving them disheartened and hesitant. Do you not realize that only those with relatives within the city can gain entry? A voice, dripping with sarcasm, pierced through the gloom. It belonged to a woman, clad in decent clothing, her head wrapped in a matching scarf, and a bamboo basket in hand. Her scrutinizing gaze swept over the group, gradually turning contemptuous. You all look filthy, like wild monkeys just descended from the mountains. Do you truly believe you can enter our Qingzhou city? What a delusion! Her features were sharp and unkind, and her words grew increasingly harsh. The villagers instinctively glanced at their own soiled garments, noticing the mud splattered across their bodies and faces, presenting a disheveled and odorous appearance. Yet, this was an unavoidable consequence of the relentless downpour. They had no choice but to traverse the mountains in the rain, leaving them no time or energy to tend to their appearance. The woman's shrill voice drew the attention of many, reddening their faces in embarrassment. Some echoed her sentiments, their gazes laden with undisguised disdain. The villagers, initially inclined to retort, were silenced by the village chief, who deemed it wiser to avoid conflict at the city gate, fearing the ire of the guards. After prolonged negotiations with the officials, the chief returned, dejected and resigned. The Cheng family gazed up at the towering city walls, feeling a mix of disappointment and helplessness. Let's find a nearby mountain to settle temporarily, Cheng Hai suggested with a grimace. There is no point in enduring the scorn of those who look down upon us. They resolved to seek refuge in the mountains, just as they had before. Cheng Zhenbao had not anticipated such an outcome, as the original text merely glossed over this issue. Closing her eyes, she murmured a silent incantation, and upon reopening them, her clear gaze sparkled with newfound brightness. With Shun Qi's friend nearby, I shall seek him out with this nameplate. Perhaps fortune will favor us. Indeed, the decision to save him had proven wise. The Cheng family pondered for a moment before recalling that Shun Qi was the extraordinary youth they had rescued in Yang City. Cheng Hai's eyes lit up as he retrieved the gilded nameplate, which, despite being somewhat damaged from their journey, retained its essential information. The young lord had mentioned that in times of difficulty in Qingzhou City, they could present this nameplate for assistance. I shall take my chances, he declared, turning to leave, with Cheng Feng following closely behind. This represented their last flicker of hope, and the remaining family members watched their departing figures with glimmers of expectation. Chapter 51. Dafan Village. Cheng Hai spotted a government carriage approaching and, clutching the nameplate, decided to take a chance. Who are you? Step aside. As they neared the carriage, a guard unsheathed his sword and regarded the brothers coldly. Faced with such a menacing presence, Cheng Hai hesitated, ready to retreat when the carriage's curtain was drawn back. What is the purpose of your obstruction? A young nobleman in a dark blue satin robe, exuding an air of opulence, inquired. Cheng Hai nervously brandished the nameplate above his head. My lord, I seek the person named in this document. Upon seeing the name inscribed upon it, the nobleman's expression shifted to one of scrutiny. Do you know a Qi? Hearing the familiar address, Cheng Hai's eyes brightened, and he recounted the events of their earlier encounter in detail. Ah, I see. You are a Qi's saviors, the nobleman acknowledged, nodding. Please wait here a moment. I shall return shortly. With that, he lowered the carriage curtain, and the vehicle advanced into the city under the respectful gaze of the guards. After half an hour, the nobleman reappeared before the Cheng family, holding several documents. I gathered from your words that you wish to relocate your entire village to Qingzhou City, correct? The Cheng family, faced with such a distinguished figure, felt an instinctive nervousness, even though his demeanor was amicable. I have obtained the relocation documents, he announced with a smile. The Cheng family gasped in astonishment. What? So soon? After all, you are a Qi's benefactors. He rarely shares his nameplate with others. Perceiving their disbelief, the nobleman continued. You need not enter the city. I have arranged a place for you. Truly, those with connections operate with remarkable efficiency, Cheng Zhenbao mused. The Cheng family summoned the village chief. Your new residence will be in Destined village, the nobleman stated, handing a cowhide map to the chief and pointing to a corner. The village lies approximately 6 miles from Qingzhou City, making future trips convenient. The previous inhabitants had long vacated, and you will be considered the original residents. However, the land is rather barren, and you will need to cultivate it yourselves, he explained in a calm tone. The village chief was particularly excited, his eyes sparkling. That is of no concern. As long as we have a place to settle, we are grateful. Those who had earlier mocked the villagers for their unworthiness to enter the city now wore expressions of varied emotions, their earlier words stinging their cheeks with shame. Who would have thought that these seemingly unremarkable country folk would be acquainted with such prominent figures in Qingzhou City? The group set forth towards Destined village. To Cheng Zhenbao's surprise, the young nobleman accompanied the Cheng family closely. We have arrived, she finally diverted her gaze from the nobleman, curiously examining their new abode. The village presented a quaint charm, with houses closely nestled and winding paths. The terrain was flat and expansive, surrounded by fields and streams. Although it bore signs of neglect, it was undeniably an improvement over their previous village. The fallow land was rich black soil, promising a bountiful harvest once cultivated. Chapter 52. Relying on the mountains, how is it? It may be somewhat desolate. Can you accept this? The nobleman inquired leisurely, tapping his folding fan as he smiled at the Cheng family. They felt both honored and overwhelmed, while the surrounding villagers looked on with surprise and curiosity. This place is quite satisfactory. We shall gladly accept it, they replied. Thank you, my lord. The Cheng family expressed their gratitude profusely. The nobleman smiled warmly. It is no trouble. I will assist Achi's benefactors to the very end. After exchanging further thanks, the nobleman turned and departed. The remaining villagers, filled with excitement, began to explore their new village despite the rain. Under the village chief's guidance, everyone selected their own courtyards. The house chosen by the Cheng family was similar in size to their previous home. However, upon opening the door, the entrance came crashing down. A closer inspection revealed numerous holes in the roof, with rain pouring in from above, creating muddy puddles on the floor. The corners were a haven for mice and spiders. Upon entering, Xiao Shuyun and the others were greeted by a cloud of dust, followed by the overwhelming dampness that churned their stomachs. It seems the nobleman was not mistaken. This place indeed appears to have been uninhabited for quite some time. However, a thorough effort would suffice. I notice that there are fields nearby, yet I remain uncertain about who holds the land deeds. To establish a long-term residence here, one must rely on their own cultivation. Today was a journey filled with numerous incidents, leaving everyone too weary to continue tidying up the house. Finding a sheltered spot in the yard to escape the rain, I lit a fire and prepared a meal before succumbing to a deep slumber. The following day, the rain was less intense than in previous days, merely a drizzle. The village chief gathered everyone to discuss the situation. Upon witnessing the dilapidated state of the houses, the villagers began to voice their complaints, suggesting that it would be better to seek refuge in a cave. Behind us lies a towering mountain, adorned with vast stretches of forest. There are plenty of able-bodied men in the village. If they are determined, surely they can find a place to reside. Cheng Zhenbao's gaze lingered on the mountains behind. Cheng Shan shared the same sentiment, echoing her thoughts. Some villagers hesitated, fearing exhaustion, prompting the village chief to assert his authority. Ladies and gentlemen, we must take matters into our own hands. If anyone wishes to leave, simply inform me, and you may depart. As the villagers departed, each with their own thoughts, the village chief engaged in conversation with the Cheng family. The continuous rain had made ascending the mountain problematic, and cutting down trees would require considerable time. The repairs on the houses would take even longer. Moreover, our food supplies are dwindling, and I could see the worry etched on the village chief's face. Within 5 days, the heavy rain will cease, Cheng Zhenbao calculated silently, realizing that the anticipated cessation of rain was approaching. As for food, we must rely on the mountains and waters. The number of refugees in Qingzhou City is not excessive, and the resources here are far more abundant than in our previous small village. As long as we are resourceful, we shall not starve. Upon hearing Cheng Zhenbao's optimism about the imminent end of the rain, the eyes of the Cheng family brightened. Cheng Shan patted the village chief's shoulder, suggesting that the rain might soon stop. After all, did we not survive in the mountains before? We shall rely on the mountains again. Chapter 53. A penny can stump even the greatest heroes indeed. The immediate priority is to repair the houses. I recall that the Oldley family had a skilled tiler. They would undoubtedly be well-versed in repairs. Cheng Hai proposed, there are many men in the village. The older ones can lead the way in cutting trees, while the younger ones, lacking experience, can handle transporting the wood. Those with carpentry skills can work on processing the timber down below. The women can assist by cooking and providing support. With everyone mobilized, the tasks will be accomplished swiftly. Cheng Zhenbao mused quietly to herself. Cheng Shan cast her an appreciative glance, his demeanor imbued with pride as he echoed her sentiments. The village chief nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. Very well. Let us proceed with this plan. After the village chief departed, the Cheng family gathered to discuss their own affairs. Presently, all of their savings amounted to a mere handful of coins. Xiao Shuyun opened her palm, revealing a small collection of copper coins nestled within. Although food does not need to be purchased, clothing may present a challenge. With no source of income, I worry that when winter arrives, we may lack even a single warm garment. Xiao Shuyun sighed bitterly. It dawned on Cheng Zhenbao that during their flight from disaster, they had little use for money. But now, having arrived in Qingzhou City, there would inevitably be occasions requiring financial resources. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Shuyun and the elderly matriarch exchanged knowing glances, their eyes glimmering with understanding. Qingzhou City is not like the remote border town of Ur. It is home to many affluent families who no longer worry about food and clothing. Cheng Zhenbao, who had spent her days alongside the two women, was well aware of their exceptional needlework skills, even deeming them quite proficient. Wouldn't this be too arduous? Cheng Shan hesitated, reluctant to see his wife and mother toil excessively. To his surprise, both women were in remarkable agreement, responding, "We are family. Such words are unnecessary." Thus, the matter was settled. Once the discussions concluded, the village chief assigned tasks to each household. However, there was no urgency to ascend the mountain today due to the ongoing rain, and the men needed to gather more food supplies in preparation for the upcoming repairs. Cheng Zhenbao cast her fortune and opened her wide, round eyes. There are fish in the river, wild vegetables and fruits in the mountains, and even wild rabbits. The Cheng brothers immediately understood and prepared to set off, while the elderly matriarch and Xiao Shuyun decided to venture into the city for a look, with Cheng Zhenbao accompanying Cheng Shan and the others. The Cheng family divided their tasks clearly. With Cheng Zhenbao present, the brothers were sure to return with a bountiful harvest. The yard, enclosed by 4 rooms, was not small, though it appeared quite desolate even after a simple cleaning. The group could only sift through the debris and select a relatively intact house for their living quarters. Today, they managed to catch 2 wild rabbits, reel in a large fish, and gather some wild vegetables and fruits. This bounty would sustain the family for several days. Chapter 54. The disturbance caused by beggars. Cheng Hai frowned, sensing an unsettling disturbance. Something felt amiss. It was too raucous. Should I go out and investigate? Upon stepping outside, he witnessed a group of ragged individuals clashing with the village women. "Who are you?" one of the women demanded. "It is I who should be asking you that," replied a disheveled man, scarred and disheartened. "This desolate village has been abandoned for ages. Who granted you permission to reside here? Leave at once. We were here first." "One must understand the order of arrival," a villager retorted. "We possess documentation. It is you who should vacate." Another voice rang out. "Huh," the scarred man sneered, his expression dripping with disdain. "I saw you all when you first arrived in Qingzhou City. You too are refugees from elsewhere, unable to even enter through the city gates. How dare you claim the right to stay here? Do you take us for fools? If you have documentation, then show it. Produce it." The documentation was kept with the village chief, leaving the villagers unable to counter the scarred man's taunts. Observing their discomfiture, the scarred man and his companions laughed even more raucously. "Next time you lie, think it through first. Hurry and pack up your things and leave. We were here first." His tone was infuriating. Cheng Zhenbao, having deduced their origins, clicked her tongue in silent disapproval. Recently, the number of refugees in Qingzhou City has increased, and the city's original beggars have been forced outside to join them. These individuals likely targeted us since we arrived at the city gates. It seems they assume that people like us are unlikely to have connections with influential figures, hence they have ventured to Dafan village. Though Qingzhou City distributes porridge and grain at fixed times, the supply is insufficient, especially with the rising tide of refugees. It is no wonder they seek to establish a foothold for themselves. Upon hearing Cheng Zhenbao's thoughts, the expressions of the Cheng brothers grew increasingly grave. If a conflict were to ensue, they might find themselves at a disadvantage. Ask them for their documentation, Cheng Hai suggested. If you wish to remain here, should you not also present your documentation? He inquired. The scarred man dismissed the Cheng brothers with contempt, believing their numbers were sufficient to intimidate. We've been in Qingzhou City for decades. We need no documentation, he declared with confidence. Cheng Zhenbao nearly laughed at the absurdity of their reasoning. Will you leave or not? If you don't vacate quickly, we may be compelled to act, the scarred man warned, approaching the Cheng brothers with irritation. Just as tensions were escalating, a loud voice rang out from a distance. Hey, what is going on here? Unlike the agitated Cheng brothers, the scarred man and his companions felt a wave of panic at the sight of the approaching officers. The events have been recounted succinctly, and the constables have now surrounded the group, led by the Scar-faced man. Chapter 55, What is the harm? Why are you not remaining outside the city, but instead have come here? Are you taking advantage of your numbers to bully others? The constable fixed his gaze directly upon them. The previously arrogant Scar-faced man, upon seeing the constable, retreated as if he were a mouse confronted by a cat. He stammered, his eyes darting. Do you think you can simply take what you want? Where are the documents? Show them to me, the constable pressed forward. Beads of cold sweat trickled down the Scar-faced man's forehead, and he ultimately knelt. My lord, please spare us. We were merely misguided. We just wanted to stay here. We meant no trouble. Hearing this, the constable let out a cold snort and began his routine inquiry. The Scar-faced man complied, divulging everything honestly. Cheng Zhenbao observed the Scar-faced group thoughtfully. Are you all well? The family exchanged information, and Cheng Shan learned that Xiao Shuyun and old lady Cheng had not returned empty-handed from the city. They had both received sewing work, earning over 10 copper coins for a single garment. While the sum was not substantial, every little bit counts, and the Cheng family was quite satisfied with the outcome. Meanwhile, the constable had finished questioning the Scar-faced group. He stepped forward, noticing that no one was injured, and reassured them, I've already warned these individuals. They will surely not dare to cause trouble again. Is there anything else you need? The village head merely glanced at the villagers, his mind made up. Preferring to avoid further complications, he shook his head and smiled politely at the constable. You've already been quite troubled today, and with this lesson, I believe they will think twice before returning. The constable nodded indifferently, inquiring about some basic information before preparing to lead the Scar-faced group away. The group, once menacing, now left with their heads hung low. The village currently has only a few dozen residents. If only there were more people in the village. Cheng Zhenbao gazed at the Scar-faced group, resting her small hand on her chin. Cheng Shan furrowed his brows, seemingly contemplating whether this course of action would abide by the village's rules. With the constables as a deterrent, they would not dare to bully the villagers. Cheng Hai, whose mind was always quick, reasoned that having one more person would lessen the burden, and they wouldn't need to provide meals for them. What harm could it bring? Village head, I believe. Cheng Hai directly expressed his thoughts to the village head. Chapter 56. Time and effort saved the village head's first reaction was to refuse. Cheng Hai meticulously laid out the pros and cons, successfully persuading the village head. Since they also sought a place to settle, why not allow them to take root in our village? It was uncertain whether it was due to the village head as persuasive skills or the favor of the well-dressed young gentleman. But the constable readily agreed to the village head's request. Thus, the farce came to an end. The village head pointed the Scar-faced men toward a clear path, instructing them to find their own food, for one must eat to have the strength to work. The next day, the Cheng family had organized their tasks. Cheng Shan and the old man were responsible for cutting down trees with the villagers, while Cheng Shui and Cheng Hai handled the transportation of the wood. Cheng Feng was tasked with both providing support and seeking food, while Xiao Shuyun prepared meals for everyone at home. The coordination among them was seamless within just one morning. They had already stacked over 10 freshly cut logs in the yard. Cheng Zhenbao accompanied Old Lady Cheng to Qingzhou City. Old Lady Cheng delivered the garments she had worked on overnight to the employer and receiver payment, then took Cheng Zhenbao to the livestock market. However, in these difficult times, the cattle and horses for sale appeared sickly, yet they still commanded exorbitant prices. Old lady, if you aren't tea buying, please leave quickly. Old Lady Cheng clutched her withered purse, her face filled with embarrassment. This cow costs 1 tael of silver. Isn't that extortionate? The horse trader scoffed, his demeanor unyielding. What kind of world is this? People are barely able to feed themselves, let alone these animals. I am the only one with stock in all of Qingzhou. If you go elsewhere, you won't find any. The trader's complexion was pale, and his life force appeared diminished. Surely, he must be facing great troubles at home, perhaps concerning someone close to him. Old Lady Cheng was momentarily taken aback, then her eyes brightened. Has there been misfortune in your family recently? The horse trader paused, and his gaze shifted. Could it be that the lady possesses a remedy? Cheng Zhenbao's eyes twinkled. On the 15th of this month, wear a black robe and prepare a cup of wine and a cup of water in the southeast corner of the house. Old Lady Cheng feigned contemplation before relaying the message verbatim. Is that true? Certainly. What the fortune teller Xiao Bao says cannot be wrong. Very well. I shall try as you suggest. If it proves effective in 3 days, you may return here, and I will give you this cow, said the horse trader. By evening, Cheng Shan and the others descended the mountain and gathered in the yard to process the wood. The general structure of the house was intact, but it required reinforcement and roof repairs. Cheng Zhenbao watched as the others struggled to peel the bark and couldn't help but murmur to herself. If only we could devise a machine that would save time and effort. Isn't that difficult? Although Xiao Shuyan didn't fully comprehend what she meant by machine, she conveyed the idea to Cheng Shan unchanged. Upon hearing this, Cheng Shan and his sons discussed it for a moment before setting to work. 2 hours later, the axe was firmly positioned in place, and Cheng Shan moved the frame that held the wood forward, allowing the edge of the wood to press against the sharp blade. With increasing force from behind, the bark was effortlessly peeled away in thin strips, leaving the surface of the trunk smooth and even. The base of the frame, designed according to Cheng Zhenbao's suggestion, was equipped with 4 wheels, making it not only easy to maneuver but also quite convenient. The Cheng family was thoroughly satisfied with this innovation, and Cheng Shan passionately embraced Cheng Zhenbao, showering her with kisses. With a method in hand, the family was filled with excitement and continued working even as darkness fell. Chapter 57. The blatant scoundrel. Thanks to their fervor, in just 3 days, the Cheng family's house was repaired enough for habitation, at least preventing it from collapsing. This remarkable speed caught the attention of the villagers, many of whom came to inquire. Cheng Shan generously shared the method with everyone, prompting the villagers to eagerly imitate it. Cattle? Is that cattle? The villagers exclaimed in astonishment, as if they had encountered something extraordinary. Old Lady Cheng, unable to avoid attention, boldly led the cow before the crowd. Addressing the envious and questioning gazes, she stated, "This cow cost a full tael of silver. My family's also in debt for it." Cheng Zhenbao looked on with approval. If the villagers discovered that this cow had been acquired for free, there would surely be uproar. After a flurry of admiration and envy, the villagers discussed among themselves and departed. Cheng Shan had already allocated a specific area in the yard solely for the cow, demonstrating the family's regard for it. Though it was somewhat scrawny, it would still prove helpful. Cheng Zhenbao's words came to fruition once again. On the 5th day, the rain indeed ceased, and the long-awaited sun returned. However, though the sun shone in the sky, the temperature had significantly dropped. Cheng Zhenbao nestled in old lady Cheng's arms as she sewed, occasionally closing her eyes and silently moving her lips, at other times gazing thoughtfully out the window. According to the original text, there would be no drought or similar disasters shortly after heavy rains. However, this winter was notably harsh and difficult to endure. They needed to stockpile enough food before winter arrived and find ways to earn a little more silver for warm clothing to ward off the cold. Sighing, she lamented that if only she were not merely 7 or 8 months old, she would not be so troubled. After considering several sources for food, Cheng Zhenbao succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep sleep. Upon awakening once more, the clamor around me was unmistakable. As I opened my eyes, I was met by a throng of villagers encircling me. "This matter must be held accountable by your Cheng family. The method originated from your household. So who else should I approach?" exclaimed a scar-faced man. To Cheng Zhenbao's astonishment, the speaker was indeed the scar-faced individual. Beside him stood a man clutching his hand, his face contorted in agony. "Look at my brother's hand. He has lost a finger. How can he possibly live like this?" the scar-faced man demanded vehemently. After hearing a few exchanges, Cheng Zhenbao began to grasp the situation. It appeared that the scar-faced man and his companions had attempted to emulate the Cheng family's method of handling timber, only to inadvertently sever a finger in the process. The scar-faced man believed the Cheng family bore responsibility for this incident, thus inciting the villagers to gather at the Cheng residence in protest. Isn't this blatant extortion? It is clear that the fault lies with your own mismanagement. Why place the blame on my family? The scar-faced man remained undeterred. This is your family's issue. You must take responsibility. Either ensure that food is delivered to our home punctually every day, or surrender that yellow cow of yours. The Cheng family was incredulous, realizing that the entire ruckus was merely a ploy for that very cow. Absolutely not. Then deliver the food, the scar-faced man declared with resolute finality, brandishing the injured hand before the crowd. The bloodied appendage was paraded around. But Cheng Zhenbao could not help but smirk inwardly, noting the clean cut of the wound, suggestive of a powerful strike. I wonder how they handle their knives at home. He mused. The astute Cheng Hai, seizing the moment, proposed, "Would you dare let us inspect your home?" The scar-faced man hesitated, a flicker of panic crossing his features, though he quickly masked it. "What do you want to go to our home for? Are you trying to play tricks? There are many witnesses here. Every matter requires evidence. You claim the source of this issue is our family. We must first ascertain the veracity of your claims." He turned to the villagers, seeking their agreement, which they readily provided. Reluctantly, the injured man agreed to lead them to his home. Upon arriving and surveying the disarray of tools, Cheng Hai could not suppress a derisive laugh. "Your equipment is insufficient. How can you blame my family? It appears you're simply looking to stir trouble." The man's demeanor shifted to one of panic as he glanced nervously at the scar-faced man. "Oof. You are merely grasping at straws. I do not care. The method was yours, and you must take responsibility." The scar-faced man insisted stubbornly. "I've heard that you reside in Destined village because of powerful connections. A cow is trivial. You could easily part with it." Cheng Zhenbao found the absurdity laughable, while the rest of the Cheng family seethed with suppressed anger. The villagers exchanged glances, sensing an opportunity for profit, and fell silent. "Your tools are inadequate. That wound was intentionally inflicted with a kitchen knife," Cheng Zhenbao surmised. He had already deduced the truth. Cheng Shui, no longer willing to remain idle, began rummaging through the pile of timber and soon produced a bloodied kitchen knife. He brandished it before the scar-faced man, who appeared visibly unsettled. "This knife is far too heavy for peeling bark. The wound on your hand matches this blade perfectly, indicating you inflicted this injury to extort us," Cheng Shan declared emphatically. The village chief stepped forward to verify the claims, fixing the scar-faced man and his accomplices with a stern gaze. The latter, his expression twisted, averted his eyes in silence. "If you wish to continue residing in our village, abandon these deceitful schemes. Furthermore, if you desire a cow, go to town and purchase one yourself." The villagers chuckled and dispersed. With the commotion behind them, the Cheng family became increasingly protective of their yellow cow. As the weeks passed, the weather grew cooler, and Cheng Zhenbao understood that stockpiling food and saving money was becoming imperative. The holes in the Cheng home were nearly patched, allowing the family to finally occupy separate rooms rather than cramming into a single, cramped space. Cheng Zhenbao and the matriarch made earnest efforts to mend their clothing. It was a formidable challenge for just the two of them to sustain the entire family. With only the roof left to mend, the task would soon fall to their father and younger brothers. "From tomorrow, I intend to cultivate the land, although finding seeds may prove difficult." Upon hearing this, Cheng Zhenbao wriggled in Xiao Shuyun's embrace. The latter laughed gently, understanding that tomorrow, little Bao would accompany her second brother. Cheng Shui nodded in agreement. The following day, before dawn broke, Cheng Shui had already strapped Cheng Zhenbao onto his back. The harness was a suggestion from Cheng Zhenbao, allowing the bearer to free their hands. The muddy paths in the mountains made for slow progress, but it provided Cheng Zhenbao ample opportunity to observe the surrounding flora. "Potatoes. There are potatoes here. Let us dig up as many as we can store." Cheng Zhenbao's eyes sparkled as she spotted a cluster of plants. Potatoes could serve as both a vegetable and a staple food, thriving in less than ideal conditions and yielding harvests in 2 to 4 months if planted when temperatures were above freezing. With autumn upon them and winter still a few months away, there was an opportunity to gather a bounty before the cold set in. Cheng Shui, inspired by Cheng Zhenbao's enthusiasm, immediately retrieved a hoe from the basket and began to dig. Before long, they had filled the basket with an impressive haul of potatoes, sweet potatoes, and a variety of wild greens, including several wild tomatoes. While the harvest was promising, Cheng Zhenbao felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. A diet lacking in meat was unsustainable. There is a water source to the southeast, Cheng Shui deduced. Following her lead, they ventured towards the indicated direction. Sure enough, they encountered a few wild chickens and rabbits. Although they appeared a bit thin, it was better than nothing. Cheng Shui's eyes gleamed with determination as he prepared to set traps for hunting. But Cheng Zhenbao interrupted him. Let us not rush. Quietly follow them to see if we can find their nest. Capture the whole nest? Cheng Shui's eyes lit up as he crouched low in the grass, stealthily trailing the animals. After expending considerable effort and with Cheng Zhenbao's guidance, he discovered a nest of wild rabbits and chickens. The number of animals was modest, but there were both males and females. We need to catch them alive, Cheng Zhenbao instructed. Cheng Shui nodded, ready to act, only to be outpaced by Xiong Wu, who swiftly captured the entire nest of rabbits and stuffed them into a large cage he carried. Cheng Shui was taken aback. The prize they had worked so hard to secure was slipping away. What are you doing? There is a proper order to these things. I found this nest first. Xiong Wu sneered. You think you can compete with me? You have powerful backing, yet still want to rob me? Xiong Wu was an associate of the Scar-Faced Man, and since the last incident, he had been at odds with the Cheng family. Cheng Zhenbao quickly realized that Xiong Wu had deliberately followed them to seize their find. With a mocking grin, Xiong Wu prepared to leave with the cage. Whoever gets it first claims it. Just as Cheng Shui was about to confront him, Cheng Zhenbao intervened, saying, let him go. Instead of arguing, we should find another nest. Chapter 60. An unkind act. Uncle San must be nearby. Let us find him and embark on a grand venture together. Xiong Wu had already moved far away, and although Cheng Shui felt a sense of helplessness, he still went to seek out Cheng Hai. The scorching sun bore down upon them as the lumberjacks took a break. Upon hearing the recent events, Cheng Hai's expression darkened. His face contorted with anger as he muttered curses under his breath. In contrast, Cheng Zhenbao remained unfazed, seemingly indifferent to the situation. It was not that retribution was absent. Rather, the time had yet to arrive. Under Cheng Zhenbao's guidance, the two brothers, Cheng Shui and Cheng, unexpectedly discovered several animal dens, capturing all the inhabitants and placing them into cages for transport. Just as they were preparing to descend the mountain, a faint cry for help reached their ears. Help! Em dying. The voice seemed somewhat familiar. The Cheng brothers exchanged glances and moved towards the source of the sound. To their astonishment, they found the once arrogant Xiong Wu half submerged in a swamp, his complexion pale as he pleaded for assistance. Upon seeing them approach, his eyes brightened, but his expression shifted to dismay when he realized it was the Cheng brothers who had come to his aid. What vast expanse of swamp lies within this forest? Cheng Shui exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly, it dawned on him why Xiao Bao had urged him to walk closely along the tree trunks when they passed this area. Cheng Shui felt an immense sense of relief at that moment. Cheng Zhenbao, with a subtle smile gracing her fair face, had anticipated that Xiong Wu had followed them after they had captured a cage full of birds, greedily hoping to find more. However, he had unwittingly fallen into the swamp and was now unable to escape. The forest had never been a place of amusement. It was a realm where danger and reward coexisted. The Cheng family had managed to navigate it safely due to their ability to heed Cheng Zhenbao's warnings. Yet for individuals like Xiong Wu, who lacked survival experience, the journey was far more perilous. Please help me, Xiong Wu implored helplessly. Cheng Hai, observing the cage beside him, let out a cold laugh, his expression devoid of sympathy. What is not yours will never be yours. Even if you forcibly seize it, it will yield no benefit. If you wish for us to rescue you, you must return the captured livestock to us. Cheng Zhenbao smirked knowingly. Her uncle was indeed the most cunning member of the Cheng family. Despite his reluctance and dissatisfaction, Xiong Wu had no choice but to comply. Following Cheng Zhenbao's instructions, Cheng Shui fetched a bamboo pole from nearby and extended it to Xiong Wu to pull him out. The process required considerable effort, leaving both brothers exhausted. Observing their struggle, Xiong Wu attempted to break their agreement and make a run for the cage, only to find himself toppling backward, his body uncontrollably leaning towards the swamp. Panic washed over him as he realized the danger behind him, but fortune favored him. He managed to twist aside just before he fell into the mire. Having narrowly escaped, Xiongwu cast a terrified glance upward, wary of any further misfortune. Cheng Zhenbao, with a languid yawn, smiled contentedly before closing her eyes to rest, concealing her achievements and accolades. When she awoke once more, the surrounding clamor had intensified. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered that the Cheng family had been encircled by villagers. "You have exhausted all the livestock from the mountain. What shall we do now?" one villager demanded aggressively. Hearing this, tears welling in her eyes, Cheng Zhenbao came to an epiphany. "Mountain, it's not that I wish to say this, but your actions are truly unkind." A chorus of voices erupted, preventing the Cheng family from interjecting. Cheng Zhenbao had anticipated this very scene unfolding. Chapter 61. Soybeans, it seems we must share the spoils. Causing a ruckus in a single village would be quite unbecoming. "Fear not, Mountain. Consider this a loan from my family to yours. Rest assured, we remember all the kindness you have shown us along the way." A villager spoke up before departing. Hearing such words brought comfort to Cheng Shan, softening his expression as he nodded with an honest smile. Once the commotion subsided, Xiao Shuyan let out a long sigh. "Do not worry, mother. There are always other means to earn a living. This winter, we shall surely fare well," Cheng Zhenbao declared with a hint of cunning on her cherubic face. Before the Cheng family could respond, she continued, "The potatoes and sweet potatoes are indeed treasures. Let us reserve some for our immediate sustenance and plant the rest. This is our first step towards ensuring we are well fed." Cheng Shan quickly picked up a dusty potato from ground. Although its flavor might be lacking, it would suffice for nourishment. "I shall continue to cultivate the wasteland tomorrow." Delicious. It's merely that the locals lack culinary skills. Cheng Zhenbao had previously observed that the cuisine of this era was rather monotonous, consisting of the same few dishes. However, this realization also unveiled a business opportunity. It was still too early to ponder such matters. "I shall slaughter a chicken to stew. It will help nourish your father and mother," Xiao Shuyan suggested. The household was left with only 4 wild rabbits and 4 wild chickens. Upon hearing this, Cheng Zhenbao's expression shifted dramatically. No. We cannot slaughter these rabbits and chickens. They must be kept to breed." Cheng Hai's eyes lit up with understanding. "Yes, let the rabbits breed rabbits, and the chickens breed chickens. This way, we shall have a continual supply of meat." Cheng Shui also grasped the idea. "Indeed, we have been on the road for so long that we could only consume what we captured, but now we have established ourselves." "Agreed. Let's raise them," Cheng Laodai decisively concluded with excitement. The following day, Cheng Zhenbao insisted on accompanying Cheng Shui, with Cheng Hai joining them as well. Their destination was no longer the mountain, but rather the outskirts, a full 10 miles away from Dafan village. The journey was long, and the 3 of them carried baskets filled with water and provisions. After traversing a low hill, they finally arrived at their destination. Before them lay a half-acre of farmland. Though the crops appeared neglected and wilted, "Are these soybeans?" Cheng Hai exclaimed in astonishment. He had wondered why Xiao Bao insisted on coming here. It was because this place held treasures. Cheng Zhenbao had calculated the presence of soybeans, knowing that several acres had once been cultivated by the landlord months prior. However, relentless rains had rendered the harvest poor, and disheartened, the landlord abandoned the unproductive land and moved to the capital. Chapter 62. A lucky find. Cheng Zhenbao had foreseen this situation and brought her family to seize the opportunity. Upon hearing this, Cheng Hai and Cheng Shui awakened from their stupor. They finally understood why they had come here today. Their little Bao was truly remarkable. Fortunately, they had not heeded Wang Xiufan's foolish words. Just a mile or 2 ahead, there is a small patch of peanuts. The Cheng brothers worked swiftly. It was fortunate that only the 2 of them had come. Had Cheng Feng been present, he likely would have deemed the work too dirty and exhausting. Cheng Zhenbao felt a surge of gratitude that the heavy rains had fallen for several months. While heavy rainfall could save some crops, drought would be far more devastating. As they gazed upon their harvest, the family members at home widened their eyes in astonishment. "This, so much. We can keep some yellow beans for tofu or storage, and the rest, those in poor condition, can be used to extract oil. The same goes for the peanuts. Oh, and we must save some seeds for planting in the spring. Soybeans require higher temperatures for cultivation than potatoes." Upon hearing Cheng Zhenbao's suggestion for oil extraction, Xiao Shuyun felt a surge of eagerness yet hesitated, for she had never attempted it before. Next, we must wait for the potatoes to sprout. And before the cold sets in, we should harvest as much as we can. Gathered together, the Cheng family engaged in lively conversation while Cheng Zhenbao nestled in Xiao Shuyun's embrace, secretly calculating the current food supplies at home. There were approximately 20 pounds of potatoes, around 10 pounds of sweet potatoes, over 40 pounds of soybeans harvested that day, and only 20 pounds of peanuts. Of the 20 pounds of potatoes, some had already begun to sprout, ready for planting as soon as the land was cleared. However, with the resources currently at hand, she believed they could craft something worthwhile. In this day and age, food was the most scarce commodity, and it had the highest market value. They could endeavor to prepare some edibles to sell in the town, pricing them reasonably. The impoverished could purchase them to satiate their hunger, while the affluent might indulge in them as snacks. Regardless, there would be buyers. The members of the Cheng family, having understood her sentiments, engaged in discussions and deemed the plan feasible. The following day, Xiao Shuyun and the matriarch of the Cheng family busied themselves in the courtyard from dawn, sitting together to shell soybeans. Fortunately, the Cheng family's yard was situated in a corner, rarely traversed by passers-by. Within a mere day, the mother-in-law duo produced some tofu from the yellow beans. Followed the method suggested by Cheng Zhenbao to extract a modest quantity of soybean oil and sliced around 10 pounds of potatoes into thin chips to sun-dry in the yard. As Xiao Shuyun was preparing a meal, she heard her husband's cheerful voice. "The piece of land allocated to us has been entirely cleared, and we can plant tomorrow." It turned out that the villagers, recognizing the Cheng family's goodwill, had temporarily set aside their own tasks to assist Cheng Shan. Half a month later, the Cheng family's dwelling was nearly restored. Though it was merely a simple thatch cottage, the Cheng family felt content. The first batch of potatoes had been sown, albeit only half an acre due to a shortage of seeds. The atmosphere in the Cheng household was particularly lively that day, not only because of the wild chickens laying eggs and the rabbits giving birth, but also due to the enticing aroma wafting from a bowl of freshly fried potato chips that Xiao Shuyun placed on the table. Each chip was perfectly sliced, golden and crisp from frying, and sprinkled with a hint of red pepper, delivering a delightful crunch with every bite. Cheng Zhenbao's eyes sparkled with delight. "How fragrant! It's a pity I can't eat it as an infant. This would surely sell like hotcakes." Cheng Shan praised, astonished that such humble potatoes could yield such delectable results. Xiao Shuyun sighed in relief. "I'll try to sell them in the city this afternoon, and I've also prepared some sweet potato chips. The basket is ready, and the shoulder pole is completed. You just need to pack it up and carry it." Nodding in agreement, the Cheng family set out for the city, their hearts filled with trepidation. They found a bustling spot and began to hawk their wares. Initially, they attracted a curious crowd, but as soon as the prices were announced, many were dissuaded. "Isn't half a tael per pound a bit too expensive?" Cheng Shan inquired. "No, rarity lends value. Besides, crafting these 10-odd pounds of potato chips consumed several days, not to mention the cost of oil," she explained. Although potato chips were not inherently valuable, the reality was that even those with money struggled to find food. "Offer some to that gentleman in the gray robe ahead," she suggested, having noticed that he was of a wealthy family. If he took a liking to their product, business prospects would surely brighten. As the Cheng family fretted, they heard Cheng Zhenbao's thoughts. Cheng Shan hesitated momentarily before approaching the man with a small plate. Xiao Shuyun, anxiously holding Cheng Zhenbao, watched as the gentleman furrowed his brow, sampled a chip, and then beamed with delight. "I'll take 8 taels for these potato and sweet potato chips." The Cheng family was stunned. Had they truly sold them so easily? "Shall we not sell them?" Cheng Shan quickly replied, No, we will sell." As they gazed at the empty basket and the 5 taels of silver in hand, joy erupted within them. Previously, it took a month of hard labor to earn even 2 taels. Today, they had made 8 taels in a single day. Indeed, preparing food is a lucrative venture, especially with such innovative snacks. It's a shame we have so few potatoes left. Otherwise, we could do this again. The remaining potatoes must be reserved for sustenance. If only we had more raw materials, we could even create a tomato flavor version that would surely delight the children. With the money in hand, Xiao Shuyun immediately led everyone to a tailor's shop to order winter clothes. Although the 7 taels spent on clothing pained her, it was a necessary expense. Money slipped through their fingers, leaving the Cheng family feeling somewhat disheartened, but Cheng Zhenbao encouraged them internally. Chapter 64. A Theft. The announcement struck the Cheng family like a thunderclap, sending shockwaves through their hearts. What did this mean? The matriarch clung to a flicker of hope. Alas, you all should see for yourselves. Upon entering the courtyard, they were met with the sight of chaotic footprints scattered across the ground, and the surroundings were in disarray, as if a tempest had swept through. This is terrible. Our yellow cow is gone. Shanghai et glim an sioli. Xiao Shuyun emerged from the kitchen, her expression grave. The food. We have lost everything we painstakingly gathered. The matriarch felt as if she had been dealt a crushing blow, nearly fainting. Who did this? Cheng Shui shouted furiously. We're not sure. I came to borrow a hoe from Cheng Dage, only to find the house in this state. A villager recounted. The crowd buzzed with speculation and murmurs of sympathy. Is it true that there is not a single grain left in your home? The village chief inquired. Cheng Shan nodded, his face clouded with worry. Though Dufin village was favorably located, it had long been abandoned, with no nearby establishments, leaving only their village within a few kilometers. The village chief's expression turned serious, making it clear that the absence of outsiders suggested the theft was an inside job. The villagers quickly denied involvement, explaining their daily activities. By the way, has anyone seen Zhao Wu and the others? He was looking to swindle Cheng Shan's family, and now he hasn't been seen all day. This must be connected to them. Zhao Wu was the name of the man with the scarred face. The Cheng family pondered this and found it plausible, as Zhao Wu and his group had long coveted their possessions. I will go confront them, Cheng Shui declared angrily. Wait, it may not be Zhao Wu. Cheng Zhenbao interjected suddenly. The Cheng family asked in unison. Then who could it be? Although the villagers harbored their own motives, they would not stoop so low as to commit such a heinous act. It was a group of refugees who recently fled, Cheng Zhenbao asserted, her small face betraying an unusual seriousness. Zhao Wu and his companions were taken aback as they were unexpectedly surrounded by an enraged crowd. What is the meaning of this? They demanded. Return the items you took from the Cheng family. What items? Why are you accusing us? Zhao Wu responded, bewildered. The villagers pressed on, and tensions escalated as neither side would relent, nearly resulting in a brawl. Understanding the situation, the Cheng family and the village chief intervened. What's going on? Zhao Wu straightened his collar and scoffed. We learned in town today that the number of refugees arriving in Qingzhou City has increased, and they may target our village. This aligned with Cheng Zhenbao's earlier insights. As some villagers continued to confront Zhao Wu and his group, the Cheng family quickly interjected. Everyone, it likely isn't them, is indeed the work of the refugees. Chapter 65. Wild boar, I'll go with you. I refuse to let the blame fall on us. Surprisingly, Zhao Wu stepped forward. We will go too. We are all from the same village, and this is an affront to us. A villager added. The Cheng family expressed their gratitude with smiles. In no time at all, a group of burly men armed with hoes and axes gathered at the village entrance, their demeanor fierce. That group must have taken the cow not far from here. They're hiding in an abandoned temple a few miles away. Taking from us is akin to challenging fate. Lao Si, you run quickly and report to the authorities. Elder Cheng said. All right. As the group prepared to set off, a leisurely figure entered the village, puzzled by the sight of their gear. What are you all preparing for? Upon seeing the newcomer, Cheng Shan's face brightened. Brother Liu? The newcomer was none other than Lu Mingji, who had left Qingzhou City earlier. Having completed his task, he intended to check on the Cheng family's well-being. After listening to the details, Lu Zhixing waved his hand and coldly laughed. Let us go. I shall accompany you. I want to see if these people have the audacity. With the skilled Lu Mingji joining their ranks, the Cheng family members were elated. A crowd of them set off with torches, marching robustly. As they neared their destination, Lu Mingji, who was leading the way, suddenly sensed something amiss. Something feels off here. Let us wait a moment. What is wrong? The others looked puzzled. Cheng Zhenbao tilted his head, his round eyes surveying the surroundings. There are wild boars nearby, and they are quite sizable, 3 of them. This revelation startled the Cheng family, prompting them to loudly warn the villagers to assume defensive positions. Indeed, the ground began to tremble, indicating the approach of large animals. The group braced themselves, and soon 3 hefty wild boars appeared before them. Each boar was larger than the last, with the smallest weighing around 100 pounds, and the largest possibly exceeding 300. Such immense creatures could easily inflict severe harm. You beasts, I shall deal with you. Lu Mingji decided to take the initiative, brandishing his sword as he charged forward. Brother Lu. Cheng Zhenbao looked worried. We must join him. We cannot let Brother Lu face these creatures alone. The Cheng brothers joined the fray, while Xiao Shuyun and Elder Cheng stood anxiously in the back. Perhaps encouraged by the presence of fighters ahead, Zhao Wu and his companions shouted and joined the battle, followed by other villagers. Despite their massive size and strength, the wild boars were no match for the sheer number of attackers and soon lay lifeless on the ground. The villagers raised their hoes and axes, cheering in triumph. Observing the unharmed crowd, Elder Cheng finally exhaled in relief. Let us set aside the matter of the wild boars and swiftly locate that group of refugees. Otherwise, I fear they may escape. After taking a breath, Cheng Zhenbao promptly reminded everyone in his heart. The Cheng family nodded repeatedly, urging everyone to bind the wild boars and carry them. Stop! Put down those wild boars. They belong to us. Chapter 66. The One-Eyed Man. As the villagers searched for wood nearby, a group descended from the mountain road. The leader, towering over 8 feet, wore an eye patch that gave him a fearsome appearance. Cheng Zhenbao squinted. It's them, the very refugees who came to steal from our home. Xiao Shuyan quickly relayed this to Cheng Shan, who immediately went on high alert. What do you mean, yours? We worked hard to kill those. A villager glared at the One-Eyed Man in dissatisfaction. The One-Eyed Man scanned the villagers with a sharp gaze, seemingly wary of their numbers, and leaned to converse with his companions. He then said, All right, since it's come to this, we shall claim the smallest one. Hearing this, the villagers gathered, warily eyeing the One-Eyed Man and his group. Cheng Zhenbao found this amusing as he glanced at Lu Mingji. This uncle is genuinely kind-hearted, but he is reckless and overly bold. The fact that this group remains so calm in the face of our numbers suggests they are prepared for a counterattack. The One-Eyed Man merely chuckled. So it turns out that household belongs to you. Impressive. You do have some foundation. This, at first glance, sounded like praise. But upon closer inspection, it was sheer mockery. You. Elder Cheng was infuriated. The One-Eyed Man laughed arrogantly, saying, Ha ha ha, old lady, at your age. It's better not to get worked up. Otherwise, you might struggle to catch your breath. What does it matter if you have more people? To me, you're all a bunch of useless fools. His words instantly enraged the Cheng family and all the villagers. Don't panic, take action. First, neutralize those on the mountain with bows and arrows who are ready to push down stones. We must stabilize the situation and launch a surprise attack. Cheng Zhenbao's anxiety escalated. She knew there were ambushers on the mountain, but felt powerless to convey it. Fortunately, Xiao Shuyun and Elder Cheng heard her, and the two relayed the message to Cheng Hai. Cheng Hai, alarmed by what he heard, whispered a few words to Cheng Shan before quietly retreating to the back of the crowd. Cheng Shan and Cheng Shui were tasked with keeping the One-Eyed Man occupied. That grain is our family's winter provisions. Are you trying to force us into a corner? Cheng Shan said, while signaling to Lu Mingji, indicating the ambush on the mountain. Though Lu Mingji was somewhat slow-witted, having spent many years in commerce, he quickly grasped Cheng Shan's meaning. You see, leave some for my family, one to you. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingji feigned anger, pointing at Cheng Shan and shouting, What are you afraid of? If you're so cowardly, I want to help you. After saying this, he angrily turned and left. The villagers were bewildered, while the One-Eyed Man wore a proud expression. Only Cheng Zhenbao noticed Lu Mingji sneaking to the back of the group, and, while everyone was distracted, he swiftly climbed up the mountain via a small path. Shadows danced among the trees, concealing an impending storm of blood and chaos. Cheng Shan spoke amicably with the One-Eyed Man for a while, but the latter's attitude grew increasingly arrogant. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Since you choose to reject my goodwill, I shall oblige you. The One-Eyed Man sneered. Chapter 67. Annihilation. Cheng Shan instinctively looked up, only to see Lu Mingji hiding behind a tree, giving him a nod. It's time to act. Let us send these ungrateful fools to meet their end. The One-Eyed Man laughed maniacally, tilting his head back. After his words fell, an unexpected silence ensued, leaving him perplexed. Where are the ambushers? The One-Eyed Man and his subordinates, still scanning the surroundings in confusion, suddenly saw Lu Mingji tossing several individuals at his feet. I despise you cowardly backstabbers. Lu Mingji snorted coldly. He then led the villagers, armed with hoes, into the fray, against the overwhelming numbers. The one-eyed man's group was quickly beaten to a pulp, unable to retaliate. How could this be? How could they know there were ambushers on the mountain? This tactic, which had never failed before, today has faltered. Cheng Zhenbao's clear eyes sparkled with concealed triumph. These individuals resemble those who killed Wang Xiufan before. They survived by plundering and pillaging. Thankfully, Uncle Lu and everyone are here today. Their hideout should contain a substantial amount of provisions. Upon arriving at the one-eyed man's hideout, the truth of Cheng Zhenbao's words became evident. After dispatching the remaining henchmen, they discovered a trove of food piled high in a dilapidated temple: potatoes, sweet potatoes, wild vegetables, fruits, and even 20 pounds of cornmeal buns. Moreover, their group included a sickly sheep and several wild game. However, they were too late. The Cheng family's yellow cow had already been slaughtered by this group, though it had not yet been consumed, still intact. Alas, since the cow has been killed, let us divide it. It's only fair to thank everyone. We can't let them make a fruitless trip. We'll just keep the hide. The Cheng family shared this sentiment. As for the one-eyed man and his crew, they were handed over to the authorities. Though night had fully descended, the villagers were bustling with excitement, dividing the spoils. Some were butchering the cow, while others were preparing the pork, creating a lively scene. The cow can be divided as my family desires. The remainder shall be shared among everyone. We would prefer to have less of the wild boar meat, but may I take that sick sheep for my family? Cheng Shan conferred with the village chief. That sick sheep has eyes so bloodshot. It must be ill and inedible. Besides, how much meat can it possibly yield? We are all wary of disease and have considered disposing of it. One villager remarked, "Indeed, this yellow cow is all yours. If you are unwilling to share, we shall receive nothing at all." Cheng Shan scratched his head and chuckled innocently. "It is quite laborious for you all to accompany me at this late hour. I feel quite guilty." Although the night had grown late, the Cheng family remained gathered around the table. Cheng Zhenbao gazed at the sick sheep in Cheng Shan's arms, his heart leaping with joy. Soon, there would be mutton to savor. However, the sheep appeared so sickly, with more air going in than coming out. Could it truly be safe to eat? Chapter 68. Something happened to Xiao Shuyan. Cheng Feng frowned and echoed the villagers' concerns. Cheng Zhenbao, however, disagreed. "Foolish uncle, this sheep is indeed a bit unwell, but we can restore its health. Moreover, it is pregnant with lambs. If we care for it well, we shall not have to worry about meat in the future." Upon hearing this, the Cheng family members paused, then burst into laughter. "How do you plan to heal the sheep? I have never heard of livestock being treated." Cheng Shui expressed his curiosity. "We still have some herbs from our previous foraging. We can mix a few of them with its feed, just like when we humans take medicine when ill." Though the Cheng family had never heard of healing livestock in such a manner, they decided to give it a try, as it was Zhenbao who suggested it. Days passed, and the villagers wore cheerful expressions, as the 3 wild boars and 1 yellow cow had been distributed, alleviating their worries about food for the time being. On this day, the Cheng brothers went hunting while others worked in the fields. Old Lady Cheng had gone to the city to deliver clothes, leaving only Cheng Zhenbao and Xiao Shuyun at home. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the sound, Xiao Shuyun rose to open the door. 3 middle-aged men stood at the entrance. Their attire neat, but weariness etched across their faces, as if they had traveled a long distance. "We 3 brothers have journeyed from the north and are quite parched. May we trouble you for a drink?" the eldest man inquired. Observing their cracked lips and parched appearances, Xiao Shuyan nodded in response. "Please, pardon the simplicity of our home. Unfortunately, we have run out of water. I shall fetch some shortly." The men quickly nodded, expressing their gratitude. Xiao Shuyan glanced at the sleeping Cheng Zhenbao, contemplated for a moment, and then headed out with a water bucket. Inside, the 3 men waited patiently, engaging in idle conversation. "I heard that the villagers here have just settled in again." One man nodded. "This house appears to have been recently repaired. You and I are now without a place to stay. Finding such a refuge is indeed a blessing." Cheng Zhenbao awoke, feeling an emptiness in his stomach, hunger gnawing at him. He uttered a few incoherent sounds, but there was no sign of Xiao Shuyan. Instead, 3 unfamiliar men were present. Realizing that Xiao Shuyan was in trouble, he immediately burst into tears. Cheng Zhenbao continued to cry, his wails growing louder. The 3 men at a loss. stepped outside with the child and stopped passing villagers for help. Seeing Cheng Zhenbao, the villagers quickly took him to find Cheng Shan. Mother is in trouble. By the creek. Cheng Shan, still cradling the child and bewildered by the situation, turned pale and dashed towards the creek. There, Xiao Shuyan lay unconscious by the water's edge, having sustained a head injury that bled profusely. It appeared she had slipped while drawing water and fallen. Chapter 69. Free Well Digging. Half an hour later, the doctor emerged from the Cheng household. Cheng Shan remained visibly anxious. Upon hearing this, Cheng Shan felt a sense of relief. This incident was indeed precipitated by my 3 brothers. I am truly sorry. The 3 men who had come for water bowed apologetically to Cheng Shan. Only then did Cheng Shan remember the 3 men waiting outside. He scratched his head and said, "No harm done. The path was slippery, and I have fallen several times myself." He rose to pour water for them, adding, "Please do not feel obliged to leave. If you're not in a hurry, stay for a meal." The 3 exchanged glances filled with gratitude. During the meal, the Cheng family learned that the 3 men had traveled from the north. Their surname was Han, and they had only each other left in their family. "Let them stay the night," Cheng Zhenbao suggested unexpectedly. Old Lady Cheng's eyes lit up with the idea, and after some discussion, the 3 men gratefully agreed to stay. The next day, as Cheng Shan prepared to leave, he was called by the 3 Han brothers. "You 3 are up so early. Did you sleep well last night?" Han nodded, saying, "Thank you. I have not slept so soundly in a long while." "We have something to discuss with you, Brother Cheng." Cheng Shan, puzzled, asked, "What is it?" Honda led Cheng Shan around to the back of the house. Old Lady Cheng, observing their secretive demeanor, couldn't help but wonder. The Han brothers were initially learning to dig wells under a master. After yesterday's incident with your mother, they felt remorseful and arose early to see if we could dig a well near our home. Cheng Zhenbao chimed in confidently. Old Lady Cheng felt a surge of excitement, but soon grew anxious. Digging a well was no simple task, and they currently lacked the funds. Before long, Cheng Shan and the Han brothers emerged. Cheng Shan wore a beaming smile, and, upon sending the Han brothers off, turned to enter the house. Could there be good news? Cheng Shan nodded repeatedly. Indeed, the Han brothers inspected the land behind the house and claimed there is water below. "We can dig a well." "Is that true?" Cheng Shuai exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy, but then his expression fell. "But we have no money to hire them." The Han brothers assured him they would not accept payment. Cheng Hai, after a moment of silence, said, "Though they say so, it feels wrong to have them work for free. They do not owe us, and we should not owe them." "Foolish uncle, we could provide them food and lodging. Can't we? They too are wandering, and when they wish to leave, we can send them off with provisions." In these times, food was more precious than silver. Cheng Shan nodded. Indeed, the Han brothers mentioned the same. Cheng Zhenbao quickly listed several medicinal herbs. "We should gather them quickly for topical treatment. Uncle Han has suffered greatly from the recent rains." Cheng Hai, unwilling to incur a debt of gratitude, finally agreed to take on the task himself. Chapter 70. Disturbance. In these times, digging a well was no easy feat, but fortunately, the Han brothers were experienced, and within days, the well was beginning to take shape. The Cheng family kept the news under wraps, fearing too many ears would lead to complications. But in a village, secrets rarely stay hidden, and word spread. On a certain noon, Old Lady Cheng mixed herbs with feed for the sheep. After days of careful nurturing, the once ailing sheep was gradually regaining health, its belly swelling with life. Knock, knock, knock. The wooden door was rapped loudly, and before it could be opened, a commotion erupted outside. Old Lady Cheng hesitantly opened the door to find a throng gathered at her doorstep, led by Xiong Wu. "What is the meaning of this?" she inquired. "Look, no wonder they insisted on keeping that sick sheep. They knew all along it could be cured and deliberately concealed this from us, keeping it for their own consumption." As Xiong Wu attempted to seize a sheep, Elder Cheng quickly stepped forward to obstruct his actions. "What nonsense are you speaking? It is evident that you are envious of my family's ability to tend to the sheep, deliberately inciting everyone to cause trouble." With these words, the truth was laid bare. "Nonsense. Do not believe this old woman. Their family is steeped in malevolence." Xiong Wu shouted loudly. Although the villagers felt a pang of regret for the now healthy sheep, they bore no grievances. "I thought you brought us here with such a fierce demeanor for the well. Yet you've wasted our time with this sheep nonsense?" Upon mentioning the well, Xiong Wu appeared to regain his focus. "Indeed, Your Cheng family has been secretly repairing the well without informing everyone. How inconsiderate! Xiong Wu roared, his mouth spewing a torrent of foul language. Even the villagers who accompanied him could not help but furrow their brows. When Cheng Zhenbao was brought out by Xiao Shuyun, he witnessed Xiong Wu berating Elder Cheng. Exactly, what intentions does your Cheng family harbor? Are you deliberately seeking discord with the village? One of Xiong Wu's companions chimed in. Our Cheng family acts with integrity. Every endeavor we undertake is above board. The well is indeed our responsibility, but it was a rare opportunity. Are we the ones obstructing your well digging? It is clear that you're the selfish one, treating the villagers as fools. Xiao Shuyun exclaimed angrily, echoing Cheng Zhenbao's questions. The villagers were awakened by her words. Digging a well was indeed their own affair, and despite their envy, they had no retort. Yes, Xiong Wu, your urgency betrays your ulterior motives. One villager accused, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Xiong Wu was at a loss for words, unable to counter. It is your Cheng family that is selfish. Why not dig the well in the village? Why should it only serve your family? This statement drew incredulous looks from the villagers. Are you out of your mind? If I am investing my own resources, why shouldn't I dig it at my home? Chapter 71. Expulsion from the village. You can only dig this well in the village, as we also require the well water. How many dishes do you expect to eat? Such arrogance. Before the matriarch could speak, some villagers could no longer tolerate the scene. They're spending their own money. Why should you benefit from it? A voice scoffed, recalling how poorly Xiong Wu had treated them when dividing the beef. With a fierce glare, Xiong Wu shot daggers at the crowd, his expression revealing his frustration. Destroy his home. Xiong Wu, feeling weak, resorted to violence. Armed with iron tools, he and his accomplices flailed wildly, and while some attempted to intervene, they feared for their safety. The table, barely used for a day, was declared ruined. Stop! What are you doing? The voices of Zhao Wu and the village head rang out, and the Han brothers, busy in the backyard, rushed over. The troublemakers were swiftly subdued, and the village head wasted no time in ordering their expulsion from the village. It was only then that Xiong Wu felt fear and turned to Zhao Wu for help. But the latter could only shake his head in resignation. Even he dared not provoke the Cheng family. How could these fools still not recognize reality? Once the chaos subsided, the villagers assisted in tidying the disarray in the courtyard. During their discussions, inquiries about the well arose. Upon learning of Xiao Shuyun's fall and the events involving the Han brothers, the villagers could only lament their lack of fortune. The village head engaged in a lengthy conversation with Chang Shan and the Han brothers, ultimately sighing as he departed with the villagers. Yet, all understood that in the future, it would be prudent to avoid offending the Cheng family. The village head seeks to have Uncle Han and his brothers dig a well for the village, but they lack the funds, Cheng Zhenbao noted, recognizing the concern in Elder Cheng's eyes. The village head wishes for Uncle Han and his brothers to remain in the village, but they were frightened by today's commotion and need to consider. If anyone were to be blamed, it would be Xiong Wu and his cohorts for making such a spectacle. However, following this incident, many came forward to assist with the well digging. Rest assured, Cheng Lao-san, we are genuinely here to help. We are not like Xiong Wu. You can trust us. Indeed, we have thought it through. Being able to live here peacefully and have food to eat is largely thanks to your family. So, whenever you need assistance, do not hesitate to call on us. It is our obligation. The villagers spoke in unison, their sentiments remarkably aligned. Cheng Hai felt somewhat ashamed and offered a bow to the crowd. Cheng Zhenbao observed all of this, realizing that aside from a few minor disputes during their escape, the villagers were quite honest. With everyone as help, the Cheng family's well was finally completed. The Han brothers decided to temporarily stay in the village and agreed to dig another well, provided the villagers would assist in repairing their house and provide some food for sustenance. Though every household had managed to repair their homes to be livable without sufficient food, everyone would be in dire straits. The Cheng family had also been searching for food. They hatched. They hatched. Elder Cheng exclaimed excitedly, watching as the tiny chicks peeked out from the nesting box. After a month of recuperation, Xiao Shuyun joined her to take a look. Cheng Zhenbao's eyes sparkled as he saw over 10 chicks emerge from the nest. The rabbits had also thrived. After more than a month, they had given birth to 5 bunnies as well. Chapter 72. Encounter with a monkey horde. With these reserves of food, there was a slight sense of relief. However, we still need to tidy up the yard. At the very least, we need to build a few cages. lest our chickens and rabbits be stolen by those with ill intentions. On the path to the bamboo forest, Cheng Shan happened upon his family returning together. Later, I will discuss with my second brother about building a wall around the yard. Cheng Zhenbao felt this plan was feasible. Currently, every family had only managed to make their houses livable, while the yard remained overgrown with weeds and the interior was sparsely furnished. Something has happened up on Uncle Air's mountain. Cheng Zhenbao sensed something amiss as he noticed flocks of birds startled into flight. Coincidentally, Cheng Shui and his companions were searching for food in the mountains, and she had foreseen disturbances in the area. As for the specifics, she had yet to discern and needed to investigate further. Upon hearing this, Cheng Shan and his wife exchanged worried glances. Meanwhile, in the mountains, shadows danced among the trees accompanied by sharp cries. Cheng Shui and Cheng Hai stood shoulder to shoulder, while Cheng Feng, covered in scratches, lay unconscious on Cheng Hai's back. The other villagers were on high alert, ready for anything. How did these beasts seem to predict our intentions? We can't even touch them, a villager exclaimed in despair. Cheng Shui glared at the agile monkeys leaping among the trees, gritting his teeth in frustration. They had originally been searching for food in small groups, but this troop of monkeys had suddenly appeared to block their path. Initially, there had been only 5 or 6, but now they were completely surrounded. The critical issue was that these monkeys were not only numerous, but also appeared to collaborate as a team. Their agility from high vantage points rendered the villagers helpless against their onslaught. I frequently roam this area and have never encountered monkeys. Who knows what has stirred them up? Enough chatter, they are attacking again. The piercing, shrill cries sounded like a war horn, and the monkey horde launched a coordinated assault on the humans below. Soon, more villagers, like Cheng Feng, were overwhelmed and fainted from fear, covered in claw marks. The villagers were thrown into chaos. In an instant, roars, screams, and cries intermingled, creating a cacophony. Cheng Shan had not even approached when he heard the commotion. Do not panic. It seems the monkey horde from the mountain is attacking people, and there are quite a few of them. Cheng Zhenbao discerned the monkeys' cries with keen acuity. Monkeys? That won't do. Those people over there are likely already trapped. We must not approach carelessly. Cheng Zhenbao maintained a calm demeanor, swiftly contemplating strategies. In the fleeting moments that followed, a couple of monkeys had already noticed the presence of prey and were charging towards them. However, only 1 or 2 were struck down by Chang Shan's iron picks. Eureka! Cheng Zhenbao's gaze brightened as he spotted a yellow-throated marten poised to pounce on the monkey troop nearby. Quickly, toss the monkeys to the marten. Given its size, that yellow-throated marten appears to be juvenile, and there must be others lurking nearby. The yellow-throated marten, being a carnivorous creature, was agile enough to be considered a natural enemy of the monkeys. Chapter 73. Escape without further ado. Cheng Shan seized the monkey carcasses on the ground and hurled them towards the yellow-throated marten. Initially startled, the marten emitted a sharp cry, sounding both celebratory and a call to its companions. Indeed, before long, a swarm of yellow-throated martens descended from the forest, their keen eyes fixated on the monkeys at Cheng Shan's feet. Toss the other one into the monkey horde. Cheng Shan promptly complied. As the monkey's body was flung into the fray, the cacophony of monkey shrieks echoed through the mountains. Yet there was no time for mourning, for their nemesis was already upon them. A long howl and feral cries resounded through the mountains, unrelenting. Seizing the opportunity while the monkeys were entangled with the yellow-throated martens, Cheng Shan shouted, "Hurry, run!" The encircled group, awakening from their stupor, scrambled towards Cheng Shan's direction. Yet, with so many monkeys, part remained engaged with the martens, while others, upon seeing the intruding humans attempting to flee, pursued them relentlessly. Fortunately, Cheng Shan heeded Cheng Zhenbao's advice and found a dry branch entwined with weeds. Igniting it with a fire starter and waving it around. Instinctively averse to fire, the monkeys hesitated to advance. The group hurriedly rolled and crawled down the mountain. Upon reaching the flat ground of the village, they paused, panting heavily. Those who had been besieged by the monkeys bore tattered clothing, their exposed skin marred with various scratches, blood oozing and painting a gruesome picture. Quickly, fetch a doctor. Cheng Zhenbao's expression was taut, her gaze serious as she looked upon the unconscious Cheng Feng. This is dire. We lack vaccines here, and if the wounds are not treated properly, rabies could spell disaster. Xiao Shuyun hesitated, unsure of what a vaccine was. But sensing the gravity in Cheng Zhenbao's tone, She understood the situation was grim. Watching the doctor directly wipe the wounds with a cloth, Cheng Zhenbao felt her temples throb. First, rinse the wounds with clean water. Then we must gather medicinal herbs, purslane and dandelion. After a flurry of disinfection, the sky had darkened considerably. Although we performed minimal disinfection, we must remain vigilant. If Uncle C or any other injured individuals exhibit unusual symptoms, we must bind them immediately. Cheng Feng's injuries were not severe, lacking any bite marks. His unconsciousness was primarily due to excessive fright. Alas, this is not a sustainable situation, lamented old lady Cheng, her eyes reddening. The villagers have been frequenting the mountains, making the monkeys feel their territory is invaded. Additionally, the wild fruits and vegetables have been foraged extensively, leading them to sense a food crisis. Since the wild food sources have been nearly exhausted, we must venture further in the future. Cheng Zhenbao felt relieved that those previously injured had shown no adverse reactions and were gradually regaining their health. Utilizing her fortune-telling skills, Cheng Zhenbao and a few others ventured out at dawn to scavenge. Over several days, they not only found food, but also discovered several pieces of furniture. Cheng Zhenbao found joy in the recent scavenging endeavors. Old Lady Cheng also earned some money by sewing, using it to purchase blankets for the household. The potatoes in the field are growing well. We should be able to harvest in about a month, Cheng Shan noted. I also shared some seeds with other families, and they all seem to be sprouting well. Chapter 74. The arriving refugees. Currently, each household's planting area was modest and the seeds were limited. They could only hope to harvest enough before the harsh winter arrived. Old Man Cheng had already arranged the recent tasks. Before it gets cold, we must stockpile as much food as possible. With what we've planted, we should manage to survive the winter. Cheng Zhenbao shared this sentiment, as there remained a considerable amount of wild boar meat from earlier distributions and the game Cheng Shui had procured later. The meat was securely sealed and submerged in the well, with a low temperature at the bottom ensured it would not spoil, serving as a natural refrigerator. This method was suggested by Cheng Zhenbao to the Cheng family. Once it gets colder, we should repair the courtyard. During the depths of winter, we ought to refrain from venturing outside, Old Lady Cheng continued. After all, each member of the Cheng family had only one cotton coat. Once worn out, there would be no replacements. A full basket of potatoes, wild vegetables, and a small portion of meat constituted their meager supplies. Just as they were conversing, there was a knock at the courtyard door. Upon opening it, they found a group of ragged refugees. Could we trouble you for a bowl of water? The speaker was a woman cradling a child, her eyes scanning the courtyard as she spoke. Upon spotting the chicken coop and rabbits, her eyes sparkled with hope. Old Lady Cheng, observing the family with 2 children in tow, felt a surge of compassion. Go fetch them some water. The group stepped into the courtyard temporarily, while Xiao Shuyan drew water from the well for them to drink. Upon discovering that the Cheng family had a well, the woman's eyes brightened even more. This family seems quite affluent. Cheng Zhenbao pouted, glancing helplessly at Old Lady Cheng. Sometimes, excessive kindness could be a double-edged sword. After finishing their water, the woman and her group initiated conversation, showing no intent to leave. Dear lady, my children have endured a journey filled with hardship, never having had a full meal. Might you spare a little food? Cheng Zhenbao silently mused. Finally, she speaks her mind. Old Lady Cheng hesitated, glancing at the emaciated children. We cannot give. Have you forgotten the foolishness of Wang Xiufan? Once you give to one, many more will follow. We must first ensure our own family has enough porridge. Cheng Zhenbao's expression turned anxious. If the Cheng family had an abundance of food, she would not hesitate to assist. But the reality was that they were all tightening their belts to survive. Old Lady Cheng, now realizing, firmly refused. I'm sorry, but we have no surplus food. After much effort to send the woman and her group away, Xiao Shuyan let out a long sigh. I fear such incidents will occur frequently. We must take measures, otherwise, if they learn about our crops and steal them, it would be disastrous. A single statement jolted them into clarity. Indeed, having found their way to the village, they must have seen that they were cultivating crops. Cheng Shan smacked his forehead. No, I need to check. Cheng Shui and Cheng Hai immediately chimed in. We'll go with you. Chapter 75. Secrets. Let us also alert the villagers. Cheng Zhenbao couldn't help but sighed deeply. Life was indeed challenging. Upon arriving at their fields, Cheng Shan and his companions indeed spotted several shadowy figures bent low, their backsides facing the sky. They don't seem ripe yet. Should we wait a little longer? Fools! If we wait until they're ripe, someone else will have already harvested them. All right, then let us move quickly. What about the third one? Forget it. We'll just dig up this area. The two began chattering and prepared to start digging. Stop! The sudden roar startled the two figures, causing them to tremble and fall to the ground. Upon seeing Cheng Shan brandishing a torch and wearing an angry expression, they thought to themselves, this is the end. Who are you? Why are you sneaking around in my field? After a thorough interrogation, it was evident that these two individuals were refugees who had fled here due to famine. Aside from these two, several other refugees were also discovered in the fields of the villagers, prompting the village chief to be summoned to address the situation. Meanwhile, within the Cheng household, Grandma Cheng and Xiao Shuyan were preparing to retire for the night. Cheng Zhenbao, having just satisfied his hunger, was also ready to sleep, but suddenly recalled the reluctant gaze of the woman as she departed. Struggling against his drowsiness, he forced himself to divine the future. That woman and her family are unlikely to let this matter rest. They will probably visit again tonight. Xiao Shuyan, who had just loosened her clothing, was taken aback by his words and immediately dressed again. Before Grandma Cheng could respond, Cheng Zhenbao exclaimed, "There's no time. Those people are already on their way. Given the disparity in our combat capabilities, we shall set a trap." A glimmer of cunning flashed in Cheng Zhenbao's eyes. That night, under a sparse moonlit sky, the door of the Cheng residence was quietly pried open and several shadowy figures stealthily entered the courtyard. The chickens in the coop were startled, clucking in alarm. "Do not worry. I have checked, and the men of this household are not home. We can take whatever we want." The man spoke with excitement. The woman responded, her greedy gaze fixed on the chicken coop. "Steal all the chickens. Don't spare the sheep. Ah, you ungrateful wretches. I took pity on your family and invited you in for water and rest, and yet you repay me with such vile deeds." Grandma Cheng and old Cheng stood under the tree, coldly observing a thief whose foot had become ensnared in a rope. "Please spare me," the woman quickly pleaded. "I have a secret to tell you. I beg you, let me go." The man shouted desperately. "What secret? Please, just let me down first." Cheng Zhenbao had already anticipated the man's revelation and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. "We are all secretly here, having slipped away from the main group. Our leader has long since noticed that your village is relatively prosperous, and he has gone to negotiate with the bandits to capture you all. We are but new recruits. Worried we would not receive our share of the spoils, so we acted first." The man finished in one breath, then immediately begged for mercy. "I have said all I can. Please, let us go." Chapter 76. A solution what? Bandits? The village chief exclaimed in astonishment. He is not lying. Their leader is one of the earliest refugees to arrive in Qingzhou City, but he has been unable to obtain the necessary documents to enter the city and has been lingering outside. Upon learning of our settlement in Dafeng village, he became resentful, and his hatred will undoubtedly drive him to eliminate us all. Upon hearing Cheng Zhenbao's words, Cheng Shan's expression grew grave. "I speak the truth. Our leader went to negotiate with the bandits this afternoon. Soon, the village and all its provisions will belong to them." Although he was uncertain of the outcome of the negotiations, he felt that the bandits would most likely not refuse. In a bid for survival, the man revealed everything he knew. Cheng Zhenbao furrowed his brow and silently calculated, sighing after a moment. "They have agreed. They will act tomorrow morning. I have said all I can. Please, show mercy and let me go." The village chief pondered deeply without speaking. Upon hearing this, Cheng Shan contemplated releasing the man. Once the thieves had departed, the chief sighed heavily, his face clouded with worry. "What shall we do? How can we possibly contend with them?" The Cheng family was equally anxious. "Perhaps we should leave," suggested Cheng Hai. "But where can we go? We would encounter the same problems elsewhere," the village chief lamented. After a brief hesitation, Cheng Zhenbao quickly regained his composure. "Do not panic. Since we have received this news in advance, we can prepare accordingly." "Shanzi?" The village chief called out to Cheng Shan several times, but found him in a daze, prompting him to shake him awake. To his surprise, Cheng Shan grasped his hand tightly. Seeing Cheng Shan's excited expression, the village chief felt perplexed. "I have a plan." "Village chief, quickly gather everyone together," Cheng Shan exclaimed with fervor. "What?" The village chief was momentarily taken aback before being urged by the Cheng family to summon the villagers. That night, the people of Dafeng village were restless, unable to sleep. The following day, around noon, dozens of people gathered in an open area not far from Dafeng village. At the forefront sat two individuals. One wore a tiger skin, exuding an air of menace, while the other donned a tattered gray robe, sporting a mustache and having a pair of beady, slanted eyes. The mustachioed man smiled ingratiatingly at the bandit leader. "Boss, that's the village. I've gathered all the information. Every household has some surplus grain, and they cultivate vegetables. Moreover, some families have chickens, rabbits, and sheep, a veritable treasure trove. Everything will belong to you, boss. We will take nothing, as long as we can stay in this village." As he spoke, he eagerly offered water to the bandit leader, who, flattered, laughed heartily. "Huh, you are a sensible one. Let us proceed as you suggest. Brothers, let us go and secure a big haul." With the bandit leader's words, a chorus of cheers erupted from the bandits. Armed with knives and swords, they marched towards Dafeng village. Watching this unfold, the mustachioed man wore a sly grin. Why should these people be so fortunate as to find a place to settle upon their arrival? They can only blame their own good luck. Chapter 77. The Ghost Wall. Let us familiarize ourselves with our future dwelling. The mustachioed man shouted to the others as he followed behind. After walking for a while, they still felt as though the village was 100 meters away. It feels like we've been walking for quite some time. Why haven't we arrived yet? It seemed so close before. I feel the same. We have been walking straight ahead, yet we still haven't reached it. It must have been at least half an hour. One person, horrified, exclaimed, "Could it be that we're encountering a ghost wall?" At that moment, a slap landed on the person's head. The bandit leader glared at him, seething, "Shut up. I don't believe in ghosts or gods. Keep moving. We must have misjudged our direction." The others, with no choice, continued onward. Another hour passed, and the weary members of the group, whether from exhaustion or fear, sat down resolutely, refusing to move. Do you feel how chilly it is around us? And if you listen closely, there are rustling sounds. Indeed, this time the bandit leader fell silent, for he too sensed that something was amiss. Dafeng village had been abandoned for a long time. Could it truly be haunted? Indeed, we must be encountering a ghost wall. What kind of path takes one an hour and a half to traverse when it appears so near? Panic spread among the group. The mustachioed man, equally frightened, huddled together, but was suddenly seized by the bandit leader, forced to meet his fierce gaze. "Are you playing me for a fool? Did you lead me into this mess on purpose?" The group huddled together, discussing how to escape this ghost wall. After several failed attempts, they were alarmed to discover significant changes in their surroundings. The once even terrain had transformed into a rugged, overgrown path, and the village they had been heading towards had vanished, replaced by rows of trees. The scene before them had entirely shifted. Just as they were trying to comprehend this strange turn of events, they heard rustling sounds above, as if someone was whispering among the trees. Not only that, but a pair of eyes peeked out from between the leaves, and in an instant, the mountains echoed with screams. In Dafeng village, the entire population had gathered at the village entrance, armed with iron picks and other makeshift weapons for defense. The village chief stood at the forefront, his initially tense demeanor gradually easing. Just moments ago, he had witnessed a large group approaching the village, yet inexplicably, their footsteps veered left before entering, heading straight into the mountains as if oblivious to their village's existence. The village chief was utterly astounded. He clapped his hand on Cheng Shan's shoulder, exclaiming, "Shan, the formation you had everyone set up last night truly is remarkable. Those people just bypassed our village entirely." His voice trembled with excitement. "Indeed, I thought we were doomed this time. This formation must have been created by celestial beings. It's simply astonishing." Chapter 78. Utterly disheveled. The villagers all nodded in agreement, their faces brimming with thrill. Cheng Zhenbao, being the celestial being herself, felt overwhelmingly fatigued. She had scarcely slept the previous night, and this infantile body was straining her beyond limits. Those people were surrounded by monkeys and could not ascend the mountain. The formation outside the village was merely a simple illusion. Had those intruders discovered earlier, they would not have ventured on a monkey mountain. Recalling the ferocity of those monkeys, the villagers couldn't help but break into a sweat. The village chief, along with others, had executed a strategy from the prior night to subdue the monkeys from a distance, without revealing themselves. The bandits were now in a state of utter disarray. Despite their numbers, they felt overwhelmed by the sheer multitude of monkeys. "We cannot go there. Destined village is off limits. They must have summoned spirits against us. We can't win, run." Thus, the entire group, including the bandit leader, made a hasty retreat. Destined village returned to its usual tranquility, perhaps due to exhaustion. Cheng Zhenbao slept for an entire day, waking just in time before her family could summon a doctor. "That scared me to death," sighed Xiao Shuyan, relieved to see Cheng Zhenbao awake. Cheng Zhenbao glanced around, discovering her family seated together, discussing the day's occurrences. She yawned, tears brimming at the corners of her eyes, reminding herself, "We must be cautious. The nearby refugees are increasing, and the wild vegetables and fruits in the mountains are likely depleting. I fear those monkeys will descend in search of food." Cheng Feng, upon hearing this, dismissed the concern, believing such an event unlikely. Those beasts could only harm people due to their numbers. They wouldn't dare venture into the village. He held up a book, shaking his head. Cheng Zhenbao pursed her lips and rolled her eyes in restraint. Her fourth uncle was always convinced he was the chosen scholar. Yet his grasp of the book's content was superficial at best. Cheng Feng stammered, his face flushed, unable to retort. However, the topic soon drifted elsewhere, and they conversed about other matters. A month later, recently, rumors had spread among the refugees lingering near Qingzhou City, claiming that the inhabitants of Destined village were quite peculiar, often summoning spirits. They were not to be trifled with. This rumor originated from the terrified Bazi who now dared not approach Destined village, fearing another encounter with the eerie happenings. Cheng Zhenbao learned of this from the village chief and felt quite satisfied. After all, such rumors would deter ordinary folk from harboring ill intentions toward Destined village. This day, Cheng Shan rose early, preparing to harvest the ripe crops. Chapter 79, Gathering Herbs. In recent days, Cheng Zhenbao had been accompanying Cheng Shui on various excursions, sometimes scavenging, at other times with a specific goal in mind. Today was no exception. The duo, one large and one small, aimed for a mountain outside Qingzhou City. The grains atop the mountain have likely been mostly harvested. However, today's objective is not grains but medicinal herbs. As they approached the mountain, they unexpectedly encountered Bazi Hu and his companions. After a month, Bazi Hu appeared considerably despondent, having suffered a broken leg at the hands of the bandit leader, compounded by severe illness due to malnutrition. His days were numbered. Cheng Shui felt a sense of vindication. Cheng Zhenbao, however, was unfazed. Those who harbor ill intentions will inevitably face retribution. Following Cheng Zhenbao's guidance, by day's end, Cheng Shui's backpack was filled to the brim. After a moment of hesitation, Cheng Shui decided to comply. He rubbed his emaciated belly and followed Cheng Zhenbao's directions until they arrived at a grand estate. With its azure tiles and vermilion beams, adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, it was evident that it belonged to a wealthy family. Cheng Zhenbao, unable to combat her fatigue, struggled to stifle a few yawns before succumbing to sleep. In her dreams, she fervently repeated, "Save the people." Cheng Shui, perplexed, turned to see Cheng Zhenbao snoring. Just as he pondered what to do, the grand doors swung open, and a group hurriedly emerged. At a glance, the leader was carrying a girl draped in a cloak, followed by several individuals who appeared to be physicians. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. You can't even find a few herbs. The middle-aged man grumbled as he walked. "Wardley, please calm down. The others truly lack the 100-year-old ginseng and azure snake gall. The medical hall in the city is out of stock." A physician lamented. The man abruptly halted, glaring furiously at the group. "A bunch of quacks. How do you propose to treat Lianer?" Cheng Shui, overhearing this exchange, suddenly realized. "Gentlemen, are you in need of 100-year-old ginseng and snake gall?" Cheng Shui inquired tentatively. This question immediately captured the attention of the group. "Who are you?" one of them asked suspiciously. The ginseng had not come easily to Cheng Shui, and the snake gall was purely a matter of chance. He had slain the azure snake that had been eyeing Cheng Zhenbao. Where could a mere refugee acquire such herbs? You likely don't even recognize them. So be off with you and stop your nonsense. One man shouted at Cheng Shui. Sincerely wishing to help, Cheng Shui felt humiliated and darkened with fury, preparing to leave. However, just as he took a couple of steps, he was called back. "Wait, do you truly possess what I seek?" "I do." Chapter 80, Silver. Lordly observed Cheng Shui for a moment before speaking. Someone bring him into the estate. If you truly have the herbs that can save my daughter, a generous reward awaits. If not, humph. Cheng Shui was escorted into the estate by 2 men. Although he felt displeased, he retrieved the ginseng from his basket and presented it to the staring physician. Is it truly 100-year-old ginseng? And this snake gall is remarkably fresh. Splendid. The young lady is saved. Before Cheng Shui could utter a word, the herbs were whisked away, and Lordly followed suit. Please wait here a moment. My master will come to see you shortly. Cheng Shui, with no choice, sat down. Half an hour later, he was jolted awake from his drowsiness by a slap on his shoulder. Upon focusing, he found it was Lordly. A plate of silver was then presented before Cheng Shui's eyes. Thanks to you, my daughter has been saved. This is the promised reward. You may keep this note. Should you ever find yourself in urgent need, this will allow you to make a request of me. Cheng Shui left the Li estate, still in a daze, while the Cheng family basked in a joyful atmosphere. Indeed, we have gathered everything from our fields, and it is all thanks to everyone's assistance. Cheng Shan chuckled, scratching his head. Seeing only Cheng Shan laboring in the fields, the relatively idle villagers decided to lend a hand. What has happened to the second son? He appears lost in thought, perhaps troubled by something. After a prolonged silence, Cheng Shui finally said, "Let's go inside." The group entered the house with skepticism, only to witness Cheng Shui removing a burden from his shoulder. A gasp of astonishment filled the air. So much silver! Et Galim Cheng Lao. His expression shifting from shock to seriousness. Cheng Shui then recounted the events of the day. Upon hearing his tale, the villagers struggled to contain their astonishment, which soon transformed into ecstatic joy. Cheng old lady, holding the silver on the table, was visibly moved, exclaiming, "Heaven has indeed favored our Cheng family, sending such a divine child to us." Cheng Hai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Cheng Shan could hardly contain his smile, glancing at the sleeping Cheng Zhenbao, yearning to shower her with affection. This joy lingered for 3 days, showing no signs of abating. Cheng Zhenbao felt increasingly uncomfortable under the intense gazes of the Cheng family. Her cheeks nearly swollen from their affectionate kisses, leaving her in a state of amusement. As the weather grew noticeably colder, winter silently approached. The Cheng family fared relatively well, while the rest of the villagers busied themselves preparing for the winter. Nevertheless, the Cheng family was also occupied, working diligently to construct a root cellar. Cheng Zhenbao, aware from the original storyline that this winter would be particularly harsh, knew they needed to stockpile food in advance. Although it might be late to start now, the Cheng family, being numerous, did not intend to build a large cellar. In the yard, the group worked fervently, guided by Cheng Zhenbao, thus avoiding many missteps. Xiao Shuyun and Cheng old lady sat nearby, weaving bamboo baskets and sharing their sentiments with satisfaction and admiration. Suddenly, a frantic knocking at the door shattered the family's harmonious moment. Upon opening the door, they found Honda, his face etched with anxiety, seemingly in urgent need. Something terrible has happened. Cheng Shan paused, concerned. What is it? Earlier today, a gentleman arrived in the village, claiming we stole his belongings and was quite rude. We sent him to the village chief, but now there's chaos at the chief's house, and I hear he is causing quite a scene. Stealing? And aside. It's complicated, and we need to see for ourselves. You're the only ones left to come. The Cheng family hastily abandoned their tasks and rushed to the village chief's house. At this moment, the chief's residence was in disarray. In the modest yard, a chair was occupied by a thin man, his prominent cheekbones and thin lips giving him a harsh and acerbic appearance. Behind him stood several attendants, while the village chief looked on with a furrowed brow. "Is this your property?" The man scoffed, his disdainful gaze sweeping over the villagers. "You dare to trespass? This is robbery." The village chief frowned. "While we did use the land without permission, there's no need for such harsh words." This only fueled the man's arrogance. "Am I wrong? You're nothing but commoners, daring to encroach on my land. I could report you and have you executed." At this point, Cheng Zhenbao understood that the man was indeed the landowner. Her wide eyes scanned him, noticing a telltale sign. The village chief fell silent at the mention of execution, his tone softening. "What would satisfy you, sir? We notice the surrounding fields are already abandoned, indicating you don't reside here often. Perhaps we could gather some silver to rent the land?" The villagers nodded in agreement. Yet, the more submissive their attitude became, the more arrogant the man grew. With his nose held high, He sneered while spoken. Want to rent my land? Fine, at LLB 5 taels of silver a month, with a division of crops at 70-30. I take 70, you take 30. This statement prompted a wave of incredulity. 5 taels a month? We might not even earn that much in a month. And the crop division is utterly exploitative. The man smiled shrewdly. You could choose not to rent. If you prefer, just hand over all the crops you harvested this time, and I'll let this slide. How can we give it all? We depend on this food to survive the winter. Well, that's your problem, not mine. Rent or not? The man's patience was waning, his contempt evident. The village chief, sweating profusely, struggled to respond. The Cheng family felt a wave of anxiety. They were already in the wrong. Don't be afraid. He is not the true owner of the land. The statement drew astonished looks from the Cheng family. The man continued to mock them. You newcomers might not understand my status. The village chief offered a forced smile. The man immediately shifted to a threatening posture. Wait. Just then, Cheng Hai spoke up. What do you want? Planning to rent the land? Cheng Hai frowned, countering with a question. You claim this entire area is yours, correct? Of course it is. Enough with the nonsense. Don't waste my time. Then show us the land deed. If you wish to rent it to us, we must first see the deed. What if it's fake? Cheng Hai's tone was assertive yet respectful. This statement struck the villagers like a revelation. They had never seen the deed. Of course, sir, why not show us the deed first? We can continue discussing the rent afterward, the village chief added cautiously. Zhang Yuan's eyes darted, trying to mask his anxiety. I don't have time for your trivialities. Go and search every household. Take all their food. Stop. Cheng Shui shouted, stepping forward, his imposing height creating a formidable presence. Cheng Zhenbao thought, he seems anxious. Could it be that he fears being exposed? If so, we should report this to the authorities and see how they handle it. Once we verify the deed, we will compensate as necessary. She was curious to see if this impostor would dare to involve the authorities. His confidence lay in the belief that they wouldn't dare to report him. If officials arrived, wouldn't he be unmasked? I can't carry a pile of deeds with me. As soon as he finished speaking, the village chief looked astonished. How could there be a pile? If this land is truly yours, there should only be one complete deed. The villagers' expressions shifted from panic to doubt. Zhang Yuan realized he had made a mistake, but still retorted, I merely misspoke. Then tell us how much land is here in total, how many households previously rented it, and what the soil quality is like. Cheng Zhenbao pressed, her questions sharp and incisive. Zhang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, responding with anger. You dare to question me after using my land without permission? Seeing his avoidance of the questions only deepened the villagers' suspicions, leading them to declare, let us report this to the authorities. Chapter 83. Rejecting the middleman as prophet. Why? Zhang Yuan still held his ground, declaring, no means no. Do you dare to challenge my authority? First, if the land is truly yours, show us the deed, and we shall willingly accept it. Second, your demeanor and attire do not align with that of a prosperous landowner, making it hard to believe your claims. Third, those so-called subordinates of yours are evidently just wandering refugees. Ultimately, based on the aforementioned reasons, we insist on reporting this to the authorities. If you are genuine, you shall receive every bit that is rightfully yours. Cheng Shan reiterated Cheng Zhenbao's sentiments with fervor, his eyes wide and fierce. I dare you to act. You are no landlord. You are a fraud. Cheng Hai scoffed. Zhang Yuan was left speechless, muttering profanities under his breath. Everyone, seize these despicable scammers. Cheng Shui shouted, leading the charge. Zhang Yuan suffered greatly, being pinned to the ground and mercilessly beaten, his face swelling into a grotesque mask. You have audacity, he continued to shout, only to be met with a shower of spit. Confess. Who are you really? If you are deceiving us, we shall give you another beating and hand you over to the authorities. I will speak. He revealed that he had come to extort money. Having heard of outsiders residing here, and furthermore, he disclosed that the land had changed ownership, with the former owner having sold all prior to heading to the capital. Morley is quite the astute businessman in Qingzhou. How about this? Let this matter rest for today, release me, and tomorrow I will negotiate with Lord Li on your behalf to secure your interests. Seeing the unfavorable turn of events, Zhang Yuan hastily changed his tone, now sounding more conciliatory. The village chief hesitated, and the villagers exchanged uncertain glances. Cheng Zhenbao regarded them with exasperation. How can we trust the words of fraud? Besides, we just dealt him a beating. How could he possibly assist us? This reasoning sparked clarity among the Cheng family. Moreover, foolish uncle, speaking of Lordly, did we not save his daughter? We still hold his letter and request. Rather than letting another negotiate, we should take action ourselves. Let us reject the middleman and his profits. Cheng Shui exclaimed, slapping his forehead. The Lordly you mentioned, is he involved in the silk trade in Qingzhou? With his estate located in the northwest corner of the city? How do you know? Exactly. Cheng Shui's expression brightened. He turned to the village chief, stating, everyone, do not heed this fraud-ass words. We have already dealt him a blow. If he goes to Lordly's residence, will he aid us or harm us? Let us go ourselves to explain the situation to Lordly. Chapter 84. Life is hard. Cheng Hai let out a cold laugh. That is hardly certain. At this moment, you are likely cursing our ancestors with every vile word. How do you know? Zhang Yuan shot back. Cheng Lao San's reasoning held merit. Thus, the village chief pondered for a moment before decisively concluding, let us resolve this matter ourselves. Curse commoners, curse Cheng family. How dare they thwart my plans? Once I recover, I will not let them off easily. By noon the following day, Cheng Shui had carried Cheng Zhenbao to Lord Li's estate. Upon presenting their letter, the guards quickly ushered them inside. Ah, it's you. At that moment, Lord Li was in the courtyard playing with his recovering daughter. Cheng Shui nervously explained the purpose of their visit. You used that barren land without permission? Lord Li frowned, visibly displeased. However, his attention was soon captured by Cheng Zhenbao, who was smiling brightly at him. What a delightful child. So exquisitely beautiful, with a pair of bright, clear eyes that evoked joy. For a man like Lord Li, who adored children, her radiant smile struck a chord deep within him. Foolish uncle, speak more sincerely and try to evoke sympathy. Cheng Zhenbao reminded Cheng Shui as she continued to beam. Alas, life is truly challenging. This was indeed our transgression, but it was done out of necessity. With a cheerful wave of his hand, Lord Li declared, in that case, I shall consider it an early lease on your behalf. The rent for 1 acre will be 4 taels per year, and the tax will be 15%. Would you like to see the deed? Cheng Zhenbao could not help but silently marvel. Indeed, the genuine article is distinctly different. Cheng Shui felt a surge of joy but hesitated, saying, I must apologize, my lord. Our village has just fled from famine, and we do not possess sufficient silver. Lord Li, charmed by Cheng Zhenbao, burst into laughter and waved dismissively, no matter. In that case, we shall sign the contract now and postpone the rent until next year. If your family wishes to purchase land, I can offer it at a lower price, 10 taels per acre. In the context of this era's economy, Lord Li's prices were quite reasonable for both rent and purchase. Cheng Zhenbao rubbed her hands together. Let us buy 3 acres and rent 3 acres. Cheng Shui complied, having some funds available, and they settled the rent and purchase in full, totaling 42 taels. Before the silver had even warmed in their pockets, they were left with a mere few coins. As they exited the city, Cheng Zhenbao's smile was nearly frozen on her face. On the road out of town, they overheard a group discussing matters ahead. Chapter 85. Tea seeds recently. Unless absolutely necessary, one should avoid leaving the city. I've heard that those in the refugee camp outside have contracted a plague, vomiting uncontrollably. Is that true? Absolutely. The stench from the refugee camp is unbearable. I've heard many have died. Cheng Shui's expression turned serious upon hearing this. Refugees often scoured the mountains around Dafan village for food, which placed the villagers in jeopardy. Cheng Zhenbao found it curious. She had not anticipated the outbreak of a plague. If only we could investigate. It would be troublesome if it endangered the village. However, given the potential for a plague, we must ensure we wear masks. Cheng Shui shared her thoughts, producing 2 masks, one large and one small, for himself and Cheng Zhenbao. It was customary for the Cheng family to carry masks when venturing out. The refugee camp was indeed a dismal sight, consisting of makeshift straw huts. Approaching it, they were immediately hit by an indescribable odor. Inside, the scene mirrored what the two had described, with corpses strewn about, and the living kept their distance, appearing gravely ill. Cheng Shui observed many individuals clutching containers, retching uncontrollably. This does not seem to resemble a plague. It appears more akin to food poisoning. His words relieved Cheng Shui, who ventured to inquire about the daily sustenance of the afflicted. What can they eat? Just wild vegetables and fruits. The speaker pointed to a corner piled high with fruit. Cheng Zhenbao followed his gaze and suddenly understood. Uh-huh, those are tea seeds. No wonder they are suffering from diarrhea after consuming them for every meal. Yet, these seeds are valuable. If only we could take some. She mused, pursing her lips thoughtfully. While Cheng Shui did not comprehend why Cheng Zhenbao wished to collect so many tea seeds, he trusted her judgment and approached the refugees to converse. Having learned many tricks from Cheng Hai, he found the perfect opportunity to apply them now. Why wait for a better day? Today we shall gather those tea seeds. Cheng Zhenbao rubbed her hands together, her mind already brimming with ideas. Upon hearing this, Cheng Shui turned and headed in the opposite direction. Cheng Zhenbao never anticipated that. After enduring both drought and floods, tea trees would still manage to flourish. However, considering that this was a world crafted from books, he felt that nothing was impossible. Upon returning to the village, he first set down the tea seeds and then sought out the villagers to explain the situation. Planting was the only viable solution. And although the price offered by old Master Li was indeed modest, the villagers readily agreed. Cheng Jia and Xiao Shuyun gazed at the several bags of tea seeds with a hint of confusion. These treasures must be preserved carefully. They must not come into contact with water. This could very well be our village's path to a brighter future. Despite her uncertainty, Xiao Shuyun prudently divided the tea seeds into batches for safe storage. The following day, the steward from the Li family arrived in Dafan village with a group of individuals. Contracts were signed one by one. However, the Cheng family did not disclose that they were purchasing land. They merely claimed it was a rental agreement. Thus, the matter was settled. As the temperature gradually dropped, the Cheng family worked tirelessly to complete the cellar and store their food supplies. Cheng Hai and the elder Cheng prepared warmth measures for the chickens, rabbits, and soon-to-give-birth goats in the courtyard, laying down straw in both the ground and cages, while also erecting wind and rain shields. The cold weather was becoming increasingly harsh, and Xiao Shuyun expressed her concern. I feel this house is still too cold. My mother's health cannot endure this. The elderly matriarch, already frail, was further afflicted by the cold winds, and though the family had ample medicinal herbs at home, she required careful nurturing. Wrapped in layers like a ball, Cheng Zhenbao felt her limbs bound and immobile. Indeed, this room feels rather desolate, with only a single brazier. However, prolonged burning of the brazier is detrimental to health, posing a risk of carbon monoxide poisoning, and is also challenging to warm the entire house. Regrettably, the current circumstances left little option for an elaborate heating solution. The Cheng family gathered around the table, all wearing expressions of confusion. If only we could install a fireplace. But the layout of the house is already established, making alterations cumbersome. Cheng Zhenbao murmured to herself. Let us continue moving stones tomorrow to pave the courtyard. It becomes muddy with every rain, Cheng Feng remarked, noticing the mud stains on his clothing. The others responded affirmatively. By the way, I heard there have been cases of plague in the village recently, with people suffering from vomiting and diarrhea for days. Their faces pale, Xiao Shuyun noted. How could this happen? Did they eat something wrong? Cheng Shui inquired. Xiao Shuyun shook her head. It should not be the case. With the recent cold, everyone has been stockpiling food and has not ventured out much, just like us, preparing to repair our courtyard. Upon hearing about the plague, Cheng Zhenbao immediately perked up. This was no trivial matter. Yet, curiously, she had not foreseen any signs of an outbreak in Dafan village. It puzzled her. Could it be that the villagers collectively suffered from food poisoning? Such luck seemed improbable. Let us investigate further tomorrow, Elder Cheng suggested. After a hasty cleanup, the family retired early for the night. Cheng Zhenbao awoke in the middle of the night, her eyes wide and serious, resembling dark grapes. Something is amiss, she thought, quickly calculating and listening intently. Cheng Shan and his wife were startled awake by her cries, bleary-eyed. Run! There's danger! Something is falling from the mountain. Cheng Zhenbao nearly screamed in desperation. Her words jolted the couple awake, and they swiftly roused the others. Just as the family exited the courtyard, massive stones and thick wooden beams came crashing down the slope behind them, reducing two of the Cheng family's houses to rubble in mere moments. What horror! Cheng Zhenbao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she had sensed the danger in advance. Had Cheng Shan and his wife still been in bed, they would likely have perished. The family stared at the half-destroyed houses, their hearts filled with a mix of dread and gratitude, soon replaced by despair. Their painstakingly built homes had been obliterated just like that. How would they survive this winter? How could this happen? The elderly matriarch, already ailing, fainted at the sight of the devastation. The Cheng siblings were left in a state of disarray, scrambling to comprehend the situation. Chapter 87. The culprit. What has transpired? What happened? Villagers, awakened by the immense noise, emerged with torches, utterly astonished by the scene before them. Did these boulders and timbers fall from the back mountain? The village chief inquired, coming to his senses. Cheng Shan nodded gravely. This cold weather is too harsh. We should take old Madam Cheng to my house, Honda suggested, surveying the chaotic surroundings. It's too late, and it's freezing. How about we let you all stay at our place tonight, and we can discuss a plan in the morning? The villagers warmly invited the Cheng family to spend the night in their homes. With no other option, the Cheng family reluctantly accepted the hospitality, though they found it hard to rest that night, burdened by their troubles. The next morning, the family gathered at the village chief's home. This shouldn't have occurred. It never happened during the heavy rains before, the chief mused, perplexed. We find it strange as well. The Cheng family responded, their mood somber. The chief tried to reassure them. Do not worry. The villagers will come to your aid. He led them outside to where a group of men had gathered, ready to help. The Cheng family expressed their gratitude to each one. Xiao Shuyun held Cheng Zhenbao close, sighing heavily. Fortunately, the stones fell from the side. The chickens, rabbits, and goats in the yard are unharmed, and the food supplies are intact. Otherwise, we would truly be unable to survive. Cheng Zhenbao gazed at the wreckage not far from her, narrowing her eyes in contemplation. Her predictions had never been wrong. This incident was surely orchestrated. Yet, her current physical condition hindered her ability to pinpoint the exact source of the calamity, and she would need more time to deduce the culprit's whereabouts. Xiao Shuyun silently noted Cheng Zhenbao's suspicions and later shared them with Cheng Shan and the others during a break. I'll find out where that scoundrel lives, Cheng Shui declared, his face dark with anger. I believe I saw him that night. He attempted to enter the village but was driven away by my elder brother and me. However, he wasn't alone. There were probably over a dozen of them, and I noticed they seemed to head up the mountain. Which mountain? Han Er pointed to the mountain opposite Dafan village. Oh, now that you mention it. It seems that since we drove him away that night, people in our village have been experiencing vomiting and diarrhea. It's not illness, it's poisoning. Cheng Zhenbao observed the villagers' expressions and understood. Poisoning? Han Er was taken aback, scratching his head in contemplation. That makes sense. The village well is right at the entrance. Therefore, it seemed they had discovered the intruders too late that night. Damn it, Cheng Zhenbao exclaimed, listing several medicinal herbs, including Bamlan Jin and Huang Lian, along with their precise locations for gathering. Cheng Shui wasted no time and immediately set off to collect the herbs. After the poison was neutralized, everyone's actions quickened as they braved the cold winds to assist the Cheng family in clearing the debris and rebuilding their homes. Chapter 88. No one will have it easy once the villagers recovered. Their efficiency in work improved significantly. Within 2 days, the fallen stones and timber had been cleared, and the reconstruction of the houses began. Since we were already rebuilding, we might as well invest a bit of effort into constructing a fireplace, Cheng Shan suggested, puzzled. A fireplace? What is that? He queried, only to hear Cheng Zhenbao explain the method of building one. Though it seems somewhat troublesome, if it was Cheng Zhenbao's idea, it must hold merit. Thus, they resolved to proceed with the construction. With the assistance of the villagers, the Cheng family's home was successfully rebuilt within a month. Even better than before. It is only natural for us to help one another, as we are all part of the same village. The villagers humbly dismissed the gratitude expressed by the Cheng family. After bidding farewell to their guests, the Cheng family gathered around the table. The crackling fire in the hearth filled the room with warmth. Old Mrs. Cheng felt a tinge of embarrassment, acknowledging how much the villagers had helped her during this month, especially given her frail health. Unfortunately, the family's food supply was barely sufficient, and they had little to offer in return. Xiao Shuyun remarked. Upon hearing this, Cheng Zhenbao wore a mysterious smile and quietly suggested, do not worry. We can keep this kindness in our hearts and repay it come spring. The Cheng family exchanged curious glances at this remark. Cheng Zhenbao continued, since the issue with the house has been resolved, it is time to hold the true culprit accountable. Cheng Zhenbao sighed, lamenting, Uncle, dealing with such a person with mere physical punishment is futile. If he insists he knows nothing, we will lack the evidence to prove his culpability. The room fell silent at this statement. Should they really let him go unpunished? I will report him to the authorities, Cheng Hai declared. But we truly lack evidence, Cheng Feng lamented. Cheng Zhenbao blinked, her eyes sparkling with cunning. The Cheng family was baffled by her words. Meanwhile, in a tavern in Qingzhou City, a certain individual felt increasingly frustrated. The Cheng family seemed to possess extraordinary luck. Their house had collapsed, yet they emerged unscathed. It was utterly unbelievable. To orchestrate this, he had expended considerable resources on poison and labor to fell trees and push stones, only to find his efforts in vain. If I fail this time, there will be another opportunity. Just wait. None of you from Dafeng village will have it easy. Zhang Yuan cursed under his breath, hiring a bull cart to take him to Dafeng village. Chapter 89. The black and white impermanence before he could rise. A chill crept down his spine, as if someone were breathing on the nape of his neck. Following his gaze, he found two figures, one clad in black and the other in white, standing before him. Their gaunt frames were topped with tall hats, their pallid faces illuminated by the dim moonlight, with chains wrapped around their wrists. Were they not the legendary, soul-reaping agents of folklore, the black and white impermanence? Zhang Yuan attempted to flee, but his body felt bound, rendering him immobile. Panic surged within him. Simultaneously, a haunting and ethereal sobbing filled his ears, sending goosebumps rippling across his skin. A gust of cold wind swept through as the two figures drew closer, causing his very soul to tremble. How dare you? I command you to confess your crimes. Zhang Yuan nearly lost his wits at the commanding voice, promptly confessing, I harbor a grudge against the people of Dafeng village. So I purchased poison at a high price and secretly added it to their well. However, it won't cause immediate death. It will merely lead to severe stomach distress. My lord, I have revealed everything. Please spare me. Even now, you dare to deceive me? Zhang Yuan, now pale and trembling, recounted how he had previously defrauded others. And what more? My lord, I have truly divulged all. The voice sounded eerily familiar. Upon closer inspection, the so-called Soul Reapers were none other than Cheng Shui and Cheng Hai in disguise. You, Cheng family, how dare you deceive me? Cheng Zhenbao observed the scene with a subtle smile. The culprit had confessed, negating the need for further evidence. Zhang Yuan was swiftly taken away by the constables, while the villagers either scolded or laughed as they made their way down the mountain. Cheng Zhenbao yawned widely, comfortably closing her eyes to sleep, content to remain in the shadows of her achievements. Village chief. Upon entering the village, Cheng Shan called out to the village chief and stepped aside with him. Chapter 90. Attempting to make charcoal, is something the matter, Shanzi? The village chief inquired. The money bag feels heavy. It must contain at least a dozen or 20 taels. The village chief's face lit up with excitement. I must thank your family on behalf of everyone. Ever since Cheng Zhenbao suggested installing a fireplace at home, the warmth enveloping the room upon opening the door was delightful. Observing others, smiles adorned their faces. Has the money been distributed? Old Mrs. Cheng asked Cheng Shan. Indeed, this misfortune has turned into a blessing. We were previously short on firewood, but with all this timber, we are relieved of that burden. If he had acted with ill intent, it might have truly cost him dearly. This remark elicited hearty laughter from everyone. Following this event, life in Dafeng village returned to a temporary tranquility. As the weather grew colder, following the first snowfall, families seldom ventured outside. Even indoors, Cheng Zhenbao still felt the chill, estimating the outside temperature to be around -10 to 20 degrees. The narrative did not deceive me. Indeed, it was a harsh winter. Old Mrs. Cheng fell once more. We ought to have a few more braziers. Otherwise, the elderly lady's frail constitution will not endure, Cheng Zhenbao mused. Xiao Shuyun smiled wryly. She too desired warmth, yet they dared not light more fires indoors for fear of a blaze. Hearing the uncontrollable cough of old Mrs. Cheng, Cheng Zhenbao glanced at the roaring flames in the corner brazier and pouted. Why not make some charcoal? It's less likely to ignite the house. Cheng Shan paused for a moment. While I would like that, charcoal is far too expensive, and we cannot afford so much silver. Foolish father, if you find it costly, then why not make it yourself? It may take some time, but it's not difficult. With the recent sunny weather, we should build a kiln using wet clay. Cheng Shan's eyes sparkled at this suggestion. If Xiaobao said so, there was indeed potential. He immediately gathered a few younger brothers and headed out to the courtyard. The group worked diligently in the empty space behind the house, successfully constructing a kiln using yellow clay and stones. After patiently waiting for several days, the wet clay solidified and hardened, signifying the kiln's successful completion. Due to the unbearable cold outside, Cheng Zhenbao did not join them. Yet the Cheng brothers had learned the method for making charcoal. What is the first step again? Cheng Feng scratched his head, gazing at the towering pile of wood nearby. Cheng Hai teased, "Aren't you supposed to chop firewood first? How could a scholar forget such a thing?" The two brothers exchanged playful banter while continuing to chop wood. With the prior stock, they should be able to attempt the process now. Cheng Shan wiped the sweat from his brow. This kiln's design was unfamiliar to him, appearing quite peculiar. Chapter 91. Success following Xiaobao's instructions should lead to success. Besides, it was worth a try. If it worked, that would be splendid, and if not, it would at least provide some physical activity. The group diligently sorted through the wood, then arranged it into a hollow structure, filling the center with uniformly sized wooden blocks before igniting the pieces. Subsequently, they sealed the top with wet clay, ultimately blocking the kiln. Xiao Shuyan held Cheng Zhenbao in her arms by the window, observing the brothers' actions. Cheng Zhenbao pouted. "Every step is correct. The chances of failure should be minimal. Now, they just had to wait. It's much warmer indoors. I'm nearly frozen." Upon entering, Cheng Feng rubbed his hands together. "How strange. I haven't even bitten by anything, yet I'm itching like mad." Cheng Hai scratched his hand incessantly. "Me too." Xiao Shuyun, holding Cheng Zhenbao, approached and saw the brothers frowning and scratching themselves. "What are you doing? Stop that. You're drawing blood." Xiao Shuyun exclaimed anxiously. Cheng Shan expressed his helplessness. "We do not wish for this, yet my hands and face are devoid of sensation, merely feeling an unbearable itch. It is an itch that pierces to the core. How could this happen? Could it be some ailment? Fear not. It is merely frostbite. First, let us heat some water and use a towel to apply warmth," Xiao Shuyan replied, immediately turning to attend to the task. Once the brothers had completed their warm compresses, they emitted soft hisses. The itch had diminished, yet a searing pain had taken its place. Cheng Zhenbao observed their hands, now red and swollen, with numerous scratches that had drawn blood. She had underestimated the frigid temperatures outside. Their lack of proper winter attire while working had led to their frostbite. The house is stocked with Angelica and Blatilla. Xiao Shuyan promptly followed Cheng Zhenbao's suggestion and prepared a box of frostbite ointment. Remember to apply it 3 times daily. And when venturing outside, ensure to wear adequate protection, preferably earmuffs and gloves. This ointment is indeed miraculous. The discomfort has vanished upon application, Cheng Shui exclaimed with delight. Cheng Shan felt a sense of pride. Indeed. However, Cheng Hai pondered other matters and after a moment's reflection suggested, given the effectiveness of this remedy, why not consider selling it? This requires a plethora of medicinal ingredients, and the process is intricate. Under current circumstances, mass production is challenging. But we can look into it later, Cheng Zhenbao replied. Isn't there still some cowhide and bear skin left from before? We could utilize them to sew gloves and earmuffs. Xiao Shuyan recalled, remembering the advice of Xiaobao to keep the animal hides, never anticipating their eventual usefulness. With skillful hands, Xiao Shuyan and old lady Cheng crafted a complete set of gloves and earmuffs for the family within 5 or 6 days, and from the remaining bear skin, they fashioned 2 small vests, which proved to be quite effective for warmth. The kiln burned for a full 7 days, and the charcoal within took shape. The Cheng brothers donned their gloves and opened the kiln, prying away the charred outer layer to reveal the blackened charcoal beneath. With a fire starter, they quickly ignited the charcoal, warmth radiating through their palms. It worked, Cheng Shan exclaimed with excitement. The brothers hurriedly gathered the charcoal into a basket. Chapter 92. Selling charcoal. Cheng Zhenbao felt a distinct warmth and smiled brightly. Old Lady Cheng instructed Cheng Shan to distribute some to the villagers. Moments later, he returned. I delivered it. I heard from a village chief that this winter is exceptionally harsh. Many have perished from the cold in the towns and cities. Numerous individuals with money cannot even procure food. Cheng Feng felt immensely relieved, grateful that their village had stockpiled provisions in advance. Cheng Hai's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea. If that is the case, perhaps we can purchase more charcoal? That is indeed a viable strategy. There are many dignitaries in the city. We might try our luck in town, Cheng Zhenbao suggested. Before spring arrives, it would be wise to amass some silver. Cheng Hai added. However, the temperatures outside are dangerously low. Prolonged exposure may lead to frostbite. So it would be prudent for only 2 individuals to venture out at a time, Cheng Shan remarked. With their plan in mind, the Cheng family sprang into action, chopping wood and preparing the kiln. After 7 or 8 days, the second batch of charcoal was ready. Cheng Shui and Cheng Hai set off to the town with their baskets. It sold out, Cheng Shui exclaimed, placing the pouch of silver on the table. 5 taels. To ensure sales, they had set a reasonable price. Cheng Zhenbao believed in the principle of selling in volume, considering their costs were not exorbitant. If the kiln were larger, we could produce a greater quantity of charcoal at once, Cheng Hai noted. Being overly ambitious can be detrimental. Making a sale every 8 days is quite satisfactory. After all, this is not made from precious wood, so keeping the price affordable will enable the common folk to purchase it, thereby ensuring our profits, Cheng Hai commented, smiling knowingly as he adjusted his sleeve. Cheng Zhenbao noticed his subtle movement and smiled in silence. The Cheng family's charcoal business flourished, inspiring others in the village to follow suit, though many abandoned the idea due to insufficient clothing to withstand the bitter cold. One day, under the bright sun, Cheng Zhenbao insisted on accompanying them to the town. The cold wind howled, slicing against her face like a blade. Fortunately, she was bundled in layers, barely managing to endure the chill. The streets were bustling with hurried individuals, and as she surveyed her surroundings, she noted the signs of frostbite on many exposed skin areas. Cheng Shui found their usual spot and set down the basket without needing to call out. Potential buyers gathered around in significant numbers. Do not crowd. I will take all of the remaining charcoal. A voice suddenly called out from the crowd. The speaker was a man dressed as a steward, urgency evident in his demeanor. His declaration drew discontent from others present. You intend to buy so much? What about us? My apologies, everyone. My household is in dire straits, the man replied, bowing to the crowd. You may sell as you wish. I assure you, the payment will be adequate. Cheng Hai hesitated slightly, but then heard Cheng Zhenbao's innocent voice proclaim, sell. She had come along precisely to ensure they would not miss an opportunity. Before Cheng Hai could respond, Cheng Shui interjected, there is no need to rush. We will return in a few days. The crowd, resigned, sighed and dispersed. Thank you both. My young lady is unwell, and we have no provisions left this year. I am fortunate to have encountered you. The steward's predicament stemmed from both a lack of stock and high prices. Quickly inquire if their young lady is also suffering from frostbite, like everyone else. Chapter 93. Rescuing Cheng Zhenbao's round eyes sparkled with mischief. As the steward prepared to leave with the charcoal, he was taken aback by their inquiry. Have you encountered my young lady? The brothers exchanged glances and shook their heads. We have not. It is merely that this year's cold has affected everyone. The steward scrutinized the brothers, noticing they bore no signs of frostbite. How is it that you two, despite being out in the cold, do not exhibit the same swelling and sores as the rest of us? It is simply that we have made some ointment at home, which healed our afflictions. Cheng Shui replied, Here, take a box of the frostbite ointment. It may prove useful for your affluent household in the future, Cheng Zhenbao insisted. She had anticipated the arrival of a noble family today and had insisted on accompanying them. If you do not mind, please try this box of ointment. Apply it 3 times daily, and should any signs of pus emerge, you may brew it with cinnamon and dried ginger and water. Cheng Shui conveyed the instructions to the steward. The steward hesitated but accepted the box with gratitude before departing. As they passed a desolate field, Cheng Shui heard faint voices emanating from the overgrown grass. Brother, did you hear that? Cheng Hai nodded in agreement. Indeed, it sounds like children. With newfound courage, they ventured into the tall grass and soon stumbled upon 5 or 6 figures sprawled on the ground, appearing to be a family. Brother, it seems the 2 adults have already succumbed, Cheng Hai remarked solemnly. The parents lay lifeless, their bodies frozen, while the 3 children they had sheltered still bore signs of life, albeit their lips were blue from frostbite. The eldest child, Yi Xiao, remained conscious, while the other 2 had slipped into unconsciousness. To save or not to save? Cheng Zhenbao gazed at the stiff bodies of the parents, feeling deeply moved. This was a pivotal moment in the original narrative. Only the eldest, Yi Xiao, was fortunate enough to be rescued by another family, eventually rising to become a benevolent official serving the people. Encountering this situation is a matter of fate, Cheng Zhenbao sighed. Cheng Hai bent down to pick up the two younger children, while Cheng Shui supported the eldest as they made their way back to the Cheng household. Upon their return, old lady Cheng stood in shock, and Cheng Hai promptly explained the situation. Their parents died protecting them. If we do not help them, I fear we will not be able to live with ourselves. But we have limited food. Xiao Shuyun hesitated. Yi Xiao struggled to kneel and bowed his head, pleading, I implore you to save my two younger brothers. I am willing to become a servant, working tirelessly without complaint. He bowed his head repeatedly. And Cheng Zhenbao watched this scene with a heavy heart. Should we keep them here? If we can just endure until spring, our lives will improve. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's plight, Cheng Laotai's eyes turned red. Her heart softened completely. She stepped forward to help him up, exclaiming, Good child. After much deliberation, the Cheng family decided to temporarily keep the three of them. Given the hardships they all faced, it couldn't get any worse. Besides, they had recently accumulated some savings from their charcoal purchases, and with a bit of perseverance, they would manage. Chapter 94. Cheng Xiu with additional hands at home. After several discussions, everyone agreed to open a second charcoal kiln. The three brothers of Yi Xiao volunteered to take responsibility for this new venture, which would yield 2 batches of charcoal in just 7 days. As the weather grew colder, even the water in the well showed signs of freezing. What is all that noise outside? Has something happened? Xiao Shuyan listened intently to the commotion outside. Bang, bang, bang. The door of the Cheng family was knocked upon. Upon opening it, they found a village chief standing there, accompanied by several people of varying ages, seemingly a family. Given the biting cold outside, Xiao Shuyan invited them into the warmth of the house. Are Shan Zi and the others not here? The village chief inquired. They went to the town, she replied. Village chief, is something wrong? The small house felt even more cramped with so many people. Before the village chief could respond, one of his companions stepped forward. Shuyan, you don't recognize me anymore. It was a middle-aged woman, plump despite the famine. She grasped Xiao Shuyan's hand, weeping copiously. Shuyan, who is this? Cheng Laotai emerged from the inner room and, upon seeing the stout woman and the elderly man behind her, was momentarily taken aback, her expression one of astonishment. Cheng Xiu? Cheng Zhenbao's round eyes fixed upon the unexpected guests. Cheng Xiu was the mother of the stout woman and an old friend of Cheng Laotai from years past. The two families had a distant kinship, yet it was the kind that felt almost non-existent. Years ago, Cheng Xiu's husband found a path to wealth, and the family left the village, parting on unpleasant terms with Cheng Laotai. The reason for their return was the recent death of Cheng Xiu's husband. Having learned that some villagers had settled in Dafan village, she brought her family along. Xiuqin, you must help us. Cheng Xiu grasped Cheng Laotai's hands, tears streaming down her face as she recounted her misfortunes. Cheng Zhenbao felt a wave of drowsiness. She had never been fond of Cheng Xiu, viewing her as rather selfish. After some back and forth, Cheng Xiu's family ultimately settled in Dafan village, with the village chief arranging housing for them. Oh dear, how can anyone live in such a dilapidated house? It frees us to death, the stout woman complained. The village chief replied, There's nothing we can do. This is how it was for everyone when they first arrived. Cheng Xiu looked out at the shabby house, her eyes glinting with a spark of cunning as she warmly grasped Cheng Laotai's hand. Xiuqin, where's Shan Zi and the others? Her family had only one young man, Cheng Li, and she thought her grandson's hands were meant for holding a brush, not for doing manual labor. I've never seen such a rundown house. Cheng Li, pampered since childhood, muttered unhappily. The stout woman awkwardly smiled and quickly covered his mouth. Children speak without thinking. He has always been spoiled, she said. The village chief remained silent. They went to the town, he confirmed. It's such a cold day, and they have to work? What a hardship. I remember we used to sit in warm houses, sipping tea and chatting during weather like this. Life is truly unpredictable. Chapter 95. Cheng Xiu's schemes. Cheng Xiu sighed, her tone laced with a hint of superiority. Her words seemed to express nostalgia, yet they dripped with disdain for the Cheng family. However, Cheng Zhenbao caught on, while Cheng Laotai and Xiao Shuyun remained oblivious. Cheng Laotai even tried to comfort Cheng Xiu, urging her to be more optimistic. Cheng Zhenbao scoffed silently, feeling helpless. Why is it so lively here? Cheng Hai asked, somewhat bewildered. Cheng Xiu surveyed the strong Cheng Shan and his brothers, her eyes lighting up with satisfaction. Then her gaze wandered to the corner where the three brothers of Yishao stood. Who are they? They are unfortunate children, but they are part of our family now. Xiao Shuyan replied. The three brothers felt deeply touched by her words. Cheng Xiao feigned understanding, nodding and smiling without speaking. Even though Cheng Zhenbao couldn't read minds, she could guess Cheng Xiao's thoughts. She likely believed that the Cheng family could support 3 additional people during such difficult times, indicating they had some means. Alas, our family consists only of 4. How could we afford to repair a house? Cheng Zhou is unwell, and my grandson is still young. Oh, Cheng Xiao lamented. This implies she wants her father and uncles to help repair her house. Cheng Zhenbao thought, unceremoniously critiquing her in her mind. She knows it's the dead of winter. With Cheng Zhou's illness, how can her family expect us to do the work? She clearly desires to reap without sowing. Xiao Shuyan wore an unhappy expression and subtly tugged at Cheng Shan's sleeve. Cheng Laotai was about to offer assistance when Cheng Laotai's husband restrained her. Cheng Xiao and her family waited for a long time, but were met with silence from Cheng Laotai, leaving them feeling awkward and humiliated. Your house is not so bad. It's not that dilapidated. Just patch the roof, the village chief interjected. Cheng Zhou, despite his frailty, is still a man. Surely he can wield a hammer? His words left Cheng Xiao speechless, and she had intended to play the victim until she heard Cheng Laotai say, Yes, given the circumstances, you must make do. Our family hasn't had a proper meal in several days, and Shanzi and the others are too weak. We are in distress ourselves. Well done, Grandma. Upon hearing her praise, Cheng Laotai's smile deepened. After they left, the village chief coldly remarked, They only think of us now that they're down on their luck. Although you were once close friends, the words she spoke when she left were quite harsh. We can help to some extent, but beyond that, we can do nothing. If it weren't for her name still being in the village register, I would be quite reluctant to assist her family, the village chief alluded. Cheng Laotai expressed her gratitude with a smile. Thank you, village chief. After the village chief departed, the Cheng family gathered around a table. Mother, what did she say when her family left the village? Cheng Shan asked. Cheng Zhenbao rolled her eyes in response. Cheng Hai chimed in with a few sarcastic remarks. All right, let us refrain from gossiping about our neighbors. We wouldn't want to give them a reason to speak ill of us behind our backs. Chapter 96. Hiring people to repair houses. With Cheng Laotai having spoken, everyone fell silent. By the way, the steward who bought our charcoal came by today to express his gratitude. He said our frostbite ointment is very effective and offered to help us if we encounter difficulties in the future. He gave me a wooden token with the character wood engraved on it. Cheng Shuai said with a smile. Cheng Laotai nodded appreciatively. By the way, have Yi Xiao and the others bought their winter coats yet? Xiao Shuyun inquired. Yi Xiao quickly clutched his clothing and replied gratefully, Yes, we have, Annie. Thank you, uncles. The family enjoyed a moment of harmony. In contrast, Cheng Xiao's family was far from harmonious. The 4 of them stared at the broken door and the gaping hole in the roof, exchanging glances. Grandma, what kind of wretched place have you brought us to? Even a dog wouldn't stay here. Cheng Li couldn't help but complain. Mother, how can anyone live in this house? I suspect the village chief and Cheng Shan's family colluded to set us up. Cheng Jiu frowned, shivering from the cold. No, how can I be looked down upon by a bunch of country bumpkins? If I go to the capital to take the exam and run into former classmates, I'll be laughed at. Cheng Li exclaimed sharply. Mother, don't we still have a bit of silver left? We are spending money to have the villagers repair our house, but where has it gone? Cheng Jiu suggested. Cheng Xiao hesitated, saying, But we only have 50 taels of silver left, and we have no food. Mother, what are you worried about? When spring arrives, I will engage in business. Just like father did back then. This village is merely a temporary refuge for us. Moreover, mother, we must not allow the Cheng Shan family to look down on us. The plump woman chimed in exactly. Mother, did you see their attitude today? They would rather support 3 useless children than lend us a hand. Cheng Xiao's gaze shifted from doubt to determination as she handed the purse at her waist to Cheng Jiu. Then I shall leave this matter in your hands. The 2, delighted by the purse's contents, hurried towards the village chief's home. The next day, Cheng Zhenbao was aware of the situation. After Cheng Jiu's father passed away, their family fell into decline. The silver they possessed was merely what remained from selling their property, likely only a few dozen taels. The family sat together, and upon hearing Cheng Zhenbao's words, they sighed. Food from the city? How much silver does that cost? Cheng Shan shook his head, uncertain, but sure it wouldn't be cheap. Alas, why does mother sigh? Cheng old lady shook her head. The Cheng Xiu family values face above all. Chapter 97. He is still a child. I am worried that this harsh winter may last indefinitely, and they will have spent all their silver. Life will be difficult afterwards. Cheng Zhenbao pouted and blinked. That's their concern. I just hope it doesn't fall upon us. For the sake of silver, the villagers were generous and came to help. With many hands and experience, Cheng Xiu's house was repaired in less than half a month. Recently, the temperature had risen, and the winter sun brought warmth. Taking advantage of the pleasant weather, the Cheng family decided to go out for some fresh air. Cheng Shui, following Cheng Zhenbao's suggestion, took Yi Zhao's two younger brothers, Yi Ming and Yi Wu, to the mountains for hunting. Cheng Zhenbao basked in the sunlight, squinting her eyes in sheer delight. Since arriving here, life had been chaotic, and she had yet to enjoy a proper sunbath. Yi Xiao crafted a grasshopper for her to play with, and laughter filled the courtyard. Cheng Xiu's family lived directly across from the Cheng family. As Cheng Zhio and his wife stepped outside, they were greeted by the cheerful atmosphere of the Cheng family, specifically the cotton clothes everyone wore. After earning some silver from selling charcoal, Xiao Shuyun decided to have a set of cotton clothes custom-made for each family member. These garments not only weighed more, but also used better fabric. Although they were somewhat expensive, they were considered new clothes before the year end. The plump woman glanced at her own drab, old clothes and huffed, "Tomorrow, we will buy new garments." Cheng Xiu also emerged from her house and walked straight into the Cheng family's courtyard. After some pleasantries, she remarked, "Xiu Qin, your courtyard seems a bit small. With so many people, it must feel crowded. Oh, why didn't you think to expand a bit when you built your house? Look at mine, it has been expanded. Alas, it's difficult to adapt to a smaller space after getting used to a larger one." As Cheng Xiu spoke, she sighed, "It is indeed hard. It is easy to fall into luxury, but difficult to return to frugality." Cheng Zhenbao couldn't help but roll her eyes at that comment. Here comes the boastfulness. Cheng old lady chuckled good-naturedly, but did not respond to Cheng Xiu. The latter's gaze shifted to Cheng Zhenbao. This girl is quite charming, but unfortunately, she was born in such times, it seems she is out of place. Cheng Zhenbao couldn't resist rolling her eyes again, recognizing the underlying sexism in Cheng Xiu's words, which subtly devalued girls. Cheng Xiu noticed the eye roll, and, though she let out a small "oh," she was met with the cold expression of Cheng old lady, causing her to smile sheepishly. "My little treasure is a harbinger of good fortune. You've been away from the village for so long. Your mind seems to be getting dull." Cheng old lady could tolerate many things, but remarks about Cheng Zhenbao were off limits. Indeed, the prolonged drought has been unfortunate for Xiu Yi as well, Cheng Hai added sarcastically. Cheng Xiu did not expect Cheng Hai, a younger generation, to be so disrespectful, and her face immediately darkened. Soon after, Cheng old lady uttered a classic phrase. "What are you anxious about? He is still a child." Cheng Xiu was then infuriated and stormed off, slamming the courtyard door behind her. Chapter 98. Dividing the meat again, Cheng old man and Cheng old lady exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Cheng Zhenbao squinted in contentment, stretching her limbs. The Cheng family truly cherished her as their precious gem. Yi Xiao hurriedly came over to assist. Yi Ming and Yi Wu excitedly recounted the events of the day. Their faces flushed. Indeed, Yi Ming's slingshot skills were exceptional. If not for them, capturing the wild boar alone would have been quite challenging. Embarrassed by the praise, Yi Ming smiled shyly. "We are having a grand feast today." Xiao Shuyan beamed. The Cheng family cheered. Perhaps their exuberant voices attracted the attention of Cheng Xiu's family, who turned to observe. When they spotted the wild boar, Cheng Zhio and Cheng Li's eyes widened in astonishment. That is meat. They had spent a considerable amount of silver for mere dry cornbread, while the Cheng family was actually feasting on meat. The villagers had grown accustomed to the Cheng family's hunting success. They brought potatoes or wild vegetables from home, hoping to trade for some wild boar meat. After a brief discussion, the Cheng family decided to divide the boar in half, one portion to keep and the other to distribute. "Mother, let us go get some." Cheng Zhio's eyes sparkled with greed. "I don't care, I want meat. Hurry up and bring it back." Cheng Li snapped. Cheng Xiu helplessly joined the queue, right in front of the village chief. The village chief scanned her from head to toe and cleared his throat. "Is your family here to trade for meat?" Cheng Xiu merely nodded, Her neck craned as she fixated on the pork on the counter, relishing the thought that, since she had been so close to Xiuqin, she would surely receive a bit more. What will your family offer in exchange? A villager ahead inquired, lost in thoughts of meat. She approached without considering the need for an exchange. Did she really need to barter with someone she had such a good relationship with? Seemingly reading Cheng Xiu's mind, the village chief regarded her with a peculiar gaze. You don't expect to just take it, do you? Upon hearing this, all eyes turned toward her, some curious and others disdainful, causing Cheng Xiu and her mother to flush with embarrassment. I'm not saying it. Taking things for free is not acceptable. Oh, I see. Does your family expect to pay in silver directly? The Cheng family was bustling with excitement and did not notice this exchange, but Cheng Zhenbao certainly did. Watching Cheng Xiu's embarrassed expression, she let out a clear, ringing laugh. The villagers were indeed quite charming. After waiting for a long time, it was finally Cheng Xiu's turn, and she quickly addressed Cheng Hai. Hi Z, I held you when you were a child. Attempting to get closer, but unfortunately, she encountered Cheng Hai. Cheng Hai, already discontented with the Cheng Xiu family, responded with an ambiguous smile and handed over the meat. Chapter 99. I can make charcoal myself. What kind of meat is this? It's clearly scraps. Cheng Xiu exclaimed sharply, looking at the meat in her hands. Though it was not a small piece, it was laden with sinew. Cheng Hai innocently replied, how could it be? That's just how the meat is divided. I can't help it. Cheng Xiu was fuming, her voice rising as she shouted, Xiuqin, come out. This is pure bullying. You're clearly doing this on purpose. Yi Xiao stood quietly to the side, holding Cheng Zhenbao, observing the scene. This uncle of hers was not merely cunning. He had clearly orchestrated the situation upon seeing Cheng Xiu's arrival. Cheng Xiu glanced at the meat on the chopping board and then at the pieces others held, feeling an overwhelming sense of imbalance. Why not exchange this for a better piece? There's still half a pig left. Cheng Hai appeared troubled. My dear aunt, in these times, one should be grateful for any meat they receive rather than be choosy. Besides, Haizi has already given you quite a bit. Others also need to save some for themselves. After all, you only brought 5 steamed buns to trade, and yet they've given you such a generous piece of meat. Be content. The villagers' chatter made Cheng Xiu feel immensely embarrassed, and suppressing her anger, she forced out a thank you before turning to leave. Once the meat was distributed, the villagers gradually dispersed. Was my uncle's handling of the situation commendable? Cheng Zhenbao smiled sweetly, giving him due credit. Quite commendable. The Cheng family's dinner that evening was exceptionally lavish, with the aroma of the meal wafting for miles. Upon catching a whiff of the delightful scent, Cheng Li found the dark, unappetizing stir-fried meat before him suddenly unappealing. He slammed his chopsticks down in dissatisfaction. Why is it that the food from the house across the way smells so appetizing while we are left with this? Typically, the family was pampered. Yet now, they couldn't even manage a decent dish. He had thought they were of the same bloodline, yet they turn out to be nothing but sycophants. Once our family prospers, I shall ensure these people regret their behavior. Cheng Xiu fumed. Cheng Zhenbao and his spouse began to exchange grievances as well. Their meal filled with discontent, starkly contrasting the laughter and joy emanating from the neighboring courtyard. Since the incident involving the pork distribution, Cheng Xiu had refrained from visiting the Cheng family for quite some time. Cheng Zhenbao, however, noticed the persistent plume of white smoke rising from their backyard and, upon inquiring, discovered that the Cheng family had taken to making charcoal themselves. So that's why the villagers are so enamored with their dirty feet. It's because they received favors, Cheng Xiu remarked sarcastically. The stout woman expressed her indignation. If they distributed charcoal to the villagers, why haven't we received any? They must be enjoying our misfortune now that we've fallen on hard times. Cheng Li asserted. Cheng Xiu, already feeling disgruntled, turned to her son. Son, you should learn to make charcoal as well. We shall take their business away. The stout woman's eyes brightened. Yes. Let us seize their entire business. Let us see how they can remain arrogant. All right, it seems they are preparing to make charcoal today. I will sneak over to observe. Yi Xiao and the others had learned the charcoal-making process several times from Cheng Shui and had become quite adept. The family busily chopped wood and mixed clay, completely unaware of the pair of watchful eyes lurking nearby. A few days later, a tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the village. prompting the villagers to rush toward the source of the sound. The Cheng family was the first to arrive, as the commotion had originated from Cheng Xiu's home. "Help, help!" came a cry for assistance from afar, and without a second thought, they pushed the door open to enter. What on earth happened? Did a rock fall from the mountain? The once level backyard now bore 3 deep craters, surrounded by scattered stones and debris. Cheng Zhenbao appeared utterly disheveled, covered in mud, his hair wild like a madman. His mother, Cheng Xiu, fared even worse, with a large gash on her forehead bleeding profusely as she lay convulsing on the ground. Cheng Zhenbao's fingers twitched, piecing together the situation. They attempted to replicate our charcoal-making process, but ended up making a disastrous mess instead. Cheng Shan and the others were a loss for words. Realizing that instead of seeking guidance openly, they had tried to steal knowledge and had ultimately harmed themselves. The doctor stepped forward to assess Cheng Xiu's condition, while the others murmured in hushed tones, mostly with a sense of morbid curiosity. "I'll smash you wicked scoundrels," Cheng Li yelled, picking up stones to hurl at the Cheng family members. Cheng Shan and his brothers immediately shielded the elderly Cheng and Xiao Shuyan. Cheng Shui shouted in anger. "What is the meaning of this?" Cheng Li, with rage in his eyes, retorted, "You must be worried that our family's charcoal business will encroach upon yours, which is why you deliberately misled my father. You are despicable." The Cheng family was taken aback, laughing at the absurdity. "You never even came to ask for guidance. So how could we have misled you?" Cheng Li stubbornly insisted, "You want to deceive me. I know you're all envious of our family's wealth." The crowd fell silent, bemused by the boy's twisted logic. "What kind of nonsense is this? What have you been teaching him?" Someone reproached the stout woman. Still dazed from the explosion, she fainted at being publicly scolded. She's merely pretending. Cheng Zhenbao exposed her. "Cheng Zhou, state clearly. Have you ever come to my home to seek advice?" Cheng Shui directly questioned Cheng Zhou, who stammered, evading the question. The villagers suddenly understood everything. "You are truly shameless." The villagers have benefited greatly from the Cheng family. They've always supported them. Upon waking, Cheng Xiu saw her son being scolded by the crowd and immediately rose, glaring at them. "What are you all doing? Are you here to gloat over our misfortune? Get out. Leave my house." Cheng Xiu was beside herself with fury. The villagers rolled their eyes and began to leave. Cheng Laotai had taken a few steps away, but, soft-hearted, turned back. "If you wish to learn the method of making charcoal, you're always welcome to come to our home." Sighing at the family's predicament, she added, "Why must it be this way?" Cheng Xiu, who had always reveled in comparisons, be it her husband, her appearance, or her children, would interpret Cheng Laotai's well-meaning words as nothing more than blatant mockery. Chapter 101. Cheng Zhu also sells charcoal, mother. Do not worry. I will ensure our family does not become the subject of ridicule. Cheng Zhou gritted his teeth. Cheng Xiu repeated "good" 3 times, declaring that not a single member of the Cheng family was worthy. "We absolutely cannot allow them to look down on us." On this day, Cheng Shui, accompanied by Yi Xiao and his brothers, took a basket to the town to sell charcoal. As soon as they arrived, they were surrounded by eager customers. And after a small wave of sales, a third of their charcoal was gone. The 4 waited quietly for the next wave of customers, only to see 2 familiar figures approach. "Is that uncle and aunt from across the way?" Yi Ming inquired. Cheng Shui looked over, specifically at the charcoal in Cheng Zhou's basket, surprised to see they had also begun making charcoal. The stout woman keenly observed Cheng Shui's expression and, seeing his surprise, smiled smugly. "Why, if it isn't second brother Cheng. What a coincidence. Are you here to sell charcoal too?" Cheng Shui twitched his lips. "We have always been here selling." The stout woman pretended not to hear, picking up a piece of charcoal from her basket. "Since we're all from the same village, let us sell together." Yi Xiao and his brothers frowned in unison. This was a blatant attempt to steal their business. Still, her charcoal looked remarkably inferior. Cheng Shui's expression darkened, but he nodded nonetheless. "Suit yourself." Moments later, customers began to approach. One man started to head toward Cheng Shui, but was intercepted by the stout woman. "Sir, are you looking to buy charcoal? Look at mine. It's of excellent quality and reasonably priced." The man, indeed, ended up at Cheng Zhou's stall. Yi Xiao and his brothers were infuriated, stamping their feet. "This charcoal looks terrible. Forget it." In the end, the man purchased charcoal from Cheng Shui, leaving Cheng Zhou and his wife fuming silently with arms crossed. Are you looking to buy charcoal? Come see mine. Yu imitated the stout woman's tone, altering his voice. Yiming immediately waved his hand, looking disgusted. No, no. No, this looks too poor. Under the stout woman's death glare, Yi Xiao and his brothers burst into laughter. Uncle, if you wish to learn to make charcoal, I would be happy to teach you later, Yi Xiao said earnestly. The conversation abruptly sent the Cheng couple away, inflicting minimal harm, yet delivering a profound insult. Such occurrences should not become a precedent. Cheng Laotu feigned anger, acknowledging the need to minimize future interactions given their frequent encounters. Understood, the group complied with the training. However, I heard that he still managed to sell his goods, albeit at a significantly reduced price. Yiwu remarked that Cheng Zhenbao chuckled inwardly. Recognizing that the price was not merely low, he had practically sold them as firewood. Their poor attitude had offended many. 2 months swiftly passed. The temperature steadily rose, and the breath of spring enveloped the land. More villagers began to emerge and socialize. I noticed that Cheng Xiu's household had acquired a new cabinet, and during my last visit, I observed that it was arranged splendidly, akin to a wealthy family's abode. They feasted on steamed corn buns, which made my mouth water. The disparity was glaring. My family had to ration a single wild vegetable into 3 meals. Cheng Xiu's family, having resided in a grand estate in the city, was accustomed to having servants. Not far away, Cheng Xiu, hearing these remarks, gleefully headed to the Cheng residence. Chapter 102. Spring has arrived recently. The Cheng family constructed a simple gazebo in their yard, intended for summer relaxation. It lacked the elegance of the exquisite pavilions typically found in grand estates. Cheng Xiu boasted about it, but awkwardly, no one paid her any mind. Cheng Laotai immediately inquired, "How is it?" Cheng Shui cheerfully unwrapped a cloth bag, revealing an assortment of plant seeds. With Xiao Bao present, unexpected fortune was likely. Cheng Laotai nodded in satisfaction, while Cheng Xiu scoffed, dismissing the pride of a mere child. After all, her brother Cheng Li was destined to be the top scholar. Cheng Zhenbao observed Cheng Xiu's antics with a disdainful pout, thinking, here she goes again, flaunting her achievements. It's truly tiresome. The Cheng family members nodded in agreement, relieved that no one paid her any attention, prompting her to leave in frustration. Winter had passed quietly, despite being the coldest of seasons. It faded quickly. Cheng Shan was already preparing for the farming season, organizing the family to begin plowing the fields. We have a total of 6 acres, 3 for vegetables and 3 for tea, he planned. His vision was to elevate the entire village's prosperity through tea cultivation, given Qingzhou's favorable climate and soil conditions. The only challenge would be the arduous task of clearing land for tea gardens. However, there was no rush. They could first loosen the soil and then consult the village chief. As the sun rose, the fields were overgrown with weeds, seemingly endless. Cheng Shan and his family arrived early, armed with hoes, diligently working the land. Only Cheng Feng, after a brief stint of labor, sought refuge under a tree, panting with a frown. While he excelled in literary pursuits, manual labor was not suited for him. Cheng Laotai, cradling Cheng Zhenbao, approached, suggesting they take a break before resuming work. Cheng Feng nodded, but soon vanished from beneath the tree. Cheng Zhenbao sighed inwardly, recognizing her 4th uncle's inability to understand his place. He fancied himself a chosen scholar despite struggling to articulate his thoughts after years of study. The soil has likely been neglected for years, compounded by drought, leading to significant nutrient depletion. We need to create some fertilizer, she mused. Meanwhile, Cheng Shan, knowledgeable in this area, also recognized the issue and was troubled. Cheng Zhenbao elaborated on the method for making fertilizer. Upon hearing her, the family divided into 2 groups. Cheng Shan, Cheng Shui, and Cheng Laotu remained to continue plowing, while Cheng Hai took Cheng Zhenbao to the town. Cheng Feng was supposed to accompany them, but his whereabouts were unknown. With the weather clearing, the town bustled with activity. Let's check the restaurants and butcher shops. They should have plenty of bones, Cheng Hai suggested, and he followed through. As the drought and floods subsided, the villagers' lives gradually stabilized, and food became less scarce. Chapter 103. Villagers bring food bones, largely useless to most, were acquired by Cheng Hai for a mere few coins, resulting in a sackful from the butcher. This amount won't suffice for fertilizer. We need at least 50 pounds, he lamented. He continued to wander from shop to shop, We're gathering nutrients for the land, he explained. The chef, upon hearing this, suggested, wait a moment, I'll fetch what I haven't had time to clean up. If you have vegetables in the future, give us a good price. Shanghai was elated, of course. Thus, he obtained several more sacks of bones. We should keep a token, Cheng Zhenbao silently reminded herself. Ah, isn't this Shanghai? Have you fallen so low? Cheng Zhenbao mocked, eyeing the bones on the ox's back with a derisive expression, raising his voice to draw attention. If you're truly in need, come to your brother for help. I wouldn't refuse, he taunted. Cheng Zhenbao understood that they were being viewed as beggars scavenging for scraps. Just as Cheng Hai was about to retort, Cheng Zhenbao interjected, perhaps he should focus on his own family's affairs. He wouldn't want to invite trouble. Cheng Hai, though unsure of her meaning, followed her suggestion. Upon hearing this, Cheng Zhou's expression shifted but quickly returned to indifference as he turned away, haughtily exhaling toward Cheng Hai. For more than 10 consecutive days, the Cheng family diligently worked the fields, and with the assistance of oxen, their efficiency improved significantly. We're nearly out of food, sighed Xiao Shuyan. Let's head up the mountain, suggested Yi Xiao and the others eagerly. No need, too many have gone up recently. We won't find anything, Cheng Shui cautioned. Animals had hidden themselves, and food was scarce. Cheng Shui, Yi Xiao, and the others took Cheng Zhenbao up the mountain. Guided by her, they soon gathered an abundance of food within an hour. On their descent, they encountered villagers carrying hoes heading uphill. Upon seeing Cheng Shui and the others, one villager expressed pity. Cheng take these. I know your family has many mouths to feed, as he stuffed several large sweet potatoes into Cheng Shui's arms. Cheng Shui had no time to respond as the villager walked away. Chapter 104. Divine Tofu. Cheng Zhenbao understood the villagers' motives. They claim I'm the source of their misfortunes, that I've cursed them. Upon returning to the Cheng residence, Cheng Laotai sat on a stool with a sullen expression, clearly upset. Upon inquiry, it became apparent that she had heard the recent gossip circulating in the village. Unable to contain her anger, she confronted Cheng Xiu, only to return defeated. Seeing Cheng Laotai's irritated demeanor, Cheng Zhenbao approached with a sweet smile. Grandmother, please don't be angry. It's about Cheng Xiu's family. The distance was too great for the other family members to hear her, but after Cheng Zhenbao's heartfelt words, Cheng Laotai's fury quickly transformed into a smile. Meanwhile, Xiao Shuyan, distressed over a pile of mulberry leaves, was reassured by Cheng Zhenbao's guidance. Following her instructions, she washed the leaves and placed them in a basin, then added enough water to submerge them before mashing them thoroughly, finally filtering out the residue with cheesecloth. Then, mix a bowl of ash water into the filtered liquid and stir thoroughly, allowing it to sit in a cool place. At this point, the divine tofu is considered complete. Next comes the essential preparation of the seasoning. Take the previously sun-dried chili peppers, soak them in water, and crush them. In a pot, add an appropriate amount of oil and the crushed chili, stirring as you introduce spices and Sichuan peppercorns. After a busy afternoon, Xiao Shuyun successfully concocts a fragrant pot of chili oil. Meanwhile, the divine tofu has set, its emerald exterior glistening, with a bouncy texture and a subtle aroma wafting from it. Cut the divine tofu into uniformly sized cubes and place them in a bowl, drenching them with chili oil and seasonings. The red oil enveloping the vibrant green tofu releases an enticing fragrance upon tasting. It reveals a silky texture accompanied by the spicy and aromatic kick of the chili. How delightful! Yi Xiao can't help but exclaim. Although it lacks richness, one can eat to their heart's content. Cheng Zhenbao savors a small piece of the tofu without chili, relishing the immense satisfaction it brings. The divine tofu is both affordable and simple to make. We could prepare more to sell on the street. While the Cheng family indulges in their meal, a loud knock echoes at the door. Upon opening, they find the village chief and several villagers, all bearing food offerings for the Cheng family. Madam Cheng, I've heard about your current hardships, so we've brought some food for you. Those bones that others have consumed should be avoided. They can carry diseases. This misunderstanding can be attributed to the mischief caused by Cheng Zhou's family. After some explanation, the villagers realize the mix-up. What are you eating? It smells divine. Let's serve everyone a bowl to try. There's plenty here. Hesitantly, the villagers sample the divine tofu, and their expressions shift from skepticism to astonishment, followed by enthusiastic praise. This is divine tofu. For those who can't handle the chili, Adding a spoonful of sugar makes it delightful as well, Xiao Shuyun proudly declares. Her little treasure is indeed remarkable. Teach everyone how to make it. At the very least, it can temporarily fill our stomachs. The villagers genuinely care for the Cheng family, and Cheng Zhenbao is more than willing to share. Chapter 105. Sold 200 bowls. Without delay, Xiao Shuyun immediately begins to teach and prepares another pot of divine tofu. The next day, she rises early to make several large bowls of divine tofu, gathering her ingredients before heading to town with a basket. Accompanying her are the 3 brothers, while the others have gone to the fields to prepare for planting. Xiao Shuyun chooses the spot where Cheng Shan and others usually sell charcoal and lifts the lid, revealing the vibrant green divine tofu to the crowd. With her family's special chili oil wafting a tantalizing aroma, it isn't long before people are drawn to inquire. This is homemade mulberry leaf tofu. Delicious and only 5 per bowl. Big brother, would you like to try a bowl? The Yi brothers enthusiastically beckon customers. Their efforts bear fruit as a man swallows hard and decides to buy a bowl. Xiao Shuyun expertly retrieves a porcelain bowl from another basket, scoops the tofu, mixes in the chili, and hands it to the man. Curious onlookers gather, and upon witnessing the man's astonished expression and his hurried bites, their curiosity intensifies. Once one person buys, a second quickly follows, and soon a large crowd forms around Xiao Shuyun. Her business flourishes, driven by both the secret chili oil and the novelty of the divine tofu. After a brief half hour, only a third of the tofu remains, and the satisfied customers depart. As the noise subsides, Xiao Shuyun and the 3 brothers let out a sigh of relief, starting to count their earnings. The total approaches 1 tael of silver, meaning nearly 200 bowls have been sold in such a short time. With our exclusive recipe, we should seize the opportunity and set up shop here while the novelty lasts. Cheng Zhenbao's cheeks flush with excitement, her small fists clenched as she brims with determination. Xiao Shuyun carefully secures the silver, joyfully kissing Cheng Zhenbao on the cheek. We should share some with the Yi brothers. They worked hard today, too. The Yi brothers are astonished when they receive their share of the silver. We too? Naturally. You helped, so you should be rewarded. Auntie, rest assured, we brothers will faithfully support the Cheng family from now on, Yiwu assures. Xiao Shuyun smiles. Indeed, having the Yi brothers will save us considerable effort if we decide to open a shop in the future, but it's too early to discuss that now. Cheng Zhenbao mutters to herself. Just as they are about to leave, a furious shout rings out from behind. Stop! The Yi brothers immediately become alert, positioning themselves in front of Xiao Shuyun. She frowns and cautiously asks, Are you here to buy divine tofu? Unfortunately, it's already before she can finish. Her words are cut off by a harsh interruption. Shut your mouth. Who told you we came to buy your tofu? The burly leader sneers. Chapter 106. Encountering Robbery. Xiao Shuyun inwardly groans, realizing they have encountered trouble. These individuals are notorious bullies in town. Merchants avoid them at all costs. They are known for extorting protection fees from vendors. Cheng Zhenbao has figured out their identity and inwardly scorns them. To put it nicely, they are here to demand protection fees. To put it bluntly, they are here to rob us. Upon hearing Cheng Zhenbao's thoughts, Xiao Shuyun turns pale. The burly man smirks wickedly, whistling as he says, Are you not aware that this area is under our control? Who permitted you to set up shop here? We have set up shop here in winter without ever hearing a protection fee. Yi Xiao retorts angrily. The burly man smirks, sensing he has found a weakness. Oh, so you've been here before? Then you owe us all the protection fees from before. 5 taels of silver. Xiao Shuyun is astonished. If it were just a few hundred copper coins, she might grit her teeth and pay, but 5 taels is more than she earned today. This is extortion. The burly man chuckles. And what of it? If you're sensible, hand over the silver, and I might just spare you. If we pay them, they'll likely extort us daily, Cheng Zhenbao realizes. Xiao Shuyun is well aware of this, but with the arrow already knocked, refusing to pay is not an option. Stop stalling. Hurry up and hand over the money. We won't pay. Xiao Shuyun clutches her money pouch tightly, gritting her teeth. Hearing this, the burly man grins wickedly, stepping forward to overturn the baskets that were hastily placed on the ground. The Yi brothers quickly shield Xiao Shuyun, retreating repeatedly. A cacophony ensues as chaos erupts. The bamboo baskets are smashed, and several holes appear in the bowls, causing Xiao Shuyun's heart to ache. She had thought these ruffians would refrain from violence in public, but she had underestimated them. The burly man lunges towards Xiao Shuyun, but before he can reach her, he suddenly stiffens, collapsing awkwardly to the ground. The other two rush to check on him. Seizing the opportunity, the Yi brothers quickly gather the scattered items and pull Xiao Shuyun away. They are running. After them. The burly man barks as he regains his composure. Cheng Zhenbao, feeling exhausted, rubs her eyes. Run ahead. The bustling market is up ahead. Let us hide in the alley. Xiao Shuyun has no time to think further and rushes into the crowd with the Yi brothers. In the bustling market, throngs of people fill the air. Brother, it seems we've lost track, grumbled the burly man, casting a glare at his companion. Nonsense. The duck that was just within reach has flown away. Hurry and search for it. The younger man forced a smile in response and strode forward, unaware that the person they sought was merely in a nearby alley. As they distanced themselves, a few individuals departed the town, shaken. Upon returning to the village, they were met with a host of unfamiliar faces, likely fellow refugees seeking solace. With an injury on her forehead, Xiao Shuyun first sought a doctor before heading to the village chief's abode. At that moment, the Cheng family and other villagers congregated at the chief's doorstep. Chapter 107. New refugees. The village chief was engaged in conversation with several officials, discussing the arrival of more displaced individuals who needed accommodation. As for the land, you may deliberate amongst yourselves, the officials stated succinctly. The chief nodded in agreement, bidding farewell to them before seeking out the leader among the new refugees. Presently, there were still ample spots available in the village requiring the chief's allocation. Though Xiao Shuyun's forehead injury was not severe, the family collectively decided to prevent her from venturing to the town alone in the future. With food supplies dwindling, Cheng Shui and his brothers, accompanied by Yi Xiao, set out in search of provisions. Meanwhile, Cheng Old Lady and the injured Xiao Shuyun busied themselves with handicrafts in the yard. Suddenly, a loud knocking echoed at the door. Upon opening it, they were greeted by unfamiliar faces, a woman with masculine features and two burly youths. "Who are you?" asked Cheng Old Lady, having already inquired that the men of the house were away. Xiao Shuyun, cradling Cheng Zhenbao, approached with a look of confusion. "You must vacate. We intend to reside here as well," Lu Huar declared, lifting her chin defiantly. Cheng Old Lady, baffled, retorted, "What? We have already established our home here. How can we yield it to you?" Lu Huar scoffed, "So what? You can simply find another place and rebuild." Cheng Zhenbao couldn't help but roll her eyes at the absurdity of the situation. Having been robbed earlier in the day, now they were being threatened for their home. "How can you be so unreasonable?" Xiao Shuyun frowned. Lu Huar, arms crossed, arrogantly demanded, "So, will you yield or not?" Cheng Old Lady, now incensed, replied, "Absolutely not. You are not welcome here. Leave at once." You are truly asking for trouble. Destroy their home." Lu Huar sneered, her contempt evident as she assessed the elder woman and her daughter-in-law. "You merely arrived a bit earlier than us. What gives you the right to claim this land?" Cheng Old Lady shouted, brandishing a broom to shoo away Lu Huar's sons. "First come, first served. That is the most basic principle. Your actions are those of a thief. Leave at once. You are not welcome here." Lu Huar ordered her sons to retaliate, and without hesitation, began to hurl the neatly stacked firewood around, prompting Cheng Old Lady and Xiao Shuyun to intervene, resulting in utter chaos. Cheng Zhenbao, lost in thought on how to resolve the matter, was abruptly struck by a rough piece of wood that flew at her, knocking her to the ground. As the pain surged through her, she couldn't contain her tears, and large droplets fell to the earth. Witnessing this, both Xiao Shuyun and Cheng Old Lady froze, their eyes misting as they beheld Cheng Zhenbao's swollen forehead and the trickle of blood. The two women immediately ceased their actions to tend to her wound. "Mother, it seems they're beginning to allocate land. Let us go," Ada suggested. With no true desire to harm, Lu Huar and her sons decided to retreat. Chapter 108. A grudge formed. Fortunately, little Zhenbao was spared a grave fate. The village doctor warned that had the blow been any more misaligned, it could have cost her an eye. Alas! Xiao Shuyun wept. Cheng Shan slammed the basket to the ground, his face darkened with anger. "This is utterly outrageous. I shall confront them." Not just him. Cheng Shui and Yi Xiao shared his indignation. "Let's go." They should be at the village chief's house, sorting out the land. Determined to defend little Zhenbao, they armed themselves with suitable tools and stormed out. Just a few steps away, they spotted Lu Huar's family nearby. Cheng Shan, gripping a hoe, approached them menacingly. What do you intend to do? Lu Huar's husband, Li Yin, shrank back, inquiring. Why did you assault someone without cause? Cheng Shan suppressed his rage. Once the situation was clarified, Li Yin glanced at Lu Huar and apologized. I truly beg your pardon. Before Li Yin could finish, Lu Huar kicked him in discontent and stepped forward. Is it wrong for us to desire this land? You merely arrived a bit earlier. Why should it belong to you? She shrieked. First come, first served. If you disagree, it is your tardiness that is to blame, Cheng Hai retorted with a sneer. Bah! Lu Huar, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, leaped up and spat at the group, cursing vehemently. Cheng Shui's temples throbbed with fury, visibly enraged. Just as it seemed the two families would clash, the village chief arrived and swiftly intervened. After grasping the entirety of the situation, he frowned at Lu Huar's family. Since you have all agreed to reside in this village, we are now one family. This statement was directed towards both families. The chief continued. The Cheng family's home has already been constructed. It cannot be ceded to you. Besides, your family is just nearby. What is the issue with that? The homes of the Cheng and Lu families were situated upon the same plot of land. Look at their attitude. Lu Huar exploded. The chief quickly stepped in to pacify the situation, admonishing, you arrived and caused harm. Do not provoke further trouble. Seeing the chief's displeasure, Lu Huar's family relented. Although the matter was resolved under the chief's mediation, a rift had undoubtedly formed between the Cheng and Lu families. In the days that followed, the Cheng family treated the injured Cheng Zhenbao with utmost care, as if she were a fragile porcelain doll. Cheng Zhenbao herself found it absurd that she could be hurt while merely lying down, a mix of helplessness and amusement washing over her. The newly arrived refugees began to receive their land allocations and eagerly commenced building their homes, while the Cheng family divided tasks among themselves. Cheng Shui and the Yi brothers were tasked with foraging for food, while others continued to cultivate the land. Although the fields had been turned over, they still required fertilization to nourish the soil. While the mountains behind them were devoid of wildlife, the surrounding hills were not. Perhaps they could use the traps from before to catch some game. Cheng Zhenbao mused silently, her fingers in her mouth. Chapter 109. Unruly intentions. Time passed swiftly, and Cheng Zhenbao was nearing her first birthday. She was now able to clumsily take a few steps, though her limbs remained weak. And she would soon find herself on the ground. Xiao Shuyan decided to bring her along to the fields, allowing her to frolic in the soft earth. While the adults labored, Cheng Zhenbao busied herself, believing that acclimatizing to her surroundings would soon enable her to walk independently. She staggered a few steps, then sat to rest or crawled forward when tired. Unbeknownst to her, she had strayed a bit from Xiao Shuyan. On the ridge of the field, Lu Huar happened to pass by with a duh and a air, spotting the Cheng family at work. A smirk of derision crept onto her face. Look at how the soil has degraded. Even if they plant something, it will yield nothing. They are merely toiling in vain. Lu Huar scoffed, her disdain palpable. They are truly foolish, Ada chimed in. Lu Huar let out a couple of hums, indifferent to their antics, eagerly anticipating the expression on their faces when they face their inevitable failure. You two wait for me here. I shall go to the well and take a look. With that, Lu Huar turned and departed. Hey brother, look at that little girl trying to walk. Air's gaze fell upon Cheng Zhenbao, who stood with pursed lips and a serious expression, then awkwardly took a few steps forward. Her unsteady gait resembled that of a drunken man, quite comical. Ada, following his brother's gaze, mocked, she can't even walk properly. How foolish. Such a little girl. Only the Cheng family, a clan of fools, would cherish her as if she were a treasure. Air nodded in agreement, elbowing Ada in the stomach. Look, that little girl is just behind the ridge. Come on, let's go. Ada instantly understood his brother's intent and rubbed his hands together in excitement. Let's go. Cheng Zhenbao was focusing on maintaining her balance when suddenly, the world before her darkened as someone blocked her light. She looked up to find Ada and Air grinning maliciously. A flicker of realization crossed her mind. These two fools were here to cause her trouble. How audacious. Two grown men bullying a child not yet a year old. Meanwhile, Xiao Shuyan set down the half-finished bamboo basket and instinctively scanned the surroundings, but there was no sign of Cheng Zhenbao. She then familiarized herself with the path behind the ridge and found Cheng Zhenbao sprawled on the ground, already fast asleep. By evening, the Cheng family gathered in the courtyard for dinner. The meal consisted of fragrant and spicy tofu, a plate of stir-fried rabbit meat, and a few hardened steamed buns, which was considered quite a feast. Suddenly, footsteps were heard outside the courtyard, and the door was kicked down. The wooden door, of course, was not particularly sturdy. Before the Cheng family could react, Lu Hua's sharp voice pierced the air. "Cheng family, get out here." The impulsive Yi Ming and Yi Wu exchanged glances, instinctively rising, but were restrained by Old Lady Cheng and Old Man Cheng. "What is this disturbance about?" Old Man Cheng frowned in displeasure. "What's going on?" Lu Hua's voice was piercing as she glared at them, pulling Ada and Air forward. The faces of Ada and Air were pale, their noses and faces bruised, with swollen foreheads and several long scratches on their cheeks. Air opened his mouth, revealing a gap where his front tooth should have been, causing his gums to swell. Their appearances were both pitiful and comical. Yi Xiao couldn't help but laugh, a reaction that only fueled Lu Hua's fury. She pointed at Old Lady Cheng, unleashing a torrent of vulgar insults, and continued, "You Cheng family. I thought you had some sense. But it turns out you secretly tried to sabotage my precious son. Do you realize my son is destined for greatness? You truly have some nerve. Look at the state you've left my child in. Using a dead girl as bait, is it? How shameless of you." Upon hearing Lu Hua's tirade, the Cheng family was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Old Lady Cheng had heard the soft, innocent voice of the child. "Umph. These two fools are deliberately here to disrupt me while I learn to walk, intending to make me fall on the rocks. Since they have no good intentions, they shall not have a good ending." Cheng Zhenbao, aware of their deliberate interference, crawled a few steps to the side and telepathically pushed the two of them down the ridge. The Cheng family's faces turned blue with anger upon learning the truth. The Lu family even dared to involve children. Lu Hua continued her tirade, but Cheng Zhenbao smirked quietly. Old Lady Cheng, unable to contain herself any longer, stepped forward, hands on her hips, her aura radiating authority. "Be quiet. What do you think you are, barging into my home and causing chaos? You resemble the animals in a pigsty. When it comes to turning black into white and distinguishing right from wrong, none can compare to you, Lu Hua. What? Do you think we don't know what your two little rascals are like? You should ask why they were trespassing in my fields. Did they inherit their father's blindness and their mother's thieving ways, hoping to steal something?" Old Lady Cheng's insults were clear and swift, leaving Lu Hua no time to respond before being bombarded with a flurry of accusations. "You, what do you mean by you? Your two heartless little brats attempted to bully my precious child, and it was by heaven's grace that they fell down the ridge. It is what they deserve. Lu Hua, you truly overestimate your family, a bunch of filthy beings, lacking in any self-awareness. Even the animals in the pen have more sense than your clan." With that, the courtyard fell into a heavy silence. Cheng Zhenbao hadn't anticipated her grandmother to be so fierce with her words. Lu Hua, the loudmouthed shrew, was left speechless. Seeing that she couldn't retaliate, Lu Hua attempted to throw herself on the ground in a tantrum, but as fate would have it, her foot landed squarely on a stone. Yi Ming, holding a slingshot, innocently remarked, "I sincerely apologize. I meant to shoot that blind crow in the sky." Liu Hua, who had been tyrannizing for years, found herself at a loss. Her face darkened with rage as she longed to devour the Cheng family. Before she could unleash another slew of insults, Old Lady Cheng continued her verbal onslaught. Ultimately, Lu Hua, with her two sons in tow, retreated in disgrace. The Cheng Xiu family, having witnessed this farce, wisely turned to leave, fearing they might also incur Old Lady Cheng's wrath. Cheng Zhenbao cast a glance at the Cheng family, noting that they had been surprisingly well-behaved lately, not causing any trouble for quite some time. Later that evening, the Yi brothers, emboldened by their encounter with Old Lady Cheng, set about repairing the courtyard gate. Since then, Lu Hua had been steering clear of the Cheng family. One day, while the family was having breakfast, Cheng Zhenbao, having already filled her belly, stood up, propping herself against a stool. She babbled cheerfully, occasionally glancing towards the courtyard. "The nearby pond could use some tidying up. Perhaps we can clean up a bit. If we can, we might even raise a few fish for food." The thought of food made Cheng Zhenbao's eyes sparkle. Prompted by her suggestion, the Cheng family reacted accordingly. Old Lady Cheng decided to let everyone take the afternoon off from the fields to check out the pond. The pond was a vibrant green, with a layer of debris floating on the surface, leaves, algae, and litter of all sorts. Following Cheng Zhenbao's idea, Xiao Shuyan wove several nets from bamboo strips and secured them to long bamboo poles, crafting a simple scoop net. Cheng Shuai and Cheng Shan took the scoop nets and removed the algae and debris from the pond surface. The water wasn't very deep, and after their efforts, it had become much clearer. Looking down, they could distinctly see numerous river clams beneath the surface. The moment Cheng Zhenbao spotted the clams, her eyes brightened significantly. Quick, quick! Gather all the clams. If there are pearls inside, we could strike it rich. Cheng Shan and the others clearly had the same thought, rubbing their hands in excitement as they quickly removed their shoes and socks and jumped into the water to collect the clam shells. Yi Xiao fetched a bamboo basket. Before long, Cheng Shan emerged from the water, looking at the overflowing basket with undisguised joy and excitement. Is this all cleared? Are these river clams? Hearing the commotion, old lady Cheng stepped out of the house, bewildered at the sight of several baskets filled with clam shells on the ground. Cheng Hai rubbed his hands together, eagerly calling for a small knife, impatient to open the clams. Cheng Zhenbao eagerly anticipated the number of pearls that could be produced from the numerous river clams. With a stroke of luck, it was possible that several rare and exquisite specimens might emerge. Despite the abundance of shells, the Cheng family was thriving with members. Each person sat before a pile of clams, diligently commencing the grand endeavor of prying them open. Everyone was engrossed in their task, while Cheng Zhenbao occasionally stood to lend a hand or crawled around to assist. She closely observed every pearl that was unveiled. Father S. luck seems remarkably good. These 2 pearls are perfectly round and shimmering with luster, truly high quality. Chapter 112. Selling Pearls. Brother Yi, these pearls of yours are a lovely light purple. Excellent. They will surely fetch a good price. Cheng Zhenbao was genuinely thrilled and exhilarated by this unexpected turn of events. After nearly 2 days of opening the river clams they had dredged from the river, under Cheng Zhenbao's guidance, Xiao Shuyun sorted the pearls by quality and packed them into 2 cloth bags. Perhaps due to the fact that few had ventured into Destined village previously, the pearls produced from these clams were of commendable quality. The bags felt heavy in hand, laden with tangible silver. Splendid. If these pearls could be sold in a decent market, they would undoubtedly be worth a considerable sum. Cheng Hai was beaming with delight. Cheng Zhenbao shared this sentiment. Previously, whether selling charcoal or the famed fairy tofu, the earnings were barely sufficient to sustain their family, making it nearly impossible to save anything. However, with the sale of these pearls, not only could they make a small profit, but they could also build a modest foundation for their family. Tomorrow, we shall venture into Qingzhou City to sell these pearls. There is still ample time today to produce more fairy tofu to sell in town. The city attracts far more foot traffic than the town, and affluent families are more willing to try new products, so we can afford to raise the price a little. Cheng Laotai agreed wholeheartedly with Cheng Zhenbao's reasoning. She lifted Cheng Zhenbao into her arms and planted a hearty kiss on her cheek before assigning tasks to Cheng Shan and the others. Nowadays, nearly every household in Destined village produced fairy tofu, yet only Cheng Zhenbao's family could create the fragrant and spicy chili oil. Early the next morning, Cheng Hai and Cheng Shui set off for Qingzhou City with Yi Xiao and others, while Cheng Zhenbao, having cried and protested for a while, insisted on accompanying them. The city was bustling with activity, and Cheng Hai first sought out a pawn shop to sell the pearls. The shopkeeper meticulously examined the pearls in the bag, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, though it vanished almost instantaneously. He cleared his throat softly and remarked, "The quality of these pearls is rather average. I can offer you this amount." He gestured a figure of 20 taels. The shopkeeper nodded, his expression inscrutable. This man, dressed in coarse linen, was clearly not one to appreciate fine goods. Cheng Zhenbao seemed to sense the shopkeeper's thoughts, a quiet scoff escaping her lips. As expected of a pawn shop owner, he is exceptionally adept at undervaluing. To claim that such quality pearls are worth merely 20 taels, how audacious. Cheng Hai, who was holding her, instantly grasped the implication. He suppressed his smile, scoffing coldly as he tucked the bag away. Was the shopkeeper looking down on them? With that, he lifted the bag and prepared to turn away. The shopkeeper, realizing his miscalculation, quickly blocked Cheng Hai's path, saying, "Brother, please don't leave. I was merely jesting. Let me make a new offer. How about this? 15 taels. Cheng Hai glared at him. The shopkeeper sighed in resignation. 150 taels. 150 taels was no small sum. Cheng Zhenbao calculated in her mind and found the price quite satisfactory. Cheng Hai, too, was overjoyed. He accepted the silver note from the shopkeeper with a broad smile, carefully tucking it into his chest. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao and the others had already gone to the market to sell the fairy tofu. Upon arriving, Cheng Hai and his companion found that 2/3 of the fairy tofu had already sold. Their efficiency was remarkable. Chapter 113. Acquiring materials standing aside. They could overhear numerous patrons praising the fairy tofu. In addition to the pearls and fairy tofu, Cheng Hai also brought along some leftover game, such as wild rabbits and chickens. As the afternoon approached, both the game and fairy tofu were completely sold out. With a heavy purse in hand, Cheng Hai walked back home with a light step. After dinner, Cheng Laotai poured the silver onto the table and counted it several times. A total of 182 taels and 4 coins. Her voice trembled with excitement. She glanced around at the others, asking, I haven't miscounted, have I? Everyone shook their heads in unison. Cheng Zhenbao lay languidly on the table. Grandma, you've counted 5 times, and it's still the same amount. That proves you Haven Tea made a mistake. Splendid. The Cheng family erupted in cheers, their faces bright with joy. How about we renovate the house a bit more? What do you all think? Cheng Laotai proposed. Although they had already made some repairs, the materials used were mostly free thatch and would do to budget constraints. While they provided shelter from the wind and rain, a thatched roof was inherently unstable, and even a light rain could lead to leaks. Xiao Shuyun added, additionally, we could acquire some furniture. Currently, we only have a few beds, 2 wooden cabinets, 2 tables, and a handful of stools. Cheng Zhenbao found this suggestion agreeable. Aside from what Xiao Shuyun had mentioned, the Cheng household could be described as bare and desolate. The family unanimously expressed their support for Cheng Laodai and Xiao Shuyun's proposal. The following day, Xiao Shuyun and Cheng Shan went to the town. They purchased everything from large pots to dishes and furniture. Today we bought tiles, and tomorrow we can begin repairing the roof, Cheng Shan remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow with a smile. Cheng Shan was always methodical in his endeavors, and Cheng Laodai beamed as she watched everyone unload the goods from the ox cart. This scene did not go unnoticed by the neighboring Cheng Xiu family and the Lu family next door. Mother, why has the Cheng family acquired so many things? Where did they get the money? Ada frowned. Ayer added, it's not just the Cheng family. Even the Cheng Xiu family across the way has something. They must have secretly found a way to earn money. Cheng Xiu's situation had long been scrutinized by Lu War, but she was certain that the Cheng family was hiding something. As she watched the items being unloaded, her heart felt as though it were bleeding. Lu War clenched her fists, filled with resentment. Cheng Xiu felt a similar unease within. The next day, Cheng Shan and his group began preparing for the roof repairs. Bustling with energy, oblivious to the envious gazes directed their way, some villagers noticed the commotion at the Cheng household and approached out of curiosity. Oh, look at you all. Using tiles now. How impressive. Wang Xiu entered the Cheng home, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Cheng Xiu glanced around at the villagers, a sense of pride swelling within her. Chapter 114. Seeking discontent, she sighed dramatically. Things are not as they used to be. However, the tiles you purchased are rather plain. It would be far nicer to have patterned tiles. Cheng Laotai chuckled, choosing not to engage. While they had made some money, now was not the time for aesthetics. Practicality was paramount. Ah, but your chairs are lacking. Just look at our recliner. It's exceptionally comfortable. Cheng Xiu boasted, relishing the envious glances from the onlookers, until she was called away by her daughter-in-law. As soon as Cheng Laodai thought the noise had subsided, she caught sight of Lu War's family approaching. I wondered why we hadn't seen you around lately. Turns out you've been sneaking off to make money behind our backs. Lu War raised her voice. You are indeed something else. If you have a way to make money, it would suffice not to share it with us outsiders. But to keep it from your own people in the village of Day is rather selfish. Now that we are all part of the same village, your behavior is quite unbecoming. Lu Hua's voice was loud, intentionally directed at the villagers. Cheng Zhenbao immediately saw through Lu Hua's little scheme and curled her lips in disdain. Isn't that right, everyone? One must not be overly selfish. Such behavior cannot be tolerated in the village. Lu Hua glanced around, seemingly seeking the villagers' approval. The villagers turned to look at Lu Hua, their gaze is akin to that of a person observing a fool. Soon, someone chimed in exactly. Do you think we're unaware of your grievances against the Cheng family? They've earned their silver through their own efforts in hunting. If you're envious, why not go hunt on the mountain yourself? Trying to sow discord in our village. You're quite amusing. The villagers had already put Lu Hua in her place without needing the Cheng family to speak. The Cheng family couldn't help but chuckle, casting grateful looks at those who had spoken up. Cheng Zhenbao was not at all surprised that the villagers would speak out, as the Cheng family still held a high reputation in the village. Lu Hua's face turned purple with anger, and she glared at the villagers fiercely, muttering curses under her breath. A bunch of blind fools. It's no wonder you'll be poor your entire lives. Move aside. Lu Hua stormed off with her two sons, utterly baffled at her own misfortune. Yi Xiao shook his head and returned to his work. In her fury, Lu Hua kicked a stone far away and stood at the Cheng family's doorstep, cursing loudly. Cheng Zhenbao and his wife, observing from their doorway, exchanged glances and hatched a plan. Sister Lu, Cheng Zhenbao called out. Lu Hua looked over, suspiciously asking, Did you call me? Yes. Come into the courtyard and rest for a bit. Cheng Zhenbao replied warmly. Lu Hua exchanged looks with her sons and entered Cheng Zhenbao's yard. They chatted for a few moments before Lu Hua began to scan the surroundings, following Cheng Zhenbao into the house. Unbeknownst to them, this scene was being observed by Cheng Zhenbao, who was leaning against the fence. Cheng Zhenbao's round eyes turned with a cold snort, and a phrase popped into her mind. In cahoots. Chapter 115. In cahoots inside Cheng Zhenbao's home, Lu Hua surveyed the furnishings with envy, while her sons, Ada and Air, explored the surroundings. Cheng Zhenbao looked at the three of them with a hint of disdain in her eyes. So, you intend to deal with the Cheng family? Lu Hua inquired. Cheng Zhenbao nodded. Isn't that so? The two families huddled together, exchanging numerous curses against the Cheng family. Sister Lu, tonight Cheng Zhenbao whispered something to Lu Hua, lowering his voice. Upon hearing this, Lu Hua's eyes brightened, and a smile crept onto her lips. Good, let us do it. The three of them exited Cheng Zhenbao's house. Ada scratched his head and asked Mother, Are we really going to do this? Lu Hua shot him a glare. Of course. Why should we still be living in a dilapidated house, while they've already moved into a tile-roofed one? I've long said that piece of land has good feng shui. How can all the benefits go to their family? The people in this village are worthless, allowing the Cheng family to monopolize everything. Lu Hua, already seething with anger, was further incensed by this remark and glared at the others. It's all your fault for being useless. You fix the house so slowly and can't even catch any game. With that, she stormed into the house. The sky was painted in brilliant hues by the sunset. Cheng Zhenbao rested her chin on her hands, watching the others gathered at the table. I saw Lu Hua go to Cheng Zhenbao's house around noon. Neither family is innocent. We should keep a close eye on the tiles and wood in the courtyard, she remarked. Cheng Laotai narrowed her eyes and immediately assigned duties. Eldest, second, you two guard the woodshed tonight. I want to see what these two families are up to. The two responded in unison. As night deepened, the Cheng family's door was cautiously pried open, and several shadowy figures entered. Hiding in the woodshed, Cheng Shan and Cheng Shui recognized the faces of Lu Hua, Ada, Air, and Cheng Zhenbao under the moonlight. The two brothers exchanged knowing glances, smirking inwardly. Little Bao was right. They didn't rush out, but wanted to see what the two families were planning. The four of them, holding torches, stealthily approached the corner where tiles and wood were stacked. Quick, set these on fire. Drive the Cheng family mad. Lu Hua exclaimed excitedly. Wait. Look, are there chickens and rabbits in that cage? And a cow? Ada exclaimed. Upon closer inspection, they saw it was true. Lu Hua jealously boiled over, and she began spewing vile curses. Cheng Zhenbao's eyes sparkled with greed, and he suggested, since we're here, why not Lu Hua instantly understood his meaning. They were in perfect agreement. Brother, they're planning to steal. Cheng Shui's fists clenched tightly. This was intolerable. The Cheng family's sheep had already been consumed during winter, and with so many people, there were hardly any chickens or rabbits left. Let us go, Cheng Shan declared angrily. Just as they charged out, Yi Xiao and his three brothers happened to burst out of the house as well. Each of the three held a large burlap sack, rushing forward in unison to cover Cheng Zhenbao and the others' heads with the sacks. Chapter 116. A beating. Cheng Zhenbao and the others were completely taken by surprise, having not anticipated that anyone in the Cheng family would still be awake. They were caught off guard and let out startled cries. What? The Yishao brothers exchanged triumphant glances upon successfully capturing them. Cheng Shan and Cheng Shui looked at the three with approving eyes. Well done. Before Cheng Zhenbao and the others could react, a flurry of fists rained down upon them, pain surging through their senses. Ouch! Ah! Cries of pain echoed around them. When the beating subsided, Cheng Shan and the others paused to wipe the sweat from their brows. Although they were somewhat fatigued, it was truly exhilarating. Nearby, the commotion roused some villagers who hurried over to investigate, and even the village chief was alerted. What is going on? The village chief asked, observing the group on the ground with their heads covered by burlap sacks, puzzled. The Cheng family exchanged glances. Cheng Shan said, "We heard noises outside our house tonight and saw these individuals sneaking in, intending to burn down our home. They must be refugees who slipped into our village. They're certainly not from our village." What? Burn down the house? Stealing is one thing, but this is malicious. The villagers rallied in solidarity. The village chief looked closely at the clothes of those lying on the ground, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over him. Help! They're killing people. Liu Huaya, having received the least punishment, yanked off the sack from her head and screamed loudly. Her hair was disheveled, and her face bore several bruises, taking the villagers some time to recognize her. Liu Huaya, oh, how could it be you? The villagers pulled off the sacks from the heads of those nearby, revealing familiar faces. Liu Huaya grabbed the village chief's sleeve, pointing at Cheng Shan and the others. They want to kill. With that, she crouched down to embrace the still moaning Ada and Air, crying. The village chief felt overwhelmed by the noise, his head pounding. Yishao shook his head and spoke first. We had no idea it would be them. They came in with torches, intending to steal and burn down the house. We just charged in. Who knew it would be them? A half-grown boy looked anxious. Liu Huaya still wanted to argue, but the surrounding villagers began to speak up in unison. I understand that Liu Huaya has always harbored disdain for the Cheng family, so she undoubtedly wishes to incinerate the tiles of Shan Zi's household, preventing them from constructing their home. Indeed, when Cheng Xiu departed from the village, the rift with the Cheng family was quite pronounced. Villager, it is evident that these two families are colluding to create chaos. In the darkness, how could Shan Zi and his family discern who is who? Moreover, it is they who have harbored ill intentions from the outset. Now, they are merely reaping what they have sown. Cheng Shan and his companions need not utter a word. Liu Huaya is already rendered speechless. The village chief, with a grim countenance, glared at Liu Huaya. You truly have some nerve. You will resolve this among yourselves? With that, he swept away, leaving Liu Huaya astonished at how the situation had escalated. With no avenue for reasoning, she resorted to wailing in the Cheng family's courtyard. Ada and Air bore bruises, and Liu Huaya found herself at an impasse. Neither leaving nor staying was an option. Although Xiao Shuyan did not emerge, she observed the entire scene from the window while cradling Cheng Zhenbao. Chapter 117. Liu Huaya's tantrum. It seems we still have plenty of mugwort at home. Let us ignite it and toss it inside the house. There are already mosquitoes, Cheng Zhenbao remarked leisurely. The young one had quite the clever mind. Xiao Shuyan, suppressing her laughter, complied. Murder. The Cheng family is committing murder. I shall report this. Liu Huaya shouted loudly, her voice echoing. Cheng cough. The sudden pungent aroma overwhelmed Liu Huaya, causing her to cough incessantly, tears streaming down her face. The Cheng family had ignited several stalks of mugwort, filling the courtyard with a swirling haze, and the stench was unbearable. Ultimately, Liu Huaya could no longer endure and staggered away. In the following days, Liu Huaya, accompanied by Ada and Air, returned to the Cheng family's doorstep, causing a ruckus. The Cheng family, unfazed, merely ignited more mugwort upon their arrival. The villagers could not withstand the odor, prompting them to move the village chief out. Liu Huaya, what exactly does your family intend to do? Blocking the entrance to another's home day after day. The village chief could no longer contain his frustration. Liu Huaya snorted disdainfully, exuding a fearless demeanor. Understand this. Village chief, it is the Cheng family that has bullied me. Look at what they have done to my son. Look at me. Lu Huater bore the lightest of injuries, with merely some bruises on her face. You are twisting the narrative. It is you who harbored ill intentions first, yet you dare to accuse us? A villager scoffed. The speaker was soon met with a barrage from Ada and Ayer, nearly provoking another altercation, prompting the village chief to intervene once more. Lu Huatere's husband, Lien, felt utterly humiliated and attempted to intervene, only to be shoved to the ground. You useless man, your son and wife are being bullied. Yet you don't seek justice, and I must be here demanding it myself. Are you still a man? Lu Huater lamented. Marrying you has brought me nothing but misfortune. Lien, timid and cowardly, flushed red but remained silent. Cheng Zhenbao felt that Lu Huater's words were misplaced. It was indeed Lien who was unfortunate to have married her. The village chief, with a throbbing headache, warned, if you refuse to settle down, I will have no choice but to ask you to leave the village and become refugees. After much commotion, Lu Huater finally quieted down. The Cheng family continued with their roofing, and with the village chief present, Lu Huater, though unwilling, dared not cause further trouble. While there were no major renovations, the house had significantly improved in sturdiness and practicality. I visited the fields today. The fertilizers we used previously were quite effective, and the soil is now suitable for sowing. Cheng Shan said cheerfully as he sat at the table. If we sow now, we can reap a harvest in a few months, alleviating our concerns over food for the time being. The soil quality is still lacking for tea trees. We should prioritize planting more grains for now. Cheng Shan nodded silently. Chapter 118. The debt collectors. The family now had some savings and could purchase additional seeds. This notion resonated with the Cheng family. Ada and Ayer have sneaked into our fields again. Yiwu frowned, his face filled with disdain. Cheng Zhenbao pouted, while slightly repulsed. She had to admit it was a form of excellent fertilizer. Let them be. They are merely teenagers with the intellect of children. Everyone found Cheng Zhenbao's summary rather astute. Suddenly, a heavy knocking at the door interrupted their thoughts. Could it be Lu Huater and her gang again? Cheng Shui frowned. Cheng Shan opened the door, only to find not Lu Huater, but a group of burly men. Who are you? The men, with piercing gazes, scrutinized Cheng Shan before impatiently demanding, You are of the Cheng family, aren't you? Pay back the silver you owe our brother. Cheng Shan, bewildered, replied, What silver? When have I ever owed you anything? This statement only seemed to aggravate the men further. One scowled, Don't play dumb with me. Pay up, otherwise, we will smash your house. Cheng Shan argued with the man for quite some time, but he adamantly insisted that Cheng Shan owed him money. The Cheng family members arrived upon hearing the commotion. Cheng Zhenbao's eyes darted, and she surmised, They are here to collect debts from the Cheng Xiu family. Upon hearing this, the Cheng family members exchanged puzzled glances. After purchasing grain, the Cheng Xiu family had little silver left. In a bid to keep up appearances, they borrowed usury from the town. With no source of income, they are unable to repay the debt, prompting these men to come knocking. Cheng old lady had learned of this through Cheng Zhenbao's thoughts and muttered a few words of deserved fate. While we share the surname Cheng, the debts belong to the Cheng Jiu family across the street. They have nothing to do with us, Cheng Hai asserted immediately. After several rounds of explanation, the debt collectors turned and left for the Cheng Xiu household. The Cheng Xiu family is in for a rough time. These men are not to be trifled with. Cheng old lady remarked, a hint of concern in her eyes. Cheng Zhenbao noticed this and pouted, Grandmother, do not be soft-hearted. People must take responsibility for their actions. Besides, their situation is not merely about owing a few taels of silver. Our own porridge has yet to cool down. Let us not meddle. Hearing this, Cheng Hai quickly advised, Mother, do not pity them. Have you forgotten how they attempted to burn our house? Even if you were to save them, they would not be grateful. Indeed, they did not treat us kindly when they left the village. Their current plight is merely a consequence of their own actions. Cheng Feng added with conviction. Cheng old lady understood, sighed, and waved her hand dismissively. Very well, I shall merely observe the spectacle. The Cheng Xiu family, likely aware that the debt collectors were at their door, cowered in silence within their home. The debt collectors, undeterred, forcefully broke in. The sounds of screams and items crashing to the ground erupted from the Cheng Xiu household, creating chaos. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of other villagers. Cheng Xiu, disheveled, dashed out of her house, screaming, Help! They're going to kill someone. Following closely behind was Cheng Li, his face a mask of terror as he shouted, "This has nothing to do with me," before fleeing in a panic. Chapter 119. The fate of the Cheng Xiu family. The onlookers expressed their astonishment. Cheng Xiu's gaze fell upon Cheng old lady, and she rushed over with hurried steps. "Xiu Qin, I know your family has earned quite a bit of silver recently. Please help us. Otherwise, my son will be beaten to death." She grasped Cheng old lady's hand tightly, her eyes filled with desperation. All eyes turned to Cheng old lady, fearful that she might relent. With a sigh, she withdrew her hand from Cheng Xiu's grasp. "How much does your family owe?" Cheng Xiu's eyes brightened, and she immediately exclaimed, "Not much, just 70 taels of silver." A collective gasp arose from the surrounding crowd. 70 taels. And she claimed it was not much? Cheng Zhenbao shook his head in disbelief. "If it were just a few taels, I could perhaps help you gather that, but 70? Who could possibly come up with that amount?" Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiu grew anxious. "How can your family not be able to afford it? Don't think I'm unaware of how much silver you made from selling wild game. It's not that you don't want to help me. After all these years of knowing each other, is this how you treat me? I helped you secure a marriage into the Cheng family for a peaceful life. And now you're abandoning me? A bunch of ingrates." Cheng Xiu's words were harsh, and Cheng Laotu could no longer contain himself. "You foolish woman. When your family left the village, what did you say? You insisted that if anyone asked, we should deny knowing each other, constantly disparaging my family's poverty. And now you have the audacity to speak like this?" After being scolded publicly, Cheng Xiu felt her face burn with shame, but found herself at a loss for a retort. "Cheng Xiu, don't go too far. Regardless of the Cheng family situation, you owe so many taels. Who can help you? I thought your family had some assets, but it seems merely a fade," a villager interjected. "Exactly. Don't use past events to blackmail the Cheng family. Are you unaware of your family's reputation in the village? The saying goes, when a wall collapses, everyone pushes. And Cheng Xiu's family had never been well regarded in the village." As the crowd exchanged remarks, Cheng Xiu appeared almost deranged, pointing fingers and hurling insults. "What would happen if they were taken away?" asked Cheng Laotai. "Cheng Zhio and his wife, along with Cheng Li, would likely be sold off. But Cheng Xiu is too old to say," Cheng Hai remarked. During the uproar of her being taken away, Cheng Xiu ran to the Cheng family's door, vocally condemning Cheng Laotai for not helping her, among other grievances. Yi Xiao and the others initially intended to confront her, but were stopped by Cheng Laotai. Cheng Zhenbao, however, was indifferent. "Let her rant. It won't cost us anything." Cheng Xiu's home was nearly emptied, and before leaving, the creditors, in a fit of rage, vandalized the house, leaving the villagers in a state of sympathy. This incident did not affect the Cheng family's members. The Yi brothers followed Cheng Shui to hunt daily, while the others, including Cheng Laodai and Cheng Laotu, toiled in the fields. Thanks to Cheng Shan's diligent care, the soil quality improved significantly. The family members had clearly defined roles. Cheng Laotai and Xiao Shuyan removed weeds and prepared food for the family, while Cheng Shan and Cheng Hai dug holes and planted seedlings, and Cheng Feng and Cheng Laotu filled in the earth. Among them, Cheng Zhenbao was the most idle, spending most of her time practicing walking under a tree, resting whenever she felt tired, not wanting to be a burden on anyone. Chapter 120. Cheng Feng's laziness at this moment. She sat in the shade of a tree, silently contemplating, perhaps I could raise some ducks and geese. But that will take time. They will likely sell for a high price in town and the city. As Cheng Zhenbao calculated, she noticed Cheng Feng sneaking off to rest again while no one was watching. She sighed inwardly. In just a short hour, Cheng Feng had gone to the restroom 7 or 8 times, resting more than he worked. Cheng Hai glanced at him several times, and Cheng Feng, with a pout, claimed, "I can't do it anymore. My back is about to give out. I need a rest for a moment." Cheng Shan nodded, wiping his brow. "Go ahead. There is still a lot of land to cover. If you're tired, take a break." Cheng Feng promptly sat down on the ridge, staring at the others laboring away. Cheng Zhenbao's gaze remained fixed on him, watching as he stifled several yawns before quietly slipping over to Cheng Laotu's side. Cheng Laotu glanced around before frowning. "There are still many holes left to fill. Just hold on a little longer." Cheng Feng immediately frowned, clutching his ankle in a show of agony. "But my foot really hurts and my stomach feels uneasy." She rolled her eyes, somewhat speechless. remembering how Cheng Feng behaved while fleeing from famine. He would only sit when he could, avoiding any form of exertion unless absolutely necessary. Cheng Zhenbao pursed her lips, her round eyes turning, already formulating a plan. Just then, Cheng Shan and the others also sat down on the ridge to rest. She crawled over, and Cheng Laodai gently lifted Cheng Zhenbao, while Xiao Shuyan tenderly wiped the dirt from her face with a handkerchief. Your fourth brother is too frail. He is only this big. Cheng Shan scratched his head. Cheng Hai grunted, you know how he is. He has always preferred reading since childhood and has never done much labor, so of course, he can't handle it. Cheng Zhenbao inwardly clicked her tongue, shaking her head. According to the original plot, Cheng Feng ultimately starved to death. This was primarily due to his unwillingness to engage in the hard work of farming and his lack of skills to sustain himself, as he solely focused on his studies, dreaming of achieving great success one day. However, he was not particularly suited for studying, ultimately falling short and starving to death. A tragic tale. In truth, Cheng Feng was not a bad person. He simply had lofty ambitions. Cheng Zhenbao, not wanting to see Cheng Laotai distressed, felt it necessary to correct Cheng Feng's bad habits from the root. Chapter 121. Cheng Feng's fourth uncle is not truly unwell. He claims he needs to relieve himself, but he is merely hiding to rest. If all goes as expected, he should be at home sleeping soundly, Cheng Zhenbao thought unreservedly, exposing Cheng Feng's little schemes. Cheng Laotai sighed, very well, let him be. It is my fault for indulging him too much since childhood. But if this continues, fourth uncle will inevitably starve himself. That is his destined outcome. Upon hearing this, the Cheng family members' expressions shifted. Cheng Zhenbao's words had never fallen short. So if he cannot study and is unwilling to work, does he expect to avoid splitting the family forever? Cheng Hai found Cheng Zhenbao's reasoning quite sound. Fourth brother was not young anymore, and given our family's situation, high school was likely a distant dream. If he continued down this path, it would only lead to trouble. Cheng Laotai's gaze shifted from uncertainty to determination. I shall go and drag him to work. You all keep a close watch. Should he slack off, make sure to urge him immediately. Cheng Laotu nodded in agreement. Indeed, your mother and I do not expect you brothers to achieve greatness. We only wish for your safety and smooth sailing. Fourth brother had indeed been spoiled, acquiring these bad habits, and it was imperative to correct them. At the Cheng household, just as he had fallen asleep, the blanket was yanked off him forcefully, and he received a few slaps. Cheng Feng whimpered, opening his eyes to find it was Cheng Laotai. He frowned, feeling somewhat wronged. Mother, what are you doing? I don't feel well. Cheng Laotai glared at him, unyielding. Get up and help your brothers. Everyone is working while you hide here sleeping. How disgraceful. Rather than doing farm work, I prefer to read more. Once I become a top scholar, I won't need to do such labor. Cheng Laodai followed closely behind him, hearing his mumblings. Recalling Cheng Zhenbao's words, she became even angrier. You should be focusing on the present rather than dreaming of being a top scholar. You can't even afford food. How can you aspire to be a scholar? Cheng Feng felt stifled, but had no rebuttal, lowering his head reluctantly to go work. Cheng Zhenbao observed Cheng Feng's disgruntled expression, feeling both amused and helpless. The agricultural tasks in the fields may appear minimal, yet they are, in truth, intricate and cumbersome. After several days of labor, the Cheng family found themselves utterly exhausted, particularly Cheng Feng, who, under the vigilant eye of Grandma Cheng, diligently completed his assigned chores without fail. The seeds had all been sown. As Cheng Shan remarked, indeed, the sowing is complete. However, the fields are predominantly filled with potatoes and peppers, lacking staple crops. Cheng Shan paused, realizing he had overlooked this critical detail. Chapter 122. Encountering the bully again, old man, Cheng nodded in agreement. Then tomorrow, you brothers should make a trip. I shall accompany you. My second brother has had a fruitful few days, and it would be prudent to sell the excess game, Cheng Hai suggested. Cheng Shui added, you all go ahead. Today we have set the traps, and tomorrow we shall venture into the mountains to inspect our harvest. The following day, Cheng Zhenbao clung to Cheng Shan's back as they departed for the town, while Cheng Hai headed to the city, claiming he could fetch better prices there. Upon arriving at the marketplace, the father and daughter were met with a cacophony, and upon pushing through the throng, they witnessed a group of burly men viciously assaulting a vendor. Cheng Zhenbao immediately recognized the assailant as the very bully who had previously extorted protection money from Xiao Shuyan. Observing the current turmoil, she realized these ruffians were once again harassing the merchants. It was these same individuals who caused my mother injury last time, she lamented, her heart heavy. Upon hearing her thoughts, Cheng Shan's expression darkened, and he glared at the bullies, rolling up his sleeves to confront them, only to be halted by Cheng Zhenbao's voice. Father, do not act impulsively. We could never stand against them. If we seek vengeance, we may end up worse off, sustaining injuries without resolving anything. Cheng Shan hesitated, frustration etched on his face. Cheng Zhenbao's mind raced, and she surveyed their surroundings, formulating a plan. Cheng Shan listened intently. You truly have gone too far. In these times, life is difficult for everyone. We are merely small-time merchants. Why must you press us so? A voice rang out from the crowd. The bullies glanced up, momentarily unsure of the speaker's identity. Dismissing it with a scoff, the leader retorted, What if I choose to drive you to despair? This is my territory. Dare to oppose me? His arrogance was palpable. Cheng Shan frowned and continued to follow Cheng Zhenbao's lead. One person may not defeat you, but can a group not prevail? These men are brazenly overstepping their bounds. Let us unite and drive them away. This rallying cry seemed to ignite a fire within the other merchants, and one by one, they surged forward. Despite the bully's skills, they were no match for the collective might of the crowd, and soon found themselves pinned to the ground. Cheng Shan contemplated joining the fray, but, concerned for Cheng Zhenbao's safety, retreated slightly to assist those who had been struck. Was it you who spoke those words? Thank you. The assaulted vendor expressed his gratitude. Cheng Shan smiled warmly, and after exchanging a few words, they learned of each other's intentions. You seek rice? You have come to the right person. I happen to possess some rice seeds, though they are remnants from many years past. Cheng Shan's heart leaped. Do you wish to sell them? He inquired eagerly. For even though the drought had passed, finding seeds was no easy feat before he could continue. The commotion attracted the attention of the constables, prompting the assailants to disperse. Chapter 123. Rice seizing the moment before the constables arrived, Cheng Shan landed a few well-placed punches on the bullies. The law does not hold the many accountable, and the ruffians, despite their connections, were swiftly apprehended by the authorities. Here, brother, these 2 bags are yours, said the vendor as he approached with 2 large sacks of rice. Cheng Shan was about to offer payment, but was stopped. No need. I have sold all my land to survive, and it serves no purpose for me now. Consider it a token of gratitude. Just take it. After several refusals, Cheng Shan accepted the gift. Having secured the rice, he wandered the town, exerting effort to locate a seller of ducks and geese, purchasing several at a handsome price before embarking on his return journey. Cheng Zhenbao felt elated that day, having dealt with the bullies and returned with a bountiful haul. Aside from nurturing seedlings, the pressing matter remained the irrigation of their fields. However, the Cheng family's several acres lacked existing water sources, necessitating the digging of channels for irrigation, a monumental task. Cheng Shan first sought out Honda for assistance in determining a water source. Honda readily agreed. Fortunately, the fields were not far from the riverbank, and after nearly half a month of digging channels, irrigating, and fertilizing, their diligent efforts bore fruit, yielding an acre of irrigated land. The villagers' help was instrumental in achieving such efficiency. With the waterlogged fields established, the previously nurtured seedlings were nearing maturity. Yet, this was merely the initial step. The subsequent tasks would prove to be far more complex. Cheng Shan gulped down a large cup of water. Tomorrow, we can harvest the seedlings and transplant them, and we must continually weed the fields. Cheng Feng's face fell at the thought of the labor ahead. Noticing his expression, Grandma Cheng patted his shoulder, prompting him to sigh and exit the house. Cheng Zhenbao considered a new approach. The best way to change someone is to let them experience hardship. Cheng Feng had lived too easily under the shelter of the Cheng family. Perhaps we should send 4th uncle to the refugee camp, she suggested. Grandma Cheng, troubled by Cheng Feng's situation, found clarity upon hearing this. 4th, once this busy season concludes, take 3rd to the city. The next day, as dawn broke, the Cheng family headed to the fields. Xiao Shuyan had prepared some pancakes, and the family sat by the field's edge to eat. Cheng Zhenbao had developed a few small teeth and was weaned, now able to enjoy solid food, relishing her pancakes. Once the autumn rice and vegetables ripen, there will be plenty of delicious food. After breakfast, the Cheng family busied themselves. The waterlogged fields were nothing like ordinary ones. Stepping in resulted in a muddy mess. Cheng Zhenbao and Grandma Cheng remained at the edge, occasionally greeting passing villagers. "Aunt Cheng, I wish to discuss something," Zhang Yuan hesitantly began. "You know my situation. My husband is notoriously lazy, leaving all the household chores to me. We are truly at our wits' end." Chapter 124. Foraging for Chinese tune. Grandma Cheng immediately understood. Patting Zhang Yuan's shoulder. "Come by later. I will share some poultry with you." Zhang Yuan was overwhelmed with joy, nearly brought to tears. Thank you. Rest assured, I will not take it for free. From tomorrow onward, I will assist you with your farming." After bidding farewell to the tearful Zhang Yuan, Grandma Cheng sighed. Cheng Zhenbao noticed Lu Huar lurking behind a tree, her expression contemptuous and her gaze fierce. After some contemplation, Cheng Zhenbao discerned Lu Huar's dissatisfaction stemmed from two issues. First, her family was the only one unaware of the mystical tofu-making technique, and second, the matter of land leasing. The villagers had managed to rent land at a low price mainly because Lordly wished to express gratitude to Cheng Shui. Now, newcomers like Lu Huar sought to lease land at higher rates, which left her feeling resentful towards the Cheng family, believing they were behind the unfavorable circumstances and spreading ill rumors about them in the village. The Cheng family chose to turn a blind eye, as it hardly affected them. Lu Huar glared intensely at Cheng Shan, who was diligently planting rice seedlings in the fields, muttering foul words under her breath. A group of opportunistic sycophants. How they revel in currying favor with the Cheng family. She referred to the villagers aiding the Chengs in irrigating their rice paddies. As evening approached, Zhang Yuan arrived as anticipated, tearfully grateful as she took 5 or 6 wild rabbits and 3 fish from the Cheng family, repeatedly assuring them of her future assistance before departing. The Cheng family was not lacking in meat, as Cheng Shui and Yishao set traps in the nearby mountains daily, skillfully securing a steady supply of fowl. However, their vegetable harvest was somewhat sparse. Relying on the mountains, Cheng Zhenbao noticed numerous fragrant tune trees. However, the delicate shoots were high up and protected by sharp thorns, making harvesting quite challenging. The fragrant tune trees were primarily located on the mountainsides, surrounded by prickly plants that could easily inflict cuts. Cheng Old Lady and Xiao Shuyan prepared thoroughly under Cheng Zhenbao's suggestion before ascending the mountain, even crafting a hook to retrieve the elusive shoots from above. Lu Huar had been closely monitoring the Cheng family's movements, and upon seeing the 2 women chatting amiably as they left the courtyard, she stealthily followed them, eager to uncover what treasures they might find. Cheng Zhenbao, resting lazily on Xiao Shuyan's shoulder, sensed the resentment trailing behind them and yawned nonchalantly. Today, they were determined to return laden with bounty. The fragrant tune trees were indeed impressive, and if they gathered more than they could consume, they could sell the excess alongside the wild game in town. The terrain was uneven and covered with weeds, but with Cheng Zhenbao's guidance, the 2 women navigated it effortlessly. However, Lu Huar, trailing behind, was not so fortunate. She stumbled and fell, her fury reaching a boiling point as she watched the 2 women stride confidently ahead. Cheng Zhenbao seemed to sense the anger behind her and mischievously remarked, "I wonder if Ada and Ayer have healed." Grandpa Village Head said Lu Huar has been spreading rumors about her family. This quickly shifted the conversation to Lu Huar. "I heard she wanted to sell divine tofu like us the other day, but ended up failing miserably and was angry for days," Cheng Old Lady added. Xiao Shuyan shook her head. "Her family has always looked down on ours. What would be the point of copying us?" Lu Huar, overhearing this exchange, felt her expression darken. Yet, an idea sparked in her mind. If they sought to sell fragrant tune, she would harvest them first. At that thought, she abandoned her plan to confront the 2 women and began to gather the shoots on her own. By the time she filled her basket, the Cheng family was nowhere to be seen. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she descended the mountain with a triumphant smile. At the village entrance, Cheng Old Lady was distributing fragrant tune to the villagers, her arms laden with 2 large baskets. Each villager received a small handful, expressing their gratitude. "What are you doing?" Lu Huar's voice, tinged with exasperation, rang out. Cheng Zhenbao, her eyes sparkling with mirth, replied, "We're just sharing our harvest." A villager, upon noticing Lu Huar's disheveled appearance, exclaimed, "Oh, so you also went up the mountain?" but you look quite the mess." Realizing the contrast between her tattered clothes and the neatness of the Cheng women, Lu Huater fumed. "Did you do this on purpose? Why are you unscathed while I suffered?" Cheng old lady and Xiao Shuyun exchanged puzzled glances. "Who would deliberately harm you? We thought you were a monkey from the mountain." Lu Huater's face flushed with indignation. The villagers, now comprehending the situation, cast amused glances at Lu Huater. "Didn't you always disdain the Cheng family? Yet here you are, trailing behind them to find food." Feeling the weight of their gazes, Lu Huater felt increasingly uncomfortable. After a few angry words, she glared at the two women. "Just wait. I'll remember this." Cheng Zhenbao nearly burst into laughter at Lu Huater's frustration. Meanwhile, the Cheng family had been busy tending to their seedlings, and despite the setbacks, they had a considerable amount left after culling the bad sprouts. After several days of hard work, they finally had a respite. Today yielded quite a harvest. Cheng old man remarked in surprise. Cheng Shui proudly draped an arm around Yi Zhao's shoulders. "Indeed, this has become our steady supply." Cheng old lady smiled brightly. "Who would have thought we'd have so much meat?" Cheng Hai joined in to help, his excitement barely contained. During dinner, he suggested, "Tomorrow, I'll take the excess meat to sell and perhaps bring some divine tofu along." "All right, I'll collect mulberry leaves to make the tofu," Xiao Shuyun replied. Cheng Zhenbao recognized her uncle's cunning nature and his talent for making money. The next morning, Cheng Hai set off for town with his goods. While the Cheng family was enjoying their meat, for most families, having meat just once every 3 days was a luxury. As a result, a long line formed at Cheng Hai's stall. "Hey, Cheng brother is leaving." A tall, slender man smiled at Cheng Hai as he prepared to depart. "Cheng Hai, Inji, Wunda. How do you make money here?" After a moment of thought, he followed the man. What was this place? Dressed in coarse linen, Cheng Hai felt somewhat out of place amidst the lavish decor and bustling activity within the establishment. "Is this a gambling house?" he asked, astonished. Cheng Hai initially hesitated, but soon found himself seated at a table, confused yet intrigued. "It's just a simple game of chance," he was told. To his surprise, he won 80 taels of silver on his first bet. "Is all this for me?" he gasped, his face trembling with excitement. Overwhelmed by this unexpected fortune, he began to envision all the ways he could spend the silver. Naturally, his mind leaned towards gambling. As the games progressed, he gradually developed a fondness for the thrill of betting. Later that evening, back at the Cheng household, Cheng old lady occasionally glanced toward the door, awaiting Cheng Hai's return. Cheng Shan comforted, "Mother, do not worry. Third brother is already a grown man. He cannot simply vanish. He is likely delayed by some matter." Just as old Madame Cheng finished speaking, footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. With a sigh of relief, she said, "Let us eat first, third brother. Your meal has been warmed. Is something troubling you today?" Cheng Shan asked, frowning. Old Madame Cheng sensed that his demeanor was off. Cheng Zhenbao scrutinized Cheng Hai closely and noticed his pale complexion. Cheng Hai glanced at everyone and, after a moment of contemplation, turned to old Madame Cheng. "Mother, do we not have over 100 taels in savings?" With the recent sales of game and the purchase of divine tofu, it was only natural they had saved some money. His sudden inquiry surprised old Madame Cheng. "Why are you asking this?" Cheng Hai replied with a question of his own. "Just tell me if it's true. I need these silver coins for something." "What could require so much silver?" Cheng Shan inquired. Cheng Hai's expression turned grim, his already pale face now tinged with guilt and despair. Old Madame Cheng's eyes reddened with worry. Chapter 128. The deception. Cheng Zhenbao furrowed her brow, keenly sensing the complexity of the situation. She closed her eyes and silently recited something, and when she opened them, her frown deepened. With a soft click of her tongue, she sighed heavily. Third uncle has fallen victim to a scheme. The room, already quiet, erupted with startled glances as everyone turned to Cheng Zhenbao. Cheng Hai, visibly shaken, covered his face and remained silent. Realizing this, Cheng Zhenbao mentally recounted the events as they had unfolded. "What? A gambling den?" Old Madame Cheng's expression shifted drastically. At this point, his subordinates would no longer show leniency. The inevitable outcome is that all the money is lost, leaving behind a mountain of gambling debt. This was a classic case of deception. Many had ended up destitute while trying to repay their debts. Furious, both old Madame Cheng and old man Cheng were on the verge of exploding, the latter striking Cheng Hai with his cane. "You ungrateful wretch! Your mother and I have toiled to raise you, only for you to gamble?" Cheng Hai, aware of his wrongdoing, did not evade the blows. Yi Xiao and the others, unable to hear Cheng Zhenbao's thoughts, remained oblivious to the sudden change in the Cheng family's expressions. Tears shimmered in Cheng Hai's eyes, filled with shame and remorse. I have already repaid all that I lost, yet they still refuse to let me go. Cheng Zhenbao succinctly described the situation. Regardless of winning or losing, once you step into the slaughterhouse, the outcome is always extortion. She understood that Cheng Hai did not harbor ill intentions and was not deliberately gambling. With a sigh, she pondered a way to resolve the matter. What did that person say to you? Old Madam, Cheng asked sternly. Cheng Shui, filled with rage, slammed his palm onto the table, his face contorted with fury. That despicable scoundrel. He clearly set the trap, and still has the audacity to threaten to report us? I shall see if he dares to. Cheng Feng, slightly calmer, interjected, he possesses a gambling contract signed by third brother. What is there to fear? Even if it escalates to the officials, we will bear the brunt of it. After speaking, he turned to Cheng Hai, disappointment etched on his face. Alas, among us, you are the most astute. How could you fall into such a trap? Chapter 129. To the town, Cheng Hai remained speechless. Old Madam Cheng continued to scold him, and Cheng Hai's head drooped lower. Cheng Zhenbao sighed. Now is not the time to assign blame. Third uncle merely failed to recognize the character of others. He never intended to gamble. The most pressing issue is how to resolve this predicament. Cheng Hai had contemplated resistance. There were simply too many of them. What should he do? Old Madam Cheng grew anxious. The group fell into deep thought, and Yi Xiao suggested, why don't we report this to the authorities first? Cheng Zhenbao sighed. If the town's officials were truly effective, those thugs extorting protection fees from merchants would not have been so brazen for so long. Cheng Zhenbao regretted being merely a child at this moment, feeling powerless. At this juncture, they could only proceed as Cheng Zhenbao proposed. I'm sorry. After making a decision, Cheng Hai covered his face, tears streaming silently. Cheng Zhenbao sighed. It is merely silver. If it is lost, we can find a way to earn it back. Old Madam Cheng sighed as well, regaining her composure. Indeed, wisdom often comes from experience. Let this be a lesson learned. Next time, they must never trust the allure of easy gains. Cheng Shan patted Cheng Hai's shoulder. We are family. Let us rest for now. Tomorrow, I and second brother will accompany you to the town. Yi Xiao also stepped forward. Third uncle, do not despair. In the future, we brothers will strive harder in our hunting endeavors. Gradually uplifted by their comforting words, Cheng Hai began to regain his spirits. The following day, before dawn had fully broken, Cheng Shan and the others gathered all their silver and set out for the town. Xiao Shuyun, unable to quell her worries, followed closely behind with Cheng Zhenbao. Guided by memory, Cheng Hai found the humble abode nestled in the alley. As before, two sentinels stood guard at the entrance, their faces twisting into cunning smiles upon seeing Cheng Hai. Here comes the silver, one exclaimed. The other, eyeing the trio, said with evident delight, come on in. He whistled at Cheng Hai. Ah, Brother Cheng has arrived. Someone, fetch tea. His casual tone was laced with disdain. Cheng Shui immediately furrowed his brow, snorting coldly. We cannot afford your tea. With that, he gestured for his subordinates to exit the house. The Cheng brothers exchanged glances, weighing their options before reluctantly following suit. Exiting the alley, Cheng Shan exchanged a worried look with Xiao Shuyun, both filled with trepidation. Where are we headed? Xiao Shuyun clutched her handkerchief, anxiety creeping into her voice. Chapter 130. Still too naive, we are going to the tea stall in the west. In contrast, Cheng Zhenbao remained remarkably composed. She had calculated that the Cheng family had powerful allies. Though she was uncertain of their identity, it was better than facing danger alone. The tea stall owner promptly welcomed them, serving tea with great enthusiasm. Cheng Shui frowned. What is your game? Quickly produce my third brother's gambling contract. Here are 200 taels of silver. Cheng Shui felt that the current situation was overwhelmingly disadvantageous. All the money you requested is here. Do you not fear divine retribution for your actions? How could I have trusted you? Cheng Hai glared angrily. You. The veins on Cheng Hai's forehead bulged, revealing his agitation. Is this all? Cheng Shui slammed his palm on the table. What do you mean, is this all? This is 200 taels. Upon hearing this, the Cheng brothers' expressions shifted dramatically. What do you mean? Did we not agree that 200 taels would settle this matter? Cheng Hai was astonished. You initiated this trap. We compromised by offering you 200 taels, and you are still unsatisfied? That is utterly excessive. Cheng Shan gritted his teeth. Repaying debts is a matter of principle. The same goes for the officials. Cheng Shui was about to erupt, but was halted by Cheng Shan. Today, we are here to mitigate losses. If you continue to act so aggressively, he warned, the man before us appears menacing, and his tone is unwelcoming. Enough of the chatter. Your matters are your own concern. I will take this 200 taels for now and give you half an hour to gather the remaining 100 taels. If you fail, the total will be 400 taels. They were still too naive. Chapter 131. How could it be him? This is simply intolerable. Cheng Zhenbao pondered. He possessed a gambling contract signed by his uncle, and we could not provide evidence to prove that the sheep slaughterhouse was a trap. Xiao Shuyan, like an ant on a hot pan, felt her heart race anxiously. She exclaimed, "Oh no, they're about to fight. With only 3 of them, how can they possibly stand against our group?" The nearby tea drinkers, accustomed to such scenes, distanced themselves. Thus, I'm the law in this town. Do you understand? This was the very reason for his audacity. Cheng Shan and the others felt a mix of surprise and dread. Brother, what should we do? Cheng Shui furrowed his brow, glancing at the menacing crowd surrounding them. Cheng Shan, always honest and straightforward, found himself at a loss in this unfamiliar situation. Cheng Hai's face turned a shade of pale anger, silently adopting a defensive stance. I'll hold them off for a moment. You two hurry and call for help. Cheng Shan gritted his teeth and spoke. Cheng Shui and his companion quickly refused. Don't be foolish. With so many of them, how could we possibly be their opponents? Cheng Shan sighed in resignation. There's no need to argue. If you don't pay me back my money, none of you will escape. With that, he signaled to his subordinates, who immediately tightened the encirclement around the Cheng brothers. Since you refuse my kindness, don't blame us for our fists. In the distance, Xiao Shuyan felt her legs weaken, consumed by a single thought. It's over. Cheng Zhenbao, too, felt a surge of anxiety, his gaze fixated on Cheng Shan and the others. Brother, be careful. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted. Who dares to be so bold? The eyes of the Cheng brothers shifted to the source of the sound, their expressions changing to one of shock. How could it be him? Meanwhile, Cheng Zhenbao sighed in relief, but was also taken aback by the arrival of the unexpected guest, Shun Qi, the nobleman she had previously saved. However, considering his extraordinary status, she gradually felt reassured. Who are you to shoot arrows in broad daylight? How audacious! Before Shun Qi could speak, his subordinate had already unsheathed his sword, glinting ominously. Shun Qi stepped forward and inquired, "Are you all unharmed?" The others were taken aback, hastily shaking their heads in denial. The debt must be repaid. It's only just. Let the people of Qingzhou handle it, Shun Qi said, waving his hand dismissively. Yes. Cheng Shan looked up in disbelief at the Cheng brothers conversing with Shun Qi. How could a mere country bumpkin know someone of such stature? He realized he had truly underestimated the situation. The surrounding tea drinkers watched the unfolding drama with mixed emotions. Are you all right? Cheng Shan shook his head. No, thanks to the young master, or else. Xiao Shuyan hurriedly expressed her gratitude to Shun Qi. From the moment he arrived, Cheng Zhenbao's gaze remained locked on Shun Qi. Upon feeling her stare, Shun Qi glanced down. He was exceptionally handsome, a sight that was undeniably pleasing. Thus, Cheng Zhenbao smiled warmly at him. Shun Qi felt a flicker of surprise. Was it just his imagination? He sensed admiration in the little girl's eyes. There's no need to worry. It was merely a small effort. Shun Qi's subordinate approached to inquire about the situation, and Cheng Hai willingly explained. Alas, it's a pity our money was taken. Cheng Shui lamented. Cheng Shan felt similarly but patted Cheng Shui's shoulder. Money can be earned again. The important thing is that we are all safe. Hearing their exchange, Shun Qi silently exchanged glances with his subordinate, who nodded and handed over 2 silver notes. The Cheng brothers were taken aback and repeatedly waved their hands in refusal. No, this is too much. This is the young master's wish. Please accept it. The guard insisted, pressing the silver notes into Cheng Shan's hands. Suddenly, Shun Qi, who had been silent, erupted into a fit of violent coughing, even spitting blood. Young Master Shun. The Cheng brothers were astonished. Shun Qi's complexion turned pale, his body swaying as he struggled to remain upright. Kneeling on one knee with his bow, an arrow His subordinate rushed forward to support him. Your injury. Cheng Zhenbao gazed at the black blood that Shen Qi had coughed up, lost in thought. This is not merely an injury. He is under a curse. Cheng Zhenbao's eyes widened, her expression serious. The Cheng brothers were struck with horror. A curse? Such things truly existed? If the curse is not lifted, he has only a few days left to live, Cheng Zhenbao said gravely. What? Cheng Shan exclaimed in shock. He exchanged glances with the others, their expressions hardening. Just as Shen Qi's subordinates were about to carry him away, Cheng Shan called out, Wait. Young Master Shen's condition is not just a simple injury. He is under a curse. What nonsense are you spouting? One of the guards impatiently pushed Cheng Shan aside. The wounds on Shen Qi have persisted for months without any sign of healing, bleeding as if freshly inflicted each day. Moreover, there are numerous bruises and scars, and he endures the agony of his meridians painfully breaking. Cheng Shan relayed Cheng Zhenbao's thoughts verbatim. The guard's initial impatience shifted to shock. How do you know this? Cheng Zhenbao rolled her eyes, unable to contain herself. What does it matter how we know? Saving him is what is important. If you do not mind, please bring the young master to our home to lift the curse. If we delay any further, such a vicious curse, one wonders whom he has offended. It would be a pity for one so young to perish. Though Shen Qi was in agony, his mind remained clear. He met Cheng Zhenbao's scrutinizing gaze and felt an inexplicable sense of hope in following the Cheng family. The guards, receiving Shen Qi's signal, carried him and followed the Cheng family to Defin village. Cheng Shan briefly recounted the events of the past few days, causing Cheng Laodai to feel a sense of unease. Quickly, get him inside to rest. The elder knew Shen Qi was no ordinary person and dared not delay. Shen Qi was settled in the best room of the Cheng household. You claim our young master is cursed. How can this curse be lifted? A guard inquired. Shen Qi's gaze followed suit. All eyes turned to Cheng Zhenbao, cradled in Xiao Shuyin's arms. We need to find several centipedes from the mountain ant. Cheng Zhenbao listed many medicinal ingredients in one breath. Crush all these ingredients in a powder, then form them into pills for him to consume. Cheng Shan relayed Cheng Zhenbao's instructions. Under her guidance, Xiao Shuyin prepared the medicinal powder. Shen Qi swallowed the pills while his guards watched the Cheng family with hawk-like vigilance. Knowing that if anything went wrong after Shen Qi consumed the pills, the Cheng family would bear the consequences. After taking the pills, Shen Qi remained in visible pain for some time. Is this pill even effective? One guard questioned, his tone skeptical. Cheng Zhenbao rolled her eyes openly, regarding him with a look of incredulity. It's not some divine elixir. Medicine takes time to work. Shen Qi's gaze landed on her. He was indeed not mistaken. That little girl had rolled her eyes and wore an expression of disdain. She is so young, yet so remarkably astute. However, Shen Qi had no time to ponder this, as he was suddenly seized by a violent fit of coughing, followed by the expulsion of blood, quickly staining the ground before him. Now is the moment. Pierce his palm with a knife and catch the blood with a red paper, Cheng Zhenbao instructed with a serious expression. Offended, Cheng Shui promptly complied, as blood dripped onto the red paper, rapidly absorbed and spreading. Seizing the opportunity amidst the bloodletting, Cheng Zhenbao unsteadily approached Shen Qi and tugged at a lock of his long hair. Her unexpected action caught everyone off guard, and the guards could only shout a warning. What are you doing, you little girl? Just as they reached out to grab Cheng Zhenbao, she quickly hid beside Shen Qi. He glanced down at her, gesturing to his subordinates that all was well. Cheng Zhenbao shot an exasperated glare at the guard and then, holding the hair, closed her eyes slightly, murmuring a few incantations in her heart. After a moment, she opened her eyes, her small face showing signs of fatigue, prompting Xiao Shuyin to quickly embrace her. Hurry! Place the hair alongside the blood on the red paper, then burn it, Cheng Shan urged, and promptly followed suit. The red paper was soon engulfed in flames, releasing a strange black smoke that ascended from the burning ashes. As the smoke dissipated, Shen Qi suddenly felt a sense of relief wash over him, his entire being invigorated and inexplicably comfortable. The guards, witnessing Shen Qi moving his limbs, exchanged astonished glances, truly believing he had recovered. The curse has been lifted, he expressed gratefully, his gaze lingering on Cheng Zhenbao, who, however, had already succumbed to exhaustion and fallen asleep. When Cheng Zhenbao awoke again, Shen Qi had already departed the village. Upon learning this news, her heart sank, prompting her to quietly cast a divination. Young Master Shun has temporarily gone to the town. It is said they will leave Qingzhou City tomorrow, Cheng Shan informed her. Cheng Zhenbao furrowed her brow. She had foreseen two calamities approaching Shenqi. One was the curse, and the other involved an assassin seeking to take his life. She recalled the original plot, where Shenqi met his demise at the hands of an assassin. After a moment of contemplation, she frowned. No, we must not allow young Master Shun to leave Qingzhou City tomorrow. Otherwise, he will undoubtedly face death. The Cheng family had long since come to trust her words, albeit with astonishment. He cannot die. After all, he has helped us, Cheng Shan said, rising with a frown. I will go to town now and inform young Master Shun of his impending peril, urging him to remain within Qingzhou City. Wait, Shanghai called out, brother. If you go and tell him he is on the verge of death, he may very well throw you out. Indeed, foolish father. We need a more convincing reason. Cheng Zhenbao said with a clever glint in her eyes. Father, you should say that the curse on young Master Shun has not yet been fully dispelled, and he must wait 3 more days before leaving. Whether he stays in town or comes to the village is up to him, as long as he does not leave the boundaries of Qingzhou City. Cheng Shan nodded and departed. Under the Cheng family's vigorous persuasion, Shenqi altered his original plan and remained in the town for 3 additional days before leaving. The general's journey is safe, truly. It is a blessing from the heavens, one of his subordinates exclaimed. Shenqi, sensing something amiss, inquired, what do you mean by that? The chancellor secretly arranged for over 100 assassins to lie in wait outside Qingzhou City. Our messenger was intercepted and killed on the way. Upon hearing this, Shenqi narrowed his eyes. How long did it take to send someone to deal with those assassins? Precisely 3 days, came the reply. In that moment, Shenqi could not help but marvel at the uncanny timing. He squinted slightly, inexplicably reminded of that little girl from the Cheng family. His instincts told him that such coincidences were not mere chance. Whether during his last assassination attempt or this one, the little girl was likely more than she appeared. You, go and send someone to the Fun village outside Qingzhou City. Huh, brother, what is that bulging bundle you're holding? Cheng Feng immediately noticed the hefty package. Cheng Shan placed the bundle on the table and opened it, revealing astonished expressions from those nearby. So much silver and seeds? Cheng Hai's eyes widened. These seeds must be hard to come by. Where do they come from? The package was piled high with dozens of silver ingots and numerous cloth bags, each labeled with the name of the seeds. Did he not say who sent it? Cheng Shan shook his head. No, he said nothing and just turned to leave. Could it be that well-dressed young master? Cheng Shui speculated. Cheng Zhenbao, propped against the table, stretched her neck and, with keen eyes, spotted a letter at the bottom of the silver. Oh, this action indeed captured the attention of Cheng Shan and the others. He retrieved the letter, opening it to find a note and a token inside. The writing on the paper was bold and powerful, containing a brief message. If you have matters to discuss, take the token to Li Yu in the city, along with the person's address. After reading the contents, Cheng Zhenbao's eyes sparkled, and a sly smile crept across her face as she realized who had sent these items. Could it be that young Master Shan arranged for this delivery? But he has already left Qingzhou City. Cheng Shan and the others still remained unaware of Shun Qi's true identity, only knowing that he was not an ordinary person. You see, the token bears a small Shen character. It must have been sent by young Master Shun, Cheng Hai remarked. It matters not. This is what we are owed. After all, he helped us avert a calamity, and this wealth is but trivial to him. Cheng Zhenbao's eyes gleamed with joy at the sight of the shining silver. Hearing her words, Cheng Shan and the others pondered for a moment before easing their minds. Cheng Shui continued to take Yishao and others up the mountain to hunt daily. Having gained experience, they returned with full spoils, allowing the Cheng family to accumulate some silver. With the prior assistance from Shenqi, the Cheng family decided to purchase all the land they had previously rented. Did you trouble him? Xiao Shuyan asked. Cheng Shan scratched his head sheepishly. I suppose so. A few days ago, Master Li came to me personally, inquiring if there was anything he could assist with, so I asked him to help gather some information. Cheng Zhenbao, resting her head on Grandma Cheng's shoulder, chuckled. This young Master Shun is indeed a grateful lad. He must have been keeping an eye on our family situation. Knowing we did not proactively seek out Master Li, he sent him to inquire. The other day, when the fields were raided, The officer's swift response was surely due to young Master Shun's arrangements. Although natural disasters had ceased, many refugees were still struggling for food, making Defun village a target of concern. It was no surprise that such a small village drew the attention of the authorities, thanks to Shun Qi's connections. The Cheng family could not help but express their gratitude toward him. Recently, the fields have been plagued by pests. Despite daily efforts to combat them, many rice seedlings have been ravaged. Cheng Shan was troubled by this. I almost forgot. We should indeed create some insecticide. First, we can mix wood ash with water, filter it, and spray it on the crops. This method effectively prevents maggots and can increase yield. Additionally, we can crush some fresh bitter leaves and stinky chimonanthus and mix them with water for spraying, which helps fend off cabbage worms, aphids, and the like. After a brief silence, Xiao Shuyun and Cheng Shan immediately turned to the mountains to gather leaves. The next day, the Cheng family brought their homemade insecticide to the fields, where a lush expanse of green seedlings greeted them, and other crops had also begun to sprout, providing great comfort to their hearts. After applying the homemade pesticide to the crops, they returned to fetch fertilizer. Ugh, iterex. The family complained, as only the Cheng family engaged in such unpleasant work. Chapter 137. The insect plague. As Lu Huaer passed by, she hurriedly covered her nose, retreating a considerable distance, while casting a look of disdain at the Cheng family. Indeed, the stench was rather unbearable, who still relied on manure as fertilizer in this day and age. Surely there are better alternatives available. Zhao Yu, who shared a good rapport with Lu Huaer, murmured, however, their crops do appear to be thriving. I noticed they haven't shown any signs of pest damage. Moments ago, she had seen them sprinkling something on their fields, seemingly a pesticide of their own concoction. Lu Huaer felt a pang of bitterness. How could a family devoid of any scholarly individuals possess such ingenuity? It seemed rather evident to her that they were merely posturing. Nevertheless, one could not deny that the Cheng family was indeed the most prosperous in the village. Zhao Yu lowered her voice to share a rumor. Word has it that they have purchased their fields. Just think of how much silver that must have cost. Indeed, they have no shortage of funds. Look at how well the eldest son cultivates the land, and the second son excels at hunting. Their family is raking in a fortune from selling game. Another chimed in. They must have amassed several hundred taels already. Lu Huaer was taken aback by this revelation. What? So much? The others nodded, lamenting the good fortune of the Cheng matriarch and Xiao Shuyun. This conversation grated on Lu Hua's ears, prompting her to scoff and turn away without a word. Upon returning home, she found Ada and Air leisurely engaged in a cricket fighting competition, while her husband, Lian, languidly basked in the sun. Lu Huaer glanced at the neatly organized Cheng household, then at her own dilapidated yard, her frustration boiling over. Ada, Air, from today onwards, you shall accompany me to hunt, Lu Huaer commanded. The two boys looked bewildered. Hunt for what? We don't know how. Lu Huaer placed her hands on her hips. What is it that you do know? If I say you will go, then you shall go. Am I no longer able to command you? Lian contemplated interjecting, but ultimately lowered his head in submission. Faced with their formidable mother, Ada and Air could only acquiesce and set out. Lu Huaer sulked in the yard, unable to bear the thought of the Cheng family flourishing while her own household languished. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she swiftly departed. Days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Cheng Feng rushed into the house, breathless. It's bad. The fields. He gasped. Cheng Shan immediately inquired. What happened in the fields? Insects. So many insects. The seedlings have been ravaged. Upon hearing this, the Cheng family hurried to the fields. Indeed, as Cheng Feng had reported, many crops bore irregularly sized holes in their leaves. Cheng matriarch, upon seeing this, began to fret. Oh dear, we already applied pesticide. How could this happen? In these times, having grain is akin to possessing gold. Xiao Shuyun, cradling Cheng Zhenbao, descended into the fields, heartbroken at the sight of the gnawed leaves. Cheng Zhenbao furrowed her brow. Logically, after applying pesticide, there shouldn't be this extent of infestation. Could someone be sabotaging us? Chapter 138. Collecting insect corpses. Moreover, it appears that our crops are being attacked by more than one type of pest, she mused. With a moment of contemplation, she opened her eyes, clarity dawning within her. There are things beneath that stone. Upon hearing Xiao Xian's call, Cheng Shan promptly approached and lifted the stone that Cheng Zhenbao indicated. Beneath it lay a handkerchief, speckled with numerous white and black dots, with many insects crawling about, alongside quite a few dead ones. Xiao Shuyan instantly recognized the types of insects: cabbage worms, red spiders, aphids, a plethora of pests capable of wreaking havoc on crops. As Cheng Shan surveyed the swarming insects, a chill ran down his spine, igniting his rage. Following Cheng Zhenbao's guidance, the Cheng family uncovered 8 or 9 more insect nests in other fields, each shrouded in a handkerchief. "It's Lu Hua's family," Cheng Zhenbao remarked, a cold smile gracing her cherubic face. "They are envious of our thriving fields." While Lu Hua's family also rented land, their limited finances allowed them only a small plot, not even half an acre. Cheng matriarch fumed. "This Lu Huater has gone too far." Cheng Shan sighed. "Now the pressing issue is how to address these crops. These pests have rapid life cycles, and we don't yet know how many eggs they may have laid in the fields. Alas, should we apply pesticide again? The previous pesticide was only effective against a limited number of pests. Given the current situation, we are facing a full-blown infestation. That pesticide will no longer suffice." Upon hearing this, the Cheng family wore expressions of despair. Cheng Zhenbao's mind raced, and she exclaimed, "I've got it. Since those 2 types are ineffective, let us concoct another kind of pesticide." Her demeanor bore a hint of cunning. "First, we shall crush all visible insects, then collect their corpses." Cheng Shan, lacking a better plan, decided to follow Cheng Zhenbao's suggestion. The entire family spent the afternoon bent over in the fields. Even Cheng Shui and Yi Xiao, who had just come down the mountain, were summoned to catch insects. The pests were tiny and nimble, requiring considerable effort to capture. As dusk settled, they emerged from the fields, each person bearing a handkerchief filled with insect corpses. Together, they amassed half a basket. Cheng Zhenbao turned her head away in disgust. Even someone without a fear of clusters would find it unsettling. These creatures are so difficult to catch. If we manage to gather this much in an afternoon, just how many more are still lurking in the fields? Cheng Shan sighed, utterly exhausted. This Lu Huater truly harbors a malicious heart. Have we wronged her in any way? Cheng Hai seethed. An innocent man bears the blame for possessing something precious. This has nothing to do with whether we provoked her. It is purely out of jealousy. Gathering this many insect corpses is a feat in itself. We shall grind them into a paste, mix in water according to a proportion, and let it steep for a day, Cheng Zhenbao instructed. Chapter 139. Ripping off your face after a day, we will filter the insect liquid, dilute it further with water, and add the medicine to create a potent insecticide, Cheng Zhenbao guided step by step. This concoction boasts a high eradication rate. Even other insect varieties will refuse to feed upon encountering its scent, ultimately starving to death. Previously, the reason for not creating such insecticide was its complexity. Cheng Shan and his wife took a brief respite before resuming their labors, while Cheng Shui led Yi Xiao and the others to the riverbank to capture frogs, creatures that prey on pests, to release into the fields. For several consecutive days, the Cheng family's daily routine revolved around catching insects and preparing the insecticide. The effects of this pesticide were nearly instantaneous. The condition of the crops improved significantly after the first day of application. Following the second and third rounds of spraying, combined with manual pest collection, the situation stabilized. Moreover, guided by Cheng Zhenbao's insights, Cheng Shan timely implemented remedial measures to mitigate losses. After a flurry of activity, the Cheng family felt utterly drained and took a day to rest at home. I've already pulled out the seedlings that were gnawed at the roots. Other issues are manageable. However, should we consult the village chief about this matter? Cheng Shan pondered. Cheng Zhenbao, her fingers in her mouth, responded with a few muffled hums, contemplating the next steps. It is futile to speak of it, as there is no evidence to implicate her. She will undoubtedly deny any wrongdoing. Old Lady Cheng found this reasoning reasonable. She hoped fervently that this wicked woman would not give her any cause to catch her in error, for if she did, oh. Just then, a loud knocking resounded from outside, accompanied by the shrill voice of Lu Huater cursing. Cheng Shui, you get out here. You wretched creature. Come out quickly and stop playing dead. The Cheng family exchanged glances before rising to open the door. Outside, Lu Huater's sharp insults had already attracted a number of confused villagers. Behind her, Ada and Air were wrapped in bandages, lying on the ground. While Yin kept his head down, too ashamed to meet anyone's gaze. How dare you come to my home? Cheng Shui retorted angrily. Lu Hua'er stood with her hands on her hips, her eyes wide, showcasing her sharp and bitter demeanor to the fullest. Cheng Zhenbao surveyed the scene and found that Lu Hua'er resembled an explosive toad, while her two sons appeared as immobile mummies. Cheng Zhenbao couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the trio, earning a fierce glare from Lu Hua'er. If you dare to glare at my little Bao again, I swear I will rip your face apart. The old lady Cheng rolled up her sleeves, her temper flaring. After exchanging a few heated words with Lu Hua'er, who found herself at a loss for words, she simply sat down on the ground, covering her face and wailing. Oh my heavens! What kind of sin has my family committed to encounter such a cruel-hearted person? Villagers, you must stand up for my family today. Look at what the Cheng family has done to my two children. They are in their prime, and if they are left with lasting injuries, how will we live? How will I and their father survive? Lu Hua'er lamented, her voice filled with despair. The Cheng family is truly no good. Do not be deceived by their seemingly honest facade. Chapter 140, Compensation. Upon hearing this, Cheng Shui and Yishao nearly lost their composure and charged forward, but luckily, Cheng Zhenbao managed to intervene. Xiao Shuyun, suppressing her fury, retorted, "Oh? Then why don't you explain how my family harmed you? Speak clearly." The villagers were equally perplexed. Indeed, stop crying and tell us what actually happened. Lu Hua'er shot Cheng Shui a venomous glare and pointed towards the Cheng family. It was you. In your greed to monopolize the game on the mountain, you deliberately set traps to ensnare my son, causing him to fall and injure himself. You have the most wicked intentions. Do you think these hills belong solely to your family? This is outright malice. Upon hearing this, Cheng Shui understood immediately and scoffed. Are you referring to the grass pit at Tiger Head Cliff? Indeed. Cheng Shui continued with a mocking smile. I see now what this is about. The Lu family truly has a talent for twisting the truth. Let me ask you, were there not strips of cloth surrounding the trees at the location your sons ventured to, with the words "do not enter" carved nearby? Lu Hua'er immediately reacted, exclaiming, "That's right. I recognize those cloth strips. They belong to your Cheng family." After speaking, Lu Hua'er looked around at the villagers, seeking their affirmation. Did you hear that? The Cheng family has enclosed that vast area to monopolize the wild game and maliciously set traps to harm others. How can we live with such selfishness? She pointed at the Cheng family, her anger boiling over. In her fervor, Lu Hua'er failed to notice the murmurs among the villagers. Cheng Shui, furious, bellowed, "Be quiet." Startled, Lu Hua'er instinctively fell silent. Cheng Shui continued, "You foolish woman. Just the other day, I warned everyone in the village that the cliff was prone to collapse, and stepping on it carelessly could easily lead one to slip down the slope. It was precisely because we nearly fell victim that we cordoned off that area. The pits on the cliff were dug by gophers. How can you hold us accountable?" Yishao also stepped forward to speak. Exactly. When we descended the mountain, we saw your sons, Ada and Aer, lurking behind us, and we specifically warned them not to go up the mountain. Yet, your family ignored our warning and insisted on courting disaster, and now you want to place the blame on us? This is truly ridiculous. Lu Hua'er was taken aback, having not anticipated the reality of the situation. She glanced around nervously before defiantly retorting, "That's just your one-sided account. How can we know if what you say is true or false? You shameless woman, do you not listen?" Old Lady Cheng was on the verge of fury. Lu Hua'er knew that Cheng Shui spoke the truth, but what of it? The situation had escalated to this point. She was determined to extract some compensation from the Cheng family. Chapter 141. The villagers' protection. With this thought, she resumed her pitiful wailing. You must not take the Cheng family's word at face value. They are merely using this as an excuse not to compensate us. My son is unfortunate. Villagers, you must advocate for my family. People like this pose a danger in our village. Cheng Zhenbao observed her with amusement, finding her antics laughable. Did she not notice the villagers' disdainful gazes? Enough, enough. I thought it was something serious. Turns out it's just this. One villager scoffed. Lu Hua'er was taken aback. What do you mean? Cheng Urge had informed every household in the village about this incident just days prior, but it was your family that refused to allow anyone entry. Many had witnessed this, and Lu Hua'er found it impossible to deny. Indeed, your family disregarded our warnings and got hurt. Who can you blame? Another villager chimed in. I see your family is merely envious of the Cheng family's improving circumstances. The villagers exchanged scornful looks, and Lu Hua-er's face flushed with embarrassment as she protested. No. Have you never considered that this entire incident might be concocted by the Cheng family? You just mentioned the cliff situation. Everything you say is your own account. Do you think everyone is a fool? Indeed, we have been neighbors for decades, and your family has received much help from the Cheng family in times of trouble. I believe the Cheng family would never act in such a manner. The villagers unanimously supported the Cheng family. Lu Huater was left speechless and resorted to cursing. I see now you are all sycophants. You know that by siding with the Cheng family, you can receive their charity, so you all fawn over them. Who lacks ambition here? I do not care. My son's injury is undoubtedly connected to the Cheng family. The Cheng family must pay compensation. After declaring this, she ignored the villagers' murmurs and glared fiercely at the Cheng family. You shameless woman, you truly are unreasonable. Old Lady Cheng bellowed. Then let us ask about the mysterious insect eggs in the fields. Cheng Zhenbao's thoughts awakened the Cheng family members. Lu Hua, cease your slander and inversion of the truth. Cheng Hai cursed a few times before continuing. Then I wish to inquire about the sudden infestation of insects in my fields. The villagers were bewildered, and Cheng Shan succinctly explained, recently, there's been an inexplicable plague of insects in our fields, and upon investigation, we discovered that someone had deliberately scattered insect eggs in our land, intending to ruin our harvest. What? Such a thing can happen? A villager exclaimed in realization. My fields are right next to the Cheng families and have also suffered. I thought it was a natural disaster, but it turns out someone did it on purpose. This revelation incited the villagers' collective outrage. This is outrageous. What kind of world are we living in? This person must be exposed. Indeed, we must root out the true culprit and expel them from the village. Listening to the villagers' indignant curses, Lu Huater's expression darkened. Cheng Zhenbao keenly noticed the panic and guilt reflected on her face. Clenching her fists, Lu Hua felt an overwhelming sense of dread. At the time she undertook this act, her sole intention was to teach the Cheng family a lesson, never anticipating that it would endanger others as well. If they were expelled from the village, would her family not be reduced to beggars? Chapter 142. Present the evidence. Feeling the piercing gazes of suspicion directed at her, Lu Hua's anxiety intensified. Why are you all looking at me? Could it possibly be that this matter concerns me? Cheng Shui sneered, producing the handkerchief that had contained the insect carcass and fixing his gaze on Lu Hua. Do you not find this handkerchief rather familiar? Of course. Lu Hua recognized the handkerchief, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. Gritting her teeth, she exclaimed, Oh, I see. This is merely your family's excuse to avoid compensation. I assent it. This handkerchief is dusty. Every household has one. Do you have any evidence? You wish to place this blame upon me, thinking I am some sickly cat? Two voices emerged from the crowd. One supported Lu Hua, while the other remained skeptical. Although such handkerchiefs were common in the village, your family certainly had ample motive for committing the act. Who doesn't he know that the Lu family has always been at odds with Cheng Dage's household? Zhao Yu, who had a good rapport with Lu Hua, immediately interjected. One must take responsibility for their words. What evidence do you have that Lu Hua is the culprit? In truth, they could not produce any evidence. Lu Hua felt slightly reassured and defiantly declared, Indeed. Present your evidence. Her words struck precisely the chord Cheng Zhenbao wished to hear. If we are to discuss evidence, then let us have the proof that Ada and AR's injuries are related to us. Cheng Shan quickly relayed, adding, If you can present evidence, we will immediately compensate your family. If you cannot provide any evidence, does it not imply that you have come to defraud us today? Some villagers chimed in, Indeed, everything requires proof. If you doubt Cheng Gu's words, let us go to the cliff and see for ourselves. Lu Hua initially intended to refuse, but the villagers had already taken hold of her, leading her up the mountain. Let us go see the show, Cheng Zhenbao thought, his eyes glinting with cunning. The outcome of the ascent was as Cheng Shui had described. The ground was exceedingly loose, and one misstep could send someone tumbling down the slope. Have you given up? Do you still dare to claim your son's injuries are related to them? Sneered a villager who had long harbored disdain for the Lu family. Lu Hua's face darkened as she immediately began to argue back. Cheng Gu, do not take it to heart. Everyone in the village knows what kind of people the Liu family is. A villager stepped forward to comfort her. Cheng Shui expressed his gratitude with a smile. Meanwhile, Liu Huater was embroiled in a fierce argument, her curses echoing across the mountain peak. Cheng Zhenbao narrowed his eyes, observing with a calm demeanor. Suddenly, Liu Huater felt as if her mouth had been glued shut, unable to open. Instinctively struggling, she found her knees struck by something hard, causing her to kneel suddenly. Unfortunately, her knees met not soft earth, but sharp stones. The person arguing with her paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. What this? Kneeling to apologize? Liu Huaer felt utterly humiliated, yet her mouth remained shut and her body immobilized. Amidst the surrounding laughter, her face turned a deep shade of purple. The Cheng family could hardly suppress their amusement. Chapter 143. The village chief pays a visit. Cheng Zhenbao raised an eyebrow in silence. Although she possessed the body of an infant, her protective nature remained unchanged. The incident regarding Liu Huater attempting to defraud became the talk of the village, causing her family to remain cooped up in their home for quite some time. After a while, the Cheng family began to prosper, though not excessively wealthy. They had finally escaped the dire straits of barely having enough to eat. The chickens, ducks, and rabbits in their yard thrived, producing several litters. One evening, as Cheng Laodai counted the recent earnings, she joyfully concealed the silver. Cheng Dama, have you had dinner yet? The village chief's voice preceded his arrival. Moments later, the Cheng family beheld the chief appearing before them, carrying a basket. These are some fresh vegetables I brought for you, just dug up this morning from the mountains. Cheng Shan welcomed him with a smile, accepting the offering. We are all from the same village. Why bring gifts when visiting? The village chief smiled broadly, and the group engaged in pleasantries. Cheng Zhenbao, supporting herself on a stool, observed with her large, dark eyes, quickly deducing the chief's purpose for the visit, which the Cheng family likely also guessed. Given that Cheng Shan had accepted the chief's gifts, it indicated that there were matters to discuss. Once the small talk concluded, the chief hesitated before speaking. Shanzi, I actually came today to discuss something with your family. Although Cheng Shan was aware of the underlying implications, he still inquired with a smile, Please, village chief, speak freely. Your family is currently the most prosperous in the village. Your hunting and crop yields are commendable, so I was wondering if you could assist the other villagers, the chief said, carefully choosing his words. Whether they are original residents of Deha village or newcomers, after all, we are all living in the same village. The village chief spoke sincerely, of course. I am not suggesting that you provide money to everyone. Rather, if you could share some of your experiences or any good methods, perhaps you could bring the villagers together. Cheng Zhenbao had previously contemplated this notion, but the timing had never felt right. Cheng Hai, being more articulate, chuckled and replied, O village chief, we are all from the same village. You could say we are one family. Cheng Shan nodded, rising to search inside, soon returning with a bag of seeds. What is this? The village chief inquired, puzzled. Cheng Shan scratched his head. These are tea tree seeds. I have observed that the climate in Qingzhou City is suitable for tea cultivation. We prepared these seeds last winter, but due to persistent droughts and poor soil conditions, we were concerned the seedlings would perish, so we held off on planting them. Now we have found a way to enrich the soil rapidly and have tested it in our fields with confirmed success. When the time comes, I would appreciate it if you could gather the villagers so I can teach them how to fertilize. Chapter 144. The Liu family excluded the method for producing fertilizer had indeed been learned from Cheng Zhenbao's insights and proved highly effective, as evidenced by the fertility of their land. The village chief examined the tea seeds with growing excitement on his face, repeatedly exclaiming, Good, good. Regardless, tea is essential for the nobility, and our village has a promising future in tea cultivation. I truly appreciate your family's contributions. I must admit, as the village chief, I often find myself at a loss, he said with a wry smile. Cheng Laotai offered comforting words, silently grateful for the presence of their little treasure. Cheng Zhenbao pondered for a moment, quietly articulating her previous plans in her mind. In addition to cultivating tea trees, the surrounding barren hills could be transformed into orchards, and the muddy impurities in the nearby ponds could be cleared for breeding clams to cultivate pearls for sale. The lengthy growth cycle of fruit trees could be complemented by the cultivation of tea and clams. There are indeed numerous ways to enrich the village, including sericulture and weaving. Cheng Zhenbao has envisioned a myriad of methods for prosperity. Cheng Shan relayed what he heard, causing the village head's eyes to gleam with excitement. Indeed, how could I have overlooked these ideas? However, the village head hesitated, expressing concerns, regardless of whether it involves growing fruits, tea trees, or raising clams or silkworms. These ventures are uncharted territory for our villagers. If they invest significant time and energy only to see unsatisfactory results, his concerns were not unfounded. Thus, a gathering was convened to discuss and confirm the proposals. If the villagers were willing to embrace these suggestions, we would provide our utmost support and instruction. If they were reluctant, no one would be compelled, as the decision ultimately lies with them. Cheng Shan scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. We cannot guarantee that everyone will have enough to eat. Cheng Hai interjected. Indeed, each household has different circumstances. Some are industrious while others are not. What we propose can only be regarded as suggestions. The village head understood their intentions and nodded. Yes, I comprehend. Regardless of others' choices, my family is certainly willing to follow your lead and give a try. Cheng Zhenbao smiled approvingly, recognizing the village head's discernment. The village head continued. As for the others, I will visit each household tomorrow to gauge their opinions. Cheng Laotai nodded. Thank you for your efforts, village head. Once we have everyone's feedback, we can convene to discuss specific strategies. The village head agreed. Suddenly, Cheng Zhenbao tugged at Cheng Laotai's sleeve, her round eyes fixed on her. The latter bowed her head, listening to her silent thoughts. Of course, it is feasible to uplift the entire village together, but Luwar's family must not be included. Cheng Zhenbao's gaze bore a hint of resolve. Her family is not a charitable institution. Since Luwar's arrival in Dafeng village, she has repeatedly sought trouble. Setting aside minor disputes, her actions have even extended to sabotaging crops, which is utterly unforgivable. Chapter 145, Isolation. Cheng Laotai realized she had almost forgotten Luwar. She immediately spoke. Village head, there is one more matter. Regardless of the villagers' choices, Luwar's family must not be involved. The village head paused, then quickly comprehended, nodding after a moment of reflection. I understand. Her family's actions have indeed been excessive and defiant. After some pleasantries, the village head departed from the Cheng household, feeling satisfied. Cheng Zhenbao watched his retreating figure, silently calculating. The coming days are likely to be busy again. In pursuit of sustenance, we must forge ahead. The village head worked swiftly. By the following evening, he returned to the Cheng family with a booklet in hand. I have visited each household, and everyone is generally willing to try this venture. He placed the booklet down, a smile gracing his face. Rest assured, I have made it abundantly clear that regardless of the outcome, we shall all bear the consequences together. The Cheng brothers nodded in satisfaction. Luwar's family was brought up by Cheng Hai cautiously. The village head immediately assured, Fear not, I did not visit her home, nor did I send anyone to inform her. Cheng Zhenbao, pleased, nodded in agreement. The village head, cheerfully accepting their gratitude, departed with a smile. After he left, Cheng Shan scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. This may require the assistance of Lord Li once more. Cheng Zhenbao pondered. There is no alternative. When autumn arrives and the harvest is plentiful, we should send some gifts to young Master Shun and Lord Li, regardless of their opinions. It is at least a gesture of our goodwill. Cheng Laotai nodded in agreement, her heart swelling with pride and joy as she embraced Cheng Zhenbao. The next day, Luwa rose early as usual and ventured out to the fields. Her audacity was remarkable. When she overheard others chatting, she approached, as if her previous attempts to extort the Cheng family had never occurred. Did the village head visit your home? What do you think of his words? Zhao Yu inquired. One person replied, I discussed it with my spouse, and we think it's worth a try. Given how tough life has been, we have no better options. It's worth taking a chance. Yes, I agree. My distant relative used to sell fruit in town, and though it seemed insignificant, he made a fortune. Luwar, overhearing their conversation, felt utterly bewildered. What are you talking about? What is it that you wish to try? At this, surprise spread across Zhao Yu and the others' faces. You don't know? Did the village head not visit your home yesterday? Luwar felt even more confused. Why would the village head go to my house? I stayed home all day and didn't see anyone. Zhao Yu replied in astonishment. The village head visited our home yesterday and said we could grow fruit trees and raise clams so everyone could have enough to eat. We all signed the booklet. Chapter 146. Disdain, what? Lu War's heart sank with displeasure. Why didn't he come to my house? I see now. One person cast a sly glance at Lu War, delighting in her misfortune. I heard that these ideas didn't originate with the village head. Rather, he approached the Cheng family because he noticed their growing prosperity and asked them to lend a hand to the community. With this revelation, the others understood instantly. Lu War had offended the Cheng family more than once. Since the plan was spearheaded by them, her family would surely be excluded. Realizing this, the glances directed at Lu War were laden with unspoken significance. Lu War, facing the scrutiny of the crowd, felt a tumult of emotions. Her face shifting from pale to flushed with anger. Fuming, she hurled her iron hoe to the ground, gritting her teeth. What are you all staring at? I have no intention of groveling before the Cheng family. You all are quite amusing. The Cheng family has merely struck luck and earned some silver. Yet you genuinely believe they possess extraordinary capabilities? Ridiculous. Lu War spat several curses. Remember, it is I who scorns aligning myself with the Cheng family. No one responded. And after a few more curses, Lu War picked up her hoe and returned to work in the fields. Yet her anger only deepened. How dare the Cheng family exclude her, attempting to isolate her? She must devise a plan to tarnish their reputation. Meanwhile, Cheng Zhenbao accompanied Cheng Shan to Qingzhou City. Her gaze flitted over the shops lining the streets. Cheng Shan, believing she was enamored with the novelties, bought her a rattle drum. Cheng Zhenbao found it amusing yet exasperating. Holding it in her hands, Cheng Shan navigated effortlessly to find Liu and explained her purpose. Perhaps due to Shun Qi's directive, the latter promptly dispatched someone to procure fruit tree seeds upon learning of Cheng Shan's needs. Cheng Zhenbao observed the furrowed brows of Liu. His children seemed to be unwell. She had collected several herbs for clearing heat and detoxification on her way here. Cheng Shan scratched his head, following Cheng Zhenbao's heartfelt guidance to deliver the medicinal herbs in the basket to Liu. How did you know that my young daughter has recently caught a chill? I've been quite troubled by it, Liu exclaimed, astonished as he held the herbs. Cheng Shan chuckled lightly and replied, recently, the temperature has fluctuated drastically, and many villagers have fallen ill. If these herbs are brewed into a soup and taken 3 times a day, they will take effect in 2 days. If you do not mind, you could give it a try. After having the herbs examined, Liu ultimately decided to use them for his daughter. The remedy worked swiftly, and soon his daughter's high fever subsided. I truly appreciate this. Liu expressed his gratitude. Cheng Shan, flabbergasted, repeatedly waved his hands, saying, No, it is I who have caused you trouble. Oh, let us not dwell on such matters. I am but slightly older than you. If you do not mind, you may call me brotherly. In just a few exchanges, Liu had already cast aside his previous aloofness and began addressing Cheng Shan as a brother. Cheng Zhenbao, nestled on Cheng Shan's back, stretched lazily, concealing her accomplishments and accolades. This bag contains apples and pears, while this one is Chapter 147, Rumors on the Return Journey. Cheng Shan sat in the horse-drawn carriage arranged by Liu, unable to suppress his laughter. Cheng Zhenbao, cradling a rattle in her arms, felt a deep sense of relief. Indeed, it is easier to deal with acquaintances. There is an essential difference between sincere assistance and being compelled to act. Cheng Shan proudly ruffled her hair. Of course, most of the plans were proposed by Cheng Zhenbao, with Cheng Shan and the others merely refining them. With all the men in the family absent, Old Lady Cheng and Xiao Shuyun, seeking something to occupy their time, decided to take Cheng Zhenbao to the fields. On the way, they encountered Lin's daughter-in-law, who approached them. Mrs. Cheng, I was just about to visit your home. How is your Cheng Hai faring? Is he still gambling recklessly in town? Old Lady Lin inquired with concern. Cheng Laotao was momentarily taken aback. What? Cheng Zhenbao also lifted her head, puzzled. The incident involving Cheng Hai and the scam had not been discussed openly. So how do they know? You really should have mentioned such a significant matter to me. Although my family isn't wealthy, I could help a little. Old Lady Cheng interjected with a frown. No, what you are saying makes no sense. When did my Cheng Lao San develop a gambling addiction? How can my second brother possibly engage in such underhanded activities? Xiao Shuyun added. Their resolute tone left Old Lady Lin and her daughter-in-law bewildered. Is that not the case? But everyone in the village has been spreading this rumor for the past couple of days. Yes, Zhao Yu and Lu Hua, and their group have even been mocking your family behind your back. Cheng Zhenbao's eyes darted, already understanding. Old Lady Cheng and Xiao Shuyan exchanged glances, both feeling a surge of anger. How could this be? Where did these rumors originate? Old Lady Lin and her daughter-in-law were equally confused. We only heard this through the grapevine, which is why we came to inquire about the situation. Ah, I remember now. The daughter-in-law of the Lin family seemed to recall something. These words seem to have come from Lu Hua. She lives right next to you. So people didn't think much of it. Cheng Zhenbao raised an eyebrow. As expected. How outrageous. Xiao Shiyun's face darkened with fury. Old Lady Lin sighed. Although it is merely a rumor, it is being circulated in the village with much detail. I have heard that there are those questioning whether your family's fruit tree farming is truly reliable. They say your family has long had methods to ensure everyone is well fed, but has chosen not to reveal them, intending to make the villagers aware of your family's importance, eliciting gratitude from all. Though their words were couched in gentility, Cheng Zhenbao understood immediately, scoffing inwardly. It seems our family's reputation in the village has fallen to such depths. I can only imagine the derogatory remarks being made in private. Upon discovering the source of the malice, Old Lady Cheng hurriedly bid farewell to the Lin family and, accompanied by Xiao Shuyun, headed toward the Lu household. Chapter 148. The beaten girl along the way, Cheng Zhenbao could sense the tense atmosphere emanating from Old Lady Cheng and Xiao Shuyun. This Lu Hua has gone too far. Xiao Shuyun exclaimed angrily. Old Lady Cheng frowned, coldly smirking. Today, we shall ensure she faces the consequences. At this moment, within the Lu household, Lu Hua had just seen off a wave of guests, her face adorned with a smug grin. I thought the Cheng family was adept at winning hearts, but a few rumors have already caused the villagers to harbor misgivings. Suddenly, a loud crash of shattered dishes echoed from within, causing Lu Hua's smile to falter, her brow furrowing as a glint of malice flickered in her eyes. Cursing under her breath, she strode into the room. Inside, Lu Hua's sharp curses soon mingled with terrified pleas for mercy. You little wretch, I provide you with good food and drink, and yet you are unsatisfied, daring to break my dishes? Just wait and see how I deal with you. After a cacophony of clattering sounds, a slender girl burst through the door, with Lu Hua hot on her heels, wielding a stick as thick as her arm. Oh, you little slut, you dare to hide? Let us see how far you can run. The girl, lacking the strength, could not escape Lu Hua, and soon found herself cornered, trembling in a huddled ball. With tear-filled eyes, she pleaded, Aunt, please spare me. I truly did not mean to. It was just a slip of my hand. I promise to be more careful next time and will not break any more dishes. Lu Hua, however, felt no pity, sneering as she brought the stick down heavily. Next time? You dare to even mention a next time. The girl winced in pain, curling up even tighter, her ill-fitting sleeves slipping to reveal arms marred with scars. I'll beat you to death, you little wretch. It's bad enough you eat and drink for free, but you dare to give me trouble. Lu Hua spewed a torrent of foul language. When Old Lady Cheng and Xiao Shuyun stormed into the room, they found Lu Hua mercilessly beating the girl, who was curled in the corner, barely clinging to life. For a moment, they were at a loss. Rushing forward to seize Lu Hua, what are you doing? Xiao Shuyun questioned, crouching down to check on the girl's condition. Lu Hua turned, her brow furrowing tighter upon seeing the Cheng matriarch and daughter-in-law. With a sharp tone, she retorted, What are you two doing in my house? Get out. We do not welcome you. With that, she issued an eviction order. Old Lady Cheng scoffed and questioned, Do you truly think we would want to come here? You know very well what you have done. Lu Hua quickly realized the reason for their visit. Crossing her arms, she jeered, What do I know? You think it's amusing to barge into my home to lecture me? Just as Old Lady Cheng was about to retort, Xiao Shuyun gasped, This child has fainted. Oh my goodness, these are. Xiao Shuyun attempted to help the girl up, but was met with the sight of her body crisscrossed with scars. Some wounds were already scabbed over, while others were still fresh, bleeding faintly, indicating a mix of old and new injuries. Chapter 149. Days of Suffering Yet the True Instigator. Lu Hua felt no remorse. In fact, upon seeing the girl faint, she continued to curse, You little wretch. So now you're pretending to faint, are you? Xiao Shuyun turned, glaring at Lu Hua. What kind of person are you? How can you be so cruel to such a young child? Are you even human? Lu Hua raised her eyebrows disdainfully, scoffing. She's a member of my Lu family. I can discipline her however I please. Who are you to meddle? Old Lady Cheng stepped forward to argue with Lu Hua. The girl, named Lu Ling, had just turned 14 and was the only daughter of Lu Hua's second brother, making her Lu Hua's own niece. Lu Hua's second brother and his wife fell victim to the previous drought, leaving Lu Ling homeless and destitute, with no choice but to follow Lu Hua's family. Lu Hua herself harbored a preference for male offspring. Had it not been for the sake of reputation, she would have discarded Lu Ling long ago. Lu Ling was acutely aware of her precarious situation, living under someone else's roof and tightening her belt to survive, often eating sparingly and willingly taking on all household chores. Yet, her dutifulness did not shield her from abuse. Whenever Lu Hua felt perturbed or irritable, she would vent her frustrations on Lu Ling, often breaking several sticks in the process. Her two sons, Ada and Aer, were equally cruel, frequently tormenting Lu Ling, and, at times, they would toss food onto the ground, forcing her to kneel and clean it up like a dog. In a word, Lu Ling's existence in the Lu household could be described as a living hell, worse than death itself. As these memories faded, Cheng Zhenbao could not help but sigh deeply. Xiao Shuyun and old Madame Cheng, through Cheng Zhenbao's sentiments, learned of Lu Ling's tragic background, filling their hearts with immense sorrow. Old Madame Cheng shot Lu Ling a glare filled with disdain, pointing an accusing finger and scolding, "Look at what you've done to this child, Lu Hua. You're truly heartless. Even a dog would have some affection, yet you treat her, your only kin, with such cruelty. This child is so emaciated. How much food does she consume from your household? If her parents were alive, they would surely curse you for your wickedness." Lu Hua, hands on her hips, retorted aggressively. "I provide her with food and clothing. Is that not enough? You, old hag, speak so eloquently, yet you do not care for her upbringing. So it is easy for you to criticize." At that moment, Lu Ling, cradled in Xiao Shuyun's arms, began to regain consciousness. Initially, she instinctively shrank back, muttering not to be hit, but upon seeing old Madame Cheng and Xiao Shuyun, her face was painted with confusion. Was she saved? Enough of your nonsense. I see your two foolish sons are well fed, while you abuse this child. Lu Hua glared at Lu Ling, moving forward to grab her by the ear, only to be blocked by Xiao Shuyun. "Lu Ling, reflect on your conscience. Has your aunt ever mistreated you?" Lu Ling trembled with fear, her lips quivering, barely able to speak. In a voice barely above a whisper, she replied, "No. If you strike her again, I swear I will have your skin." Chapter 150. Aunt's fury. Cheng Zhenbao found himself amused by old Madame Cheng, who was fiercely protective of Lu Ling. "Old hag, this is my family business. What right do you have to meddle? The dog I raise can be beaten if I wish. What authority do you possess to dictate my actions? Old woman, I cannot abide by your cruelty to this child. Today, I will ensure you face the consequences." Old Madame Cheng stood her ground, her stance unwavering. Lu Ling, witnessing the heated argument, struggled to rise, standing awkwardly in place. Xiao Shuyun gently reassured her. Cheng Zhenbao, seeing Lu Ling's exposed wounds, felt a surge of anger. In the original story, Lu Hua had struck Lu Ling with such force that she fell into a state of shock, and heartlessly. Lu Hua had discarded her body in a mass grave under the assumption she was dead. Fortunately, Lu Ling had survived against all odds and later became a successful businesswoman. A fitting conclusion to her harrowing tale. However, it was unacceptable for her to continue enduring such abuse. What a fool Lu Hua is, mistaking a mere trinket for a pearl. Lu Ling, wise and capable, would eventually become a renowned merchant, while her two foolish sons would remain nothing but troublemakers, achieving nothing. As Lu Hua and old Madame Cheng prepared to clash physically, Lu Ling hurriedly intervened, kneeling down. "Aunt, do not be angry. It is my fault, all my fault. Please, let us not quarrel over me." Lu Ling's kneeling position effectively separated the two adversaries. Facing Lu Hua's predatory gaze, she turned to old Madame Cheng with gratitude. "Thank you, Aunt and Madam. My aunt has treated me well. We are from the same village. Let us not allow my trivial existence to disrupt our peace." Upon hearing her words, Xiao Shuyun and old Madame Cheng felt an even deeper sympathy for the battered girl. "Dear child, please rise." Yet, Lu Hua, with a menacing glare, delivered a kick to Lu Ling's back, causing her to fall to the ground and bruise her forehead. You truly are an ungrateful wretch. Who is your aunt? Do you think anyone would be willing to take in a worthless burden like you? Lu Ling intended to quell the argument, but was misinterpreted by Lu Huaer. Old Madame Cheng, unable to contain herself, stepped forward and slapped Lu Huaer. Lu Huaer, in disbelief, covered her face, seething with rage. You dare strike me, you old hag. Cheng Zhenbao wore a weary expression, silently gnawing on his fingers. Lu Huaer, stunned, shot old Madame Cheng a perplexed glance before resuming her tirade. Old Madame Cheng was equally unyielding. Today, we will settle both old scores and new ones. You have repeatedly troubled my family, and now you dare to spread rumors about us. Upon mentioning the rumors, Lu Huaer's expression shifted, and she smirked. What rumors? I know nothing. Under the furious gazes of old Madame Cheng and Xiao Shuyun, Lu Huaer continued with her sardonic tone. Chapter 151. The Villager's Defense. Does your Cheng Hai not deserve scrutiny for his own actions? We did not force him to act. Look at you, embarrassed by your own deeds, yet afraid of what others might say. The argument escalated, drawing the attention of villagers descending the mountain. They arrived just in time to hear Lu Huaer bellow. You think your family is something special, old hag? Conspiring with the village chief to ostracize my family, are you? Even if Cheng Hai is not a gambler, he is a fool, falling for the most obvious traps. Lu Huaer contemptuously regarded old Madame Cheng, deliberately raising her voice as more villagers gathered. Her accusations were aimed at Shen Qi, and the Lu and Cheng families were neighbors, with Lu Huaer always keeping a close watch on the Cheng family's affairs. Seeing the furrowed brows of old Madame Cheng and Xiao Shuyun, Lu Huaer mistakenly believed she had struck a nerve, growing increasingly brazen and loud. You all see it, don't you? They have not denied it. Did I speak incorrectly? Your family has long been acquainted with powerful figures, yet you hide it from the village. You merely wish for everyone to beg your family for favors. The villagers murmured among themselves. Cheng Zhenbao smirked, his eyes gleaming with cunning. I see now. This is all rooted in jealousy. But alas, while her words may have held weight earlier now. Just as Xiao Shuyun and old Madame Cheng were about to speak up, Cheng Zhenbao heard their thoughts. Grandmother and mother, there is no need to rush. We need not speak. Others will confront her. You are gravely mistaken. Those words do not belong to the Cheng family, but to the villagers. Lu Huaer stared in shock. The village chief stepped forward with a cold snort. Even if the Cheng family truly knows some remarkable figures, that is their own merit. If the Lu family also had the ability to connect with such individuals, I would be the one seeking your favor. I have heard a bit about Cheng Hai's affairs. Have you never fallen into a trap yourself? Indeed, the villagers echoed in agreement. Moreover, Brother Cheng generously gifted us fruit tree seeds today. How could we possibly be the ones seeking favors from them? If they do not involve your family, perhaps you should reflect on your own shortcomings. Aren't you the architect of your own misfortune? I think you deserve it. You continue to spread rumors about them in the village. If it were me, I would have razed your house to the ground. Chapter 152. Cast out a discerning villager spoke up. Enough, enough. I sensed something amiss with the rumors circulating a few days ago. It turns out you were the one stirring the pot. The sentiments of the villagers swayed overwhelmingly against Lu Huaer, with only a handful standing by her side. Seeing Lu Huaer's face flicker between shades of green and white, old Lady Cheng felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Cheng Zhenbao smirked, having already calculated the villagers' descent from the mountains. After all, one is reluctant to bite the hand that feeds. The Cheng family genuinely wished to see everyone well fed, and if these villagers were foolish enough to believe the rumors, then so be it. After enduring a few sarcastic remarks from old Lady Cheng, Lu Huaer, her face pale and furious, picked up a nearby broom and began to chase the people away, shouting, "Get out! All of you get out! We do not welcome you." The crowd, not wishing to humiliate themselves further, turned and left the Lu residence. Cheng Shan, having finished dealing with the grateful villagers at his doorstep, spotted old Lady Cheng and the others emerging from Lu's house, just as the door was slammed shut. Oh, anger and shame have driven her to this. Old Lady Cheng couldn't help but mock. What happened, mother? I came down the mountain only to hear you all arguing, Cheng Shan inquired. Xiao Shuyun succinctly explained the situation. Even if we have a means to prosperity, we certainly would not extend it to Lu Huaer's family. What of it? Cheng Hai deliberately raised his voice, so that Lu Huaer could hear him. Oh no, Lu Ling. Cheng Zhenbao suddenly realized that Lu Ling's situation had yet to be resolved. Xiao Shuyun and old lady Cheng exchanged worried glances, exclaiming, "This is bad." After the villagers came in, I was busy quarreling with that shrew Lu Huaer. The child must have run into the house. I should have paid more attention. Xiao Shuyun lamented. Cheng Zhenbao had also been too focused on Lu Huaer to keep the child in mind. We must rescue that girl. She is so frail and covered in bruises. It pains my heart to see her like this. Only the shrew would stoop to such cruelty. Old Lady Cheng expressed her deep sympathy. Xiao Shuya nodded in agreement. Indeed, if there's a chance to save her, we must. Furthermore, Xiao Bao mentioned that the child has boundless potential and must not be ruined by the Lu family. Let us look for an opportunity. Lu Huaer, enraged, surely Wan Ti opened the door now. Old Lady Cheng and her daughter sighed, realizing there was little else to be done at the moment. However, the opportunity presented itself sooner than they expected, as that very evening, Lu Ling was cast out of her home. I told you not to steal. You little wretch dare to pilfer leftover steam buns, worthless trash. Lu Huaer lashed out, striking Lu Ling repeatedly with a stick. The latter, in pain, could only flee towards the door. I'm sorry, Aunt. I haven't eaten in 2 days. I'm truly starving, Lu Ling sobbed. Lu Huaer's face twisted in rage, venting all her frustrations from earlier onto Lu Ling. All you do is eat. You can't manage a single task. Had I known this, I should have ended you when your parents died and thrown you into a mass grave. Then you wouldn't bring misfortune upon my family. Chapter 153. Who did her chores? Today, weren't you calling them aunt and elder sister so affectionately? Then go seek them out. Otherwise, you little hussy, continue seducing men. Each of Lu Huaer's words pierced Lu Ling's heart like daggers. Despite her struggles, Lu Ling remained resilient on the journey, but she had been subjected to harassment along the way. After several fruitless attempts to seek help, she had to appear downtrodden to avoid further harm. Aunt, please don't be angry. I won't do it again. Please don't abandon me, Lu Ling pleaded humbly. When the Cheng family heard the commotion and stepped outside, they found Lu Ling huddled in a corner at the entrance of the Lu residence, unconscious. Xiao Shuyan gasped and hurried to check on her condition. She has a fever. It seems the wounds on her body were not treated properly and have become infected, Cheng Zhenbao remarked. Cheng Shan, observing the situation at the Lu door, noted, this is still a child. Lu Huaer, how could you be so heartless? From within, curses echoed. Get lost. It's clear that Lu Huaer, having been humiliated today, is deliberately taking her anger out on Lu Ling. Even if the door were to break, she wouldn't let anyone in, Xiao Shuyun observed, shouldering the child and finding her surprisingly light. The village doctor soon arrived and, after examining Lu Ling, offered a diagnosis similar to Cheng Zhenbao's. The doctor sighed, having never seen a child beaten to such a degree. This child has been malnourished for a long time. Moreover, her old injuries have worsened, while new ones fester. She requires careful nurturing, otherwise, she may suffer long-term ailments. Cheng Zhenbao's expression grew serious. As the original narrative had indicated that although Lu Ling possessed remarkable business acumen, she had met an untimely demise. After the doctor departed, the Cheng family gathered around the table. Cheng Er and Yi Xiao readily agreed to help. The Lu family has gone too far, Yi Xiao declared angrily. Lu Ling was directly cast out, correct? Should we take her in? Cheng Hai inquired. We must first consult Lu Ling herself, Xiao Shuyan stated. If she leaves the Lu family, we certainly have enough to feed her. Cheng Zhenbao nodded in agreement. The following day, as the Cheng family awoke, they found the house meticulously cleaned, with not a speck of dust in sight. Who got up in the middle of the night to clean? Xiao Shuyun exclaimed in astonishment. Who did her chores? Hearing a commotion outside, they stepped out to find Lu Ling filling water into the water tank. The yard housed 3 tanks, 2 were already full, while the third was half filled. Upon noticing the Cheng family had risen, Lu Ling stood awkwardly and greeted them. Good morning, uncle and aunt. Chapter 154. Please keep me. Xiao Shuyun was taken aback. When did you wake up? You've done so much housework already. The spring breeze was still somewhat chilly, and Lu Ling was clad in an ill-fitting thin dress, trembling from the cold. The Cheng family couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for her diligence. She woke up at the crack of dawn. Her fever has yet to subside. Cheng Zhenbao sighed inwardly, her heart aching. Silently, she cursed Lu Huaer once more. Xiao Shuyun. Hearing this, rushed forward to bring Lu Ling inside. Old Lady Cheng emerged to learn of Lu Ling's plight, feeling both helpless and pained. Your body isn't fully healed. Why are you doing all this? Nestled in Old Lady Cheng's embrace, Cheng Zhenbao watched Lu Ling's expression and noted her nervousness. It's nothing. I'm used to it. I have no other way to repay you, Lu Ling responded, her voice tight. Good child. You need not be anxious. The doctor said you're severely malnourished. Let your aunt make you some nourishing soup shortly. Cheng Shan spoke gently. Cheng Shui and Yi Xiao offered their soft reassurances as well. For the first time, Lu Ling felt so much kindness directed toward her, and her eyes grew misty as she looked toward Cheng Zhenbao, who responded with a bright smile. Emotions surged within her, and she could not help but let out a sob. Cheng Zhenbao sighed inwardly, thinking, perhaps I should ask her if she wishes to stay. Just as the elderly matriarch of the Cheng family was about to speak, Lu Ling unexpectedly knelt before her, repeatedly bowing her head. Please, auntie, uncle, and aunt, have mercy. May I stay? I can fetch water, chop wood, and cook. I am willing to perform any labor, no matter how arduous, as long as you provide me with a morsel to eat. Tears welled in Lu Ling's eyes as she spoke, and fearing rejection, she quickly added, I eat very little. Even the scraps left from cooking would suffice. She was acutely aware that this might be her only chance to leave the Lu family behind. Cheng's grandmother managed a bittersweet smile and hastily helped Lu Ling to her feet. Dear child, I was just about to ask if you would like to stay. As you can see, our home is not large and is filled with people, but we can certainly make space for you to sleep, and it would not be a problem to set an extra pair of chopsticks at the table. Upon hearing this, Lu Ling's heart soared with joy, and she bowed her head in gratitude to Cheng's grandmother and Cheng Shan repeatedly. Thank you, uncle and aunt. I will repay your kindness with hard work. Cheng Zhenbao leaned against the table, seemingly sighing as he gently patted Lu Ling's shoulder in a comforting gesture. Lu Ling, perhaps taken aback to see such warmth on the face of a child barely over a year old, stood momentarily stunned. Cheng's grandmother lifted Cheng Zhenbao and helped Lu Ling up, smiling warmly. Little Bao is welcoming you into our family, isn't that right? Cheng Zhenbao beamed a radiant smile and clapped her tiny hands twice. You may rest easy here. We have more than enough to spare for you, Cheng Shui said kindly. Observing the harmonious scene surrounding her, Lu Ling finally allowed a long-lost smile to grace her face. Thus, Lu Ling temporarily settled in the Cheng household. Although Xiao Shuyun and Cheng's grandmother had reassured her numerous times that she need not concern herself with household chores, Lu Ling still eagerly volunteered to help. Chapter 155. The bride price for the niece with Lu Ling and the 3 brothers in the household. Xiao Shuyun found herself relieved of nearly all domestic duties. Lu Huaer, after expelling Lu Ling from her home, had remained quite content for several days. If the Cheng family is foolish enough to take in that unwanted burden, let them care for her. I will never allow that little wretch back. Lu Huaer scoffed to herself. The 2 brothers, Ada and Aer, muttered together. One ungrateful wretch. It's a shame we let her stay with us for so long. Indeed, had we known, we might as well have given her to that lecherous old man. At least we could have received a bride price. Their words sparked a realization in Lu Huaer, straightening her posture with a glint of cunning in her eyes. What did you just say? Free lodging? Bride price? The brothers nodded in confusion. Yes, I have raised that little wretch with great effort, and now that the Cheng family wishes to take her in, they must first consult me. Lu Huaer suddenly sneered, her expression calculating. Come, let's pay a visit to the Cheng family. At that moment, the Cheng household was busy preparing spicy oil and magical tofu, with everyone diligently performing their respective tasks. Lu Ling was among them, her face radiating satisfaction. When she heard a knock at the door, she went to open it, but her smile froze as she saw Lu Huaer. Annie Lu Ling, she stammered, her voice trembling. Lu Huaer glared at Lu Ling with malice, sneering, smiling so happily. It seems I was right. You have indeed enticed a man who is from the Cheng family. Lu Ling regarded each member of the Cheng family as a benefactor, and Lu Huaer's words ignited a mix of anger and frustration within her. No, Annie, do not call me aunt. I have no niece as shameless as you. Lu Huaer retorted, her words dripping with disdain. You little hussy, you certainly have some skill. As she spoke, she moved to strike Lu Ling's stop. Cheng's grandmother rushed over, glaring at Lu Huaer. What are you doing here? Since you have already cast Lu Ling out, she will remain with us from now on. Lu Hua took this as a cue to intensify her demands. You truly enjoy meddling in others' affairs. Since you have taken a liking to her, then pay up. The Cheng family was taken aback. Pay? For what? Lu Ling felt a surge of anxiety as she tugged at her sleeves, fidgeting. Her parents had passed away long ago, and for the past few years, she had survived on the Cheng family's kindness. To purchase livestock, one needs silver. How much more for a living person who has consumed so much of my mother's provisions? You all want this wretched girl, then you must pay. Whether it be a bride price or a sale, it is up to you. Lu Water spoke with a dismissive tone, her nostrils flaring as she stared down the Cheng family. Cheng Zhenbao silently cursed her in his heart, thinking, how lowly can one sink? To treat one's own niece in such a manner, such a wonderful daughter, and you fail to appreciate her. Xiao Shuyan mocked. Chapter 156. Selling for 20 taels. Lu Huater turned pale, fidgeting with her sleeves and appearing flustered. Cheng's grandmother, irritated by Lu Huater's sharp tongue, replied tersely, just speak plainly. How much do you want? 20 taels. Lu Huater raised her chin, her demeanor haughty. Though she may be a burden, she is healthy and can contribute to household chores. If worst comes to worst, you can later sell her for a higher bride price. A mere country girl is hardly worth 20 taels. You are selling your own niece. Cheng Shan retorted angrily. If surviving on leftover scraps and wearing the same clothing year-round while taking on all the household chores is considered proper care, then I can only say that even a pig has a better life than Lu Ling. Cheng Zhenbao could only curse silently, unable to voice his thoughts. You heartless wretch, your retribution will come in due time. Cheng's grandmother's face darkened with anger. Lu Hua, losing her patience, snapped, mind your own business. Just answer, will you buy or not? If not, I will take the girl with me. As she spoke, she reached to grab Lu Ling, who recoiled in fear. Tears threatened to spill from Lu Ling's eyes. 20 taels was no small sum for an ordinary family. Moreover, why should they spend such a fortune on someone who was not even a relative? As her mind raced, she suddenly heard Cheng's grandmother say, Fine, 20 taels it is. We, the Cheng family, will cover the cost. The straightforwardness of her tone left both Lu Ling and Lu Hua momentarily stunned. Cheng Zhenbao mentally reminded himself, this must be documented clearly to prevent Lu Hua from reneging. However, this matter required the village head as a witness. A written contract must be established, signed, and sealed. From this day forward, Lu Ling would have no ties to the Lu family. Should you dare to strike her again, I will report you to the authorities. Shanghai declared in a deep voice. Lu Hua calculated her options, realizing that the Cheng family's swift agreement meant less silver for her. Regardless of the outcome, she could not let the Cheng family benefit easily. We will draw up a contract, but, she added, shifting her tone, she is still my niece. Blood is thicker than water. If you wish for me to leave her be, then you must pay 50 taels. Lu Ling's fate was of no concern to her. She was determined not to pass up this opportunity to extort the Cheng family. Are you trying to take advantage of us? Don't push your luck. Lu Ling's fleeting hope was dashed as despair clouded her expression. She politely bowed to the Cheng family. Thank you, uncle and aunt, for your care these past few days. Lu Hua shot her a venomous glare. Chapter 157. Contacting Lu Mingji, the Cheng family shared the same sentiment. While 50 taels seemed excessive, the value of a life was worth it. Wait, are you certain it is 50 taels without negotiation? Cheng's grandmother inquired. Upon hearing the news, Lu Hua's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course, give me 50 taels, and that wretched girl will be part of your Cheng family. She declared. Very well, since that is settled, release her, and let us proceed to the village head's home. Under the witness of the village head, the Cheng family and Lu Hua formalized an agreement in writing, severing all ties between Lu Ling and the Lu family henceforth. Mark my words, from this day on, you have no association with my Lu family. Should you encounter any hardships in the future, do not dare to seek my assistance. Lu Hua shot a glare at Lu Ling and departed, clutching the silver with a grin. Cheng Zhenbao, overhearing her remarks, could not help but smirk inwardly. Who knows who will be seeking whom in the future? This was merely a case of arbitrary price inflation. The village head frowned. Cheng Shan lifted Cheng Zhenbao into his arms, and the family departed from the village head's residence, chatting merrily. In the subsequent days, Lu Hua indeed refrained from causing any disturbances, while the joyous sounds of celebration emanated from her household, audible even through the wall separating their homes. Reports suggested that after receiving the 50 taels, her family had procured numerous items, neglecting their fields in the process. Lu Hua intended to instruct Li Yan, along with a Da and A heir, in the art of commerce. However, the Cheng family was wholly engrossed in their efforts to enrich the villagers. They explored various methods such as planting fruit trees, cultivating mussels, and growing tea, each requiring a step-by-step approach. Without delay, the following day, the village head led the villagers up the mountain, where they labored industriously, sleeves rolled up. The Cheng family joined in, each member assigned to different tasks. During a break, the village head approached Chang Shan with a furrowed brow. I mean no offense, but I must ask, even if we successfully cultivate our fruit and tea, with so many villagers selling the same products in town, won't that be akin to shooting ourselves in the foot? The village head's concerns echoed the villagers' greatest doubts. Cheng Zhenbao had already contemplated this issue. Noticing Chang Shan's dilemma, her round eyes sparkled with inspiration. That is easily resolved. Uncle Lu is still around, after all. He is a businessman who travels extensively. We can invite him to the village to discuss matters, and when our fruits and tea are ripe, he can help us sell them. Uncle Lu has been in commerce for many years and is well acquainted with numerous merchants. Should we fear unsold goods? Upon hearing Cheng Zhenbao's suggestion, Chang Shan's eyes brightened. Do not worry. Do you remember Brother Lu? Let me explain the plan, he said, and the villagers felt their worries dissipate, invigorated by renewed motivation. For several consecutive days, the Cheng family and the villagers diligently cleared the mountains. Upon hearing the news, Lu Hua climbed the mountain herself, standing aside to mock them. Look at you all, sweating profusely. Don't let it be for naught. She was clad in noticeably finer clothing, appearing more rotund than before, leisurely fanning herself. With a disdainful glance, Lu Hua snickered. I know you all are eager to curry favor with the Cheng family. Oof. Let me tell you, it is yet to be determined who will truly hold sway in Dafan village. Once my family becomes prosperous, do not come rushing to me for favors. The crowd erupted in laughter. Isn't it simply a matter of you using the silver given to you to engage in small business? What is there to be proud of in earning but a meager profit? Lu Hua, with an air of arrogance, retorted, regardless of the amount. A profit is still a profit. Unlike your family, with a husband bedridden and you alone toiling away. How pitiful! As tensions threatened to escalate, the village head quickly intervened to mediate. Cheng Zhenbao, observing Lu Hua's haughty demeanor, could not suppress her internal laughter. The Lu family lacks fortune. A small profit has made them forget their place, ultimately leading to naught. The Cheng family exchanged glances upon hearing Cheng Zhenbao's thoughts, shaking their heads as they continued their work. On the 5th day after sending the letter, Lu Zhixing arrived in Dafan village. Brother Cheng, I hope you have been well. Your home seems to have become quite lively. Lu's hearty laughter echoed even before he entered. The Cheng family eagerly welcomed him inside, with Lu quickly inquiring about the matters discussed in the letter. Cheng Shan recounted everything in detail. With your help in finding buyers for our hard-earned goods, rest assured, we have already negotiated the profit-sharing arrangement with the village head. It will be a 4-to-6 split, ensuring you do not suffer any loss, brother. Cheng Hai chimed in with a smile. The 4-to-6 split had indeed been proposed by Cheng Zhenbao, understanding that to keep the horse running, one must first provide it with fodder. Lu Zhixing pondered briefly, feeling quite satisfied. With this arrangement, he stood to gain without any risk. This is agreeable. I shall abide by Brother Cheng's terms. That is settled then. When harvest time arrives, you may write to me. From now on, I will keep an eye out for suitable buyers. However, Lu Zhixing added with a playful tone, when the harvest comes, do not forget to set aside some fine fruits for me. It has been a while since I savored their freshness. The Cheng family laughed heartily. That is absolutely no problem. By the way, in the coming months, I will be staying in town working on various tasks. Should you need any assistance, just call upon me. Lu insisted, patting his chest. I heard you were selling some tofu. How are the profits? Do you need me to help you find buyers in town? Cheng Zhenbao's mind was racing. The divine tofu sells well. However, we could explore other products to sell as well. I will require Uncle Lu's assistance with that. Cheng Hai smoothly conveyed the idea, and Lu Zhixing cheerfully agreed. At present, many villagers were already selling divine tofu, but the novelty had worn off for most townsfolk, necessitating the introduction of low-cost, yet intriguing new offerings. To cultivate fruit trees, land must be cleared, with the foremost task being to nurture the seedlings. Cheng family soil was deemed the finest, resulting in some villagers being assigned to cultivate seedlings on their land. Fortunately, there were skilled individuals in the village, and although it was challenging, the results were promising. Once the mountain land had been sufficiently cleared, the focus shifted to cleaning several ponds surrounding the village. To farm mussels, it was essential to ensure the water was clean and unpolluted. However, several ponds had become stagnant and neglected, requiring thorough cleaning. Under Cheng Zhenbao's guidance, the Cheng family enlisted a few skilled carpenters from the village to create practical and convenient tools, while also preparing organic fertilizer to spread at the pond's bottom. The village had assigned tasks to each household. Some cleared sediment, while others removed surface debris. The Cheng family's primary focus was on locating mussel shells. As the common river mussel rarely produced pearls, they needed to find the pearl mussels specifically. Cheng Zhenbao had already identified several locations known for pearl mussels, albeit in remote areas. After several days of early mornings and late nights, the Cheng family successfully gathered a significant number of pearl mussels. Upon learning this, the village head proactively approached the Cheng family to purchase mussels, offering silver when available or exchanging goods or promissory notes when not. With everyone working in unison, after more than half a month, the ponds were nearly restored. By introducing river water, the stagnant ponds were transformed into flowing waters and under the village head's guidance. Each household began to raise mussels. If the mussels were small, they would require at least 4 to 5 years to produce pearls, and the quality of the pearls was closely linked to the care provided by the farmer. When the family finally had a moment to rest, they discovered that the rabbits in their yard had escaped due to a poorly secured cage. "It's all my fault. I should have been more vigilant," Lu Ling quickly apologized. Xiao Shuyan shook her head. "Ultimately, I was the last one to feed them. I should bear the blame." Since the incident had already occurred, arguing over who was at fault served no purpose. Cheng Shan remarked. Cheng Zhenbao nodded in agreement, finding the reasoning quite sensible. There was indeed a rabbit burrow atop the mountain, a chance worth taking. Cheng Shuai, without a hint of suspicion, promptly led Yi Xiao and Cheng Zhenbao up the hill. Upon reaching the summit, they discovered a rabbit burrow nestled among the thickets, revealing a promising number of rabbits. However, as they approached, they noticed a mother and daughter pair already standing by the burrow, looking troubled. Wasn't that the widow from the Wu family? Yi Xiao instantly recognized the woman. Chapter 160. Widow Chenyu Cheng Zhenbao felt a slight discomfort at the term widow, her brow furrowing slightly as she looked over. The woman, originally named Chenyu, was an orphan who had recently married into the Wu family, only to become a widow shortly after her husband's tragic demise. Following that, her in-laws also perished during the drought. The villagers spoke ill of her, claiming she was a harbinger of misfortune, hence few dared to befriend her. Alone, she raised her daughter amidst countless adversities. Though barely in her 20s, she bore the weight of weariness upon her face. "Mother, perhaps we should just give up on the rabbits. Your wild vegetables are quite delicious," spoke Qinyu's daughter, Wu Shishir. Qinyu's face was etched with difficulty as she regarded her daughter, guilt flickering in her eyes. "Today is your birthday, and I wish to prepare a special meal for you." "It's all right, I don't even want meat," Wu Shishir replied, their exchange tinged with a bittersweet undertone. "Are you trying to catch rabbits?" Cheng Shuai inquired, stepping forward. Chenyu, clearly taken aback by their presence, eventually nodded. "Yes, but I am clumsy, and I cannot catch them no matter how hard I try." "Uncle, hurry and catch them." Cheng Shuai nodded at Chenyu. "Please wait a moment." With that, he and Yi Xiao set about capturing the rabbits. Cheng Shuai, skilled in hunting and now adept in formation tactics, found it exceedingly easy to catch the rabbits. Swiftly gathering them from a burrow, he expertly deposited the rabbits into a cage, evoking a wave of envy from Chenyu. "Uncle, you are amazing," Wu Shishir praised earnestly. Chenyu smiled and, with an apologetic glance at her daughter, said, "I'm sorry, Shishir, it seems we won't have meat today." Just as those words left her lips, several bound rabbits appeared before them. Chenyu looked up in astonishment at Cheng Shuai. "What is this?" Overwhelmed, she instinctively declined. No, these are yours. I cannot possibly take them." Feeling a bit flustered, she added, "I have no money, so I must decline." Cheng Shuai, not particularly adept with words, scratched his head and insisted, "We have plenty. Please take them." It is not easy raising a child alone. Indeed, her struggles were palpable, as rumors swirled around her in the village, and she bore the dual burdens of livelihood and motherhood. Yi Xiao sighed in sympathy. Cheng Zhenbao wore a peculiar expression, a blend of amusement and intrigue. Upon returning home, Cheng Shan crafted a new cage for the rabbits before placing them inside. These rabbits can be well nurtured. In time, we might even sell spicy rabbit heads or shredded roasted rabbit. At the mere mention of food, Cheng Zhenbao felt her mouth watering. Regrettably, they had only 8 or 9 rabbits. The Cheng family may not have heard of shredded roasted rabbit or spicy rabbit heads, but they knew that whatever Cheng Zhenbao deemed good could only be excellent. That evening, as Xiao Shuyun set the dishes on the table, a knock echoed from outside. "Chenyu?" she exclaimed, surprised to see the mother and daughter at the door. Their families were not particularly close, having exchanged few words in the past. Cheng Zhenbao, upon seeing them, donned a mischievous grin, her laughter bubbling forth. Chapter 161. The map. Chenyu smiled warmly, presenting a large bowl of rabbit meat to Xiao Shuyun. "I cooked this myself, thinking to share a bit with you taste." Cheng Zhenbao craned her neck to glimpse the generous bowl of rabbit meat, internally scoffing at the thought. How much could she possibly have saved from the rabbits? Her gaze shifted to Wu Shishir, who was staring longingly at the bowl, desperately trying to hide her desire. Xiao Shuyun instinctively declined several times, but ultimately could not refuse. "Regardless, we must thank Cheng urge," Chenyu said gratefully, and Wu Shishir echoed her thanks. "We want to stay long. We should be going." "I find Chenyu to be quite amiable, contrary to the village's rumors," Xiao Shuyun remarked. Cheng Shui scoffed. Who would believe those slanders? Cheng Feng took a bite of the rabbit meat, his eyes lighting up. "Delicious." The others quickly followed suit, exclaiming in delight. Cheng Zhenbao savored a small piece. Her taste buds satisfied, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Even old Lady Cheng praised it heartily. Days passed, and the seeds for fruit and tea trees had been sown, merely awaiting germination and growth. The cage is still too small if we wish to breed rabbits or chickens in large numbers. "We will need to clear a piece of land," Old Man Cheng mused. After a moment's contemplation, he instructed Cheng Shan to get to work. Though Cheng Feng was reluctant, he was soon compelled by Old Lady Cheng to join in. Behind the Cheng residence, alongside the well and the 2 fire pits constructed for winter, lay a considerable expanse of overgrown land requiring diligent care. "Let us clear this area. In addition to breeding rabbits and chickens, we can also cultivate silkworms. Once the silkworms produce silk, we could generate a significant income." Cheng Shan's enthusiasm surged upon hearing this. Once cleared, the land would span a generous 200 to 300 square meters, quite spacious indeed. After leveling the ground, they began to erect wooden posts to form a fence. Once the posts were firmly in place, Lu Ling wrapped twine around them, creating a closed space. "Hey, what are you doing? This is my family's land." Lu Huar rushed forward and shoved Lu Ling to the ground, only to stumble and fall herself. Cheng Shan quickly helped Lu Ling to her feet, asserting, "Don't forget, Lu Ling is now part of the Cheng family. If you lay a hand on her again, I won't hesitate to report you." Lu Huar, rising from the ground, scoffed, her expression sharp and cutting. "Don't try to intimidate me. You're trespassing on my family's land." Lu Ling pulled a map from her pocket and tossed it at Lu Huar, retorting, "This area is clearly marked as Cheng territory, and your family occupies part of it." The map delineated the boundaries of both families' lands clearly. Chapter 162. Your legs aren't quite up to it. Lu Huar, undeterred, scrutinized the map, her expression growing increasingly sour. She glared at Lu Ling. "You little brat. You think you can turn the tables? You ungrateful wretch, squandering my mother's food." Lu Ling had grown immune to Lu Huar's spiteful remarks, responding with a cool smile. "As you said, I no longer have any ties to the Lu family." Lu Huar was rendered speechless, her anger boiling over. Before Cheng Zhenbao could silently applaud Lu Ling's retort, Lu Huar, in a fit of rage, tore the map to shreds. "Huh! Now that the map is gone, I declare this land belongs to my family." Cheng Shan had never encountered such shamelessness, his eyes wide in disbelief. His face flushed with anger. Before Lu Huar could revel in her brief triumph, Lu Ling produced several more maps from her pocket, grinning brightly at Lu Huar. "I have plenty more. Do you wish to tear these as well?" Watching Lu Hua's face pale and flush in rapid succession, Cheng Zhenbao nearly burst into laughter. With such wit, she is destined for great success in business. If tearing those maps wasn't enough to quench her thirst for destruction, the village chief possessed an even more comprehensive version. Lu Ling quietly added, in the end, Lu Hua was driven away in anger. Lu Ling felt a tug at her pant leg and looked down to see a delicate, finely sculpted little face. She bent down to lift the child, amused by the look of admiration on the child's face. "Let's continue," Chang Shan said. "We must set up some traps in the fields and reinforce the outer arrangements to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from intruding." Cheng Zhenbao's gaze was pointedly fixed on the Lu family. Cheng Shan understood and, following Cheng Zhenbao's instructions, discreetly laid traps in the fields. Anyone unsuspecting who wandered in would inevitably fall victim and suffer injuries. After spending an entire day, they finally managed to tidy up the land. Subsequently, they divided the area and erected fences as per Cheng Zhenbao's guidance, herding the rabbits, chickens, and ducks inside. A small-scale farm was thus completed. Before returning home, Cheng Zhenbao contemplatively stared at the traps beneath the fence, raising an eyebrow with a smile. The entire family had come out today. As they stepped outside, they spotted Lu Hua and Li Yin limping out of their house. The couple's eyes were filled with deep resentment as they exchanged glances with the Cheng family. Cheng Zhenbao's gaze fixated on their injured legs, a glimmer of insight flashing in her eyes. "It seems the thief who broke into the garden last night has been found." Cheng Shan let out a cold snort at the couple, secretly relieved that traps had been set beneath the fence the previous night. Cheng Laodai was fully aware but feigned confusion. "Oh dear, which fool tried to sneak into our yard to steal something last night? Now look what happened. They probably became a cripple for trying to steal chickens." Cheng Hai immediately chimed in, "Indeed. If I catch that thief, I'll drag them before the village chief. If they belong to our village, they'll be chased out. If not, we'll report them to the authorities. After all, we are not unfamiliar with the officials." Yi Xiao and the others echoed in agreement. The Lu couple, living not far away, heard these words and gritted their teeth, forcing themselves to walk normally, though pain twisted their faces. "Ah, Lu Hua, your legs seem rather unsteady," Xiao Shuyan remarked pointedly, eyeing them. Chapter 163. Catching silkworms, Lu Hua and Li Yin felt a pang of guilt, stopping in their tracks while attempting to maintain a nonchalant facade. "Don't speak carelessly. Your family merely has good fortune in raising a few animals. Maida and heir have gone to town to do business and make big money. Who would covet your meager possessions?" With that, she tugged Li Yin forward, striding as if to assert that her legs were unharmed. However, unbeknownst to her, the Cheng family's position allowed them to observe her every expression. "Ha ha!" Lu Hua heard the unabashed laughter behind her and tightened her grip on Li Yan's arm, whose face contorted in pain. "What are you laughing at?" The Cheng family wore innocent expressions. Cheng Hai, still recalling the previous rumors, snorted. "What does it have to do with you?" Lu Hua, feeling insulted, left in a huff. The Cheng family, in high spirits, ascended the mountain, encountering many familiar villagers along the way, who greeted them warmly. Once in the mountains, the Cheng family allocated tasks and dispersed. Xiao Shuyan and Lu Ling were responsible for gathering the leaves needed to make fairy tofu, while Cheng Shui and Yi Xiao went to set traps for catching prey. The remaining members split up to search for silkworms. Cheng Zhenbao, being carried by Cheng Shui, nimbly navigated through the thickets. "Found it. There are many silkworms on the mulberry tree to the northwest." Cheng Zhenbao pinpointed the exact location. Cheng Shui, without suspicion, approached. At that moment, someone was already at the mulberry tree. "Is it you?" Cheng Shui asked, surprised. Chen Yu looked up to see Cheng Shui and Cheng Zhenbao, and she cheerfully teased Cheng Zhenbao before turning to inquire, "Are you also here to gather flowers and wild vegetables?" "Not at all. We are here to catch silkworms," Cheng Zhenbao replied. Chen Yu paused for a moment, quickly realizing, "So, you intend to raise silkworms?" "Exactly." Cheng Shui, not the most eloquent, exchanged a few pleasantries before preparing to catch silkworms. However, being accustomed to rough work, he inadvertently squeezed the silkworms too hard, killing them in the process. Cheng Zhenbao twitched her mouth in dismay. "Second uncle, you are supposed to catch silkworms, not kill them." Seeing Cheng Zhenbao on his back and observing his clumsy movements, Chen Yu covered her mouth and laughed, This mulberry tree is tall, and given your bulk and the child on your back, how about I climb the tree and help you catch them? Cheng Shui felt a bit embarrassed, thinking it was fine for him to catch wild boars or game. But silkworms were delicate and easily perished with a firm grip, which troubled him greatly. Can you climb the tree? Cheng Shui asked. Chen Yu smiled and quickly ascended the tree, standing high on the branches, beaming down at Cheng Shui. Don't worry. I practice climbing trees to gather leaves during the drought. There are plenty of silkworms on this tree. They're densely packed. Second brother Cheng, toss the basket up to me. Cheng Shui immediately complied. Cheng Zhenbao watched as Chen Yu lined the bottom of the bamboo basket with a thick layer of mulberry leaves before placing the silkworms inside, her actions swift and precise, showcasing remarkable efficiency. Clumsy second uncle, learn from me. Cheng Shui, aware of his own lack of dexterity, chuckled and scratched his head. The surroundings were filled with lush mulberry trees. Perhaps due to the prolonged drought, these plants thrived remarkably after the recent rains. Chen Yu climbed up and down, quickly filling several baskets. Chapter 164. Flower picking. Listening to Chen Yu talk animatedly, Cheng Shui was somewhat astonished. Naturally, there's more than just this. The others in the family are searching elsewhere. Did you raise silkworms before, young lady? Cheng Zhenbao's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Chen Ani not only raised silkworms. Her family once prospered through sericulture, but they fell on hard times and she married into the Wu family. Cheng Zhenbao recalled from the original plot. Upon hearing that the Cheng family was searching for silkworms elsewhere, Chen Yu pondered for a moment before speaking. My family used to raise silkworms, so I have some understanding. Why don't I help you catch them? Cheng Shui was about to decline when Chen Yu added, no need to be polite. You gave me so many rabbits without reason, and I still feel bad about it. Cheng Zhenbao beamed at Chen Yu, whose beauty was accentuated by her radiant smile, melting the heart of anyone who beheld her. Your little niece is truly adorable. Cheng Shui grinned proudly, then scratched his head. Your sure is also very cute. Cheng Zhenbao, uninterested in their mutual flattery, urged them to hurry and find others. True to her word, Chen Yu helped the Cheng family scour all the places that Cheng Zhenbao calculated to have silkworms. Cheng Zhenbao roughly estimated that Chen Yu likely helped the Cheng family catch 2,000 to 3,000 silkworms that day. Though the task seemed simple, it was quite exhausting in practice. After descending from the tree, Chen Yu's face bore signs of fatigue. She slung her basket over her shoulder and, glancing at the setting sun, hurriedly bid farewell to the Cheng family before descending the mountain. Cheng Laotai, upon organizing the bamboo basket containing the silkworms, looked up and noticed Chen Yu's absence, exclaiming, where has she gone? Cheng Laotai sighed. Alas, she must be suffering alone. In this village, while everyone speaks of mutual help, very few are willing to extend a hand. Not causing trouble is already commendable. Cheng Zhenbao fell silent, realizing that in this era, a widow could hardly expect to lead a good life. Perhaps due to frequent discussions about her, they had seldom heard Chen Yu speak much before. Xiao Shuyan suggested, she helped us a lot today. Later, why don't we invite her and her daughter over for a meal? The others readily agreed. In spring, we eat flowers. In summer, we eat fruits. It's a perfect opportunity to explore new dishes to sell in town. As Cheng Zhenbao descended the mountain, her gaze was captivated by a sprawling field of roses, nearly an acre adorned with blooms. Immersed in the sea of flowers, she was enveloped by their fragrant allure. A sight to behold. Along the winding path down the mountain, rows of locust and pear blossoms flourished. The Cheng family reveled in the breathtaking scenery. Yet only Cheng Zhenbao's wide eyes darted about in curiosity. Chapter 165. The matchmaker has yet to speak. Can these flowers be eaten? Cheng Zhenbao pondered internally. Haven't we already had enough to eat? Why resort to nibbling on these wild blooms? Cheng Feng voiced his bewilderment. Old Lady Cheng, not one to linger on idle chatter, urged everyone to get moving, recalling how Cheng Zhenbao had reminded them to bring extra sacks on their outing. They continued until the sacks were overflowing, and the Cheng family trudged down the mountain, laden with their bounty. Why must we pick these flowers? Look at my hands, they've been pricked and wounded. Cheng Feng complained as they walked. Upon hearing this, Old Lady Cheng recalled Cheng Zhenbao's previous words and furrowed her brow, refusing to indulge him. Stop with the gloomy talk. Everyone is picking flowers, not just you. Look at Xiao Ling, so young yet gathering more than you. You should be ashamed. Cheng Feng. Upon seeing Lu Ling carrying 4 or 5 sacks, fell silent and accepted 2 from her hands. Cheng Zhenbao observed this exchange, sighing inwardly. Cheng Feng still needed some refining, yet he had changed considerably from his earlier lofty ambitions. "Uncle, how about you invite Aunt Chen over?" Yi Xiao quipped, casting a knowing glance at Cheng Shui. The latter frowned, slapping Yi Xiao's shoulder. "You little rascal, I can tell you're up to no good." "Yi Xiao, fine inojenje. I'm not. She helped us so much today, and didn't Aunt Chen say she wanted to invite us over for dinner?" Despite his reasoning, Cheng Shui felt something was off about Yi Xiao and turned to assist Cheng Shan instead. Cheng Zhenbao chuckled to herself, enjoying the gossip shared among Yi Xiao and his brothers. How old is Uncle this year? Still no matchmaker? Grandma Cheng was indeed anxious. But circumstances required everyone to focus on their livelihoods. But he can't remain unmarried forever. "I think Aunt Chen is quite nice and gentle, but she's a widow. You shouldn't meddle in matters of the heart." The 3 brothers began to bicker, while Cheng Zhenbao, seated on a bench, wiped the drool from her mouth. Fate determines destiny. Who can truly predict the bonds of affection? She pouted and wobbled over to Cheng Shui, who was squatting on the ground, weaving winnowing baskets. He was focused on his task when he felt a tug at his sleeve. "What is it, little treasure?" Cheng Shui asked, lifting her up. Cheng Zhenbao, biting her finger, babbled towards the door. "Uncle, there's someone at the gate." Upon hearing this, Cheng Shui rushed to open the door, revealing Chen Yu and her daughter standing at the threshold, both holding several flat baskets. Chen Yu handed over the baskets, saying, "These are perfect for silkworm cultivation. I have no use for them at home, so I thought to give them to you. You can line the bottom with mulberry leaves, place the silkworms on top, and feed them regularly. If you plan to raise a large number of silkworms, you'll need a separate spacious room." Chapter 166. The art of silkworm rearing then, using wood and bamboo. You can create several racks to place the baskets on for proper feeding. The silkworm rearing cycle lasts about 50 days, and in the early stages, it's best to feed them fresh mulberry leaves. If you wish to engage in long-term silkworm cultivation, you must keep a batch of pupae to produce eggs. Chen Yu shared her entire experience in silkworm rearing, only to notice Cheng Shui looking utterly bewildered. "Mother, you're speaking too fast. Uncle and Sure can't understand you." Wu Sure chimed in, her innocent voice charming. At just 9 years old, her clear and sparkling eyes were delightful. Cheng Zhenbao adored the little girl. Recognizing that Chen Yu had raised her well, Chen Yu realized her misstep and chuckled apologetically. "I'm sorry, I got carried away. I only learned a few things and have no way to write them down for you." Just then, old lady Cheng approached and overheard. With a resigned glance at Cheng Shui, who stood like a pillar at the door, she warmly ushered Chen Yu into the courtyard. "My second son is a bit of a fool. He doesn't even think to invite guests in. Please don't take offense." Cheng Shui scratched his head, looking sheepish. Chen Yu waved her hands dismissively, smiling. "Oh no, it's just that my status doesn't really suit visiting others' homes." Upon hearing this, old lady Cheng frowned. "What nonsense is that? It doesn't seem matter who you are. You've helped us immensely and are certainly our guest." Cheng Zhenbao silently critiqued, "What is this nonsense about being a star-crossed soul? This aunt has a favorable destiny, a life of virtue. Those villagers are just talking nonsense." Old lady Cheng shared the same sentiment, realizing through their interactions that Chen Yu is genuinely a good person. "Ignore the idle gossip. You've done us a great service, so of course, you're our guest. Besides, you haven't done anything wrong, so don't heed their words." The Cheng family was open-minded, and Cheng Zhenbao felt grateful for that. Chen Yu was taken aback, feeling a bit flustered. Xiao Shuyan noticed her discomfort and stepped forward. "I heard you discussing silkworm rearing techniques. Why not share them with me? I do like to learn a thing or two." "Such unique secrets cannot be shared lightly," old lady Cheng replied. Chen Yu felt the warmth of the Cheng family's kindness, a comforting wave washing over her. "Actually, the methods for raising silkworms are quite similar. I only learned a few tricks as a child, nothing too special. If you all don't mind, I'll gladly share what I know." Friendships among women formed swiftly, and in just a short while, Xiao Shuyun and Chen Yu were chatting joyously, arm in arm. As promised, Chen Yu imparted much knowledge on silkworm rearing to the Cheng family, and Cheng Zhenbao felt enriched by the insights, realizing that expertise indeed requires dedication. With Chen Yu's assistance, the Cheng family cleared a room, constructed wooden racks, and placed the baskets containing silkworms on them, officially commencing their silkworm rearing venture. Chapter 167. Taro thanks to Chen Yu's experience. She frequently visited the Cheng family to assist them in their endeavors. Under her guidance, the family became increasingly adept at silkworm cultivation. Xiao Shuyan carefully folded a white cloth and placed it in a box, revealing numerous tiny black dots, silkworm eggs. Meanwhile, Old Lady Cheng and Old Man Cheng bundled dry straw to hang from a rope, placing harvested silkworms atop the straw, facilitating better cocoon production. The tasks involved in silkworm rearing were numerous. Every day, they had to forage for fresh mulberry leaves, and with the addition of clam farming, the Cheng family was busier than ever. Each evening, Old Lady Cheng would express her gratitude for having retained Yi Xiao and Lu Ling. Otherwise, the family's many responsibilities would overwhelm just Cheng's brothers. Within just a few days, the Cheng family had harvested several baskets of pristine silkworm cocoons, and Cheng Zhenbao noted that their quality was quite satisfactory. Aside from daily foraging for mulberry leaves, Xiao Shuyan and Lu Ling focused on unwinding silk from the cocoons, spinning it into thread to be saved for weaving once they accumulated enough. The silkworm excrement was collected in a frame, as it could serve as a medicinal herb or fertilizer if necessary. Weaving was a skill that every woman of this era needed to master. However, she suddenly recalled that on the hillside across the way, there seemed to be a vast grove of sugarcane. Many villagers regarded sugarcane as mere bamboo, unaware that it is indeed edible, which is why few ventured to harvest it. Moreover, its vigorous vitality was evident, as it thrived even after a harsh winter. This was precisely what she had hoped for. Recently, the bounty from foraging had been quite remarkable, allowing Cheng Shui and a few others to enjoy a rare day of leisure. Naturally, Grandma Cheng would not refuse the suggestion put forth by Cheng Zhenbao. With a wave of her hand, she promptly summoned the family to head up the mountain. These sugarcanes don't appear to be of good quality. Can they truly be consumed? Cheng Feng questioned, furrowing his brow at the sight before him. Of course they can. They are rich in moisture and sugar. For plants that have not been artificially cultivated, their growth is quite impressive. Instead of hesitating, we should act swiftly. The benefits will reveal themselves in due time. Upon hearing Cheng Zhenbao's conviction, the Cheng family ceased their doubts and immediately set to work. Due to her advanced age, Grandma Cheng was unable to participate in the cutting, so she decided to carry Cheng Zhenbao and wander around. As they walked, Cheng Zhenbao's gaze fell upon flowers on the ground, causing her brow to arch slightly. Is this konjac? Grandma Cheng followed her gaze, puzzled by Cheng Zhenbao's excitement, for it was merely snakehead grass, a poisonous plant unfit for consumption. Chapter 168. A fortuitous encounter perhaps. Sensing Grandma Cheng's skepticism, Cheng Zhenbao pouted, her clever eyes glimmering. While raw konjac does possess slight toxicity, with proper preparation, it can yield a delightful texture when cooked. It can be fried or served cold. Cheng Zhenbao had been fretting over what to prepare for sale, and this was like a serendipitous opportunity presenting itself. Before her lay a vast expanse of konjac, which could result in dozens of pounds of konjac tofu. She hadn't anticipated such a bounty on the mountain, so she decided to embrace the fortune. Relying solely on store-bought tofu won't suffice. Observing the snakehead grass with uncertainty, Grandma Cheng ultimately decided to heed Cheng Zhenbao's advice. With the Cheng brothers preoccupied, Grandma Cheng called for Xiao Shuyan to bring a hoe and assist her in harvesting the konjac. Ah, Grandma Cheng, you're here too. They were engrossed in their task when they heard Chen Yu's voice. A smile graced Grandma Cheng's face. Have you finished your work in the fields? If not, I can send my second son to assist you. Chen Yu had been busy tending her own small plot of land with her friend Wu Shishir. Although the land was modest, handling it alone proved somewhat challenging. Thank you so much. I'll just about wrap things up. I was thinking of heading up the mountain to dig for bamboo shoots and bamboo fungus to sell in town. If luck is on my side, I'll bring some bamboo fungus back for you. It makes for a delightful soup. Having spent considerable time together, Grandma Cheng knew there was no point in declining, and she chuckled, just take care of yourself for now. Sister, have some candy. Wu Shishir, holding a piece of candy the size of a fingernail, carefully offered half to Cheng Zhenbao. Cheng Zhenbao, unable to refuse, found a sweet treat already in her mouth. The sugary flavor paired with Wu Shishir's radiant smile nearly melted her heart. Although her physical form was that of a child, her soul was not so constrained. This child, sharing when she barely has enough for herself, Grandma Cheng remarked with a laugh. It's all right. There will be other opportunities to enjoy it. Besides, Zhenbao is truly endearing. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chen Yu took her leave with Wu Shishi. Noticing Cheng Zhenbao's gaze lingering on the pair, Grandma Cheng teased. It seems our little treasure has taken quite a liking to Shishi. Once Chen Yu departed, the Cheng family resumed their konjac harvesting. Soon after, a group of young men approached the mountain. Observing their demeanor, Cheng Zhenbao sensed their impulsive and irritable nature, evident in their sharp eyes, a sign of indulgence in vices. Hurry up, move faster. If you dawdle, we'll miss our chance. One of them urged, prompting laughter from the others. Grandma Cheng and Xiao Shuyan paid little heed to their remarks, assuming they were simply eager to search for something in the mountains, and greeted them cheerfully. The group, feigning urgency, quickly departed. Cheng Zhenbao watched them leave, her fingers curling slightly as she calculated silently, pursing her lips without voicing her thoughts. The Cheng family worked diligently from morning until afternoon. As the sun blazed overhead, they took a moment to rest in the shade beneath a tree. Isn't that Shishi? Cheng Feng squinted at Wu Shishi, who was descending the mountain alone, appearing somewhat distressed. The others turned to look, and Grandma Cheng called out for Wu Shishi to join them. Wu Shishi's face was downcast, clearly unhappy. What's wrong, Shishi? Where's your mother? Xiao Shuyan gently inquired. Crouching down, Cheng Zhenbao narrowed her eyes slightly, sighing internally. Wu Shishi pouted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Mother is still up the mountain, but she told me to come down first. Why do you look so glum? It's because of Tian Li and the others. At this, the Cheng family paused, quickly grasping the implication. Wu Shishi added, I don't like those uncles. Every time they visit, Mother becomes upset and even cries in secret. I've seen it. Is it because I'm being naughty that it makes Mother cry? As she spoke, Wu Shishi began to choke back sobs. Cheng Zhenbao sighed softly in her heart. Aunt Chun is gentle and attractive, naturally drawing admiration. With this revelation, the Cheng family understood the situation. The expressions of the Cheng brothers darkened. Grandma Cheng took Wu Shishi's hand, saying, Come, Shishi, let us go find your mother. At the mountaintop, a clearing amidst the bamboo grove was abundant with wild bamboo fungus. Cultivating these mushrooms artificially is quite challenging, so it was surprising to find so many in the wild. However, they require careful handling. If not prepared correctly, they can emit an unpleasant soap-like odor. At this moment, Chen Yu sat silently on the ground, her face clouded with frustration as she dug for bamboo fungus. Tian Li and his companion stood nearby, watching her work with arms crossed, occasionally whistling in a manner that bore unmistakable suggestion. Look at you, working so hard under this scorching sun. We offered to help, but you refused, Tian Li remarked, a straw dangling from his mouth, his tone flippant. His words were met with agreement from his companions. Exactly. We're all from the same village. Wouldn't it be splendid if we helped each other? Their laughter rang out, filled with an unmistakable connotation. Call out, big brother, and I'll come to your aid immediately. One leered, with a glint in his eye. Tian Li stepped closer to Chun Yu, feigning anger. Are you trying to use your little tricks on me? Go away. Then, turning to Chun Yu with a grin, he said, Ignore them. You're here to gather mushrooms, right? You should have told me earlier. I'm the best at that. As he spoke, he moved closer under the pretense of helping her gather mushrooms, but his hand reached toward hers. His actions incited further jeers from his companions. Tian Li, you're being quite shameless. We're all in this together. There's no reason for you to hog all the fun. Chapter 170. What kind of virtue shall we uphold? Before Tian Li could respond, Chun Yu, unable to bear it any longer, forcefully pushed him away, retreating to a safe distance. Get away. Chun Yu's voice trembled with anger, her eyes glaring fiercely at Tian Li. The thoughts of these individuals were all too clear to her. However, she found herself powerless to resist due to her meager strength. In the village, these beasts would at least temper their behavior. But now, in this desolate wilderness, her only option was to send her daughter down the mountain. If something dire were to occur, it would not endanger Wu Shishi. She had no choice but to gamble, seizing a moment when they were inattentive to flee down the mountain. Yet, her intentions seemed to have been discerned by Tian Li and his cohorts, who silently blocked her escape route. Chen Yu felt her heart plummet, her delicate face paling as her fingers tightened around her sleeve. Today, it seemed, she was doomed to face calamity, and she felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. What kind of world was this, where a widow with a child could maintain her dignity for long? It would be far better to submit to them. At least then, she and her daughter might secure a few decent meals. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Chen Yu felt a wave of nausea wash over her. She turned her head and spat, glaring coldly at Tianli. Who would crave your foul company? I have hands and feet. My daughter and I will not perish. She urged them to leave, threatening to call for help if they did not comply. At her warning, Tianli and the others erupted into mocking laughter, their amusement laced with sinister intent. Do you think we have stood here for so long without reason? Tianli Smirka. We observed that the Cheng family was harvesting vegetables halfway up the mountain hours ago. They have surely left by now. With malicious grins, they scrutinized Chen Yu with predatory eyes, rubbing their hands together in anticipation. Chen Yu felt a bitter taste in her mouth as despair settled in her heart. She stepped back cautiously, but Tianli and his companions advanced relentlessly, blocking her escape route. Don't even think about struggling. It would be futile. Just comply. The implication was clear. There were already watchers at the bottom of the mountain, and should Chen Yu descend in disarray, it would be evident what had transpired. The thought of such a scenario left her panic-stricken. How could she and her young daughter continue to live in the village afterward? Even if it were not by her own volition, the fear of public scrutiny loomed large. With a precipice behind her and nowhere to retreat, Chen Yu contemplated a desperate leap, yet her concern for her young daughter held her back. Seizing the moment of her distraction, Tianli lunged forward and forcefully knocked her to the ground. Chen Yu barely registered the pain as she struggled fiercely, letting out a piercing scream, tears streaming down her face in utter despair. Chapter 171. A close call. Tianli and his cohorts wore lewd grins, preparing to act when they were suddenly met with several powerful kicks from behind. Caught off guard, they stumbled and fell, groaning in surprise. Cheng Zhenbao was the first to notice Chen Yu's plight. Her clothing was slightly disheveled from her struggles, but they had arrived just in time. Had they been any later, she feared that the malevolent intentions of these men would have succeeded, potentially leading to dire consequences. Seeing the stone near Chen Yu, she understood everything. The reason she had refrained from warning the Cheng family was that she had calculated Chen Yu's need to endure this trial, believing that her future would be prosperous. She worried that intervening prematurely might disrupt Chen Yu's fortune. Cheng Shui, Tianli, and his companions exclaimed in surprise. You haven't descended yet. Cheng Shui, refusing to look at the downed Chen Yu, fixed a piercing gaze on the man. You must truly be deranged, attacking a defenseless woman. What kind of men are you? After being chastised, Tianli and his cohorts, unable to maintain their bravado, retorted, We're all men here. What's your point? If you had no interest in this widow, why did you come up the mountain alone? Cheng Zhenbao, who had been silently observing, wondered if Cheng Shui was truly devoid of sense. The Cheng family was merely behind him. He was the fastest due to his familiarity with the mountain paths. With a fierce glare, Cheng Shui acted swiftly, delivering several punches to one of them. Accustomed to hunting and possessing some martial skills, he was well built, and thus, Tianli and his companions, despite being struck, dared not retaliate, only groaning in pain as they clutched their injuries. When the Cheng matriarch and others arrived, they witnessed Cheng Shui single-handedly overpowering Tianli and his group while Chen Yu sat nearby, sobbing. Lu Ling quickly shielded Wu Shishir's eyes, leading her away. Enough, second. Don't kill them. The Cheng matriarch, fearing a fatal outcome, hastily intervened. Rest assured, Grandma, these scoundrels deserve a thorough lesson. Besides, second knows his limits, Cheng Zhenbao thought. Cursing him silently, Tianli and his companions were left bruised and battered, their faces a mosaic of injuries. As the situation escalated, not only Cheng Shui, but others also landed a few kicks, prompting the assailants to plead for mercy. Brother Cheng, second brother Cheng, we beg you, please do not let this incident spread. We are all from the same village. How could we remain here if word gets out? Cheng Shan sneered, thinking, now you care about your reputation? What were you doing earlier when you preyed upon the weak? The assailants exchanged contrite glances, too ashamed to speak further. Tianli, desperata, knelt before Chen Yu, pleading, we acknowledge our wrongdoing, but consider If this gets out, your reputation will also suffer. Think of the past rumors in the village. Lu Ling was disgusted by their shamelessness, regretting not having stepped in sooner. How dare you utter such words? Cheng Zhenbao suggested quietly. Perhaps we should leave the decision to Aunt Chun, as she is the one involved. The Cheng family found this reasoning sound, turning their gazes toward Chenyu. Her chest heaved with emotion, clearly furious. Yet, her gaze drifted to Wu Shi, and ultimately, she pressed her lips together in silence. After a moment, Chenyu finally spoke. You may go, and let it be as if I have never encountered you today. Choosing to endure for Wu Shi's future, Cheng Zhenbao sighed inwardly. The elder Cheng matriarch and Xiao Shuyan shared a myriad of emotions as women themselves. Tian Li and his cohorts scrambled away, and Chenyu composed herself, gently reassuring Wu Shi as they made their descent down the mountain. Meanwhile, several women stood at the foot of the mountain, all from Dafeng village. Why haven't we seen Tian Li and the others come down? Could be I misheard. Were they not pursuing that vixen? Spoke Feng, Tian Li's wife. It should not be, for I have observed how they frequently pay attention to that widow. Could it be that they have not yet? After speaking, the expressions of several women turned rather grim. Shall we personally go up the mountain to catch them? Feng tightly gripped the hoe in her hand, coldly staring at the descending path. The mountain is vast. How can we ascertain their whereabouts? Let's wait here. If I truly lay eyes on that vixen, I shall not hesitate to strike her down. Lu Huaer was among the group, not there to catch anyone, but merely to join the fray. It seems that recently, that widow has been getting rather close to the Cheng family, does it not? The others chimed in agreement. I believe I hear footsteps approaching. Is it them? Feng was already prepared to hurl stones, her gaze fixated on the mountain path. Is that the Cheng family? They are with that vixen. Look, Xiao Shuyun from a distance. Also noticed the aggressive group, led by Feng. Chen Yu's face darkened, her hands clenched tightly, feeling somewhat anxious. Thankfully, old Madame Cheng offered comfort. Cheng Zhenbao raised her brow, inwardly scoffing. One must admit, to acquire Chen Yu's agricultural benefits, these individuals are truly scheming. What wrong has Aunt Chun committed to warrant such tension? It is best to act as though we know nothing. Chapter 173. Just asking, encouraged by old Madame Cheng. Chen Yu composed herself. The group descended the mountain, engaging in light-hearted banter. Feng craned her neck, her gaze lingering on the Cheng family with a hint of suspicion. Several women began to push and shove each other. Lu Huaer stood with her arms crossed, observing with an air of superiority. Eventually, Feng stepped forward to block their path, frowning as her piercing gaze fell upon Chenyu. Have you seen my family's Tian Li today? Her tone held skepticism. The others gathered closer to inquire. Xiao Shuyan inwardly laughed, yet feigned innocence. Tian Li? Naturally, we saw him. Did they not ascend the mountain to gather firewood around noon? And then? Feng fixated her gaze on Chenyu. Feeling the weight of the stare, Chenyu remained calm. She smiled lightly at Feng. What then? We have not seen them since. Old Madame Cheng disregarded the expressions on their faces. How on earth did you find us? They did not accompany us. How could we possibly know where they are? With such an aggressive demeanor, were you planning? The women exchanged awkward smiles, seemingly embarrassed, and discreetly concealed the stones in their hands. No, we are merely wandering about. Did the widow of the Wu family not see them today? One person asked. Chen Yu scoffed. I've been with old Madame Cheng and the others, gathering bamboo shoots and bamboo, so naturally, I've seen them. What is the meaning of Madame Xie pursuing me with questions? Does she suppose I would be in the company of those gentlemen, Tian Li and his friends? Lacking concrete evidence, Feng and the others could only smile awkwardly. You speak nonsense. We were merely asking casually. The group continued their jovial conversation as they walked away. Feng, Lu Huaer, and the others remained rooted to the spot. Once the Cheng family had distanced themselves, they no longer felt the need to feign innocence. One shook her head. I doubt it. Why would the Cheng family go through such trouble? That vixen is already a widow, and old Madame Cheng would not entertain thoughts of matchmaking for her son. Moreover, that vixen appears pristine and composed, not resembling someone who has been. The group frowned as they gradually moved away. Liu Huaer, Alms Closet, gazed pensively in the direction the Cheng family had departed. On the other side, after entering the village, Chen Yu intended to bid farewell to the Cheng family, but was directly pulled into their home by old Madame Cheng. Thus, Chen Yu and her mother visited the Cheng household. Chapter 174. Cheng Er must take care after the meal. Old Madame Cheng still felt uneasy about Chen Yu and her mother. She turned to Cheng Shui. "Er, you are skilled in martial arts from now on. Whenever you have free time, lend a hand to Chen Yu and her mother." Cheng Shui recalled today's events and nodded in agreement. "No problem." Chen Yu hesitated, feeling it would be too much trouble. They were not in a position to cause harm in the village. "That is hard to say." Old Master Cheng shook his head. "They are all young and full of vigor. They outnumber us, and if we wait until they take action before preparing ourselves, it will be too late." Chen Yu remained silent for a moment before reluctantly nodding. "I shall trouble you, Brother Cheng Er." Cheng Shui waved his hand dismissively. "It is nothing. Do not take it to heart." Cheng Zhenbao noticed Xiao Sui and his brothers exchanging knowing glances with Lu Ling, all grinning mischievously. On the way, Chen Yu let out a long sigh. "What is it?" Cheng Shui asked. "Why mention this? You have helped my family greatly. Without your family's silkworms, how could they thrive so well?" Chen Yu understood well that Brother Cheng Er wasn't just comforting her. Even without her, relying on their family connections to raise silkworms would be effortless. Cheng Shui scratched his head, unsure how to respond. As he lifted his hand, Chen Yu caught sight of his tattered sleeve. Cheng Shui looked down and noticed the damage to his outer garment, muttering, "When did this get torn?" It was a perfectly good piece of clothing. With the conversation reaching this point, Cheng Shui felt it inappropriate to refuse and took off the tattered outer garment. "Then I shall be indebted to you." When Chen Yu took the garment, their fingers briefly brushed against each other, leaving them momentarily stunned and awkwardly silent as they walked towards Shen's home. Cheng Shui scratched his head and bid farewell before leaving. On the return journey, he shook his head, dismissing the strange feelings that had arisen within him. The next day, does Mother mean to crush all this konjac into a paste? Cheng Feng looked at the yard strewn with konjac and felt his head pounding. Just as things were starting to settle down in the fields, how could there be an endless stream of tasks? He could already hear old Madame Cheng's voice ringing like firecrackers in his ears, and the thought of the labor ahead made him feel disheartened. Cheng Zhenbao stifled a chuckle at his predicament. Today's task was to make konjac tofu and produce sugar from sugarcane. She pondered for a moment. Since white sugar is quite difficult to purify, making brown sugar would suffice. After all, the only difference lies in the processing. The taste is not significantly different, so there is no need to overcomplicate things. After breakfast, old Madame Cheng assigned tasks to everyone. Chapter 175. An awkward atmosphere. She, along with Xiao Shuyun and Cheng Feng, was responsible for making konjac tofu, while the stronger Qing Shan and Cheng Shui remained at home to extract sugarcane juice. Yi Xiao and the others, along with Lu Ling, were tasked with gathering fresh mulberry leaves from the mountain. Old Master Cheng and Cheng Hai took care of the silkworms, collecting cocoons and changing the baskets as needed. The entire family was busy with their responsibilities. Although Cheng Feng was somewhat reluctant, he still threw himself into the work. After peeling the konjac, be careful of the white fruit inside. Direct contact with your hands may cause redness and itching. Cheng Zhenbao leaned against a stool, watching as old Madame Cheng and her daughter-in-law peeled and ground the konjac into a paste. Xiao Shuyan donned gloves she had made during winter. As the youngest, Cheng Zhenbao only needed to sit quietly and avoid causing trouble, occasionally crawling around on the ground to observe everyone. If any issues arose, she would be the first to speak up. When Chen Yu arrived with Wu Shishir, she was greeted by the sight of everyone busy with their tasks. After inquiring about the situation, she joined in to help. She was swift and organized in her movements. Wu Shishir took Cheng Zhenbao to play with the rabbits. When the latter stumbled, she simply carried her on her back. Cheng Zhenbao felt a bit anxious, fearing that Wu Shishir's small frame might drop her at any moment. Cheng Shui and Cheng Shan were engaged in physical labor, and after a while, they were drenched in sweat. Cheng Shui's face was splattered with sugarcane juice, sticky and unpleasant. He pulled up his sleeves and wiped for a long time, yet the surface remained unclean. Just as he was about to rise, a damp handkerchief appeared before him. Looking up, he found it was Chen Yu. Cheng Shui thanked her and accepted it, but after wiping for a while, the mess still lingered. Thus, Chen Yu took it upon herself to assist him. At such an age, he still resembled a child. She chuckled, her tone effortlessly casual. Upon finishing her words, their eyes met, and they both froze in astonishment. Chang Shui's expression turned slightly awkward. He scratched his head and chuckled, offering a dismissive remark that it was fine. Those around them raised their eyebrows in silent understanding. Not far away, Wu Shishir was giggling while holding Cheng Zhenbao's hand. Zhenbao, my mother's face is so red. Just like a monkey's bottom. Cheng Zhenbao found this amusing. Such innocent candor. One can easily tell they are truly related. However, observing the awkward atmosphere between Cheng Shui and Chun Yu, a smirk of maternal pride crept on her lips. Her gaze instinctively drifted toward old Madame Cheng. After a moment of contemplation, the latter furrowed her brow and focused on her tasks, appearing rather disinterested. Cheng Zhenbao understood this. After all, this era still bore the weight of feudal traditions. Although Chun Yu was admirable, she had already been married and had children, making old Madame Cheng's reluctance to accept her entirely understandable. The family had toiled from dawn until dusk, yet their tasks remained unfinished. With Cheng Zhenbao's guidance, however, they had successfully created konjac tofu. The finished product bore a color reminiscent of black fungus, exuding steam and possessing a smooth, springy texture. Unfortunately, its aroma was a peculiar blend of sweet and foul. Chapter 176. Selling konjac tofu at first glance. Konjac tofu appeared unappealingly dark, yet its flavor was surprisingly delightful. For dinner, the Cheng family indulged in tofu mixed with spicy oil, which left Chinyu utterly astonished during her first taste, leading her to consume an excessive amount. To the point of embarrassment, Cheng Shan laughed heartily, saying, "What's there to be embarrassed about? If you enjoy it, eat as much as you like. After a full day of work, a good meal tastes even better." Xiao Shuyun chimed in with a smile, serving Chunyu and Wu Shishir more dishes. "Indeed. Look over there. There's still a large vat left. If you like it, feel free to eat your fill." The meal was filled with joy and hearty enjoyment. This sugar cane is incredibly tough to extract juice from. The two of us have hardly paused and have only managed to extract a third of it, Cheng Shui remarked. There's no way around it. Without blueprints, we can't create labor-saving machinery. Cheng Zhenbao felt equally helpless, as she could hardly hold a pen, let alone construct a machine, knowing that mere words wouldn't suffice to explain how to build one. Old Cheng offered some comforting words. Just endure a bit longer. For 3 consecutive days, the Cheng family remained indoors, only stepping out to check on the saplings and gather mulberry leaves. Fortunately, their diligence bore fruit. After a few days, they had harvested 2 large jars of brown sugar, several trays of fragrant pastries, and several large vats of konjac tofu. Chinyu almost daily brought Wu Shishir along to help. On a sunlit morning, Cheng Zhenbao held a piece of brown sugar, and before it reached her mouth, her saliva began to flow uncontrollably. Beside her, Wu Shishir chuckled, using her sleeve to wipe away the drool, earnestly instructing her, drooling isn't good. After her lesson, she broke off a piece of her own sugar and shared it with Cheng Zhenbao. Today, Cheng Shui and the others plan to visit the town. Aside from selling wild game, they will also sell the newly made pastries and konjac tofu, Cheng Zhenbao announced. Given the abundance of goods, more people would accompany them today. Cheng Zhenbao and Wu Shishir decided to join as well. Chinyu, who hadn't visited the town in quite a while, expressed great curiosity along the way, chatting animatedly with Wu Shishir. Typically, it was Cheng Hai who managed the selling, and he effortlessly shouldered his burden to their usual spot. Since his relationship with Li Yu had improved, the Cheng family faced no interruptions while setting up their stall. Many townsfolk recognized Cheng Hai, so upon seeing him, they approached eagerly. "Oh, today you have more than just the divine tofu?" Cheng Hai cheerfully explained, "Yes, we worry you might grow tired of the divine tofu. So we've prepared some pastries and konjac tofu to sell." Konjac tofu? Is that the dark stuff? It doesn't look appetizing at all. Chapter 177. Abducted. The man's eyes brightened upon noticing Chun Yu. After inquiring about the price, he grinned. "I trust you. Let me have a taste." He ordered a portion, as well as some pastries. On the first day of business, he began to indulge right there. Cheng Zhenbao observed the man's expressions shift from skepticism to amazement, and then to delight, realizing he was indeed enjoying it. Compared to Cheng Hai and Cheng Shui, Chin Yu's gentler demeanor endeared her to customers, and soon their stall was bustling with people. Today, Cheng Zhenbao didn't cling to anyone's back, but sat quietly aside, playing with Wu Shishi. As Wu Shishi was engrossed in their game of pretend, a shadow enveloped them. Cheng Zhenbao instinctively looked up to see a wrinkled, old face. "Little one, come with your grandmother to a special place," the old woman croaked. She approached, scooped up Cheng Zhenbao, and with one hand grasped Wu Shishi, smiling ominously. "Just come along." Cheng Zhenbao sensed danger. Just as she opened her mouth to cry out, it was covered. Wu Shishi found herself in the same predicament. The two brothers of the Cheng family and Chun Yu were preoccupied with sales, leaving Cheng Zhenbao and Wu Shishi to be taken away by the old woman. Wu Shishi only sensed something was wrong when they were led deep into a secluded alley. The old woman locked them in a cage, where many other children of Wu Shishi's age were also confined. Cheng Zhenbao, having already deduced the situation, realized they had fallen into a trap. Only then did Wu Shishi grasp the gravity of their plight and began to wail. As she cried, the other children joined in, and Cheng Zhenbao felt as if her eardrums would burst from the cacophony. Resignedly, she tugged at Wu Shishi's sleeve, who, with tear-filled eyes, looked back at her. Cheng Zhenbao offered a large piece of brown sugar to Wu Shishi, who brightened at the gesture, and sensing the longing gazes of the other children, she broke off a small piece to share. Cheng Zhenbao sighed silently. This was the very sugar Xiao Shuyun had given her before leaving, and she hadn't anticipated using it in such a situation. She lowered her gaze, pondering, and after a moment, her brows relaxed. Meanwhile, as the crowd began to disperse from the stall, Chang Shui hadn't yet had the chance to breathe a sigh of relief when Chun Yu suddenly cried out in alarm. "Shishi and Zhenbao are missing." The color drained from her face. Hearing this, Cheng Hai and Cheng Shui, who were counting silver coins, were taken aback and quickly rose to search for them. After a fruitless round, panic set in among the three. Chen Yu felt both guilty and anxious, her eyes reddening. Cheng Shui, though worried, gently reassured her. "It's all my fault. What should we do? No one around has seen them." Cheng Shui's expression mirrored his growing unease as he scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something. "I know where they are." "What do you mean?" Cheng Hai asked. Cheng Shui immediately headed in a specific direction, clearly aware of where the little ones had been taken. Chen Yu hurried to follow him. Earlier, when Brother Lu left, he had given Cheng Shui a pouch of fluorescent powder, intending for him to sprinkle on their prey, ensuring he wouldn't lose sight of it. As he walked swiftly, he continued explaining, "I worried Shishi might get lost in the crowd, so before we set out, I sprinkled some fluorescent powder on her shoes and clothes." Chapter 178. Phosphorescent powder. Do you see traces of phosphorescent powder on the ground? Cheng Hai exclaimed in sudden realization, praising, "Impressive, second brother." The three of them cautiously observed the traces on the ground as they ventured deeper into the alley. "Where's this place?" Chen Yu surveyed the surroundings, feeling a mixture of anxiety and apprehension. Cheng Hai furrowed his brow, feeling frustrated as he slapped his forehead. "I had heard rumors in town about a group of kidnappers snatching children everywhere, and I can't believe I forgot about it today. Recently, many children in town have fallen victim to these vile acts, and I've heard it has even alarmed the authorities in the capital." Chen Yu responded, "If that's the case, these kidnappers must be quite formidable, considering that even the officials cannot capture them." Cheng Hai nodded, acknowledging the skill of the thieves, stating that the constables were utterly incapable of locating their hideout. "Yet, I never expected that we would accidentally stumble upon it. However, those inside are likely quite difficult to deal with." Chen Yu's anxiety intensified. Cheng Shui frowned, declaring, "We can't worry about that now. Xiao Bao and Shishi are inside." Before he could finish, he forcefully kicked open the door. Upon witnessing the scene inside, Cheng Hai's heart sank. Inside, several burly men wielding knives were glaring at the trio. Who are these intruders? Do they wish to seek death? At that moment, the men drew their swords almost in unison. Cheng Shui hadn't anticipated such a situation and instinctively shielded Chen Yu behind him. "This is terrible. They are armed. What should we do?" Cheng Hai exclaimed, panic rising within him. Cheng Shui gritted his teeth, resolute. "What's there to discuss? Xiao Bao and Shishi are inside. Even if it's a den of dragons and tigers, we must charge in. Chen Yu, you must run." As the armed men rushed out, the Cheng brothers, unarmed, were met with mocking laughter. "It's been a while since we've had some fun," since you came to us willingly, we shall entertain ourselves. One of the men threw down his sword and lunged at Cheng Shui and Cheng Hai, engaging them in a brawl. Cheng Hai, lacking any martial skills, found himself outmatched as Cheng Shui struggled against the overwhelming odds. "There's a girl," someone shouted, spotting Chenyu. "She is quite pretty. Why not come over and entertain us? I might consider sparing you." Laughter and lewd whistles erupted around them, aware that remaining would only hinder the situation. Chenyu turned to flee in search of help, but as she turned, she was confronted by a bearded man with an unsettling grin. "Where are you going, little beauty?" He reached for her, eliciting a startled scream from her. The bearded man leered, "Why run?" Just as he reached to grab her, a hand seized his wrist. Cheng Shui glared at him, standing protectively in front of Chenyu. "Remove your filthy hands." The man's eyes darkened, and he sneered. "So you wish to play the hero, huh? Someone, teach him a lesson." Immediately, several thugs closed in. Cheng Shui positioned himself to shield Chenyu, mentally bracing for the impending assault. Suddenly, a commotion interrupted. "Stop!" A cacophony of footsteps echoed as a group of officials rushed into the alley. Leading them was a familiar figure, the young master in splendid attire, who had previously assisted them in settling into Fan Village. With his fan in hand, the young master coldly scrutinized the panicked group of thugs, sneering, "No wonder we couldn't find you despite searching the outskirts of the town. You are hiding right under my nose. Capture them." Upon spotting the Cheng brothers, the young master expressed mild surprise. "Are you both unharmed?" "We're fine," Cheng Shui replied. And seeing Chenyu hurry into the courtyard, he exchanged a glance with Cheng Hai and followed her inside. Meanwhile, the children imprisoned within the cage were sitting together, enjoying some sweets. Sure, Zhenbao." Chenyu's eyes filled with tears upon seeing the two children in the corner. Cheng Shui, arriving shortly after, felt his heart finally ease upon confirming their safety. With a swift strike of his axe, Cheng Shui broke the lock on the cage, and the children surged out in a flurry. "Mother!" A startled Wu Sure leaped into Chenyu's embrace. Chenyu tenderly checked for any injuries on the two. To avoid appearing overly concerned, Cheng Zhenbao let out a few cries. It turned out that the kidnappers were merely bandits, driven to this trade due to drought rendering their mountain home uninhabitable. Yet, to her, this ordeal seemed more like a chance to seize something valuable. Cheng Zhenbao, perched on Cheng Shui's shoulder, glanced around with bright, sparkling eyes, a smile playing on her lips. "Since we are here, we cannot leave empty-handed. In the left room, there are 50 pounds of rice and 50 pounds of flour, along with some vegetables. The right room has a loom which we could use, and it would save us some silver. Oh, and there's silk fabric nearby that we should take as well." Cheng Zhenbao grinned, her greed evident. "Let us consult with the young master. After all, he is the one who can truly negotiate." These items, while precious to the Cheng family, would be of little consequence to the young master. On the carriage, Cheng Hai leaned against the wall, fast asleep, while Cheng Zhenbao and Wu Sure leaned against Chenyu, dozing off as well. "Second brother, are your injuries all right?" Chenyu whispered, concerned as she observed Cheng Shui's battered face. Earlier, during the scuffle, Cheng Shui had sustained several injuries, and he had taken further blows while protecting Chenyu. Now, his face was bruised and battered. Cheng Shui chuckled, wincing slightly at the pain. Chenyu furrowed her brow, gently using a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his mouth. Her expression filled with concern. "It's all my fault. If I had paid more attention to Sure and Zhenbao, you would have had to endure this beating." Seated across from one another, Cheng Shui merely smiled, his gaze softening. "You mustn't blame yourself. I, along with third brother, also failed to notice. Moreover, a man can endure a few blows without issue. You need not worry." Chapter 180. Something feels off. Chenyu, hearing this, exhibited a look of helplessness. Cheng Shui continued, "Besides, if we hadn't gone through this ordeal, we wouldn't have been able to acquire these items." Chenyu couldn't help but be amused by Cheng Shui's optimism, shaking her head in resignation. "You are truly something." Cheng Shui chuckled heartily. Neither of them noticed that Cheng Zhenbao had quietly opened one eye, a mischievous grin forming on her lips. The carriage swayed as it arrived at the Cheng residence. The group disembarked and began unloading their belongings. Cheng Shui, despite his injuries, insisted on helping, but Chenyu would not allow him to lift anything, instead assisting Cheng Shan and the others. Compared to its previous dilapidated state, the Cheng house had not improved significantly, for one young woman could hardly restore it alone. Please wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. Chen Yu suddenly remembered something and dashed into the house. Cheng Shui stood outside, waiting in confusion. In this moment, the distance between them had significantly narrowed. It was the first time Cheng Shui stood so close to a woman, feeling awkward and hesitant. Chen Yu, realizing her proximity, instinctively took a step back, awkwardly suggesting, "Perhaps you should hold it yourself." Cheng Shui, momentarily dazed, nodded, "Huh? Oh, okay." His foolish demeanor made Chen Yu chuckle as she handed him the clothing. "The last outfit has been mended. Do you think it's satisfactory?" Cheng Shui unfolded it and found the previously torn areas skillfully repaired, with fine stitches revealing the craftsmanship of the seamstress. "It's great," he replied, nodding as he turned to head home. "Second uncle." Yi Xiao had called out to Cheng Shui 3 times, only to find him standing at the door, clutching a piece of clothing, his expression somewhat dazed. With a hint of exasperation, Yi Xiao raised his voice again. Cheng Zhenbao, being carried by Yi Xiao, cast a sly glance at Cheng Shui. A knowing smile graced Yi Xiao's face, suggesting, "Uncle, something seems amiss." "What do you mean something is amiss?" Cheng Shui stammered in denial. I simply think this person is quite nice. They are both beautiful and capable." Yi Xiao, unable to hear Cheng Zhenbao's thoughts, perceived Cheng Shui's flustered demeanor as an admission. He covered his mouth and elongated his tone. "Aha! Uncle, you have a fondness for Aunt Shun. I shall announce this joyous news to everyone." With that, he swiftly dashed into the courtyard. Chapter 181. Rumors and whispers. Cheng Shui's cheeks flushed crimson, and he bolted outside to confront Yi Xiao. "You little rascal. Dare to speak such nonsense." Laughter and merriment echoed through the courtyard. The two who had entered the yard were oblivious to the eavesdropping head peeking from the corner. Lu Hua sauntered out from behind the wall, hands on her hips, wearing a mocking, triumphant expression. "Ah, no wonder Tian Li and the others failed. It turns out Cheng Er is obstructing them. What a scandal. It's clear that Cheng Er is infatuated." Lu Hua scoffed, her words dripping with derision. The next day, upon hearing of Cheng Zhenbao and Wu Shishi's abduction, as well as Cheng Shui's injury, old lady Cheng fainted from shock. Given her already frail health, this distress caused her to fall gravely ill. Fortunately, Cheng Zhenbao was able to discern the location of medicinal herbs and promptly sent family members to gather them. The family tended to old lady Cheng for a while, and her health gradually improved. "I'm fine, really. You all have been here every day, surely neglecting your own matters. Enough of this. I know my body best. There's nothing serious, so go and attend to your duties," old lady Cheng urged. "Very well. Let the eldest sister stay here with you. We must return to the mountains and fields." Cheng Shan, understanding his mother's nature, refrained from further chatter. "Go on then. Don't delay any longer." These old bones of mine are quite useless." Old lady Cheng chuckled self-deprecatingly. Xiao Shuyan reassured her. "Mother, everyone ages eventually. Shuyan, please check on the silkworms. I haven't tended to them in a few days, and it weighs on my heart." Xiao Shuyan nodded in agreement. "You rest, mother. I'll see to it." She turned to carry Cheng Zhenbao out. However, upon opening the door, they found Cheng Shan and the others still lingering at the entrance. "Didn't you say you were busy? Why are you still here?" Cheng Zhenbao questioned, noticing Lu Ling's conflicted expression, as if she had something to say. "Since everyone is present, I might as well speak up," Lu Ling said, scratching her head. "While I was out gathering mulberry leaves, I overheard many rumors." Cheng Hai looked puzzled. "What is strange about that? When have there ever been a shortage of rumors in this village?" Cheng Zhenbao narrowed her eyes, sensing something amiss. If the gossip were trivial, Lu Ling wouldn't be so hesitant. It must be something concerning the Cheng family. "No, these rumors pertain directly to us, specifically, about Uncle and Aunt Shun." Chapter 182. The seductress Cheng Shui, upon hearing his name, was momentarily stunned. With the conversation reaching this point, Cheng Zhenbao had already drawn her conclusions. However, the expressions of those present shifted drastically. "How outrageous! Our family has tirelessly strived to uplift everyone, and yet they gossip behind our backs." Yi Xiao exclaimed indignantly. Cheng Shan's face also darkened, feeling that their good intentions were met with ingratitude. Cheng Shui pondered for a moment, then sighed, furrowing his brow. Let it be. There have always been rumors in this village. They can say what they wish. We cannot control their mouths. Let us move on to the fields. As the Cheng family arrived in the fields, they were met with curious glances and hushed whispers. Why not just speak up so we can all hear? Yi Xiao sneered, deliberately raising his voice. The surrounding villagers chuckled awkwardly, averting their eyes in silence. Enough of this. Let us proceed. Cheng Shui waved dismissively. Once they had walked a distance, the villagers began whispering amongst themselves. Have you heard? Cheng Shui flew into a rage for a woman, even striking Tianli. Not only that, he and Chen Yu were seen riding together. I once thought Chen Yu was innocent, but it seems she is nothing but a seductress. Look at her. She certainly doesn't seem like a demure type. And that daughter of hers. I rarely let my Inger associate with Wu Shishir. That girl is utterly shameless, still holding hands with boys at over 9 years old. Meanwhile, Chen Yu was laboring in the fields, having chosen a secluded plot surrounded only by barren land. She skillfully cut down the weeds and then spread fertilizer across the soil. Mother, can I go play over there? Wu Shishir tugged at Chen Yu's sleeve, pointing to a nearby open space where children frolicked. Chen Yu smiled and readily agreed, watching as Wu Shishir skipped away. Ah, the widow Wu is hard at work again. Need a hand? A mocking male voice called out. Turning her head, she saw Tianli and his companions, who had just finished their own labor, looking quite disheveled with unhealed wounds. Tianli's gaze fell on the fertilizer in Chen Yu's hands, a flicker of jealousy flashing in his eyes. Oh, isn't this fertilizer from the Cheng family? What a bounty you have there. Indeed, she casually brings out a whole bag. Chen Yu frowned, her attention shifting to the fertilizer. This was not a gift from the Cheng family. Rather, she had learned the method while assisting them and had attempted it herself, unexpectedly succeeding. Chapter 183. Wu Shishir in tears, understanding Tianli and his companions harbored ill intentions. Chen Yu chose to ignore them and focused on her work. However, Tianli and his friends clearly had no intention of letting her off easily. Where's your lover today? Has he lost interest in you? Tianli Donta. The others joined in. Lover? You must mean Qing'er, right? The atmosphere thickened with gossip as passers-by drew nearer, casting ambiguous glances at Chen Yu. Gripping her hoe tightly, Chen Yu glared fiercely at Tianli. Stop your nonsense. There's nothing between Cheng Shui and me. Tianli, sensing her anger, was only spurred on further. The villagers had been gossiping loudly, and as soon as the mention of the second son of the Cheng family arose, he became visibly anxious. Rumors had begun to swirl. It was evident that widow Wu had been closely associating with the Cheng family. Moreover, why did he, a man of considerable prospects, choose to pursue a widow with a child? Although she possessed some charm, she was, after all, a faded flower. The Cheng brothers, aside from the eldest, had little experience with women, while married women were typically more seasoned in life. One woman scoffed, suggesting it was merely the artifice of a seductive vixen. Such a person deserves to be drowned, she declared. These sharp remarks pierced Chen Yu's heart like needles, leaving her pale and trembling with rage as she glared at the onlookers. You are spreading slander. To her dismay, someone retorted, slander? A flirt is a flirt. She is nothing but an unworthy fox spirit. With her eyes brimming with tears and feeling utterly disbelieved, Chen Yu wildly swung her hoe. Leave. All of you just leave. Her usually quiet demeanor startled the villagers, who dispersed reluctantly. Once they were gone, the hoe slipped from her hand, and she sank to the ground, feeling utterly lost. The Cheng family situation could not be much better. They had treated her kindly, yet she had repaid their kindness with betrayal, ensnared by guilt and helplessness, intertwined with unacknowledged secrets that bound her heart tightly. Daughter. From afar, Wu Shishir rushed into Chen Yu's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. This sudden display of emotion startled Chen Yu, as the child often behaved with the maturity of an adult. What happened? Did you fall? Were you bullied? Chen Yu's voice was laced with concern as she scanned Wu Shishir from head to toe. They said I am an unwanted wild child, a mixed breed. Wu Shishir gasped between sobs, her tearful eyes searching Chen Yu's. Am I truly an unwanted child? Chen Yu's heart ached at those words. She enveloped Wu Shishir in her arms. How could that be? You are my treasure. You could never be a wild child. Even without asking, she could surmise what the other children had said while playing with Wu Shishir. Children often mimic the words and actions of adults. and it was likely that the adults had cursed her in the children as presents, leading them to learn such cruel phrases. Wu Shishir continued to sob. They said I'm a wild child, that you are a seductress who enticed Uncle Cheng, and that Grandma Cheng is not a good person. Chen Yu felt a lump in her throat, tears welling in her eyes. It is my fault, my dear. I have allowed you to suffer. Mother and daughter clung to each other, weeping. Cheng Shui occasionally cast glances toward the yard, seemingly awaiting something. Cheng Zhenbao observed him with a knowing look. Cheng Shan, noticing, patted Cheng Shui's shoulder. Are you thinking of Chen Yu? Cheng Shui's face flushed red. How could that be? I am merely pondering how many traps we might set on the mountain for hunting. Cheng Zhenbao silently scoffed. You are stubborn. The brothers approached with teasing smiles. Uncle taught us not to lie, yet you cannot help yourself. Cheng Shui's dark complexion turned a shade redder as he shouted at them playfully. Nevertheless, the rumors in the village are growing more severe. While it may not bother us, it is a different matter for Aunt Chun and her daughter. We must devise a plan to quell the villagers' gossip. Cheng Sha nodded in agreement and went to discuss the matter with Cheng Hai. Cheng Zhenbao observed that Chen Yu harbored feelings for Cheng Shui, even if she tried to conceal them. The more one attempts to hide something, the more it tends to flourish. However, societal constraints hindered their connection. Perhaps the current gossip would serve as a catalyst for their relationship. As the day wore on, the rumors intensified. Every time I step outside, someone is asking about Uncle and Aunt Chun, sighed Yi Xiao. Lu Ling set down her basket, echoing his sentiment. Indeed, we haven't seen Aunt Chun and Shishir lately, added Yi Wu. Cheng Zhenbao sighed inwardly, diverting her gaze. Xiao Shuyan lamented. Those people speak so harshly. How can they show their faces in public? Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Something terrible has happened. Someone is about to jump into the river. What? Why would anyone jump into the river? Yi Xiao exclaimed, puzzled, as he opened the door. Outside, a throng of villagers rushed toward the west side of the village. Have you heard? That widow from the Wu family is going to jump into the river. How could this be? She seemed fine just yesterday. Enough talk. Let us go see. If someone truly dies, it will be a tragedy. The villagers hastened their steps. Cheng Shui emerged from the house just in time to overhear their conversation. After a moment of shock, he bolted from the Cheng family home. What? Aunt Chun is jumping into the river? How could this be? Lu Ling's face turned pale. Xiao Shuyun frowned deeply, setting aside her work. Now is not the time to ponder what has happened. We must hurry and see for ourselves. With that, she scooped up the unsteady Cheng Zhenbao and dashed out the door. Yi Xiao and the others followed closely behind. At the cliff by the river in Dafeng village, the emerald waters shimmered under the sun. Chen Yu stood at the edge, lost in thought, her eyes swollen and devoid of light, exuding an air of despair. Oh, Widow Wu, are you truly serious? Is it worth ending your life over such matters? The villagers at the riverbank gazed at Chen Yu in confusion. Chen Yu cast a hollow glance at them, a bitter smile creeping across her lips. Is it worth discussing? You seduce men and then seek death. I cannot comprehend your reasoning. Indeed, if you dare to act, then surely you should have the courage to face the consequences. Enough. She is on the edge. What if she jumps? Let her jump. I do not believe she has the courage. The murmurs reached Chen Yu's ears, chilling her heart further. Tears fell silently as bitterness consumed her spirit. Perhaps her very existence was a mistake. If so, death would be a release. For it was her presence that caused Shishir so much suffering. Consumed by thoughts of death, Chen Yu walked forward, drawing the attention of those below. The first to arrive, Cheng Shui, was horrified by the scene. His face drained of color as he shouted, "Do not come any closer." Hearing the familiar voice, Chen Yu paused, slowly turning her head. Upon seeing Cheng Shui's anxious expression, a tide of helplessness and grievance surged within her, causing tears to cascade down her cheeks. Xiao Shuyun, carrying Cheng Zhenbao, soon arrived, her heart trembling at the sight of Chen Yu's precarious position. Leaping from such a great height into the tumultuous waters below seemingly offers no chance of survival. Xiao Shuyun exclaimed, Chen Yu, if you are facing difficulties, you can confide in us. We will help you resolve them. You are still so young, and Shishir is just a child. The mere mention of Wu Shishir's name caused Chen Yu's tears to surge anew. Covering her face, she crouched down and sobbed softly. I have failed Shishir. I am useless. In that moment, Chen Yu's emotions utterly shattered. The cliff could only be accessed via a narrow path on the other side, and Cheng Shui dashed towards it without hesitation. Chapter 186. The gossip of villagers. Thanks to his excellent physical condition, Cheng Shui quickly ascended the cliff using the shortcut. He stood not far from Chunyu and gently spoke, attempting to stabilize her emotions. Chunyu, hear me out. We could discuss this calmly. Cheng Zhenbao discerned the caution and concern in Cheng Shui's tone. Chunyu shook her head vehemently. Brother Cheng, please do not concern yourself with me. I have brought misfortune upon your family. I do not deserve your kindness. How could that be? Cheng Shui instinctively denied her words. He stepped forward and grasped Chunyu's wrist, worried that she might leap into the abyss. Below, Xiao Shuyun and Yi Xiao offered words of comfort. Lu Huatrui stood among the onlookers, smirking with disdain as she remarked, "Look at how anxious the second son of the Cheng family is. Only a widow like Wu would have the audacity to claim her innocence in public. Is this what you call purity? It's utterly shameful." As Lu Huatrui finished her taunts, many around her nodded in agreement. Exactly. It is her own fault, and we cannot be blamed. Immediately after, the speaker received a sharp rap on the head, yelping in pain. "You little brat, consider your words." Cheng Laotai glared at her fiercely. Lu Huatrui, undeterred, pressed on. "Is what I said wrong? No wonder Tan Li and the others were beaten so badly. All this time, Wu has been entangled with your family, and you truly are not discerning." While speaking, Lu Huatrui scrutinized Cheng Laotai with a mocking gaze. Cheng Zhenbao felt anger rise as she observed Lu Huatrui's demeanor. She stretched her limbs, and with a swift kick, inadvertently struck Lu Huatrui in the chest. "Ouch!" Lu Huatrui cried out in surprise, glaring at Cheng Zhenbao as though she wished to devour her whole. Cheng Zhenbao smiled subtly, clearly having done it on purpose. "You insolent child! How dare you kick me?" Cheng Laotai pushed Lu Huatrui away. "You deserve it. You spend all day spreading rumors and sowing discord. Do you not fear being condemned to the underworld for your wickedness?" Lu Huatrui attempted to retort, but Xiao Shuyun interjected. "Do not think we are unaware that the rumors originated from your lips. Pray tell, how do you know our family's affairs so intimately? Do you reside with us or share a close bond with us?" Lu Huatrui sneered. "Never you mind how I know. The fact remains that I do. A fire cannot be concealed. Do you dare claim that your Cheng heir harbors no inappropriate feelings?" Xiao Shuyun fell silent, her complexion darkening. Cheng Laotai remained equally mute. Observing the two women's discomfort, Lu Huatrui grew emboldened. "See, you cannot even defend yourselves." The villagers began to whisper among themselves, disparaging Chunyu and criticizing the Cheng family for their folly. "I say, Cheng Laotai, there are still many unmarried young women in this village. Why does your Cheng Shui have to fancy a widow? Indeed, a widow with a child. If this were to spread, your family's reputation would be utterly tarnished." Chapter 187. The injured was sure as gossip spread through the village. It only intensified the scrutiny from outsiders. Those who had a good relationship with Cheng Laotai approached to offer solace. Cheng Zhenbao observed her grandmother's troubled expression and sighed inwardly. What sort of woman does grandmother believe is suitable for Uncle Heir? Even without her grandmother's words, Cheng Zhenbao could answer her own question. Surely someone like my mother, gentle and virtuous, who can also manage the household, right? And upon reflection, isn't Aunt Chen a wonderful candidate? Last time we sold konjac tofu, it was Aunt Chen's call that helped us sell it all so quickly. And look at Sure. Isn't she charming? That is all thanks to Aunt Chen. Moreover, what of the widow? Over the years, Aunt Chen has borne all the hardships alone. Indeed, had Chenyu not been a widow, she might have actively sought to unite her and Cheng Shui. This woman is gentle and kind, a perfect daughter-in-law. However, do you not recall? Chenyu is a fateful star of misfortune. Ever since she married into the Wu family, calamities have befallen her, one after another. The speaker grasped Cheng Laotai's hand, his expression grave. Cheng Zhenbao chuckled inwardly at this remark. A fateful star? The Wu family's fate was sealed to end at that time. What does it have to do with Aunt Chen? On the contrary, her fate is one that brings prosperity to her family. As an adept in metaphysics, she could see this clearly. Thus, her unwavering support for the relationship between Cheng Shui and Chenyu stemmed from their compatibility, each complementing the other. Cheng Laotai naturally believed Cheng Zhenbao's words, yet she remained troubled by Chunyu's widowhood. The villagers pointed fingers and derogatory remarks grew louder. Why do you all not cease your chatter? You have driven someone to the brink of despair, and yet you continue. Xiao Shuyun exclaimed, unable to contain her indignation. Lu Huater was about to respond when Cheng Laodai cut her off. Have you settled the debts incurred by your family members? You meddle here when your own household is in disarray. Cheng De and Cheng Er had followed Lu Huaner's advice to venture into town for trade. Initially, they had stumbled upon some success, but due to their lack of business acumen, they soon began to incur losses, leaving the Lu family in considerable debt. Upon hearing this, Lu Huater's expression shifted, and she glanced nervously at those around her, defiantly retorting, "Rumors can kill a person. Anshin has not had it easy these past years." Cheng Zhenbao's words rendered Cheng Laodai even more silent. Lu Huaer, unwilling to relent, continued to speak to those around her. Wu, the widow, is certainly not a good woman. A little red lip is worth 1,000 tastes. After venting her frustration, she suddenly considered, seeing Cheng Laodai's demeanor clearly rejecting Chen Yu's entry into the Cheng family. If Cheng Shui insisted on pursuing Chen Yu, the Cheng family would surely be embroiled in turmoil. At that moment, she would have the opportunity to revel in their misfortune, and thus a cold smile crept onto her face. Chapter 188. Justification. Lu Huater smirked, choosing to remain silent. Meanwhile, even as Cheng Hai shouted to halt the villagers' gossip, he could not control their tongues. "Do not come near me. Leave. Go away." Chen Yu cried, collapsing in despair, cradling her head. Cheng Zhenbao clicked her tongue softly, scanning her surroundings for any sign of Wu Shi. Yi Xiao also noticed the absence. Where's Shi? Surely she wouldn't. Lu Ling immediately interrupted Yi Xiao. "Do not speak foolishly. That cannot be. She has arrived." Cheng Zhenbao's gaze turned towards the distance. Xiao Shuyan followed her gaze and indeed saw the petite figure of Wu Shi desperately running towards them. Perhaps due to her urgency, she stumbled and fell hard along the way. "Mother!" Wu Shi scrambled to her feet, striving to reach Chen Yu's direction. "Shi." Chen Yu instinctively wiped the tears from her face. "My dear, it's too dangerous here. You must not come closer." Wu Shi's eyes were filled with tears. Does mother not want me anymore? This single statement pierced Xiao Shuyun's heart like a needle. She crouched down, intending to gently comfort Wu Shi, only to notice the evident bruises on her face. Cheng Zhenbao frowned deeply. These injuries were inflicted by those ignorant children in the village. They called Shi a wild child, unloved, and cursed Aunt Shen. To defend Aunt Shen, Shi fought back. However, Shi is slightly malnourished. Naturally, she was no match for those children, ending up injured all over. Not just her face, but her body is also covered in bruises, and even a light touch causes her great pain. The more she spoke, the darker Cheng Zhenbao's expression became. Xiao Shuyan tenderly embraced Wu Shi, murmuring, "Good child, you have suffered." Cheng Laodai looked at Wu Shi, who was covered in injuries, her heart filled with immense sorrow. "Which family's child did this? Step forward. I wish to see how formidable they truly are." Cheng Laodai glared angrily at the onlookers in the vicinity. Wu Shi's numerous bruises rendered her an utterly pitiable sight. Regardless of the magnitude of the issues at hand, they were the adults' problems and should not affect the children. This truth was understood by all, leading to a collective silence among the crowd. The more sensible the child became, the more it pained the Cheng family. Chen Yu stood on the edge of the cliff, gazing blankly at Wu Shi below, her eyes vacant, lost in thought. This matter must not be dismissed lightly. Cheng Hai's anger surged, casting a cold glance around. As parents, should they not be aware that their child has harmed another? What are they hiding for? Were they not just proclaiming the need for justice? If so, then they should come forward and face it. Cheng Hai's tone was far from pleasant, even somewhat haughty, causing many faces around him to darken, their brows furrowing in discontent as they glared in the direction of the Cheng family. "What nonsense are you spouting? Is the fault entirely ours?" Cheng Zhenbao nearly laughed aloud at those words. Chapter 189. They definitely have a connection. As long as the wounds do not fall upon these people, they shall never comprehend the harm they inflict upon others. Cheng Hai sneered. "If it weren't for your gossip and baseless speculations, would the child have learned such behavior? And now you refuse to admit it?" The crowd was rendered speechless by Cheng Shui's words, unable to retort. The Cheng family was not like Chen Yu. They still relied on them for their livelihood, rendering them hesitant to speak openly. Cheng Zhenbao, felt utterly helpless, constrained for voicing her thoughts, for otherwise she would surely have silenced these ignorant villagers. They needed to be educated on their futile and foolish ideologies. Yet she was a widow. How could a widow engage in such disputes? We haven't spoken wrongly. It is indeed her lack of propriety. Flies don't buzz around an unbroken egg. If she hadn't flaunted herself, how could she attract men to circle around her? As if a withered flower were of any interest. Cheng Zhenbao nearly rolled her eyes in disdain, her gaze filled with contempt and scorn. Not only futile, but utterly foolish. What of being a widow? Does that make one less than human? Must a widow endure a lifetime in an incomplete home? You people are truly laughable. If the roles were reversed, you might not fare better than Chunyu. Calling us foolish? I see your Cheng family has been bewitched by that vixen. You would say anything to defend her. Indeed. Moreover, my Linger has claimed that the wild child struck first. She suddenly went mad and attacked. Tianli snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. Moreover, I'm not afraid to tell you. Chunyu has not been shy about mingling with me in the past. Lu Huaer can certainly testify to that. She must have instigated it, because I looked down on her. Even her daughter can be used. After speaking, he glanced at Lu Huaer, their eyes meeting. And she immediately formed an idea. Indeed, I have seen them meet at night many times. Lu Huaer declared loudly, a look of disdain on her face, emphasizing her point. The crowd, hearing of a witness, began to believe that this matter was as claimed. In an instant, their gazes toward Chunyu were filled with further contempt. What? If you ask me, such a woman deserves to be punished. Go ahead, I shan't stop you. Utterly disgusting. Various slanderous remarks inundated Chunyu like a tide, leaving her in a daze as she collapsed to the ground, her expression vacant. Cheng Zhenbao's gaze locked onto Lu Huaer, who wore a smug expression, having long harbored discontent. The next moment, as Lu Huaer was laughing heartily, she suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground, blood streaming from her nose. She clutched her nose, crying out in distress as someone rushed to help her. Cheng Zhenbao scoffed inwardly, lamenting her current limitations. Otherwise, she would have put these people in their place. Enough! Cheng Shui suddenly shouted from a path, his veins bulging in fury. Chapter 190. There is no way out. His sudden outburst drew everyone's attention. You can spread baseless slander against an innocent person with just a few words. Do not go too far. The village head hurriedly restrained Cheng Shui, attempting to quell his impulsiveness. At this point, Lu Huaer was dissatisfied. She glared, scoffing. Are you implying that I am lying? And you are not? Cheng Shui retorted vehemently. Have you not spread rumors about my family before? If it weren't for Yi Xiao holding him back, Cheng Hai would have already attacked. Cheng Shui's eyes were bloodshot. What are you? How could Chunyu possibly look your way? Who in the village doesn't know that you, Tianli, trail behind her? And now you dare to slander her with such audacity. It is already a stroke of luck for you that that old hag would even look at you. Tianli's expression stiffened as he recalled past events. I see you're merely bitter because you cannot attain what you desire. What? Ashamed now? Let me tell you, Chunyu's already been toyed with by my brothers. You, Cheng Shui, have a peculiar taste if you enjoy picking up discarded shoes. Cheng Shui's face turned purple with rage, his clenched fists trembling as his eyes shone red like a wild beast on the brink of madness. Lu Huaer stepped forward, her demeanor sharp and caustic. Indeed, such a wilted flower, and you Cheng family still deign to look at her? Truly desperate. The villagers' chatter grew louder, now targeting not just Chunyu, but the entire Cheng family. Cheng Laotai and Cheng Hai began to argue with the surrounding crowd. Chunyu felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. The Cheng family had a reputable standing in the village. If it were not for her, would have been better for her to vanish entirely to end this turmoil. Wu Shih, held tightly by Xiao Shuyun, kept her gaze fixed on her mother. When their eyes met, despite the distance, Wu Shih felt as if a galaxy separated them. Chunyu offered her a faint smile, silently mouthing a few words. Wu Shih felt an inexplicable panic, her helplessness spilling into tears. Chunyu steadily approached the cliff's edge, standing there, gazing at the flowing river below. The wind tousled her hair, rendering her fragile and lost. Cheng Deseo noticed something unusual and turned to look, only to find Chunyu offering her a light smile. Cheng Deseo, I may soon require your assistance in taking care of our Shih. Upon hearing this, a warning bell rang in her heart. What are you planning to do? Sure, my dear. It pains me that I am unable to protect you. If I am not by your side in the future, you must be good and stay close to Cheng Zhenbao, understand? Wu Sure shook her head vehemently, crying loudly no. Cheng Shui also sensed something was amiss and rushed forward. Chun Yu, stop. Cheng Shui hurried to her side, attempting to grasp her, but was halted by Chun Yu's command. Second brother Cheng, do not come any closer. If you approach me again, I shall leap. Cheng Shui, rendered helpless, stopped in his tracks. Chun Yu looked at Cheng Shui, her eyes brimming with tumultuous emotions. I owe you all an apology. Had it not been for me, you would not find yourselves ensnared in these rumors. Chapter 191. A resolve to die for justice, they are all speaking nonsense. Cheng Shui's forehead dripped with cold sweat as he spoke urgently. Chun Yu tugged at her lips, her gaze dropping to conceal the emotions within her eyes. Elder brother Cheng, I am sorry, but I can no longer allow you to suffer further harm. Her voice carried a hint of choked emotion, yet it was resolute. Pain and helplessness flickered in Cheng Shui's eyes. He understood that Chun Yu genuinely wished to protect them. Yet he could not allow her to proceed with such intentions. It no longer matters. They will only believe what their eyes perceive. Chun Yu forced a bleak smile, turning her head to gaze at the villagers, her expression unyielding. However, I maintain that I have never done anything wrong, nor have I wronged the Wu family. If you do not believe me, then I am powerless to change your minds. Today, I shall declare my resolve through death. Chun Yu, do not act foolishly. We can resolve this issue. Trust me. Cheng Shui's voice was laden with guilt and sorrow. Yet, Chun Yu shook her head, her eyes sparkling with determination. I am sorry. Elder brother Cheng, I have made my decision. With that, she closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, preparing to take her final steps. Cheng Zhenbao's pupils constricted, and he shouted anxiously, Oh no, stop her. The height of that precipice was no jest. Should she truly leap, there would be no saving her. Heavens! The surrounding gasps filled the air, and the faces of Cheng Laotai and the others turned pale. The villagers nearby were taken aback, realizing that Chun Yu possessed the audacity to jump, their hearts racing with apprehension. They had no desire to bear the weight of a life lost. In a moment of desperation, Cheng Shui lunged forward, grasping Chun Yu's hand. Her entire body dangled in midair, all her weight supported by him. The villagers gasped in astonishment. Cheng Laotai glared at those around her, her heart racing. Are you satisfied now that you have pushed her to the brink of death? Someone muttered. We had no idea she would truly go so far. Cheng Hai, unable to contain his anger, rushed forward and pinned Tianli to the ground. His fists fell upon Tianli like rain, one after another. Being small in stature, he was no match for Cheng Hai and Yi Shao. Within moments, he was left bloodied and begging for mercy. The crowd, still bewildered, watched as Tianli was beaten down, and upon seeing Cheng Shui's rage, they hurriedly attempted to assist him. However, Yi Shao and his companions were too cunning, blocking the villagers from intervening. Explain yourself. Cheng Hai growled, striking harder with each blow. If you dare speak another word of nonsense, I will not hesitate to end you. After all, she was his second brother's cherished one. Cheng Hai showed no mercy in his assault. Tianli, utterly defenseless against the onslaught, cried out, I will speak. There was nothing between Chun Yu and me. I have always liked her, but she never regarded me. That is why I said those things. Furthermore, everything I said earlier was instigated by Lu Huaer. She has harbored ill will towards the Cheng family and Chun Yu for a long time, instructing me to tarnish their names. Speak louder, say it again. Cheng Hai pressed down on Tian Li's hand, applying pressure. Chapter 192. An apology. Tian Li winced in pain, reluctantly shouting again. The surrounding crowd felt a mix of resentment and guilt. Thankfully, the Cheng family acted swiftly. Otherwise, Chun Yu might have perished, and they would be considered accomplices. TSK, Lu Huaer, how could you spread such falsehoods? We were nearly deceived by you. Indeed, we believed your words. Who would have thought you were such a person? And they still expect an apology. Cheng Zhenbao seethed, furious that these people had pressured Chun Yu towards death and now sought to shift the blame onto Lu Huaer. Cheng Laotai emphatically scolded the crowd. Do not think that just because Chun Yu emerged unscathed today, you could dismiss this matter lightly. Cheng Hai glared at everyone, declaring that the Cheng family had acted with integrity towards the village, sharing all good fortune with the villagers. Yet he never imagined that one day they would be swayed by Lu Huar's words. Chen Yu's safety was secured because of the efforts of her brothers, and it had nothing to do with them. As the villagers sensed Cheng family's genuine anger, they hurriedly began to apologize, hoping to maintain a prosperous relationship with them. Chen Yu, witnessing the swift turn of events, felt a bit dazed. Many villagers rushed to assist Cheng Shui in pulling Chen Yu back up. Surrounded by a crowd, Chen Yu felt overwhelmed. We sincerely apologize. We never anticipated that Tian Li and Lu Huar would collude in such a manner. We were deceived as well. Another added, yes. We did not mean any harm. Please do not take it to heart. Such matters often spiral out of control through mere gossip. Upon reflection, it would not be surprising if you had feelings for second brother Cheng. After all, it cannot be solely on your shoulders. You and Cheng Shui indeed make a suitable pair. Listening to their words, Cheng Zhenbao felt a bitter laugh rise within her. All this talk is merely a means of self-exoneration. Second brother Cheng, as a man, how do you wish to address this? A villager poked Cheng Shui in the stomach. His mind was solely occupied with ensuring Chen Yu's safety, oblivious to their discussions. Xiao Shuyan approached Cheng Zhenbao, glancing at the kneeling Chen Yu, and then at Cheng Hai, whose eyes began to glimmer with amusement. The crowd's gaze turned somewhat amorous. Chen Yu seemed to realize something, a faint blush rising to her pale cheeks. Cheng Shui stepped forward, standing before Chen Yu, scratching his head. You know I'm not good with words. I struggle to express anything eloquent. He hesitated. The villagers observed this scene, a sense of speculation brewing among them as they exchanged knowing glances and stifled laughter. Chapter 193. I don't mind regardless of whether the words are good or bad. They must be spoken to hold meaning. As a man, one cannot be indecisive. The speaker's intention was clear. Cheng Zhenbao surveyed the crowd, a cold smile curling her lips. To avoid awkwardness, the mood shifts quickly. Cheng Shui scratched his head, a hint of blush creeping onto his dark face. Yi Xiao and his companions seemed to anticipate what would unfold, swiftly clearing the surrounding villagers away, leaving even Xiao Shuyun and Cheng Laotai behind. Wu Shishir was also taken away. Soon, only Cheng Shui and Chen Yu remained. Cheng Shui lifted her from the ground. Standing face to face, their gazes filled with tender affection. Chen Yu, everyone is aware of our relationship now. My mother also adores you, and I too have feelings for you. Will you accept me? A blush crept across Chen Yu's cheeks as she lowered her head, shyly responding with a soft, almost inaudible hum. Cheng Shui couldn't resist pulling the young girl into his embrace, assuring her, from this moment on, I shall be your steadfast support. As long as I am here, you shall never suffer. She had never anticipated encountering such a gentle and considerate man, and an overwhelming sense of gratitude swelled within her. She nodded faintly, quietly relishing the warmth and security of Cheng Shui's arms. Cheng Shui felt as though the dimness of his life had finally been illuminated by a glimmer of warmth. However, thoughts of his past began to cloud his heart once more. But the Wu family has perished, so it's not such a significant issue, is it? Chen Yu raised her head in shock. The villagers had long pointed fingers at her due to the Wu family's demise. And this was the first time someone had said it was not a big deal. The Wu family was simply out of luck. They knew they were holding you back. So they hurriedly moved on, leaving you to me. Chen Yu couldn't help but chuckle at his whimsical remarks. You speak so charmingly. Yet, she added, but sure is a good child. Look how the old lady dotes on her. We must care for her well and find her a good family when she grows up. We cannot let her endure the same grievances as you. Cheng Shui laughed even more joyfully as he spoke. Let us have a brother for sure. In the future, our Cheng family will be her stronghold. What do you mean by a brother? Chen Yu was at a loss for how to react, her cheeks burning. Cheng Shui scratched his head, grinning. I'm just saying that for now. If you're unwilling, I would never impose. With that, he took her hand, his eyes filled with affection. Chen Yu, blushing, remained silent for a long moment before biting her lip and nodding. All right, she whispered, her voice barely above a whisper. Cheng Shui was momentarily taken aback, but then he was engulfed in sheer ecstasy. He stepped forward, sweeping Chen Yu into his arms and spinning her around several times. Chen Yu's face turned crimson, feebly pounding his arm. What are you doing? Put me down quickly, if someone sees us. Chen Yu was still concerned about the village gossip. Cheng Shui, brimming with excitement, replied, and if they do, what can they do to us? You mustn't overthink. I will always be here for you. From now on, we are family. If you or sure ever feel wronged, just tell me. I will surely seek vengeance for you. Chapter 194. Will Mother Cheng agree? But even if you are willing, what about Mother Cheng? The Cheng family's sons are all exceptional, efficient workers, and skilled at earning money, making them the most sought after by matchmakers in the village. Yet here I am, a withered flower with a child. Even though Mother Cheng has taken good care of me, she may not wish for me to marry into the family. With a heart full of trepidation, Cheng Shui led Chun Yu toward the Cheng household. Xiao Shuyun and Cheng Zhenbao had arrived first, and now the entire Cheng family was present. At that moment, the matriarch, Cheng Lao Tai, sat at the table, her expression inscrutable. The rest of the Cheng family observed her countenance with great caution. Yi Xiao and a few others huddled in a corner, whispering, "Do you think Grandma Cheng will agree to Uncle's relationship with Aunt Chen?" Yi Wu scoffed, shaking his head. "I doubt it. Look at Grandma Cheng's face. It hasn't been pleasant since we were by the river, and now it looks even darker. Yet, I can see that Uncle truly cares for Aunt Chen, and today he clearly wanted to express his feelings. Moreover, I think Aunt Chen is rather admirable." Yi Xiao nodded, but she is still a Wu family member and a widow. Even if Grandma doesn't wish to separate them, the village gossip will surely be relentless, making their lives difficult. Lu Ling concurred. In this village, there is no shortage of rumors. If a family has a quarrel, the entire village knows by the next day. If they fare well, it's fine, but if they don't, it may be troublesome. Cheng Zhenbao, having overheard their conversation, sighed inwardly. Feudal society and its oppressive thoughts are truly harmful, but I believe Grandma would not act as a villain. After finishing her chores, Xiao Shuyan sat beside Cheng Lao Tai. "Mother, are you thinking about second brother?" Upon hearing this, Cheng Lao Tai sighed, her expression darkening. "You all noticed that the second one has feelings for her, didn't you?" Today's situation was clear. It seems everyone knew except for me, this old lady. Xiao Shuyan nodded. "Although we're not certain, we all had our suspicions. But I never expected second brother to be so deeply in love. I think Xin Yu is quite commendable. She works diligently, is thoughtful, and kind. She has helped us a lot over the past time." Cheng Lao Tai sighed again. "I know that, but she is still. Could it really be that I must allow my son to marry a widow and raise another as child?" Xiao Shuyan sighed. "Mother, while Chen Yu's status is indeed lower, did you hear what Xiao Bao said today?" Cheng Lao Tai hesitated, her gaze shifting to Cheng Zhenbao, who stood with Yi Xiao and the others. Xiao Shuyan nodded, sighing. "To be honest, Xiao Bao is right. We all know what kind of person Xin Yu is. Life is fleeting. There is no need to be overly concerned with societal views. Since they share a bond, they should not be kept apart. After all, their lives belong to them. Mother, let your grandchildren have their own fortunes." Cheng Lao Tai fell silent, and Xiao Shuyun, sensing the moment, turned to resume her tasks. At the entrance of the Cheng household, Cheng Hai and Chen Yu stood hesitantly before the door, having deliberated for quite some time without entering. Chen Yu clutched her clothing tightly, her face filled with anxiety. Chapter 195. If not, we shall elope if your mother disagrees. Mother Cheng treats her very well. If she truly disapproves, she would not be following Cheng Shui around, causing trouble for the Cheng family. Cheng Shui felt a twinge of anxiety, but in an effort to comfort Chen Yu, he forced a smile. "When we bring our son and daughter to pay New Year's greetings, seeing the children will surely win her over." His words warmed Chen Yu's heart, yet her worries quickly resurfaced. "But I have given birth before. Sure is already this old, and I fear your mother may be quite concerned. Look at the gossip from the villagers. They were quite harsh today. I worry that if we are together, it will only worsen. Zhenbao is still so young, and Chenggu and the others are quite good." After the initial elation, Chen Yu calmed down, her thoughts drifting to concerns about their future. After a moment of silence, she finally reassured him, "Don't worry. It's not as dire as it seems. Plus, having had a child proves your health. It bodes well for future births. I'm the one who benefits, having gained such a sensible daughter like Sure." He paused, gathering his courage, and looked earnestly at Chen Yu. "If it truly comes to that, I will take you and Sure away from here to a place where no one knows us. Rest assured, though I may not be particularly capable, I'm a man of my word. Once I declare my feelings, I will see it through." As he spoke, Cheng Shui grasped Chen Yu's hand, his eyes filled with determination. "Let us go. No matter how difficult the road ahead, I will accompany you." Chen Yu was moved to tears, yet she hesitated, questioning. But wouldn't that be too selfish for your family? Since ancient times, loyalty and righteousness often conflict. Cheng Shui felt the weight of this struggle deeply today. As the door swung open, all eyes in the courtyard turned toward them. Her leap from the cliff was a finality for her. Yet it seemed profoundly unjust for Sure, who was still so young and fatherless. What would become of her if she lost her mother too? Embracing Wu Sure, tears welled in her eyes. I am sorry, Sure. It was selfish of me to think only of myself without considering your feelings. I promise you, such an occurrence will never happen again. No matter what, I will always be by your side. Chen Yu spoke, her voice thick with emotion. Wu Sure had indeed been greatly frightened today. As she heard Chen Yu's gentle words, her cries grew louder. Chen Yu rushed to comfort her. Yet tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, until finally, the mother and daughter were locked in a heartfelt embrace, both weeping in unison. Old Lady Cheng observed this scene and let out a heavy sigh, feeling utterly helpless. Chapter 196. Taking a seat, Cheng Shui cautiously regarded Old Lady Cheng's expression before slowly taking a seat at the table. As he was about to speak, he noticed Xiao Shuyun giving him a knowing look. He fell silent, refraining from voicing his thoughts. After comforting Chen Yu and her daughter for a while, Xiao Shuyun finally said, "All right, it's all in the past now. Wash your face and come to eat." Cheng Shan carried Cheng Zhenbao to the edge of the table. The latter's gaze was fixed on Chen Yu and her daughter, who were still standing hesitantly in place. Chen Yu remained motionless, holding her daughter tightly as they stared blankly at Old Lady Cheng, feelings of guilt and anxiety swirling within her. "Second uncle, why don't you hurry and call Aunt Chen and Sure to eat? Why are you just standing there like a big oaf?" Cheng Shui suddenly understood and stood up, taking Chen Yu's hand. "Come wash your hands first. It's been a long day. You need to eat well." Seeing that Old Lady Cheng did not object, Chen Yu followed Cheng Shui to the water tank. After washing her face and hands, she hesitated at the table, ultimately not sitting down. She worried about the harsh words Old Lady Cheng might utter or that she might be sent away. Though Wu Sure was young, she was exceptionally mature and sensed the awkward atmosphere. She stood beside her mother, not daring to take a seat, biting her lip in silence. In the past, Old Lady Cheng would greet Wu Sure and Chen Yu with excitement, urging them to sit down and eat. However, today, she was silent and expressionless, which was understandable for Chen Yu's hesitation. Cheng Zhenbao, sensing the tension, sighed inwardly and reached out to tug at Chen Yu's sleeve. "What are you doing? Any matters can wait until after dinner." Old Lady Cheng had not even realized what was happening. She had been lost in her thoughts, troubled by how to face the village's gossip if the two children truly became involved. When she lifted her gaze, she unexpectedly found Chen Yu and Wu Sure standing awkwardly to the side. Her heart softened, and she urged, "Come, sit down and eat. You've had a tough day. Eat more meat to replenish yourselves." Only then did Chen Yu sit down beside Cheng Shui. Everyone picked up their bowls and chopsticks. The table, usually filled with laughter, was now shrouded in silence. Old Lady Cheng, sensing the unusual atmosphere, sighed and spoke, "You must have been frightened today." She directed this remark at Chen Yu and Wu Sure. Reminded of the earlier events, Chen Yu felt a twinge of fear and bit her lip, nodding. "It was impulsive of me, and I dragged you both into this. I am truly sorry." As she spoke, her eyes glistened with tears, and her body trembled slightly from fear. Old Lady Cheng gazed at Chen Yu, her heart heavy with mixed emotions. Such an incident would be overwhelming for anyone, especially a woman. "It's all right. If those people continue to gossip behind your back, you come tell me. You are young and sensitive, but I'm not afraid of them. If they dare to slander you again, I shall make sure to silence them." Her fierce words caused everyone at the table to pause their eating. Old Lady Cheng, known for her gentle demeanor, unexpectedly spoke with such ferocity to protect Chen Yu and her daughter. Chen Yu's eyes turned red, and she knelt before Old Lady Cheng. "I'm sorry for disappointing you." Chapter 197. A direct confession. Chen Yu wept, leaning against Old Lady Cheng, nearly unable to rise. Yi Xiao discreetly nudged Cheng Hai's elbow, exchanging knowing glances with Lu Ling and the two younger brothers. "Look, I sense a spark here." Lu Ling blinked. "But it's not over yet. Grandma hasn't even spoken." Cheng Hai noticed the subtle exchanges among them and feigned seriousness, saying, Let us focus on eating, no distractions. Cheng Zhenbao, with a peeled sweet potato in hand, savored it delightfully. In contrast, Cheng Shui appeared to struggle with his meal. Old Lady Cheng consoled Chen Yu for quite some time, and the latter finally managed to suppress her emotions. After taking a deep breath, Cheng Shui prepared to speak. Cheng Zhenbao observed his expression, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, smiling brightly. Mother, Cheng Shui began, I will be straightforward. You know my nature. I cannot hide things. Old Lady Cheng paused, then realized what Cheng Shui intended to say. A flicker of emotion crossed her eyes as she encouraged, speak your mind. I want to keep you from expressing yourself. I have feelings for Chen Yu, Cheng Shui declared abruptly. His unexpected confession left everyone at the table momentarily stunned, especially Chen Yu, who had anticipated a more tactful approach from him. Cheng Zhenbao couldn't help but chuckle. Uncle is quite bold. Well done. If you like her, you should say it out loud. Bottling it up is not good. Old Lady Cheng, having lived a life of restraint, was taken aback by her son's directness. She dropped one of her chopsticks, her lips twitching in surprise. Seeing her reaction, Cheng Shui assumed she disapproved, his heart sinking. He then spoke earnestly, Mother, I'm serious. Although he was married before, the Wu family left her early. She never had a proper life. Moreover, we all know her character after spending time together. She is kind, gentle, and family-oriented. And sure is such a lovely child. Cheng Shui praised her profusely. I would be incredibly fortunate to have such a wonderful wife. His compliments made both Chen Yu and Wu Sure blush. Cheng Zhenbao stifled her laughter, amused by her uncle's bluntness. Cheng Shui continued, You are aware of the villager's nature. Those slanders previously mentioned by Tian Li were all schemes concocted by Lu Hua against our Cheng family. Yu has done nothing wrong. Besides, we have lived in the same village for years. Although we had little interaction, we know each other well enough. If you do not agree, Cheng Shui began, but Old Lady Cheng lightly slapped his shoulder, not with force, but as a gentle reminder. When did I say I disagreed? Mother, are you truly saying you approve of me being with you? Cheng Shui stared at Old Lady Cheng in disbelief. Chapter 198. Marrying a virtuous wife. Old Lady Cheng looked at him with a mix of exasperation and affection. Cheng Shui paused, reflecting that she had indeed not voiced any objections. Cheng Zhenbao observed his dazed expression and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. In accordance with grandmother's temperament, if she were to disagree, she would promptly ask the guests to leave, making it impossible for anyone to continue dining. While the character of matriarch Cheng may not result in her directly expelling guests, eliciting her cordial invitation to sit and dine is equally unattainable. Cheng Shui felt a sense of relief. Yet Chen Yu remained somewhat uneasy, wanting to speak but finding the moment inappropriate. Matriarch Cheng glanced over, sighed, and candidly expressed, To be honest, I was indeed upset at first. My ire stemmed from your silence. Do you think I am some unreasonable elder? Each of you, from top to bottom, kept secrets from me. Had you spoken earlier, whether it was regarding courtship or otherwise, we could have avoided the entire village being stirred up. Children will find their own fortunes. Your father and I are now old and cannot manage everything. What I desire now is simply for you both to live happily. In the future, we shall be one family, so rest assured in residing with the Cheng family. I shall not tolerate anyone speaking ill of you. Chen Yu was taken aback by Matriarch Cheng's unexpected support, her heart swelling with a complex mix of emotions, a warm current flowing through her chest. It felt as though her long-parched heart was finally being replenished. Matriarch Cheng gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, sighing softly, Silly child. Why are you crying? Just live well with Cheng Shui. Your blessings lie ahead. All right, let us eat now. The dishes are getting cold, interjected Xiao Shuyun with a smile. The atmosphere at the dining table lightened considerably, and after a satisfying meal, everyone felt content. Cheng Zhenbao, munching on a sweet potato, looked around at the warm family scene and smiled. Later that evening, Cheng Shui escorted Chen Yu and her mother out. Cheng Hai glanced at Matriarch Cheng, who was still seated in the courtyard, and approached her with a playful smile. Mother, I noticed you seemed reluctant about Chen Yu joining us at first. What caused the sudden change of heart? Upon hearing this, others in the courtyard turned their attention. The usually taciturn elder Cheng suddenly chuckled, casting a sidelong glance. Do you think your mother is one to drive couples apart? Cheng Zhenbao, unsteady as she approached while leaning against the wall, clearly shared the curiosity about Matriarch Cheng's shift in perspective. Matriarch Cheng chuckled, her hand resting on her knee as she sighed softly. I've always said that children have their own fortunes. So you have no issue with the Wu family now? To claim indifference would be disingenuous. But not everything in this world unfolds as one wishes. When viewed from another angle, Chunyu is also a victim of circumstance. And I see she has been nurturing her child well. These days, she has proven to be of good character. Moreover, your second brother has always been rather reserved and seldom makes requests. This time, it's rare for him to voice his feelings, and I cannot dampen his spirits. Can I? It is indeed a rare occasion to witness my son so resolute, and I would prefer not to undermine his disposition. As the saying goes, marrying a virtuous wife is paramount. I am confident that Chunyu will ensure a harmonious life with my second son. Chapter 199, Preparing the Betrothal Gifts. Cheng Hai, beaming, praised Matriarch Cheng a couple of times, which brought a twinkle of delight to her eyes. To have her join our family is certainly a commendable choice. Xiao Shuyun remarked with a smile, drawing from her own experiences. Cheng Zhenbao found this sentiment to be quite reasonable. In this feudal era, the Cheng family did not adhere to the notion of valuing sons over daughters. Matriarch Cheng and Elder Cheng were not the type to distinguish right from wrong without reason. Whether born into or married into the Cheng family, it was indeed a fortunate circumstance. Should we not prepare the betrothal gifts, then? Xiao Shuyun inquired. Matriarch Cheng pondered for a moment before nodding, affirming that arrangements should commence. Recently, there's been a flurry of gossip in the village, with tongues wagging incessantly, and Chunyu has been pushed to the brink. Thus, I wish to expedite the necessary processes. Firstly, to silence those gossips, and secondly, to provide assurance to the two children. Xiao Shuyun nodded and began discussing the betrothal gifts with Matriarch Cheng. Cheng Zhenbao and Cheng Hai, evidently uninterested in the topic, wander off. Though Cheng Zhenbao was barely over a year old, she possessed the spirit of an adult. After continuous practice, she could now steadily walk several steps. As she entered the house, she spotted Cheng Zhenbao sitting at the entrance, her expression fierce. Had Cheng Zhenbao truly been just a toddler, she might have been frightened to tears. Rolling her eyes at Lu War's foolish antics, Cheng Zhenbao thought of what Tian Li had said by the river that day. Previously, when Lu War spread rumors, they had suffered due to lack of evidence and had to resort to subtle tactics. But today was different. Tian Li's words had been heard by all, leaving Lu War no room to deny responsibility. Cheng Zhenbao watched Lu War's retreating figure, her mind already devising a plan. Why are you sitting here all alone, little one? Be careful, or a monster might come and take you away. Cheng Hai approached, speaking in a tone suited for children. Cheng Zhenbao, momentarily speechless, tugged at his collar. This time, Lu War must be taught a lesson. At that, Cheng Hai raised his eyebrows, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. This sentiment resonated with him well. You two have been standing there for quite some time. Come, third brother, help out by changing the silkworm sand, Cheng Shan interjected. Cheng Hai wore a mischievous smile and responded, All right, I'm coming. Hey, brother, shall we visit the village chief tomorrow? Cheng Shan, puzzled, asked, What for? Tomorrow. Mother and Shuyun plan to head to Qingzhou City to procure some items and finalize the engagement for second brother, then select a favorable date for the wedding. Chapter 200. Administering a dose of medicine to the village chief the next morning, Xiao Shuyun and Matriarch Cheng set out early, leaving Cheng Zhenbao in the care of Cheng Shan. Meanwhile, Cheng Hai had been summoned to the village chief's house by Cheng Shan early in the day. Cheng Hai, with a mournful expression, recounted his grievances to the village chief. Village chief, you are well aware of our Cheng family. Previously, I was deceived and was merely a victim. Yet Lu War twisted the narrative, claiming I was a gambler who lost silver. She has belittled our family, causing the villagers to point fingers at us. And my mother has fallen ill due to this matter. Cheng Hai continued with a grimace. Village chief, our family has contributed to the village. You must advocate for us regarding yesterday's incident. The village chief listened patiently, his tone laced with a sense of helplessness. Cheng Hai, I understand that you faced hardships yesterday, and your points are indeed valid. Everyone heard what transpired. Lu War and Tian Li's actions were undeniably excessive. Cheng Hai nodded in agreement. Exactly. She nearly cost a life with her slander. If this news spreads, 1T people claim that the folks of Dafeng village cannot discern right from wrong. As the village chief, he certainly wished to prevent any negative rumors about the village from circulating. With a serious expression, he patted Cheng Shui's shoulder. Rest assured, Xiao Hai, as village chief, I will ensure a satisfactory resolution for you. Upon hearing this, Cheng Hai exchanged a knowing glance with Cheng Zhenbao, both their eyes gleaming with determination. Cheng Zhenbao gave Cheng Hai a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Uncle, you did great." Having overheard this, Cheng Shan finally understood that the two had conspired together. However, this was beneficial, as it would prevent Lu from thinking the Cheng family was easy to bully and repeatedly seeking trouble. The members of the Cheng family left with their objectives fulfilled and hearts content. The village chief stood in place, pondering for a moment, before sending someone to fetch Lu Huar. With an expression of excitement, Lu Huar thought to herself, "The village chief has called for me. Could it be something good?" The village chief coldly waved his sleeve. "Good? How dare you utter such words?" Lu Huar was taken aback by the chief's stern demeanor. He continued, "Do you realize how outrageous your actions have been? Chen Yu and Tianli are innocent, yet you spread rumors throughout the village, leading everyone to believe they are involved, almost driving Chen Yu to attempt suicide to prove her innocence. The consequences of a life lost in the village would be dire." Lu Huar, stunned by his outburst, stammered, "But if she jumped into the river, what does that have to do with our village?" The officials will send investigators to look into the matter. Chapter 201. The village chief's rebuke. Do you know how complicated things will become if the investigators arrive? The village's reputation will be irrevocably tarnished. Have you considered this? The village chief's tone was laden with accusation, his eyes glaring fiercely at Lu Huar. She was momentarily dumbfounded. She had indeed not thought through the ramifications of her actions. The chief glared at her, raising a finger in accusation. "You don't know? Such an obvious matter, and you claim ignorance? I suspect this is intentional on your part. You previously spread rumors about the Cheng family, and now you are harming others. Your tongue will eventually lead to your own demise." Upon hearing the Cheng family mentioned, Lu Hua's eyes widened, as if she had realized something. With a disdainful scoff, she retorted sharply, "Ah, so it's because of the Cheng family. That explains why such a trivial matter has drawn your ire. After all this commotion, it all stemmed from the Cheng family." A mocking expression crossed her face. "Indeed, the Cheng family must have offered you substantial benefits. Otherwise, why would you show such bias towards them? Although I am not originally from your village, we are all villagers now. Is it not inappropriate for you to be so partial? Just because the Cheng family has earned some silver, does that mean everything they say is right?" At this moment, Lu Huar was no longer afraid. She stood with hands on her hips, questioning angrily. Perhaps to ensure those outside could hear, she raised her voice. Her gaze towards the village chief was filled with scorn. The chief was infuriated by her words, his temples throbbing with rage. He struggled to suppress his impulse to strike her, weakly waving his sleeve. "Even now, you remain unrepentant. You do not even comprehend what you have done wrong." "I am wrong. Where's my fault? Is it my mistake to point out your favoritism towards the Cheng family?" The chief's anger reached its peak, and with a cold laugh, he ceased to argue with Lu Huar. "I will not waste my breath on you. From today on, your family must pay 2 taels of silver as rent each month. This is a punishment for your reckless behavior. Furthermore, your family will no longer have the right to enjoy the free provisions distributed in the village." Upon hearing the demand for silver, Lu Huar's expression immediately changed, her voice rising several decibels. "What? 2 taels of silver? On what grounds?" The chief sneered. "There is no reason, since you are willfully ignorant. You shall no longer enjoy these privileges. Do you not realize that the reason you can rent land at such a low price is because the Cheng family spoke well on your behalf to the landlords?" Upon hearing this, Lu Huar became irate, glaring fiercely. "What privilege? The rent for others is several times lower than ours. You pretend to grant us benefits, yet everyone's rent differs. Clearly, this is the Cheng family's doing, intending to make it difficult for us, right? You are all in cahoots." As she spoke, Lu Huar spat towards the village chief. Chapter 202. The village chief's fury. The village chief, furious to the point of exasperation, shouted, "Lu Huar, if you continue to be so obstinate, do not blame me for expelling your entire family from the village." Hearing this, a flicker of fear crossed Lu Huar's eyes, and she closed her mouth, panic evident in her gaze. "If what you say were true, I would understand, but your claims are fabricated. Do you know what that means? You are defaming others, which could lead to your arrest. Hearing the word arrest, Lu Huater trembled. How could it be so serious? The village chief merely laughed coldly. How could it not be? You have already threatened someone else's life. If something were to happen to Chen Yu today, you would be held accountable as the murderer. Once the matter of arrest was mentioned, Lu Huater fell silent, biting her lip. Thus, should you engage in such detrimental actions again, I will not hesitate to report you and have you expelled from the village. Take heed. The village chief's words were resolute, filled with disdain. With that, he turned and waved his sleeve as he departed. Outside the chief's door, a crowd had gathered, whispering among themselves. Lu Huater felt their scrutinizing gazes, and a wave of irritation surged within her. She glared at them fiercely, cursing under her breath. What are you looking at? This has nothing to do with you. All of you, get lost. Her atrocious attitude incited the crowd's discontent. What arrogance! Just a dog without a home. Indeed, if it were not for your slander, we would not have treated Chen Yu this way. You nearly turned us into murderers. The current state of affairs was all due to her own making. Lu Huaer, who often reveled in gossip, never expected to be treated so. Yet, she understood that no matter how loudly she protested, she could not overpower the many voices against her, ultimately retreating in frustration. Cheng family. The news of Lu Huater's humiliation at the village chief's hands had spread throughout the village, bringing joy to the Cheng family, who reveled in the sweet taste of poetic justice. Lu Huaer has always delighted in spreading rumors. Today, she gets to experience the shame of being publicly scolded. Yi Xiao cheerfully approached Cheng Hai, as expected of my second uncle. Your approach is extraordinary. Cheng Hai felt a surge of pride, lifting the cherished Cheng Zhenbao from the ground. Indeed, who is our Cheng Xiaobao? Cheng Hai agreed with Cheng Zhenbao's remarks, nodding with a grin. Xiao Shuyan noted that it was nearly time and set down the silkworm cocoons, calling out, "Let me share another piece of good news." The crowd turned their attention, eager to hear. What good news? Speak up. Xiao Shuyan smiled. Mother just mentioned that everyone has worked hard lately, and today, in celebration, she has let me go and kill a chicken for dinner. Chapter 203. Lu Huater's furious outburst. I want spicy rabbit. Yu licked his lips, eyes glinting with desire. The mention of the spicy and fragrant dish sent everyone's stomachs rumbling in anticipation. Cheng Zhenbao observed the hungry expressions on their faces, finding it amusing. Ever since the spicy rabbit heads were made, everyone has been utterly captivated. Cheng old lady, seeing the eager gazes of the crowd, finally smiled in resignation. She waved her hand. Since everyone wishes to eat, let's prepare one. Hooray! Witnessing such scenes filled Cheng Shui with immense satisfaction. However, the only drawback was the noise from the increased livestock. It was unbearably loud. Truly, the animals raised by the Cheng family were as bothersome as their owners. Ada frowned, displaying evident disdain. Li Yin sighed softly, murmuring, "This matter is indeed a reflection of our family's inadequacies." Upon hearing this, Lu Huaer shot him a piercing glance, her face contorted with anger. Suddenly, in a fit of rage, she swept everything off the table, sending it crashing to the floor. With bloodshot eyes, she glared at Li Yin, exclaiming, "You worthless creature! For years, I have single-handedly managed this household. And what have you done? How dare you point fingers here? Who do you think you are?" Li Yin, accustomed to his gentle nature, remained silent, lowering his head in submission. Lu Huater continued to berate him, her tirade relentless. Even after venting her frustrations, she still felt unsatisfied, rising to smash anything within reach. Her eyes were filled with resentment. The incessant clamor of chickens and ducks only heightened her agitation as she stormed towards the backyard. At that moment, Cheng Zhenbao, having heard Cheng Shui's pursuit of the chickens, also scurried to the backyard. She stood by the fence, her gaze drifting toward the neighboring Lu household. A glimmer of mischief flickered in her eyes, and she smiled, relishing the impending drama. The show is about to begin. As if to validate Cheng Zhenbao's thoughts, Lu Huater's furious figure soon came into view. Your household truly seems intent on opposing mine at every turn, she bellowed. Cheng Shui, who was busy catching rabbits, looked up in bewilderment. Cheng Zhenbao calmly observed Lu Huaer, taking pleasure in her escalating frustration. Make your cursed chickens and ducks quiet. They're driving me insane. Lu Huater shouted, her face contorted with rage. Cheng Zhenbao's round eyes sparkled with a sly grin as she watched the scene unfold. Just as Cheng Shui was about to speak, Lu Hua stumbled and tumbled over the fence, landing unceremoniously on the ground. Chapter 204. Benefits due to the recent busyness of the Cheng family. They had neglected to clean up the chicken droppings on the ground. Unfortunately, Lu Hua fell face first into the mess. She wiped her face, her expression shifting from pale to green and then back to white, resembling a painter's palette. Unable to contain her laughter, Cheng Zhenbao's giggles rang out, bright and melodious. Cheng Shui, witnessing the spectacle, couldn't help but chuckle, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Lu Hua will likely find it hard to eat for the next few days. Amidst Lu Hua's unbearable curses, Cheng Zhenbao swayed over to Cheng Shui and tugged at his sleeve. "Come on, uncle, we can feast today." Cheng Shui playfully teased her, bending down to scoop her up as they departed. Laughter filled the Cheng household, while the Lu family continued to bicker incessantly. For several days, life remained tranquil. The tea and fruit saplings planted by the villagers thrived, thanks to the Cheng family's fertilizer, with at least 70 to 80 out of 100 surviving. Cheng Zhenbao was quite satisfied with this outcome. Once the seedlings were ready for planting, the Cheng family, guided by Cheng Zhenbao, worked energetically alongside the villagers. Since Lu Hua had been warned by the village head, she had become much more subdued, and her absence made the Cheng family feel exceedingly relieved. One day, as the Cheng brothers toiled in the fields, only Lu Ling, Cheng's mother-in-law, and Cheng Zhenbao remained at home. Xiao Shuyan skillfully worked at the weaving loom, the rhythmic sound of the shuttle filling the courtyard. Cheng Zhenbao, curious, observed the weaving process. "Sister-in-law, I feel something is off with the rabbits in the backyard," Lu Ling said solemnly as she stepped outside. Cheng Zhenbao turned her inquisitive gaze toward her. Xiao Shuyan halted her work. "Off? What do you mean?" "Over the past 2 days, when I went to feed them, the rabbits seemed reluctant to eat, and they have been experiencing diarrhea," Lu Ling explained. Cheng Zhenbao furrowed her brow, wondering if they were all ill. The Cheng family's method of raising rabbits was quite scientific, and such a situation shouldn't arise. Xiao Shuyan's expression grew anxious. What could be happening? They seemed fine just yesterday. Cheng's mother-in-law frowned. It appears they may have contracted a disease. Can livestock transmit diseases among themselves? Xiao Shuyan asked, her tone skeptical. Cheng's mother-in-law nodded. Indeed, but such occurrences are rare, especially since we feed them fresh, clean vegetables. How could this happen? The Cheng family remained puzzled. Chapter 205. Get lost listening to their conversation. Cheng Zhenbao's brows knitted slightly. This is not a disease transmitted among animals. Someone has intentionally poisoned our rabbits. Look over there, there are footprints. Cheng Zhenbao squinted, her mind rapidly calculating. When she opened her eyes again, they gleamed with clarity. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Shuyan and the others turned to follow her gaze, indeed spotting several faint footprints on the ground. The size indicated they belonged to a man. Who would commit such a heinous act? Cheng's mother-in-law's face turned pale with anger. It was only natural for her to be furious. If they had consumed the poisoned rabbits, their lives would be at risk. It must be a duh and a ear, Cheng Zhenbao silently concluded. As soon as she spoke, the others furrowed their brows in concern. But our fence has already been tampered with. How could they possibly get in? Xiao Shuyan questioned, perplexed. Cheng Zhenbao merely smiled faintly. Fences are constructed by humans, and there are always flaws. Besides, in this village, the only ones who harbor such hatred towards us seem to be the Lu family, having already established enmity. And given that we have embarrassed her time and again, Lu Hua would not easily let us off the hook. After Cheng Zhenbao's analysis, Xiao Shuyan and the others found her reasoning sound. Lu Ling pondered. Indeed, she has often cursed you at home, wishing for harm to come to you. Cheng Zhenbao raised an eyebrow, amusement flickering within her. In reality, such curses were ineffective. Planting a curse was not an easy task. Observing the terror on Xiao Shuyan and Cheng's mother-in-law's faces, Cheng Zhenbao silently reassured them, there is nothing to worry about. It is merely a couple of sneezes. Upon hearing this, Cheng's mother-in-law finally relaxed, though her frown deepened. This is outrageous. This matter cannot be left unresolved. I shall confront Lu Hua. Xiao Shuyan quickly intervened. Mother, do not act impulsively. The issue is, even if we confront her, her family will surely deny it. Those 2 footprints alone are not enough to prove anything. And they may even turn the tables on us. Cheng's mother-in-law recognized the validity in her words. Cheng Zhenbao's eyes sparkled with cunning. Who says she won't admit to it? Even if she denies it, there are ways to make her confess. Moments later, Cheng's mother-in-law and Xiao Shuyan stood at the doorstep of the Lu household. As Lu Huaer opened the door, she was met with the furious faces of Cheng's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. A chuckle escaped her lips as she surmised their intentions. What is there to boast about for merely raising a few rabbits? Now that all of them are dead, let us see how you will respond. What are you blocking my door for? Lu Huaer feigned ignorance on her face. Cheng's grandmother let out a cold laugh. What are we doing? Is feigned ignorance amusing? Lu Huaer replied with a mocking smile. Oh, you old hag, come vent your frustrations on me, have you? Who gave you the audacity? Begone. Chapter 206. The tension escalates. Say another word, and see what happens. Xiao Shuyan sneered. The air thickened with hostility, and Cheng Zhenbao, witnessing the brewing conflict between Cheng's grandmother and Lu Huaer, quickly intervened. Calm down. Remember our purpose. It is enough to provoke Lu Huaer. Lu Huaer, observing the sudden composure of the Cheng mother-in-law duo, mistakenly believed they were intimidated by her presence, and a sense of smugness filled her heart. Is there nothing left for you to say? She crossed her arms, her expression dripping with derision. It serves you right that all your rabbits have perished. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Cheng Zhenbao's eyes, and with a sly smile, she urged, now is the time. Press her. Xiao Shuyan was the first to react. Hands on her hips, so you still deny it. How could you not know about our troubles if you truly had no part in it? Caught off guard by the accusation, Lu Huaer hesitated, realizing she had inadvertently revealed too much. A flicker of regret crossed her eyes, but she quickly attempted to rectify her blunder. We're so close. Is it surprising that I would know? I can see from my backyard, can't I? Cheng's grandmother seized the opportunity. Oh, you have nothing better to do than watch others' yards? You must have ulterior motives. Don't say that, Grandma Cheng. Nowadays, every household in the village is raising rabbits, all sourced from the Cheng family. Lu Ling interjected, feeling uneasy and helpless. Upon reflection, it became clear that only Lu's family remained without rabbits, and her concern was quite reasonable. Under Cheng Zhenbao's guidance, the rabbit farming had flourished. As the population grew, the village head sanctioned selling the young rabbits for compensation. Now, most families in the village, like the Chengs, cultivated fruit trees and tea plants, also raising clams and rabbits. Some had even earned a bit of silver, growing ample grain in their fields. Yet, Lu's family was conspicuously absent from this thriving scene. Lu Ling's words, though seemingly in defense of Lu Huaer, subtly hinted at the latter's apparent motive. Even if you begged me, I would not sell you any rabbits. Lu Huaer, initially believing Lu Ling was assisting her, suddenly felt betrayed, an uncontainable rage igniting within her. She raised her hand to strike Lu Ling, but fortunately, Xiao Shuyan had heard Cheng Zhenbao's warning and swiftly pulled Lu Ling away. Just then, the village head happened to arrive, witnessing the commotion between the Lu and Cheng families. He sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. What is going on here again? Cheng Zhenbao recognized the village head's tone of exasperation and sighed inwardly. Cheng's grandmother spoke before Lu Huaer could respond. Lu Huaer is trying to harm us. She poisoned our rabbits, causing significant losses. All those rabbits are now sick and beyond saving. Xiao Shuyan chimed in, her voice laden with sorrow and sympathy. Chapter 207. Reporting to the authorities. Upon hearing Xiao Shuyan's words, a sense of secret delight surged within Lu Huaer. Cheng Zhenbao did not miss the expression on her face, her eyebrows arching slightly. She does not merely wish to harm rabbits. She clearly intends to destroy our entire family. Cheng's grandmother was a true performer, tears flowing at will. Grasping the village head's hand, she lamented, Village head, this is not the first time Lu Huaer has attacked us. In the past, it was merely rumors, but now she seeks to take our lives. Cheng Zhenbao urged Xiao Shuyan, who immediately put on a sorrowful face. Indeed, village head, just think. If we consume those sick rabbits, Listening to the conversation between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, the village head's expression grew increasingly serious. Perhaps we should report this to the authorities, Lu Ling timidly suggested. Lu Huaer's indignation surged, and she was the first to exclaim, do not speak such nonsense. I have no intention of causing harm. She then glared at Lu Ling, her eyes filled with venom. You little wretch. You ingrate. Lu Ling, No longer afraid of Lu Huaer, feigned terror while her eyes sparkled with provocation. Lu Huaer, her anger boiling, felt powerless to act with the village head present. Yes, indeed. We should report this. Since Lu Huaer has so boldly claimed she bears no relation to this matter, let us trust her this once. Xiao Shuyun wiped her face and continued, this time, we must capture this murderer and bring her to justice. We will not show leniency. The village head stroked his beard thoughtfully. Reporting to the authorities seems the best course. Cheng Zhenbao's eyes sparkled with delight as she leaned on her chin, intently observing the tumultuous expressions flitting across Lu Huaer's face. Ah, what a sight! Her face shifts from red to pale. It would be a shame not to pursue an acting career. Lu Huaer's expression transformed from rage to panic. If the authorities investigated and uncovered her family's involvement, not only would it disgrace the Lu family, but they would also be unable to safeguard Ada and heir. The village head, with a stern gaze fixed on Lu Huaer, asked in a deep voice, Lu Huaer, are you certain this has nothing to do with you? If the officials come and discover you are indeed responsible, I was not joking last time I spoke to you. Should you bring disgrace upon the village, I will have no choice but to expel you. His resolve was unwavering. As village head, it was his duty to act with such rigor. Hearing the village head's grave tone, Lu Huaer's heart raced with fear. Her gaze faltered, gripping her sleeves tightly as she stammered. I only let Ada and heir feed the rabbits a little medicine. It wasn't strong poison. Her voice was barely a whisper, and she could not even bear to look at the village head. She had never expected the Cheng family would uncover her actions. After all, Ada and heir had gone under the cover of night, ensuring the Chengs were asleep. How could this happen? Village head, look, she just confessed, Cheng's grandmother exclaimed, astonished. The village head's face darkened, his eyes sparking with fury, the veins at his temples throbbing visibly. Chapter 208. Expulsion from the village. It was evident he was deeply enraged. He pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Huaer, his chest heaving. You, truly remarkable. You have treated my words as mere wind passing by. Lu Huaer pouted, feeling guilty and unable to meet the village head's gaze. She mumbled a few incoherent words. Cheng Zhenbao scrutinized Lu Huaer, inwardly clicking her tongue. In truth, reporting this to the authorities would be futile. The officials have far too many matters to attend to than to concern themselves with this trivial village squabble. Indeed, she had deliberately prompted Lu Ling to summon the village head, intending to intimidate Lu Huaer with the threat of reporting. Initially, she anticipated the need to stoke the flames further, yet Lu Huaer had capitulated far too quickly. Faced with the village head's grim expression, Lu Huaer was thoroughly anxious. She hastily spoke, her eyes pleading, I did not dismiss your words, village head. Ada and heir merely acted on impulse. We never intended to kill anyone. It is merely a drop of poison. It cannot possibly kill anyone. Cheng Zhenbao chuckled coldly to herself. Not lethal? Perhaps I should just kill a rabbit and treat her to a feast. Xiao Shuyun recounted Cheng Zhenbao's words verbatim, leaving the other party utterly speechless. The village chief sneered, What? Did you not claim it was harmless? If that is the case, why are you hiding? Lu Huaer wished to retort, yet found herself at a loss for words. After much hesitation, she implored, Village chief, please trust me just one more time. I promise I will never harm anyone from the Cheng family again. As the saying goes, once disloyal, 100 times useless. We have tolerated your antics before, but this time is simply too much. The monetary loss was trivial, but if they failed to notice the peculiar behavior of the rabbits, or worse, consume them out of pity, it could lead to tragic consequences. The village chief sighed deeply, and upon opening his eyes, his expression was resolute. Enough. I have already stated that the last time was your final chance. Since you remain obstinate, from this day forth, your Lu family shall no longer be a part of Dafan village. Pack your belongings and leave. He waved his hand, displaying visible fatigue. Cheng Zhenbao curled her lip. Everything is self-inflicted. If one seeks their own demise, who can save them? Li Yin and the two brothers, Ada and heir, who had been eavesdropping in the courtyard, panicked upon hearing the village chief's words. They rushed out to plead with him. Li Yin nuda frantically, his face pale with anxiety. Yes, we truly realize our mistakes. Aunt Cheng, can I offer you an apology? Although famine was no longer an issue, without a place in the village, they would be reduced to begging. Village chief, please, have mercy and spare us this once. Ado was on the verge of tears. As he spoke, Li Yin attempted to kneel on the ground. The village chief swiftly prevented him, frowning. What is the meaning of this? Lu Huaer, witnessing Li Yin's intent to kneel before the Cheng family, felt a surge of inexplicable anger. She kicked him on the calf, her eyes fierce. You useless fool! If it weren't for the Cheng family, how would our family have fallen to this state? And you dare to kneel before them? You truly are a disgrace. Chapter 209. The chaotic Lu family. Hearing this, old lady Cheng sneered. Why shift the blame to us when you are the one of questionable character? Furthermore, Li Yin is at least a man. Your brazen behavior is only tolerated by him. Old lady Cheng had long disapproved of Lu Huaer's temperament. The already irritable Lu Huaer, after being scolded by old lady Cheng, was filled with resentment. She glared fiercely at old lady Cheng. You old hag. What does this have to do with you? If I want to beat or curse him, what business is it of yours? He is nothing but a useless piece of trash. The village chief could only shake his head in exasperation, utterly speechless. Cheng Zhenbao clicked her tongue in amusement, her gaze fixed on the downcast Li Yin, whose expression was inscrutable. Even a clay figurine has its temper. Li Yin is not a block of wood. Does one truly believe he will not retaliate? As Xiao Shuyun, cradling Cheng Zhenbao, raised an eyebrow, anticipating Li Yin's response, a sharp sound echoed. Lu Huaer gasped. At that moment, Li Yin's expression was dark and menacing, a stark contrast to his usual timid demeanor. Veins throbbed on his forehead, and his eyes blazed with fury. Lu Huaer, covering her face, sat on the ground in disbelief, her gaze wavering. You hit me? Perhaps too shocked, she repeated. Li Yin, you actually hit me? Lu Huaer had been struck, and Cheng Zhenbao felt an immense sense of satisfaction. After years of cowardice, Li Yin had finally done something commendable. With a gloomy expression, Li Yin's chest heaved, his eyes slightly reddened. He did not strike again, but maintained a menacing presence. After all these years I've toiled for your Lu family. And you, a worthless piece of trash, dare to hit me. Lu Huaer cursed as she stood, ready to retaliate against Li Yin. Today, the typically timid Li Yin seemed transformed, pushing her away forcefully. Get lost. You shameless woman. Our family is in this predicament because of you, he shouted in desperation. Cheng Zhenbao's eyes widened in delight as she watched the spectacle unfold. All because of your vanity and greed. You kept provoking the Cheng family, and now you've dragged our entire family into this mess. Lu Huaer and Li Yin engaged in a scuffle, while Ada and Air joined the fray, resulting in utter chaos. The village chief showed little interest in the outcome of this farce, instructing the others to ensure the Lu family was expelled from the village before departing. Cheng Zhenbao observed the disorder before her, filled with a sense of reflection. Truly, every single member of the Lu family is selfish, but it is Lu Huaer's greed that initiated all their misfortunes. Chen Yu frowned, speaking up. But I heard the rabbits at home were poisoned by the Lu family and have all died. What? Cheng Shui and the others were taken aback. Old lady Cheng gestured for silence, recounting the sequence of events. After listening, Cheng Shui's face turned an angry shade of black. Chapter 210. Rescuing the rabbits. Cheng Hai held his head in anguish. I had already negotiated with the tavern owner in town. As long as this batch of rabbits matches the quality of the last shipment, the price can be increased. Previously, when Cheng Hai had impulsively brought a few rabbits to sell while purchasing tofu, he had made a considerable profit due to their excellent appearance. After sharing this news with the family, their enthusiasm for rabbit farming soared. Cheng Hai had been eagerly counting down the days, only to find that the cooked duck had flown away. He slumped at the table, sighing heavily. The rest of the Cheng family shared his dismay, their hearts heavy with both sorrow and regret. Though they were merely livestock, they had developed an attachment. If they had simply died or been consumed, it would have been acceptable, but instead, they were forced to watch them perish. Cheng Zhenbao, observing the gloom surrounding her family, furrowed her brow and slowly climbed onto a stool. Who said we have to watch them die? There is still hope for salvation. Cheng Shan and the others brightened at her words, turning to look at Cheng Zhenbao. Yi Xiao and the others, unable to hear, sensed a sudden lift in the atmosphere. Astragalus, cassia seed. Cheng Zhenbao mentally listed several medicinal herbs. Cheng Shui and the others' eyes lit up with realization. How could they have forgotten such an important solution when they had successfully saved sheep with herbs before? Cheng Zhenbao silently raised her hand and continued sucking her fingers. The rabbits are experiencing vomiting and diarrhea, but have not yet reached the critical stage. While the poison has not fully manifested, if we gather the antidote herbs and feed them, everything will be fine. Old Lady Cheng, flushed with excitement, began directing the others. Cheng Hai was the most proactive, promptly standing up to head outside. The next day, when they anxiously returned to check, they found the rabbit's condition had improved significantly. This confirmed the herbs were effective. After a few more days, the rabbits gradually regained their vitality, allowing everyone to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Perhaps Lu Huar never anticipated that her efforts to poison the rabbits would backfire, ultimately leading to her own family's downfall. Cheng Zhenbao mused inwardly. Zheng Hai snorted, remarking that the fate of Lu Huar's family was a consequence of their own actions, and they deserved it. Cheng Shui nodded in agreement. I think so too. Ever since she arrived in the village, her family has been creating various obstacles for us. Now that the Lu family is no longer here, the village has become considerably more peaceful. The women who used to gather at the village entrance to gossip have diminished significantly. The Cheng family has shifted its focus entirely to agricultural pursuits. Chapter 211. The betrothal the fabric produced is of excellent quality, allowing for a modest profit when sold in town. The Cheng family's savings have gradually increased. After discussions, Grandma Cheng and Xiao Shuyun decided to finalize the betrothal for Chen Yu. The two huddled together, deliberating over the necessary arrangements. Cheng Zhenbao, pondering nearby, pursed her lips. Although Lu Huar's family has departed, the village's rumors will not cease. Given Aunt Chen's unique status, since we have decided to become one family, why not make a grander affair of it? In this way, when this matter is recalled in the future, the villagers will only feel a sense of nostalgia. At the very least, their malice towards Aunt Chen and Shur will diminish. Upon hearing this, both Grandma Cheng and Xiao Shuyun found it quite reasonable. Let us proceed with the traditional customs, ensuring that all 3 letters and 6 rights are included, suggested Xiao Shuyun. Grandma Cheng contemplated and agreed. The child was compelled to marry under unfortunate circumstances, and it is fitting that both the beginning and the conclusion bear a sense of regret. Furthermore, it is vital for our Cheng family to exhibit some splendor with the addition of more female members. Choosing an auspicious date, Grandma Cheng and Xiao Shuyun personally delivered the betrothal gifts to Chen Yu's home. Notably, Grandma Cheng had even hired musicians to play the suona as they traveled. True to Xiao Shuyun's words, every step of the 3 letters and 6 rites was meticulously followed. When Chen Yu beheld the elaborate display and the betrothal gifts, she trembled, her eyes reddening. This is not according to tradition. Understanding her intent, Grandma Cheng interrupted. From this moment forth, the past is irrelevant. Though your parents are no longer with us, at your age, you are capable of making these decisions. If you are willing, from henceforth, you shall be a part of the Cheng family, and Shur will be my beloved granddaughter. Grandma Cheng's words moved Chen Yu to tears. The villagers who had gathered at the doorway also expressed their sentiments. Cheng Zhenbao, savoring a piece of candy, listened joyfully as Wu Shur recounted her feelings in that moment. Indeed, joyous occasions invigorate the spirit. The taste of the sweet treat is unlike any other. Thus, the betrothal matter was resolved, and the village's gossip took a new direction. Previously, they spoke of Chen Yu as a widow. Now, they marveled at her good fortune. Following the betrothal, all that remained was to await the wedding date. Cheng Shui worked more diligently than ever, his demeanor radiating joy. Under Cheng Shui's meticulous care, the family's rabbits thrived, growing plump and robust, their coats glossy and well-kept. As for the other villagers, Cheng Hai had inquired around. I have seen them. While not as fine as ours, they are still commendable. Cheng Feng, seated at the table, rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Cheng Zhenbao leaned on Cheng Shan's shoulder, observing his expression, already forming her guesses. It seems Uncle C intends to gather all those in the village who raise rabbits. Indeed, Grandma Cheng and the others shared this sentiment. The crucial point was that a litter of rabbits requires time to mature, and the tavern would need a constant supply. Relying solely on the Cheng family's rabbits would undoubtedly be insufficient. Cheng Zhenbao understood their intentions. They wished to seize the opportunity presented by the tavern. Chapter 212. A dual benefit. After all, the tavern's profits will be earned by someone, whether it be the Cheng family or another. Thus, it would be prudent to involve the villagers in sharing the spoils. Cheng Zhenbao mused, as the saying goes. It's better to let our resources benefit those within our own community. Nodding in agreement, she continued, this is indeed a splendid idea. It not only secures a source for the tavern, but also provides the villagers with a means to earn income. Truly a win-win situation. Establishing a good rapport with the tavern owner could also fulfill the promise made to the village chief, she added. Cheng Hai glanced at the expressions of those around him, smiling as he said, it seems everyone shares my thoughts. I too believe we can all earn from this. Others nodded in agreement. With the tea trees and fruits yet to mature, and raising mussels proving difficult for immediate profit, having a reliable source of income was indeed beneficial. Cheng Laotu remarked, given the circumstances, it appears we are all in accord. If so, I shall seek out the village chief and ask him to gather everyone. Rubbing his hands together, Cheng Hai added, finding a reliable source of rabbits for the tavern owner might even yield some extra reward. With a heart full of optimism, he swiftly exited the courtyard, eager to act before anyone else. Observing his hurried demeanor, Cheng Zhenbao couldn't help but smirk, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes as she silently reflected, indeed, Uncle San remains true to form. He was the quickest to rush towards any prospect of profit. Nonetheless, he was indeed effective in his endeavors, earning money without a hint of guilt. The village chief, known for his efficiency, swiftly gathered the rabbit raisers together within no time. Why have we been summoned? One inquired. I heard there is money to be made, another answered. At this, the crowd erupted in excitement, eagerly surrounding the village chief. Overwhelmed by the throng, the chief lamented, your presence here is of no use. This matter was proposed by the Cheng family. With this proclamation, a hush fell over the crowd. Cheng Hai cleared his throat and succinctly conveyed the details of the arrangement. Upon concluding, questions inevitably arose. With so many of us raising rabbits, can a single tavern truly accommodate them all? That is certainly not an issue. Even if the tavern cannot take them all, they can always be resold to others. Cheng Zhenbao interjected. Hearing this, the crowd expressed their willingness to sell their rabbits. After compiling the information, Cheng Hai added, however, one point to note is that the tavern owner stated that the price of each rabbit will depend on its quality and meat. Thus, prices may vary. If you wish to maximize your earnings, ensure the quality of the rabbits is high and feed them well. In unison, the crowd affirmed their commitment. Cheng Zhenbao watched Cheng Hai confidently addressing the assembly, feeling a swell of emotion within her. This was merely the first step in her grand design. Her ambition was to conquer the entirety of Qingzhou City and emerge as its wealthiest individual. The tavern owner, a generous and affable character, dispatched someone to collect the agreed-upon sum after confirming the quantity. As Cheng Shui counted the portion belonging to his family, his eyes widened in astonishment. Are we receiving too much? He exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. The tavern owner smiled and waved his hand dismissively. No, this is fair. The quality of this batch of rabbits is indeed commendable. However, your family's rabbits command a higher price, he added, satisfaction evident on his face. I am quite curious about your family's feeding methods, as their meat is notably more exquisite than that of ordinary rabbits. Given that rabbit meat is the signature dish of my tavern, I naturally wish to maintain a stable relationship with your family. Cheng Hai understood the tavern owner's intention, his eyes sparkling as he nodded enthusiastically. Yes, from now on, our rabbits will always be prioritized for your tavern. At that moment, Cheng Hai felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Little Bao truly was remarkable. As Cheng Zhenbao observed Cheng Hai striding in with an air of triumph, she surmised that his recent endeavors had yielded significant rewards. After distributing the silver intended for the villagers, the Cheng family gathered together. However, we must ensure the proper cultivation of silkworms, shells, and rabbits. Although we possess a fine piece of silk and quality pearls, I fear we may soon face a shortage, she remarked. Cheng Hai held Cheng Zhenbao in high regard and nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, while we have accumulated some savings, we must not grow complacent. Elder Cheng also interjected, although our circumstances have improved compared to the past, we are still far from having enough to eat at every meal. We must work collaboratively and strive for further progress. Cheng Shan, scratching his head with a hearty laugh, reassured, "Do not worry. I will keep a vigilant eye on the fields." Cheng Zhenbao eagerly awaited the maturation of the tea and fruit trees. As time passed, a month slipped by. On this particular day, Cheng Zhenbao felt an unsettling flutter in her brow, a premonition that something was amiss. Before she could consult her divination, she heard hurried footsteps outside. "This is bad. This is bad." Cheng Feng burst through the door in a frenzy. Elder Cheng, noticing his drenched forehead, furrowed her brow. "What has happened that has you so agitated?" "In the fields, a multitude has gathered there, claiming that our family has ruined their crops." Cheng Zhenbao observed Cheng Feng's troubled countenance, and without further ado, she resorted to divination herself. The results were alarming. Her brow tightened in concern. "What is going on? Speak quickly. There's an issue in the fields. The villagers have cornered Father and Uncle San, and they may resort to violence." Elder Cheng sensed the gravity in Cheng Zhenbao's voice and immediately rose. Upon their arrival at the fields, they found Cheng Shan and Cheng Hai encircled by an agitated crowd, both men appearing helpless as they attempted to reason with the villagers. The villagers were animated, their words flying like arrows. "Do not speak in circles. I ask merely if the remedy is from the Cheng family." Chapter 214. The Purchase of Land. Cheng Shan, wearied by the exchange, responded, "It is true that the method was provided by our family, but our crops have also suffered damage." Cheng Hai frowned. "Indeed, you sought our fertilizer, and now that trouble has arisen, why should the blame rest solely on us? How could we have known that your fertilizer was flawed?" One man scoffed. "If it were just my crops affected, it would be one thing, but now everyone's fields are suffering, and you deny responsibility." Others joined in, speculating. "Could it be that Lu Hua's divination was accurate? Your family's fertilizers and pesticides are clearly inept." Cheng Hai nearly choked on his indignation, glaring at the speaker. "What nonsense! If it weren't for our pesticide, your crops would have been devoured by pests long ago." Cheng Shan, his temper slightly abated, added, "If our fertilizers and pesticides were truly defective, would we have used them? Regardless, my crops have been ravaged to the point of near total loss. Come autumn, we shall reap nothing. The Cheng family must take responsibility," shouted the most boisterous among them. Despite the issue not stemming from their actions, Cheng Hai pressed, "Why don't you tell us how you propose to resolve this?" The villagers fell silent for a moment before clamoring, "We will face ruin unless you buy our land." Ever since the villagers began pearl farming, many had managed to profit from the venture, purchasing back their rented lands. From a distance, Xiao Shuyan observed, muttering inwardly, "These ingrates. They came begging for aid, and when trouble arises, they're the first to cast blame upon us." Elder Cheng, having lived for decades, steadied her emotions. "Let us not rush to conclusions. It is certainly not our products that are at fault. Let us first assess the situation in the fields." She held no doubt regarding the efficacy of the formulas provided by Cheng Zhenbao. As the matriarch and her daughter-in-law descended into the fields, they discovered that the roots, stems, and leaves of the crops had been severely damaged by pests, riddled with numerous small holes. Heavens! How could the devastation be so dire? If this continues, we may end up with nothing. Xiao Shuyan's face paled, her expression grave. Cheng Zhenbao raised her gaze from the leaves, her brow furrowed. "It is a pestilence, and the number of pests appears to be substantial." This was clearly a case of pest damage, yet they had already applied pesticide. How could the situation be so severe? Elder Cheng sighed. Cheng Zhenbao quietly lamented, her eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. The issue lies not with the pesticide. Rather, this pestilence is unavoidable. However, the villagers remained oblivious to the underlying circumstances, merely suspecting that the fertilizer and pesticide provided by the Cheng family were flawed and thus demanded an explanation. Chapter 215. The acquisition. Regardless of Cheng Shan and Cheng Hai's attempts to reason, the villagers remained resolute. As Elder Cheng and her daughter-in-law climbed back up the embankment, they heard the villagers in unison declare, "You must purchase our land. Only then can we mitigate our losses. Yes, you must buy it. Your fertilizers have surely ruined the soil. We shall not plant again." The boldness of their demands indicated that these villagers had indeed amassed some wealth through pearl farming. Cheng Zhenbao narrowed her eyes, a smirk forming in her heart. While this pestilence is unavoidable, it is not without resolution. If they are so eager to relinquish their land, Then let us buy it. Come autumn, we may still garner a harvest, and we would save the labor of plowing and planting. A most advantageous arrangement. Cheng Shan cast a pleading glance at Elder Cheng and Xiao Shuyun, feeling overwhelmed by the fervor of the villagers. Please allow us a moment to confer, Cheng Hai stated. The dissenters readily agreed, and the Cheng family retreated beneath a tree. I believe we should proceed with the purchase. We have some savings now. I cannot endure these people any longer. They did not behave this way when they came seeking help. Jingai spotting frustration. It is indeed a viable option. Cheng Zhenbao replied, her eyes sparkling. With her granddaughter's enthusiastic endorsement, Elder Cheng, concerned about the potential for unrest, waved her hand decisively. Very well. Let's buy it. Let them not regret their decision. Thus, the Cheng family consented to the villagers' demands to purchase the land. Perhaps the Cheng family's forthrightness rendered the villagers somewhat awkward. Well, we may have spoken in haste earlier. Do not take it to heart. We are all from the same village. Should a path to prosperity arise, we will still rely on you, Brother Cheng, to assist us, one man said, feigning a smile. Cheng Hai offered a hollow laugh, remaining silent as he retrieved the land deed. Fortunately, the Cheng family had some savings, making the acquisition of additional land a reasonable course of action. Cheng Zhenbao watched as the villagers counted their silver and departed, her gaze laced with derision. Some individuals are indeed irredeemable. Once the ruckus subsided, Elder Cheng gathered the family to discuss a solution. Given that it is a pestilence, should we not reconsider the use of pesticides? Cheng Shui, just returned from the mountains, suggested. It seems impossible. In fact, I discovered an abundance of pests in the fields yesterday, and I had already spread pesticide once. Who would have known that in just one night, the roots and stems of the crops would be so severely gnawed? Cheng Shan sighed, his forehead pressed in despair. As the others found themselves at a loss, Cheng Zhenbao stroked his chin and suggested, perhaps we should seek out the flower gardener from the market. He might possess a solution to our predicament. Tomorrow, you and the fourth will go to the town to find Lu, the gardener, instructed old lady Cheng to Cheng Hai. Cheng Feng was puzzled. While both flower gardening and farming involve cultivation, the intricacies differ greatly. Could a mere florist truly address our issues? In response to Cheng Feng's skepticism, Cheng Zhenbao smirked slyly. He might not be able to help directly, but he knows people who can. It would be wise to purchase some butterfly pastries and a jug of wine while in town. After all, when seeking assistance, one must adopt a proper demeanor. Cheng Hai readily agreed, trusting that Xiaobao's reasoning was sound. Subsequently, events unfolded much like those in the original narrative, as the Cheng family, through Lu's introduction, became acquainted with two experts in the field who collaborated to alleviate their pressing concerns. Naturally, the two accepted both goods and silver without hesitation. Time passed swiftly, from spring to autumn, and the fields were ripe for harvest. As one gazed across the landscape, the rice ears swayed gently in the breeze, evoking a sense of introspection. In addition to the grains, clusters of tea trees adorned the land. Amidst these reflections, the Cheng family was busily occupied, as their land, already considerable, had expanded through acquisitions from those who had stirred unrest. Now, during harvest, each member felt as though they might be split in two from the sheer workload. Half a month slipped by unnoticed, and while most families in the village had completed their harvests, the Cheng family still had a third remaining. Xiao Shuyun and Lu Ling were still plucking tea leaves in the dark. Onlookers gazed at this scene with envy. To quote Cheng Zhenbao, they were experiencing a mix of pain and joy. The following day, Cheng Shan and his brothers set out early, armed with sickles and hoes, as their courtyard brimmed with harvested grain. Let's not worry about that for now. We must clear the land first, so we can make another harvest before the cold sets in, Cheng Zhenbao languidly declared, resting her head on Xiao Shuyun's shoulder, yawning repeatedly. Xiao Shuyun called out, and everyone stepped out together. They planned to set the tea garden aside for the moment and first harvest the rice. With the whole family working together, their efficiency would surely increase. Why are there so many people gathered in the fields? Is something amiss? From a distance, Yi Xiao spotted a cluster of heads amidst the fields. It appeared to be Tian Li and his group, armed with sickles. What were they up to? Cheng Shui furrowed his brow. Cheng Zhenbao lazily opened her eyes, clicking her tongue with a hint of mockery. In other words, they have not farmed at all. Yet seeing the village's bountiful harvest, they naturally feel discontent. Upon hearing Cheng Zhenbao's words, Cheng Hai's eyes widened in disbelief. Could they be intending to harvest our crops? The land has been sold to us. There is no justification for stealing from us. Cheng Shan's expression darkened as the group hastened toward the fields. Just as Tian Li and his crew were preparing to act, Cheng Hai called out, "What are you doing?" Tian Li and the others turned, their brows furrowing. Upon recognizing the Cheng family, a flicker of panic crossed their faces, though it vanished almost immediately. "What are you all doing here with those hoes?" Cheng Hai destined Li. Tian Li exchanged glances with his companions. "Although the land has been sold to you, the crops were planted by us. Do we not have a right to reap what we sowed? Indeed, we provided the seeds, so we are entitled to a share of the harvest," they chimed in, adopting an indignant demeanor. Yi Shao scoffed. "Do you not have any shame? When pests ravaged the fields, you insisted on blaming our family and forced us to compensate you. We exerted great effort to resolve the pest issue, and now you wish to claim a portion of the harvest. Are we mere fools to be toyed with, while you expect us to hand over our crops?" Yi Zhao's argument was clear and filled with scorn. Perhaps sensing their guilt, Tian Li retorted, "You little brat, your words are quite unseemly. We'll just leave some for you." "Exactly. You make it sound as if we are living off your generosity." Cheng Hai countered with a cold smile. "Are you not ashamed? We'll give you the right to claim all the benefits for yourselves." Dien Li Fronat. "What do you mean by claiming benefits? The seeds were ours to plant, and thus the crops should rightfully belong to us." "Absolutely." Old Lady Cheng interjected, hands on her hips, angrily shouting, "Did you not include the seeds in the initial agreement? Are you now trying to exploit a loophole?" After a few rounds of shouting, Tian Li and his group resorted to outright intimidation. "These crops belong to us. It would be best for you to agree. Otherwise, do not blame us for being forceful." They threatened, their faces darkening. Cheng Shui and Yi Shao stepped forward, blocking their path, their hose raised high. "You dare? Do you think we won't? Brothers, let's go. I'm curious to see just how formidable the Cheng family truly is." In a matter of moments, words escalated into physical confrontation. Although the Cheng family was strong, they were outnumbered by Tian Li and his group, causing Old Lady Cheng and Xiao Shuyan to worry for Cheng Shan and the others' safety. Cheng Zhenbao frowned. She was not inclined to support a brawl. "Let us call the village chief. With his presence, even Tian Li and his group will think twice." After all, the fate of the Liu family served as a cautionary tale. Old Lady Cheng suddenly understood and hastily sent Lu Ling to fetch the chief. Observing the chaos, the village chief furrowed his brows and shouted, "What is happening here? Stop fighting. What issues cannot be resolved through conversation among neighbors?" But the heated combatants were beyond hearing reason, fully engrossed in their fray. Unable to tolerate further, the village chief took up a hoe himself and approached. "Enough. Cease this at once. If you dare to continue, I will expel you from the village." The threat of expulsion was serious, and Tian Li's group gradually halted their actions. Glancing nervously at the chief, they hastily distanced themselves, eager to disassociate from the conflict. "Chief, this is not our fault. It was the Cheng family who first insulted us." Cheng Hai, incensed, retorted, "You speak nonsense. You shameless brigands were the ones attempting to commit robbery." As tensions flared again, the village chief interjected, "Enough. Each of you should speak less. Follow me to my home to discuss this matter." Having the village chief intervene is the best course of action, Cheng Zhenbao thought as she leaned against Xiao Shuyan's shoulder, pondering. The village chief had gathered enough context from Old Lady Cheng and appeared somewhat resigned. "You see, those seeds were planted through our hard work. How can we not partake in the harvest?" Dien Li Snarat. Before the chief could respond, Yi Shao, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, "How shameless! Even if you planted the seeds, when you sold the land, you demanded 10 taels of silver. That is more than what the landlord offered. Wasn't it simply a matter of including the seeds of those crops as well?" A glimmer of insight flashed in Tian Li's eyes. When they initially provided their quotation, they had indeed accounted for those seeds, yet so much time has elapsed since then. At the time of the land transaction, only verbal agreements were made without any written documentation to clarify the ownership of the crops. Now, naturally, whatever they assert is deemed true. This realization weighed heavily on Tian Li and his companions. Had they foreseen this, they would have never sold the land, while others overlooked Tian Li's expression. Cheng Zhenbao observed everything intently. When they sold the land, they certainly included the seeds and the money from manual sowing. Yet now they wished to claim the harvest without acknowledgement. Quickly suppressing the gleam in his eyes, Tian Li chuckled and crossed his arms, retorting, "Who says that? The land is ours. Naturally, we can produce as much as we wish." Moreover, there was no written agreement regarding the ownership of the crops when the land was sold, so we are entitled to harvest those grains. Why should it be otherwise? After the crops were afflicted by pests, you showed no concern. It was our family that nurtured them with water and fertilizer. If it weren't for our efforts, those crops would have long since turned to dust. Old Lady Cheng, unwilling to engage further with Tian Li and his group, directly addressed the village chief. "Chief, this matter requires your fair judgment. How can we do the work while they reap the benefits?" The village chief, sensing her agitation, offered a few calming words, fearing she might faint from frustration. Since the Cheng family had invested heavily in purchasing the land, it stands to reason that the crops should belong to them as well. Besides, you have not even watered the crops once. Now that they have matured, what right do you have to partake in the harvest? Chapter 219. Buying back. Listening to the village chief's words, Cheng Zhenbao's face flickered with satisfaction. If only I could speak, I would ensure these fools understand the gravity of their folly. Upon hearing the village chief's remarks, Tian Li and his companions felt their spirits plummet. Tian Li was the first to protest. "Chief, you must not show favoritism." The village chief shot back, "Do not speak nonsensically. I have always strived for fairness and justice in my dealings. If you suspect any bias on my part, you may report me to the authorities. Just so, you know, I have forewarned you. If this matter reaches the officials and you are charged with extortion, I will not be responsible." The mention of involving the authorities immediately dampened Tian Li and his companions' resolve. The village chief snorted dismissively. "Do any of you have further objections? If not, this matter is settled. Since the land has been sold, do not create unnecessary trouble." With that, the matters seemed to be resolved. Yet Tian Li and his companions remained discontent. Determined, Tian Li called out to the Cheng family members who were preparing to leave. "Stop. We will not sell the land. We will return your money, and you must give us back our land." This proclamation was anticipated by Cheng Zhenbao, who merely smirked. Cheng Shan, understanding the situation, nodded vigorously. "In that case, it will be better to sell it back to them. However, this time we must have a written agreement, clearly delineating everything to prevent future disputes." After a brief discussion among the Cheng family, both Old Lady Cheng and Cheng Shan found Cheng Zhenbao's suggestion quite reasonable. "All right, we can sell the land back to you. But this is the final time. If any issues arise with the land, you cannot place the blame on our family." Zhenghai emphasized. Tian Li and his companions pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Fine. After all, the Cheng family could cultivate grains, and they could too. Observing both parties in accord, the village chief proceeded to draft the contract himself. He addressed Tian Li and his group. "Now that the contract is established, any future issues with the land will be your responsibility. I have seen those plots. They are well nurtured by the Cheng family." Tian Li and his companions nodded eagerly, understood. "Now, can we go and harvest the grains?" The village chief scoffed. "You are rather naive in your expectations. Those crops were cultivated through their diligence. What gives you the right to partake in the harvest?" Chapter 220. Preparing for marriage. Tian Li and his companions were left dumbfounded by this statement. Cheng Hai chuckled, relishing their expressions, before leisurely stating, "You might want to read the contract to see how it is worded." Tian Li and his companions, lacking literacy, pieced together the complete content of the contract through a series of exchanges. It soon dawned on them that although the land now belonged to them, the crops still belonged to the Cheng family. The contract had been signed and sealed, signifying their plans had been thwarted entirely. Old Lady Cheng let out a cold snort towards them, then contentedly lifted Cheng Zhenbao into her arms. Fortunately, Little Bao had emphasized this point earlier, prompting her to clarify the situation with the village chief. Otherwise, they might have fallen victim to Tian Li's schemes once more. Tian Li and his companions, clearly dissatisfied, attempted to seek further clarification from the village chief, but were quickly dismissed with a few curt words. With the village chief's authority in place, despite their resentment, Tian Li and his group could only watch as the Cheng family merrily harvested their crops day after day. Thus, this farce finally came to an end. After a bountiful autumn harvest, the Cheng family members were thoroughly exhausted. Yet, despite the laborious work, they felt an immense sense of satisfaction, relieved from the burden of worrying about food. Under Cheng Zhenbao's guidance, Cheng Hai arranged for a machine to thresh the rice, resulting in plump grains of rice after some effort. They had cultivated a significant amount of rice, yielding over 1,000 pounds, ensuring that the large Cheng family would no longer have to fear hunger. In addition to rice, the yield from soybeans, peanuts, potatoes, corn, and other crops was also quite impressive. The kitchen was overflowing with produce, prompting the Cheng family to purchase and renovate the adjacent property that originally belonged to the Liu family, dedicating one room solely for grain storage. Following Cheng Zhenbao's advice, Cheng Shui decided to merge both the back and front yards of the two families, expanding the rear area for livestock and significantly increasing the overall size of the Cheng property. This renovation incurred considerable expenses, yet it remained within an acceptable range for the Cheng family. As for the other villagers, though they hadn't planted much grain initially, they had managed to earn some income through pearls and tea trees, which ensured their family's basic needs were met while allowing for some funds to repair their dilapidated homes. After all, aside from the Cheng family, most households in the village still resided in crude, thatched huts, where heavy rains resulted in leaks from the roof. For months, the village was filled with the sounds of construction. Yu had also contemplated repairing her home, but Cheng Shui deemed it unnecessary. "You are about to join our Cheng family. There is no need for that. Rest assured, my mother has already prepared our new home and the room for sure, complete with bedding." Upon hearing Cheng Shui's words, Yu felt a blush rise to her cheeks. In just a few days, they would be wed, and her heart was a mix of excitement and nervousness. The Cheng family was bustling with activity, each member busy with preparations. The entrance of the Cheng home was adorned with red silk, exuding a festive atmosphere.